Welcome everybody to day 2 of the regional qualifiers for Riftbound here in Bologna, Italy. It is a beautiful city and a beautiful day to be determining a top 8 and then an eventual champion here for the first European regional qualifier for Europe. I am James O'Leary, joined by Leonard Koenig here to walk you through the beginnings of the day for day 2. Leo, it was a great day 1. What are you looking forward to today?
Well, can I say everything? There are so many great players. I've already been going through the top tables of the first round that I have seen. There's so much diversity still, but there's of course also so many talented Riftbounders with meta decks like Draven, and I just can't wait to see them perform in perfection.
Yeah, we're down to 264 players currently in the tournament. We're going to be whittling our way through to, a top 64. I believe that's where the qualifications for regional championships will end up. The other thing we're doing today, of course, is 5 rounds of Swiss to determine a top 8 and that all-important champion of the event. There's a lot on the line today, a lot in the way of prizing that we'll get to as we get further through. So 5 rounds of Swiss and then a top 8 in order to determine a winner. So we've got the format there. Now we need some players. We need to know who we're watching for the rest of the day. So we can take a look at our top players coming out of 8 rounds of Swiss yesterday. And not that many 8-0s left in the tournament. Only 5 so far. And there is quite a lot of Draven on this list.
Yep. Definitely might be the best deck, but on the second place you see Ezreal, the Prodigal Explorer. Wonder who that player might be. I think that is one player that most of the dedicated Riftbounders already know. Marcus Patel on the first place after Swiss after day 1. What else do we have? We have some Aurelia, and Kai'Sa is not really having the best conversion rate. Yeah,
that's a matchup that we're gonna, I'm sure, talk about a little bit later. The Kai'Sa and the Aurelia. Kind of when they head-to-head, that does tend to be a difficult matchup for the Kai'Sa. So not too surprised to see a little bit of diversity just on the outskirts, but the fact that 8-0 in the Swiss, Draven dominating so far. I think as we get higher and higher up the standings up through the tournament, we might start seeing a little bit of a struggle there. I'm imagining a lot of Draven mirrors about to hit us, so we are likely to whittle the pool down. But we'll find out through the rest of the day, see who ends up in that top 8, because there is a lot on the line for players, especially if you're not playing Draven as well. If you're looking for a best of champion card or legend card, there's quite a wide open selection at this point. So when we look at pricing for the event, of course everybody is trying to win the event, become the first regional qualifier champion, take that Blade of the Ruined King alternate art card and playmat, and secure yourself as the top of the standings for this event. But there's a lot still on the line. Top 8 promos, prizes all the way through to 32nd, and of course best of pricing that we've talked about all weekend.
Yep, absolutely gorgeous. All of these cards, promos and playmats, but yes, the best of. There's only, I think, 3 legends that are not in the running anymore. So we have so many different legends that are still being played in day 2 that still do have a chance to make the top 8 cut, and so many players going for these crazy metal cards. We have seen different builds of basically everything. Some people said, okay, I can play some Chaos decks and I'm going to go for a more Miracle version of my deck where I have loads of card draw. I'm playing Ezreal Prodigy, but we also have had some dedicated legend decks. And I'm just excited to see more.
Yeah, that's been really interesting. And you know what? I would say one of the most interesting parts about it is the fact that there are some decks that we were like, well, Rumble, you're only playing for a best of card. You're not really playing for too much more. Well, we cast a Rumble yesterday that made it through to day 2 and is looking pretty good. So I saw a Lux on the top table. I know we had Renata Glask on the featured match yesterday as well. So depending on, who your favorite legend is, there's no reason not to try and get to the stage here at a regional qualifier. And the way to do that, mine, I'm an Ahri player right now, but I'm sure when more and more legends come out, some of my favorites from League of Legends and Wild Rift will end up having decks for themselves. But if you want to get to the regional qualifier stage yourself, there's a couple ways to do it. And the best way to do it, to get yourself a little bit of sleep extra on day 1, is to enter a Summoner Skirmish, get the win, get a round 1 bye in in a regional qualifier, and you can, you know, find yourself here among the best players.
And also, it's first of all fun, and second of all, great practice as well, because these are the more competitive events of the two. Nexus Nights, it's for fun. Of course, you can try hard, nobody is stopping you. But in these skirmishes, your local area Riftbounders, they will find each other there, and it's, you know, it's going on there.
I wish I could say I'm a Nexus Knight tryharder, but I'm the person that lets like a lot of takebacks happen, and then I go to time on my rounds. So I'm the guy slowing down the tournament. People are like, no, it's okay. Well, I'll be nice. I'll be nice. As soon as the Summoner Skirmish is on, I'm playing to win. And it hasn't happened yet, so it'll be fine. We'll make it work at some point. But, you know, it's not all about necessarily our competitive prowess. Sometimes we do look into the crystal ball of what we think is going to be played at the event. We did some predictions coming into Bologna to look at, okay, which champions do we anticipate being at the top? And I will say, after day one, I feel a little bit vindicated in my Draven pick. It was the easy pick. Like, everybody expected Draven to be good. Unfortunately, I would say we haven't seen the success for the Fiora that you were expecting, Leo.
Yeah, thanks for the side
Sorry,
chat.
I know. I couldn't really soften that blow a little bit.
No, I think the deck is still great. I have been looking through those top tables, and I did not find too many Fiora players, actually. You're right about that. So maybe my point was a little bit off that I made. We are seeing a Kai'Sa that is almost still undefeated. So in those top 10 players, there's still one Kai'Sa, which is not a lot, considering that, you know, it was the second most played deck.
Yeah, and I was going to say, maybe it's actually that you've seen something in Fiora tech that the players haven't. So maybe next event, grab yourself that round one buy, go out onto the floor, and you can best off Fiora and prove us all wrong at that point. I think I'm hoping we're just about ready to get ourselves into the action. So you talked about Kai'Sa and Sivir. That was Medic and Amy's choices for the event. How vindicated do you feel knowing that both of these decks have somewhat made it to day two?
Yeah, overall pretty vindicated, I'm going to be honest. Sivir bringing 10 players into day two here at RQ Bologna. I still am quite sad that no Ornn players made it through. I do think that Barrett, when he reached out to me and asked me to cast, knew that I would be the Ornn player that made day two, and so is just trying to bring Ornn down generally as a meta, as a staple in the game.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, you know, when someone is as prevalent and fantastic as you as an Ornn player steps into the room, you have to expect that something needs to knock you down. They can't let you just waltz into the event, win, and go home, right?
Exactly. Ornn is a great waltzer as well. Likes the Char-Char too. You went for the Kai'Sa, I believe. Yeah, 31 players have made it into day two overall.
31. And they're in a really strong position as well. We've got some Kai'Sa players doing really well. I'm really proud. I still think that having the advantage of having that much practice with Kai'Sa through set one, through to set two here in Spirit Forge, is where she shines. Agreed. And I'm still really confident that the Kai'Sa players can bring it home.
I definitely see a Kai'Sa making it into our top 8.
Yeah.
I think that would be pretty expected at this point. Wouldn't be surprised if we have about half Dravens as well. I believe our games are ready. Round 9 of the regional qualifier here in Bologna getting underway. Players with 18 points from day one qualified. We have 246 players, I think, making it through. The exact correct maths would be 252. And on your screen, you can see the Sivir extraordinaire himself. Not playing Sivir for this tournament, said he doesn't like it playing only best of 2 in rounds, so has moved over to Draven. It is Randy.
It is indeed. We've seen much of this glorious executioner across the weekend thus far, but they are no short of tricks up their sleeve as we go into this interesting matchup, which I wasn't expecting to see today, and I'm very pleased because I'm not quite sure how Draven will react. Draven has a lot of kind of recursion and a lot of buffs, lots of ways to make units bigger, lots of surprises, but I'm not really sure how it fares into this matchup when you're looking at the loose cannon of Jinx.
Yeah, Leela Eisman here on the Jinx. Something we did see at the end of yesterday, using that last rights later on into the game to try and recycle out of your trash. The Edge of Night as well, a really nice hidden card that can allow you just to play some tricks on your opponents. But we'll see how effective it can be. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. Jinx Legend immediately puts your mind into a very specific position. It says, oh, I want to be low on cards in hand, but when you have this Chaos Core, when you have all of this card draw, you don't actually need to be in that spot. You use the Jinx Legend as a bonus rather than a requirement to play the deck.
Yeah, there's no point in pigeonholing yourself. You might as well say, well, it's a nice effect if it can happen, but it's not the be-all and end-all. It's not the most important thing. But I think that's where, you know, where Draven does have the slight advantage when you're looking at this matchup just on paper is that legend effect is so strong with being able to do lots of combat. We love combat, and Jinx does fall into that trap a little bit. Jinx plays a lot of little units at the beginning, and Draven's like, ooh, delicious. And they really can take kind of a bit of a lead with that, draw lots of cards, and hopefully get into what they need to just ramp up. So when I'm thinking about how this would work out on paper, my brain does go to think, oh, okay, Draven does have the advantage here. But then again, Jinx does work in these ebbs and flows. You need those kind of small units just to score a couple of early points and just get the ball rolling, and then you take those big pop-off turns.
100% agree. I think the risk for Jinx is you are playing into a Miracle variant Draven.
Yeah.
One Rasa in the list, the Vi as well for that, really finishing moves. So it's hard when you're playing into a deck list that is a little bit more aggro-focused, a little bit less consistent, generally Miracle over mid-range, but the ability to get a lot of units out early really shines and get through your cards really quickly in this Draven deck. And Randy, obviously an experienced competitor. We saw him over in the Chinese regionals, made it to semi-finals over there on his Civil list. Here, bringing out the Draven, something a little bit more consistent for him, something where you don't have to memorize your entire deck in every round, which makes things a bit easier when you played for 12 hours yesterday.
A little bit, yeah. They're long days, and our competitors have been doing such a fantastic job so far. We were in here quite late last night, and so coming back this morning, getting back into the fray is honestly very, very exceptional for all of them. And this just goes to show how high level of competition really is a endurance battle, as well as knowing your matchups and your deck. It's actually a lot about kind of the physicality of being here in person. But let's jump straight into the game as David goes in, starting us off with the loose cannon Jinx, and of course just with the treasure hunter there to start things off, which is a very typical play. That's exactly kind of what we want, those low power units, and hopefully Draven won't be able to draw too many cards off of defeating them. Yeah,
we have Zorn Warrens down towards the bottom side, Forge of the Fluffed as our top side battlefield. It's when you control it, your legends have tap, attach, and equipment, which is very strong when you're looking for things like Edge of Night. In this Jinx deck, it also works with longswords, can work with a spinning axe as well if you do control that battlefield. Turn one for Randy, a stacked deck into a Noxious Hopeful, 4 might really early on, and this is what this deck does so well. You have these very cheap spells that let you cycle through your deck, and then afterwards you can get things like the Noxious Hopeful out just to have great power early doors. Treasure Hunter down onto Zorn Warrens, have the draw discard, and we'll see where David decides to go. Discard draw is the ordering on it. We'll see where David decides to go with that discard.
Yeah, it's a tricky one here because, again, you kind of don't want to give easy KOs for Draven. You don't want to really leave things in there, but you need to get the ball rolling, you need to score points. So we have to move it, really. We go for the stacked deck there off the cooled shot. Okay, okay, we're playing the Super Mega Death Rocket, which I do like in this matchup because it does allow you to have some removal, but it's quite expensive and a little too early to be employing those.
Yeah, it does mean you can recycle them as well, or get them back into your hand. Recycle obviously being a keyword doesn't really mean the same thing here, but the ability to do 5 damage to a unit, discard a card, get it, conquer, then discard a card, get it back into your hand, allows you to get through things like these Noxious Hopefuls as the game goes on. We see the Siren coming down as well to avoid those combats that you were talking about. In the Aurelia decks, we see it used to get that extra might onto the Aurelia and get her into strong positions. But here, getting the Treasure Hunter off the Zorn Warrens means that Randy will get himself his first point and then go through his discard draw as well. You can tell both these players very experienced, making it very obvious what triggers are happening at what point, discarding the scrap heap to get another card in hand. We have an Ezreal.
Ezreal's a nice shout right here. Again, getting that draw engine on board. Both players kind of opting for this kind of Ezreal draw engine at this stage. And it's really strong. We know it's strong. Ezreal in their own right, a great deck, but actually just employing it in so many others, the flexibility of Chaos is kind of shining through in this matchup as both players employ this engine.
It's just so good. The ability to get towards that one on Rasa that Randy has in the main, has the boots of swiftness in hand right now. I like that. The Noxious Hopeful is kind of stranded a little bit. Obviously things like Fight or Flight can negate those combats. You can just leave it out there. Traveling Merchant will be the play though instead for now, so we're just going to have that Noxious Hopeful on its lonesome. Very hard for the Treasure Hunter to get through it. David, you don't really want to invest a lot of resources into killing something like a Noxious Hopeful this early on. and we'll see where he decides to go. Is running Demolitionist as his champion unit. We saw Jinx Rebel a couple of times yesterday.
But Demolition is still a great chosen champion in their own right, so we've got a lot of kind of flexibility there. We did see, I think, once yesterday we saw Demolitionist, like near the end of the day. I think it's becoming a more popular pick.
Yeah, we're going to rocket the Ezreal here.
Oh, okay.
I really like this as a play. One of the strengths of Ezreal, obviously, in these Chaos decks is the ability to get Cold Shot out for 1 power.
Yeah.
You get those repeat costs in really easily. Also can work through accelerate costs like Kai'Sa. Survivor when she comes into the battlefield. So get rid of the Ezreal, avoid some of that extra card draw that comes from the Cold Shot or the extra pressure that can come from a Survivor. Treasure Hunter going to the Forge, Ferris Forerunner being discarded on the Conquer, allowing the Super Mega Death Rocket to come back.
And go again? Or are we just going straight back?
No, I think he was just showing.
Just showing. I was going to say, I don't think we have enough for that. Yeah, so recurring the Super Mega Death Rocket, and that's why I like this in this matchup, is because you can at least deal with those slightly smaller units. It does 5 damage to a unit, which is very substantial when you're looking at Draven, because it does take out all of those slightly smaller units, even the Noxus Hopeful.
Importantly, doing it outside of battlefields as well, because one of the risks when you play into a Draven deck is they attack, and you have 4 damage that you can put onto it, and it's like, oh, well, on the attack trigger, I'm just going to recycle a Fury Rune, I go up to 6 Might.
And then that's no good.
Yeah, and then you're not able to actually kill off the Draven. So really like the fact it can do it outside of a battlefield, have another stack deck being played by David. Looking through, going to Siren back the Treasure Hunter again. We talked about avoiding combat, avoiding combat. It's exactly what you want to do into Draven. You are a little bit low on units for David, been playing a little bit more removal in this early game, but has gone through a couple of stack decks, so we'll be getting towards the cards that they want for later portions of the game.
Okay, we managed to grab the last rights there. Not super useful right now, but honestly not a bad time to start thinking about the recursion of the deck, kind of with the removal that has taken place on David's turn. It was, you know, a little bit scary for early game Draven, but again, there's just so much card draw here. You're able to kind of just cycle through and get yourself out. We get we get the conquer point there from the movement, and kind of just storming ahead if you're Randy.
Actually really interesting here. Randy taking Forge of the Fluff means that he can avoid the equip cost on last rights, that recycle that you have to go through. Gonna Cold Shot first, might be looking towards that last right. So it's cost 3 energy, so needs, well, 3 of the 4 that he has remaining. The Cold Shot here costing more because that Ezreal was removed. That's 2 power having to be invested. Another Cold Shot going to the bottom. I wonder if, do you really want a last rights on something like a Hopeful?
I just don't think so. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks
if I'm going to put it on anything, an Noxus Hopeful at least has 4 might. So at least we're going in with something a little bigger than sort of the Tide Turner we saw yesterday with the last rights on. But yeah, in this instance, it's looking like a possibility, but do we want it now? Like, is there enough in the discard to bring back? Ezreal obviously kind of feels good when you want that extra card draw, you want to keep going. The hand is looking okay. We've got removal, we've got some fight or flights I think I saw in there, and we've got units. So, I mean, realistically, card draw isn't the most important thing right now, but definitely important into a deck that is trying to push you back.
Yeah, bringing back the Draven, bringing out the Draven and then back the Noxious Hopeful, just playing a little bit more on the defensive, always the risk that you lose the Hopeful later on, and the ability to have 12 might with which you can conquer, bolstered up by that second ability on the Draven for Randy on the next turn. David here, 1 point behind, nothing too consequential, can try and trade into that Traveling Merchant, but problem with Treasure Hunter is it has 1 might. You can go to those on Warrens, you have drawn quite a few cards, so the discard draw isn't going to hurt you too much. Even look towards discarding something like the Seal. He's looking at a Super Mega Death Rocket again.
I think you're almost quite strapped here. You've got the last rights, but that's not super helpful right now on any of your units. I think you've got to kind of deal with the threat that you were talking about earlier in the base before Draven has the ability to kind of buff itself up and make itself bigger. You've got to deal with that. And being able to attack a unit in a base is such a powerful ability. We quite often think that something is safer in base than it is on a battlefield, or not when Jinx is concerned.
Yeah, Super Mega Death Rocket, the recursion on it as well, just so powerful in this position.
And honestly, that's why I was really surprised we didn't see it yesterday. You know, if I was building Jinx, I'd be all over those rockets. I love that you can bring them back. You just have to discard 1. And I think that's quite powerful. Is it expensive? kind of cost, but I mean, at the moment for David, there isn't a whole lot else going on, I'm going to be honest. Like, we can play this Draven, the Last Rites doesn't really do much without that, so I feel like at this point, you just need to start building up that base while doing exactly what he's doing and taking down the bigger threats on the other side before they can advance and get larger.
Yeah, I think the risk for David is if you discard the Draven to get your Super Mega Death Rocket back, that can kill one unit, right?
Yes.
You can play out your Last Rites, but I don't think you do have the energy available to play the Last Rites right now, and then put the Last Rites on the Treasure Hunter, retreat it with the Siren. You have just enough energy to do that. Next turn, your Treasure Hunter goes in as 3, but if these Noxious Hopefuls are split up across Forge of the Fluffed and across the Zorn Warrens, then you can kill one of them and then conquer, get back the Draven, kind of makes sense. It's going to be a little tricky to decide exactly how we want to play it. There is the Last Rites. Are we looking for the equip? You're not going to equip and hold because you know you lose out on that trade. You don't have enough energy for Super Mega Death Rocket, and it's a slow spell, can't be played on your opponent's turn anyway. Recycle the 2 to equip it to the Treasure Hunter, then we'll Siren it back, and then we're looking to see what Randy does with these Hopefuls. If they both go to one battlefield, you can go to the other. You now outmight the Traveling Merchant, but if Randy buffs up that Traveling Merchant's battlefield with the 2 Noxious Hopefuls on the other side, then you are struggling a little bit because you have 3 might into 4. I guess you Death Rocket whatever's sitting on the weaker side of the board and hope that you are just playing into that Traveling Merchant.
I like what David's done here, bringing the the Treasure Hunter back with the Last Rites. Probably trying to get the Last Rite effect on a conquer rather than a hold point. Hold point is way too dangerous against Randy right now.
You just lose, right? You're out of energy. All that happens is a Noxious Hopeful comes in and your unit dies, right?
So you've brought that back, protect it, kind of hold your stance a little bit more, and then maybe Super Mega Death Rocket next turn if anything is in a battlefield. But then if Randy doesn't put anything in a battlefield, that is just open and you can just go for the conquer regardless. So it kind of puts Randy in an interesting position of having to respond to this, knowing there's a Super Mega Death Rocket in hand. Having that hand knowledge in a game like this is so imperative, and it's why we see cards that allow you to look at your opponent's hand quite often being incredibly powerful. But even recursion effects like this do give it away a little bit.
Yeah, it's about how Randy decides to stack the battlefields, and if he does as well, because in the end, like the Last Rites is recurring a Draven.
Yes.
Right, that's really
100%.
all that you want to get out of there. So it's like, oh, can I deal with the Draven if it comes out? It's not the end of the world. You're still spending the 4 energy off the Last Rite. It's going to play our own, using the 3 there. Control Forge of the Fluffed as well, so we can tap the Draven to immediately equip. This is what we were talking about a couple of turns ago.
That effect.
Go in as 6 towards this bottom battlefield, which gets you out of Death Rocket range. Huge.
Massive.
And then the Noxious Hopeful can bolster the defenses on the side of the Traveling Merchant as well. But still, the Treasure Hunter would go in with the Death Rocket on that Noxious Hopeful to take the victory in a combat, allowing David's Last Rites to trigger.
Exactly, and that's what we're trying to avoid here, is just allowing David to kind of bolster up units and have those bigger turns. With Jinx, we've got a lot of gold tokens on the board. We've got a lot of what the resources we need, but we just don't have the units right now to back it up, and Randy does. That's the thing, we know that. Randy obviously has a lot in hand as well. Of course, we're going in with the Ezreal from the Last Rites, bringing that back, getting that card draw. Absolutely illustrious. When you play discard 1, draw 2, you really could not ask for better.
Yeah, reducing the cost of those core shots and accelerate units as well. If you want no core shots in hand right now, I think it was an overzealous fan sitting at the back alongside the Fizz Battering Ram, Piercing Light, the Swifties, and the, was it a Ride the Wind? I believe.
I think so, yeah.
Ride the Wind there as well. So we have a couple of tools, no energy up to use them right now. So if you're David, you are kind of, you're thinking, well, if this Noxious Hopeful comes up to the top battlefield, can I just Death Rocket it? We're going to hide the fight or flight. Obviously, we know exactly what that is. Could still be something like a Tide Turner for Randy that you need to be a little bit more cautious around as David. And we're going to put the Noxious Hopeful there as well. So really trying to mitigate that ability for the Treasure Hunter to take one of these battlefields.
Okay, David moving on. As David here, it is now a little bit scarier. We've still got the Super Mega Death Rocket, but and with a hidden card, it kind of feels bad taking out the Noxious Hopeful. It becomes a little bit trickier to sequence this turn in a way that allows you to kind of get that last rights trigger to be able to get something back. And maybe we're thinking too linear with that. Maybe he's got a different plan and he's thinking about kind of the long-term goals of the turn. But I think realistically, you have to start getting units that are gonna be able to deal with this Draven deck in its full ferocity, and that's what we're seeing come alive now, is the units are getting bigger, the last rights is on, we're looking for that hold point, we're looking for the trigger and the Ezreal in base. There's a lot going on and we need to respond. So we are going to go for the Noxus Hopeful, but it doesn't quite leave that battlefield open yet because we still have the hidden card.
Death Rocket going down. David having a think about, you kind of expect it to be a fight or flight. If it is a tide turner, the Ezreal can come in. You then trade with the Ezreal, but you lose your Treasure Hunter. The only unit you have right now, Edge of Night being played just raw to get that extra might on towards our Treasure Hunter. Now we go in. Just gives the +2, can usually be hidden. I think Randy asking exactly how many runes do you have available right now? It's 3. Only 1 card in hand for David, and not the easiest thing to do here. We're gonna fight or flight it back, Randy?
I think that's the biggest treasure hunter I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like, that is
massive.
He's got so much equipment. He's hunted a lot of treasure and he's put it all on.
A huge play though now for Randy. The ability to hold both these battlefields.
Really?
Only 1 card in hand for David. He will draw more on his turn, obviously, with the Jinx Legend trigger, but Randy wins the combat as well through the fight or flight, so draws a card. And now for David, it's a sticky situation. Demolitionist going to come out.
I just don't know if it's enough. I think Randy's in such a dominating position, especially taking these hold points, going up to 7. Like, that is phenomenal for him, and David's just kind of sat on this back foot at the moment. He might be able to make some meaningful plays next turn, but if Randy can build up this base even more, and we know he's got some great resources in hand to do so, some really big units, maybe we're a bit lacking on runes, but I think at this stage it doesn't matter too much. You're in quite a cushy position right here to be able to kind of push forward to those 8 points, especially when David doesn't really have a lot going on still. And I think that's what we saw from Jinx yesterday, where we kind of ran out of steam. We were able to keep up in the early game, the points were kind of flowing, and then as it got towards the end of the game, unfortunately the bigger units from decks like Draven were just able to overpower them, and the Death Rockets just weren't enough.
Yeah, David just hasn't really got the units this game.
No.
Like, we've seen that traveling Treasure Hunter, in fact, just on the board for the majority of the game. You might wonder why it took Randy a little bit of time to get his 2 hold points there. The last rights triggers goes off before you get the points from the hold, so he needed to pick what he was going to bring back. Look through both the trashes, brings back the Draven.
Great
Didn't
choice.
play it to a battlefield, interestingly, going for the, well, if I lose these battlefields, I can just conquer next turn.
And I think that's the risk. It's like David could put all that work in, but actually then Randy just goes, well, I have these guys in base, so it doesn't matter, I'm going to push them forwards, and hopefully they're big enough to deal with that. David does have the advantage of Death Rocket, where it can target the base, so Randy does have a little less flexibility with that. So maybe pushing into a battlefield isn't that bad, because it feels almost just as risky. Like, it doesn't matter where they are, but at least you're giving your opponent more hoops to jump through, and that's all you're trying to do here.
Yeah, you don't want to give them the combats, right? There's no point. David's on 3, you're on 7. You only need that either a hold point or 2 conquer points to win out on the game. Randy is going to chuck an overzealous fan down on this Noxious Hopeful. Very powerful in combination with any other unit of the battlefield. The ability just to sack it and bounce something back, especially when your opponent only has 2 units, only has 2 things that can push in.
Right.
It's very hard for David.
And that's the thing, Randy's just like, it's okay, I'm on 7 points now, all I need to do is take these 2 battlefields, and the more units I have in base to be able to be flexible with next turn, the better. These guys don't have ganking, they can't hop from battlefield to battlefield. So if he leaves kind of what he's hoping to move around next turn in base, that's better. We're moving Ezreal up just to pose a larger threat up there in the Forge of the Fluffed.
Yeah, it's also about making David have to conquer 2 places.
Yeah.
If you can hold 1, you win the game. You're 7, you go to 8. That's how you win. For David, now he has to say, well, this bottom one, I kind of need to super mega Death Rocket take something out, and then I can play around this overzealous fan, but if I only go in with 2 units, I then lose the combat, and then I have to take out the top battlefield as well, Forge of the Fluffed. So really difficult position here for David. Kind of unfortunate in terms of how many units they were able to get out this game, but it's one of those things, you know?
It is, and I feel like with this matchup specifically as well, like with Jinx, you are wanting to have that flurry of early game units. You want those really low cost units that you can just swing out on the board, and you kind of go in with this like just explosion of units early on. But unfortunately, that benefits Draven.
Yeah, it does.
Draven loves combat. That's all he wants. He's ready pretty early out of the gate, and with some bigger units as well. So it just feels disadvantageous for David at this point, because not only did we not get the early game units to score early easy points, but we also then just kind of have lost our pacing at the end of the game, as though Randy was just able to ramp up too far. And now he's left a lot of hoops for David to have to jump through to now bring this back. I'm not saying it's impossible. If anyone's going to be able to do it, it's a Jinx on 6-1-1.
Yeah, it's very improbable though. Like, let's be honest about this. For David to get out of this situation, does draw 2 cards, well, 1 card in beginning and 1 card for the card draw for turn. So haven't quite had a look at exactly what's going on in the hand. You need a Conquer if you're going to get that Super Mega Death Rocket back from your trash. And then you also have to discard one of your cards. So you're thinning out your resources pretty heavily.
And that's the thing, that's where the kind of legend ability does come into play. You are discarding more, so you can draw more up again. But when we're this late in the game, those card draws at the beginning aren't that helpful. You kind of need a bit more push than that.
Was that a Sundisk and a Noxious Hopeful?
Oh.
That is, I mean, it's not great. It's not great.
They both have Legion, but we need to play one before the other.
I mean, Sundisk does mean the Noxious Hopeful will come in ready. We tap it. Noxious Hopeful then gets ready when we play it for those 2 energy, but we reveal all of our cards. Going to go in here, looking for the last rights trigger to get the card from our trash out ready. Randy just having a quick read of Sundisk. Maybe he hasn't played into many Rek'Sais this weekend, because that's kind of where we see it mostly. I like the tech from David. The idea of, well, I'll go in, I'll get my unit out of the trash, and then Ezreal dies. Okay,
cool. So we did manage 1. Now we need to get the other battlefield as well. I think it's a bit more of an uphill battle here, but we will get the last rights trigger for the Conquer. But what comes back?
It's the Draven. Or the Ferris Forerunner. A ready Ferris Forerunner is big. Forgot about that being discarded earlier on.
That is really big, because what have we got going on? We've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we've got 8 going on right now. We would have enough power to take that down, but it looks like, yep, we're going for the Ferris Forerunner. I think that's a great play right now if we're going to be able to make a comeback. This is the sort of big tanky unit we were talking about that David was just missing for a while. We needed that last rights trigger. We finally got it. Maybe this is the turning point.
Jinx as well, Demolitionist has Assault 2, so it would take us up quite a lot on the attack. The problem is the Overzealous fan exists, so we need to get through the 6 of the Noxious Hopeful. No energy up for Randy, so we know there's not a huge amount we have to play around.
No, we don't have to worry about any surprises from Randy's side, but it's about David being able to sequence this properly. About knowing what resources are left and then kind of dealing with that. And I think this kind of separated battle style is where you have to go. You push something in, kind of allow for the possibility of the reaction of the Overzealous fan, and then go in again.
I agree. It's an interesting, if you do go in again, Overzealous fan bounces your Jinx back, then you go in 6v6 onto this Noxious Hopeful with that last rights equipped. Your Ferris Forerunner dies.
But then you get the 2 mechs in base.
You get the 2 mechs in base, but that doesn't help Treasure Hunter defend this top battlefield. Oh, nice. Because we control Forge of the Fluff, we can move the last rights across.
I love that.
One of the few times that you can unequip an attached equipment and put it somewhere else. Other ones being Weapon Master and Quick Draw. Not Quick Draw, just Weapon Master. But last rights here will go in, and then you get the Conquer trigger as well when it attacks into that Noxious Hopeful.
That would be absolutely spectacular. Even if Randy could come back with something, which they can't because they're out, but
Death Rocket on the Draven.
I told you, here's the turning point.
Yeah, it really is. It really is for Randy. Falling lower on resources. Noxious Hopeful Ferris Forerunner gonna go in and kill off the Noxious Hopeful. Last rights will stay on the battlefield, but on the top side we have a Treasure Hunter sitting at 3. No energy available now for David as They will look to pass the turn. It's a long sword in hand from the draw, a discard draw on the Zorn Warrens.
Ooh, but we're going to discard it to bring back the Death Rockets, and now
Smart.
that's the only card in hand. But again, you're posing threats, and you're saying, okay, well, even if you were to attach that last rights to the Traveling Merchant, that's just not big enough for my big super mega Death Rocket.
Can get the... I mean, you go in with the Merchant on the Treasure Hunter, you win that combat, draw a card from the Draven, because it's a 3 into a 4. You also get the last strikes trigger on the Conquer. We have a Draven in our trash if we so desire it. Haven't seen the hand in a little while. You can see there's the equip, Recycle 2, Noxious Hopeful, and the Ezreal going back to the bottom of our main deck. Now we go in on the Treasure Hunter, knowing there's no real combat traits available for David.
So we get a clean sweep there. That's out of here. So we're one step away. We need to take that bottom battlefield for the win, or manage to bulk this battlefield up enough to hold it.
So what are we bringing back? Had the discard draw from the Traveling Merchant move, then from the Glorious Executioner, winning the combat, we get that extra draw as well. What are you bringing back, Randy?
I feel like bulking out this battlefield, if possible, is great. Fizz is a good choice.
So
bringing more back from the discard pile.
I'm trying to think if we have something we could accelerate, because Fight or Flight, the first Forerunner back, accelerate here does win us the game. Ride the wind.
Oh,
ride the wind.
For the win.
Beautiful, really good line there. Making sure that you can clean up that bottom battlefield, get the first Forerunner out of the way, and then ride the wind across. Randy takes game 1 of this 6 1-on-1 matchup here in round 9. The sideboard consists of a beast below, which is not something you too commonly see outside of Sealed. Double Mind Splitter, the first Forerunner, a Hard Bargain, a Kai'Sa, and a Seal of Discord.
An interesting mix. I don't know what I'd bring in here if I'm Randy, if much, but I'm more curious about kind of how that would affect a Jinx matchup. As we've assessed a few times before, we think that Draven is the kind of more overwhelming unit in this example, in this pairing. But that doesn't mean that we didn't see quite the comeback there from Jinx. It was a really uphill spike that we were able to see. So I actually think that maybe there is an argument that some good sideboarding here, getting some more units in play would be great. There's plenty of them in here. Maybe some more of those Ferris Forerunners for a bit of extra bulk.
Yeah, I think the issue is nothing has deflect.
No.
And you don't have counters, right? You have Hard Bargain, but you haven't got it in main. I can't quite remember if it was in the sideboard. So if you are looking to play these big units, you just risk Fight or Flight.
Yeah.
You risk them getting knocked out immediately as David. I wonder if maybe you look to put in another Darius for that pseudo accelerate with the ready on the second card. But we'll see where David decides to go. Forge of the Fluff used very effectively by both players there in game 1. I really like the tech of taking the last rights off.
Yeah, that was great. And I think that's the thing. We saw yesterday, and we spoke about it a little bit, where actually choosing your battlefield is really scary because you could be quite advantageous towards your opponent. So almost playing a battlefield that could be disadvantageous to both of you, but it's worse for your opponent than it is for yourself could be a good thing. Choosing a bad battlefield on purpose could be good. We saw it yesterday, and we could see it again today. Well, now we have the Obelisk of Power and Ornn's Forge.
Ornn did make it today too, everyone. Ornn lovers unite. The Forge is there, reducing the cost of the first friendly and non-token gear you play each turn to by 1 if you are controlling that battlefield. Randy having a think about their first turn, I believe. I think we've gone through the mulligans already. You can see a couple of runes already channeled.
Not looking too happy. The body language isn't giving it.
Yeah, it's one of those like, do I play? Do I get, a Traveling Merchant out early? Do I want to start discarding my cards? You do want to be on the board early here. Those points in the first few rounds really helps you accelerate to the Ride the Wind turn, stuff like that. It's 3 runes, as you say, because of the Obelisk. And Randy already counting out. Okay, so it's a seal. You want to be using that power on your first turn if possible.
I don't know if there's anything else we can play. There is!
Noxious Hopeful.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, okay. So didn't use the power from the seal, but Noxious Hopeful does mean you have a 4 might unit really early on, and David is going to be struggling to match that on their first turns.
Well, David knew exactly what they were playing. Straight in with the Darius, and honestly, not mad at it at all.
Yeah, Draven just so good in these matches. No, they're brothers. You're allowed to get them mixed up super easy. Yeah, Draven just so good in these matchups. It gives you so much power and matches well into a Noxious Hopeful because of the ability to use that buff during attacking and defending. Here, a couple of options. Obviously not going to go towards the Forerunner. Kai'Sa and Ezreal really the two that you're looking at. Ezreal out into a cold shot will mean you don't even have to recycle a rune because you have that seal out. Instead, we are going to play a Draven of our own, matching on the other sides of the Rift. Adoration for Draven pretty high in this matchup.
Understandable, a very strong unit.
I just said opposite sides of the Rift, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, lead caster at heart.
Oh, understandable. Okay, here we go with the first Draven moving into our Forge and scoring that early point, and that's kind of what Jinx wants to do, but recognizing that David needs to go in with larger units in this instance to not allow the easy extra card draw from the other side. Recognizing that these smaller units I tried with last time aren't really going to cut the mustard, I'm going to need to go in with something bigger, so I'm going to play you at your own game, and we're going to have more Dravens in play.
There's an interesting little thing here as well with the stack deck. You already have one longsword in hand. It is going to be the Super Mega Death Rocket, but Ornn's Forge does read each turn.
Yes.
So when you have equipments with quick draw, you can actually reduce the cost of a longsword on your opponent's turn as well, only having to pay 1 energy and a power. So you could longsword on a turn. Next turn, your opponent's like, well, there's no way they'll longsword again, and then you just longsword again. And there's more Fury Runes on David's side of the board as well. So it is a Draven into Draven matchup. The Draven would win. David's Draven, that is, if you go for the full power sacrifice. Also, as the attacking player, I believe you get to put your trigger on the bottom of the stack, so Randy could buff up. But the Super Mega Death Rocket you just use to avoid any semblance of doubt around those Dravens. Randy's sent to the trash. Again,
just avoiding that combat fantastically and being able to get the Death Rocket kind of in play so we have that constant recursion of it early on is really imperative to getting Randy's units kind of under control.
Yeah. And if you're Randy, the decision is now, do I just get through my deck a little bit?
I can
play the Ezreal, play the cold shot, use the seal, look at the top 4, draw 2 without actually having to pay any power, apart from playing the Ezreal's power, obviously, for that first turn.
I don't know. I just feel like you don't have much of a choice in this instance. Like looking at the hand, we need more.
Yeah.
And,
there's no fight or flight.
No, nothing.
There's no ride the wind. There's no real combat tricks right there.
Not at all. And that's kind of what we're looking for. That's what Draven wants. And at the moment, I feel like you need to cycle through. We need to start using Cold Shot. Looks like we might, move in first for the potential of a response. Just waiting on that. But I think we've only got one. We are going for it.
We're going to
longsword
on the Ornn's Forge. We talked about this reduced cost. Get that onto the Draven early doors. Let's get him up to 6, and it doesn't really affect anything at this bottom battlefield at all.
But it is a reaction, so we are allowed to do that on another battlefield in response to the Noxious Hopeful kind of joining the Obelisk of Power there. Gaining that first point, getting on in there, knowing there's not really any real threat from David's board, it would just be a Death Rocket. Ezreal, here we go with that card draw. It's exactly what we want to be seeing at this point. So we really do need some more going on. A few more units, maybe some card tricks. Those fight or flights would be great in this situation. We saw them to perfect effect last game. Yeah,
dunking the Ferris, getting that first 2 card draw. Now we'll think about whether we want to play the cold shot or the stack deck. Stack deck slightly cheaper in terms of power, at least does cost that 1 energy, but we'll look at the top 3. Double fight or flight in there, one immediately in. Last rites will go to the bottom though, which makes it a little trickier for Randy to find that tool to recur the Ferris Forerunner later on. You can see Randy, something he did a ton with his Sivir deck is taking notes. It's like, I need to know what's near the bottom. Usually you can use like a shorthand as well to make sure that your opponent can't see across the board exactly what you are writing down. The overzealous fan going in to defend this Noxious Hopeful. And overall, that's kind of all she wrote for Randy's turn. Could use the call shot right at the end here. But instead just decides to pass across.
Yeah, I like this kind of putting the overzealous fan in with the Noxious Hopeful because it backs it up beyond a removal spell. Super Mega Death Rocket could take one of the 2 out, but certainly not both, and being able to kind of deal with that in a sense of a spell or combat just by having 2 guys in there rather than 1 is really powerful at this stage.
Yeah, Siren reduced again by Forge of the Fluffed. allowing you to play it just for 1 instead of 2. Very happy there for David. The hidden card is an Edge of Night. We know that. Randy does not. Could be a fight or flight, could be something to bounce his units back. But the Edge of Night, obviously, very effective when you are playing these more equipment-focused decks in the form of the Jinx.
Forgot about Ornn. You went with Forge of the Fluff. Can't believe you betrayed Ornn like that.
Oh, it's Ornn's Forge, not Forge of the Fluff. Yeah, you're entirely right. Yeah, sorry. Ornn's Forge, you're entirely correct. My mistake.
God, the self-professed Ornn fan.
I love Ornn, but you know, who plays
goodness,
Ornn's Forge,
so
really, you know? I play the Ornn variant that is no one can score points.
Yes, you're trying to stop everyone from having fun.
Yeah, exactly. That's my entire... You can still conquer and you can still hold, you just can't score any points.
The game will never end.
Exactly.
We'll always be playing Riftbound, right? Let's jump in here. We're going for the 4 cost. We're recycling 2. What are we doing? Are we death rocketing? No, we're Jinx Demolition and then discarding.
Yeah.
Going in with the Accelerate. No
Jinx.
cards in hand, though. I don't like that.
I mean, you are going to draw 2 on your next turn, right? With the Jinx Legend trigger and the draw trigger. Jinx going in here, just trying to get rid of the overzealous fan. When they stick around, they can just become a little pesky.
They are.
With Randy being entirely out of energy, it makes sense to try and utilize that now. I think we might see a cold shot repeated reaction here from Randy just to cycle through his deck. It's really all that they can do for the moment.
Yeah, it's a sticky situation for David still. I don't love the whole kind of, again, living in top deck city with just like having 2 mysterious cards you can't plan for your next turns. And I think that's a really scary part for a Jinx player who is playing on this low hand size like we see here. This is kind of how we expect the deck to run. It was very different from the build we saw yesterday. We're expecting to be on the low hand size here, but then your top decks are so crucial.
Yeah, it becomes really tricky as well when Randy knows you are out.
Yeah.
Like, Randy just drew 2 cards, is going to draw another, can look for the combat into this Draven as well. Yep. Cold shot, because now you can play the Noxious Hopeful, and it just comes out at 2. Really cheap.
Did you take the Fizz here?
It's possible. You have a fight or flight in hand. Trying to think if there's anything. You could Fizz and then get another cold shot back, but Ride the Wind does give you more of a win con. And you drawing so many cards. Yeah, another cold shot.
Straight away.
You don't need the Fizz. You can just play another cold shot.
And we saw that happen so many times yesterday. Yeah. It was just drawing cards was always trumps.
It is very solid indeed. Is it the Hopeful, or are we just going to go for another cold shot and keep going through that deck?
So we're considering maybe hiding a card as well here.
Yeah, Fight or Flight makes sense. But we'll see.
I think would be good on that top battlefield, just kind of protect that even more, kind of get those whole points as we go along.
Top battlefield is currently controlled by David.
Oh, it is,
remember, you don't actually have a...
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet, but you can go and control the bottom stack deck and just keep
going.
cycling. Yeah, we still have a cold shot that we can play. Take the stack deck, take the battering ram. Battering ram basically free now with how many spells we have cast this turn. A stack deck into the Noxious Hopeful, into battering ram is beautiful at this point.
I can't believe how many cards we're drawing. This is the power.
The Beast Below comes in for this turn.
Are we going to take it? I kind of want to see it. I kind of want to see it played, but I think we might go for more card draw. I'm just so pleasantly surprised at how much we've been able to combo those card draw kind of options into one another just to really make the perfect hand. It's in the Beast Below!
In case you don't know, Beast Below, when you play it, you return another friendly unit and an enemy unit to their owner's hand. Kind of a pseudo rebuke with 8 might, which is really nice. So
literally roars in the face of your opponent and goes, get back there!
Yeah, and also, like, you can play it here, target the Draven, and there's no response for David.
Other than to just kind of replay it, but we're really low on runes. We've got no cards in hand. It would be kind of a scary situation.
Randy is 1 rune short of the Beast Below for this turn. Vi coming out. We have the Vi Ride the Wind combo very early on to do that because we're sitting only on 1 point overall. But Noxious Hopeful, do we put down the battering ram as well for free? Of course.
Oh, we love a freebie. Really, really strong on units now. I love that Vi has natural ganking as well. Really fantastic to be able to have that utilization alongside the fight or flights and alongside these battering rams just for that extra power. Really impressive play to build up the base here, kind of saying, I know that you've got limited resources. Even if you death rocket one of these guys, I've still got 3 more.
It's a seal in hand. Those 2 card draws not too advantageous for David. We'll go to 3 with the hold on the Ornn's Forge.
And I think that's my problem with this, is that you can't prepare for your next turn.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're doing because you don't know what you're drawing until you get there. And then you're at the beck and call of whatever those 2 cards were.
Yeah.
And the only thing you can do in this situation is take back that Death Rocket. But again, there are so many units on the other side that is absolutely not going to be of any help here.
Yeah, you also don't want to give a combat to the Draven player, right? Yeah,
No.
You could Siren back your own Draven, reacting with the Edge of Night to get that equipped onto the Draven, and then you could go for the Conquer on the bottom battlefield, but even at that point, it's like, well, you look at the Might on the other side, there's 11 represented and a Vi,
Yep.
which you can just recycle, not infinitely, but all
No,
of the
but
cards
as
into your
many
trash
as you'd
into
like
it,
from
right?
the
And
trash.
your Draven's never going to be that big. So if you do Siren back, you have to reveal that hidden card, otherwise it is, well, I mean, it's going to go back as a gear into your base. You can get the equipment onto Draven if you do use it as that reaction.
It's a really difficult situation for
Yeah.
David. I just think, again, we've run out of steam.
And
We
really
started
have,
off
yeah.
hot, we were doing well, and now we just haven't seen the draw cards. Where
Yeah.
are they? Like, we have not seen any of that engine. We've not been able to get kind of a higher hand, and we're on that back foot of being like, the Jinx legend ability was my fallback, and it hasn't paid off.
Yeah, and when you're sitting on a treasure hunter seal,
It's not a great feeling.
Not the best feeling at all. Maybe just needs a turn to redistribute, to get back into base, just to reset a little bit. Obviously, you do want to try and keep ahead of this Draven deck, because when it starts to get control, it's really difficult to wrest it back out of its hands, but you can't really be losing this Draven right now. Treasure Hunter down, 1 Fury
And
Rune
pass.
available for David, which would put this Draven up to 8, and then the Edge of Night trigger would put it up to 10, but
That's
10 is not
scary.
enough.
Really scary when it's not enough at all. When we're looking at Randy's board state, it's so much more frivolous. We're looking at so many units with so much flexibility in
Yeah.
their might, and that's where it really comes down. And like you said, David just can't really let up that battlefield. He's got to try and keep control, because once Draven does go in there, it's really hard to gain it back. You really don't want to just let him have it. We're going to push 1 or 2 units into the Obelisk of Power, looking like we're considering a second just to kind of give that extra beef over there, so that David can't do much about it if they do use a Death Rocket.
Death Rocket wouldn't be crazy effective right now, because it's a slow speed, right? So you wouldn't be able to use it right now.
You wouldn't be able to do it now, no.
Yeah, but next turn it would make sense. But you have 2 runes up, so David could ride the wind, the Draven across.
True.
And then you want to make sure that you are avoiding the
potential.
Draven.
Yeah.
But we know there's a seal in hand. Randy does not know this. He has to play around fight or flight, ride the wind, a few of these like combat tricks, switcheroo as well. Can't quite remember if that's in David's list.
Ooh.
But the Conquer comes down, Beast below now targeting the Draven,
Yep.
I assume.
Straight
And the
over
Ezreal
there.
for the discard draw. And back it goes.
And
yeah,
there
GG.
it is.
David knows, cannot win from this position. 2 for Randy. I think. I saw the fist bump.
Yeah, I think Randy's beast was too much, and David unfortunately could not beat the beast below. The writing was on the wall, and as far as we can tell, it looks like we've wrapped that up with a 2-0 win for Randy. I think there's just not enough that David could do to bring that back.
Yeah.
So admitted defeat, have a little rest, and go on.
I mean, it's
for the
one of
rest
those
the
things.
day.
Yeah, what at some point you have to say, okay, if I really try to win this game, maybe I have 10% odds.
Yeah.
But I played for 12 hours yesterday, and I have another bunch of rounds today. Let me just keep myself in a strong position. It might be that we continue to play it out a little bit.
Yeah, let's go
Yeah.
for it. Again, you absolutely can. It's about that fortitude and whether you can bring it back to a point of being able to win. Maybe David just wants to see what the next couple of top decks are, to see if maybe that just kind of saves us.
It's a Sundisk. It
It's
does
a
not
Sundisk.
save us.
I don't think that's going to do much, unfortunately, but I really respect David for playing this out here. Let's see if anything can bring it back. We did see quite the comeback in game 1. We saw that, you know, he was able to remove a lot of units. So maybe just like holding your own here is enough to consider the fact that we might be able to bring something back. Maybe just enough.
All right, seal into Sundisk, tap the Sundisk. I think we have enough runes to play the Draven? We do. There's a couple hiding under there. So Draven will come in readied. But even then, you chuck the Draven onto the battering ram, it just gets fight or flighted back. Good old Foff. On the other side, there's way too much might for you to deal with. 15 sitting on that obelisk.
We can attach the longsword. Oh no, okay. Yeah. Not the longsword.
Well, I think we had only the seal, the purple seal, the chaos seal, so you can't use the longsword to equip, right? We could have, of course, actually recycle a rune to get there because we have a Fury rune sitting there, but I think David is just realizing, I think they already realized, I'll be honest, that they don't really have too many ways back into this game. The lines aren't great. Wants to get this fight or flight off the board. And Randy, it's like David immediately passes focus, not activating any triggers on the Draven. And yeah. Randy, I'm just going to say, oh, here's a fight or flight. I'm actually going to bring back my battering ram. You can have the combat. No energy up for David means he can't siren his Draven back either.
No, that's not coming back. That's staying at that battlefield. And again, it just becomes really vulnerable then to Randy's attacks. And I think that's why Randy's like, yeah, okay, you can sit there for a minute. That's fine. I'll take my seat back in a moment.
Yeah, it's just that, it's a free combat win as well.
We love drawing cards.
We do. We do. David goes to 4 passes to turn across to Randy. He'll go to 4 himself immediately with the hold here on the Obelisk of Power. Has a full grip. More full than full, you have to say. You start off with 4 cards in Riftbound, and Randy immediately accelerated to almost twice that. Draw for turn. And yeah, it really feels like a pretty done game.
I think the ganking is being considered here with that Vi, which is kind of why I was really glad to see it, because we didn't see Vi yesterday in any of our matches that we saw. So I'm excited to see it come into play here. A really powerful late game unit. You can recycle cards from your trash to be able to buffer up as far as you can go, just making us so colossal that Draven just won't be able to stand the power.
Deliberately putting the Vi to 9 because the Draven already has 6 on it, and there's 1 Fury Rune available for David. So if David recycles the Fury Rune, goes to 8, it's still too short. Draven now dead. Only a Treasure Hunter available for David. Randy will go up to 5, a couple of turns away from claiming their 7th win here in Bologna.
And essentially that Vi can just kind of keep going with that effect. So you don't want to spend too much on it. You want to be able to have more things in your trash. But equally, like you say, that 9 was the safe number there.
Yeah. Makes the most sense.
Oh no! Gone is the Treasure Hunter. We've got nothing left on David's side of the board.
It feels merciless from Randy, but you must be merciless.
You have to be.
That's how you make sure there are no possible outs for your opponents in games like this. David, just really doesn't have anything. We'll get, I believe, the 2-card draw. I don't think they have anything in hand at the moment, so we'll get a couple of cards to look at on their next turn. Retreat comes out from Randy. Don't even need to look for the holes, can just go in for attacks on their next turn. But as we said, still at 5, a couple of turns away. Uses the seal for the Ezreal, will discard and draw. Only playing 1 of Rasa in this deck. So still doesn't really need the trash to be too big.
No, and again, because we've got the Vi in play, we've just recycled some in anyway, so kind of that wouldn't be a great timing, but honestly, the hand is looking good. I was going to say that. We were going to hide that fight or flight just to give a little bit of extra backup, try and hold that 1 base, and then it's easy to get up to the 8 points for the win. Yeah,
the Vi buff on the might will fall off and can't be activated on your opponent's turn. It's slow speed, so you can't do it in a combat, in a showdown, reaction speed or anything, so that's why you want to make sure there's a little bit of extra protection there.
I didn't see what was drawn there from David, but it looks like something big might be coming our way.
Or David's just like, how many runes do I have?
What have I got left?
It's going to be 3.
Okay.
Where are we going, David?
Last right.
It's really powerful when you have a unit to put it on. And David will have one in the moment. It's going to ready this Noxious Hopeful. Go to the Obelisk of Power.
Okay.
With the last rights equip, has the seal to do so, needs to recycle 2. I believe it has to be the Seal of Discord. Oh, he's going to equip the longsword first. Okay. So the Seal of Discord will need to be used if you want to get that last rights on. It is a purple power, Chaos power. What are we recycling? don't really want to chuck any of the units back because you kind of want those back yourself.
Yeah.
And the small units are fine. A treasure hunter and a stack deck going to the bottom.
Yeah, that makes sense. We need to be able to have the last rights trigger available to us because that's what's going to get us back in the game. We saw it to great effect in game 1, so maybe this is just the extra little bit we need, the extra push. And you're making a really big unit for Randy to have to deal with, which you kind of have to. You don't have a choice. We see a lot of power in base, and I'm not sure that anything's going to be enough, but if anything it will be this Noxious Hopeful with all of the weapons. I don't know how he's holding on to all of those. He's only got 2 arms.
2 arms, 1 strapped onto your leg,
yep.
You know, 1 held between your toes, shovel strapped across your back.
It'll have to be. We don't have a choice. It's like a one-man band.
It's 10 might sitting on the Noxious Hopeful. Treasure Hunter might be played here as well, just for that extra little bit. We didn't. Oh, we did play the Treasure Hunter because from the last rights trigger, but we didn't have enough runes to actually play anything bigger.
No.
Was the main issue. The problem is here, Randy has a Ride the Wind, and David has tried to play around it. We have 4 in the trash, I believe, for Randy, which puts that Vi up to 7. If you do want to ride the wind across. You also have a beast below and the Noxious Hopeful sitting in base, which is 12 power in and of itself.
That's the thing, Vi's already got the ganking, so
Yeah.
we don't even have to use anything to be able to move her across.
True.
She can just jump on over when she fancies, and that's one of the big, powerful moments of that unit, and why I enjoy the utilization of it here so much, is that you do punish those who don't respect that it's already on a battlefield, because you can just recycle from trash and go, okay, anyway, now it's massive, and then she's gonna jump right over to where you're at, and there's just so much power in base already that you can go for that multiple attack line. You can go for 1 combat and then another. So we're going in with the Beast and the Hopeful,
It's 11 into 12.
And that's all she wrote there, that's the Conquer.
Yeah, that it is. Take us to 7. Still need 1 more turn here for Randy. Didn't even, I mean, you didn't need to ride the wind or anything, but
nope.
I think David having no cards in hand for the majority of the game has made it relatively easy for Randy to decide on their lines.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, David's just at the beck and mercy of that top deck. Wow, yeah, okay. Just bulking out that lower battlefield as well, going for the hold there. David would have to take both of these away now, and with no units currently in play, I'd say that pretty much just, if Randy's going all in, all in. I'm going to put hidden cards. We're going with big guys. You've got to take both of these. I can't see it happening, so Randy's just putting all of their balls in every court.
Yeah, fight or flight on either battlefield as well. Just makes it so difficult for David to do anything. We'll see what the top decks are. There's a couple of them.
Are they good enough?
No.
No.
There's a cold shot and something else. And that isn't really going to do anything for you. I mean, you can go for the cold shot. You get another chance to look. We'll repeat it as well.
I think you have to, right?
I mean,
you don't have a choice.
You've got to play for
keep going.
A seal and another cold shot.
Take the cold, you've got to take the cold shot.
Take the cold shot, put
you
that
just
into
keep
hand.
comboing them, but I think at that point, you know the writing's on the wall. This is the card draw we wanted earlier.
Yeah.
This is what we needed earlier on to be able to get back in here. I think it's too late, unfortunately.
Yeah, I must agree. I didn't see anything good.
No.
I believe is it 2 treasure hunters in hand?
I think so.
Yeah, nothing too impressive. I guess we just go for another cold shot.
Yep. And just,
I mean, it's
I
done.
think, no, there's the fist bump. Randy taking it home, bringing the power of the beast onto the battlefield was just too much.
Beast Below I love. It's really good, plays well as a sort of rebuke replacement at times as well, and the ability to bounce back your Ezreal so you get more card draw. Really effective play there from Randy. Like, for David, obviously unfortunate. Didn't really get the card draw that they were looking for. Played really well in game 1 to try and fight back, but as soon as they were really buffing up a treasure hunter and such
in game 2,
it's going to be a little bit of a struggle.
Unfortunately, but we have to highlight that they are still best of Jinx right now.
Oh, are they?
I believe they're still best of Jinx.
Okay.
So we're still looking at a really fantastic position for them to go all the way and take that title.
Oh, they're the highest Jinx.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant they were the only Jinx left.
No. Currently highest Jinx.
Oh, well.
So still doing very well for themselves, still in a fantastic position to be a winner, to be a champion in their own right. Maybe not of the whole event.
I mean, but best of is
a fantastic
an honourable thing to win. An honourable thing to win. I think we have our round 2 in the feature match, or second game of the feature match. Oh, we have an interview first. We're going to hand it over to a winners interview. Randy, let's hear from what he has to say.
Hey, James here with Randy after a successful game in our feature match area. Randy, congratulations on the win. How are you feeling now after round 9?
Feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty confident about this day. 7 more to go and we win the event, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's good outlook on it.
Yeah.
So remind me, what's your standings currently now after that match?
I'm 7-1-1.
Nice. Okay, so in a good spot to go towards that top 8. Running Draven, which I think people have known you recently for playing Sivir. How do you feel about Draven specifically now?
I think Draven is pretty strong. I like Sivir a lot. The issue with Sivir is time. This is the first weekend of the release. People are naturally going to play slower. And that just... Sivir is a control deck. She needs combo/control, but she needs to go the long game. And you put the opponent on the top deck, and if they do top deck multiple times in a row, they're gonna close that game they shouldn't be closing. And you have to go to game 3, that's like very, very advanced in the timer on the round. So it's very difficult then to close that game. You don't really lose, you just draw, and drawing is kind of losing in a tournament that long.
Do you feel like the difference between the two Draven decks? I mean, we have the Miracle deck and we have the mid-range deck. Do you feel like time is a difference in either of those matchups?
I mean, obviously mid-range is quite faster because you don't have that much action to take in your turn compared to mid-range. But I do still think Miracle can finish games in a reasonable amount of time. I play pretty fast, so I'm not worried about that too much. I don't like to press my opponent, so I'm very unlikely to do it, but I will still do it if they are taking way too long.
Right, I get that, I think when you speak about interactions like that, about time and understanding, I think it's fair to say, of all the players in this room, you perhaps have played the most high-level Riftbound at this point, having spent a month over in China playing in the regional qualifiers. Like, how important for you is that you now have multiple tournaments for Riftbound specifically in your expertise?
I think it's pretty interesting. To be fair, I considered Sivir for this event for a long time. My friend convinced me on Draven because people in China, I felt were playing pretty slow already, but I just think that's naturally just player taking their time and thinking. But it's way, way longer here because it's new. So I like my expertise allowed me, I guess, to get to know all the decks better, but that's from testing mostly. Just overall tournament experience, knowledge has improved, but it's very similar to other TCGs I've played into. So I don't think the difference I'm trying to make comes from the expertise, but more from testing and improving and deck building and all that stuff.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, thank you so much, Randy. Look forward to seeing the rest of your results, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Welcome back to RQ Bologna. Great to hear from Randy, having a great performance so far. I will say, never expected Beast Below to be that near the top cut. Like, what a card, what an inclusion, giving yourself the mic while having that rebuke on top of it. Really fun stuff, I would say, from Randy.
Honestly, I've got to say that isn't the only time I've been pleasantly surprised by an inclusion in a deck this weekend, and I could not be more thrilled because that really shows the innovation and deck building that has gone on even since the last event that we saw in Houston.
Yeah.
From then to now, the meta has developed and people have thought of their own ways of defeating and overcoming obstacles, and I love that.
It's so much fun. We are going to get into the second game of round 9 here as we are jumping into game 3 of this second feature match.
I gotta say, I'm really jazzed for this one.
Yeah?
I really love this this combination of decks, and I'm interested to see how they interact with one another. I have played this this interaction once before, and I had a blast. So, but I think I just really enjoy playing Riftbound, so maybe I'm biased.
I mean, I think we all do, right? Imbo Slice here on the Draven side of the matchup. We'll have a look at their deck list. Again, relatively mid-rangey. You've got less of the Miracle package.
Yeah.
None of those cool shots, but things like the Mind Splitter for top end, Ferris Forerunner as well. You're looking to control the board early and then really overwhelm with quite high mites later on and with control of your opponent's hand. On the other side, though,
I'm pretty jazzed about this one. We have playing Renata, something that I haven't yet been able to talk about, we haven't been able to feature yet, but a really fantastically imaginative way of working with a deck. It's got its own kind of purpose. It's got like an alternate win condition, and I love that. It's so fun. It's like you're working to a different goal to everyone else. And then they have to react to that in an interesting way to be able to get around it. You don't want to let Renata get all those gold tokens. You don't want them to be able to score extra points outside of the usual realm.
Yeah, and especially if you can get to a Forge God pretty early, you are generating quite a few gold gears in this deck, meaning your Forge Gods get very big very quickly and can be quite hard to deal with unless you have targeted removal. Justa is our final Renata player in the tournament, so they have won that best of metal card for Renata. Aren't playing it here. I think you have to wait until you're out of the tournament before you can claim your metal card prize, which does make a lot of sense and could even be looking for the top first place prize as well with that Blade of the Ruined King 1-of-1 card. Let's get into it. At the bottom we have a Vilemor's Lair. At the top it's a Targon's Peak. I mean, Justa will be very happy getting the Orns onto Vilemor's if they can. Renata, if you don't know what it does, because you don't often see it, when you are holding, or an ally if you're playing 2v2, you can exhaust a gold gear, exhaust Renata, Ken Baroness, to make a gold gear. Pretty effective, and then when you're within 3 points of whatever the point total is, here it's 8, your gold also add an energy when you sacrifice them.
Which is pretty crazy, and we've seen kind of the way that these decks like to work is they jump really quickly from 3 points to 8 just out of nowhere. So allowing them an early lead in points is really scary. You want to try and avoid letting them do that, because then they're able to make that jump really easily once they've got their resources high. So this is where Draven actually kind of comes into a really great effect in this, is that Draven does have that early game push and power. And actually we're seeing that in hand already. We've got a really good split of kind of cheaper units with the Noxus Hopeful. We can play the stack deck first to get that Legion effect, so it's cheaper to play. So already we're looking at a lot of kind of those early game powerful units that should be able to slow Renata down just a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see where they decide to go. Could also just play out the Kai'Sa and look for Conkers.
Very true, and again, that's not a bad thing. We want to be getting that on the board and just slowing Renata down, putting some threats out there.
Gonna put the Kai'Sa down. One of the big things you have to play around here as the Draven is Singularity. Singularity so powerful in these decks that do like to ramp up the gold tokens. Things like Hidden Blade, Cold the Weak as well. There's a lot of removal for the Renata player. Wages of Pain also really good. Doesn't work too well into Kai'Sa, obviously, because 3 into the 4. We've got a Hostile Takeover in hand. Blood Money as well can be pretty effective. Plundering Power going down. Blood Money, sometimes you are just looking to use it on your own units, and these like Plundering Powers to get that extra gold, to accelerate yourself towards the Orns, towards the Hostile Takeovers, towards those later game portions where you can actually manage to have a little bit more control. But it is going to be Renata Mastermind coming out here. Again, a card that you've probably seen in your pools. You probably open being like, no one likes blue Renata. Well, apparently it can work pretty effectively. If you can generate enough gold, you can get that score 1 point. That can be your winning point as well if Renata is out of battlefield.
And that's what it's all about. You're wanting to have this alternative win condition, or aside the regular win condition, you get a bonus way of winning.
Yeah.
That's so powerful in its own right. Your opponent has to take note of it. They have to be afraid of it. They have to respond to it. You can't just ignore it. It is literally game-changing, and that's where Renata does have some power. And I think that's what we like to see at this day too, actually, is that every single champion can have a chance to be up here. Even if you were thinking, I'm just going to go for best of prizing, hello, we're seeing Renata up here, and I don't think anyone was expecting that. And I love that that innovation has come to our top tables.
Yeah, it's really cool. The best of prizing does just allow that meta to be a little bit more flexible, means that you do start to see matchups like this higher up in the standings. Some people were playing Heimerdinger alongside the Renata because Heimerdinger doesn't copy the I must be at a battlefield for my abilities to be activated text, just copies the activated abilities, but no Heimer in this list as far as I saw from Justa. We see the sacrifice on the Plundering Poe. Kai'Sa is going to go in. I think it was the Hidden Blade, right, for the extra card draws there from onto the Plundering Poe. It looks like it. Kai'Sa goes in, conquers, will get the card draw, and then traveling Treasure Hunter going down towards the bottom side as well for that gold generation. Again,
really important that you just kind of start to push ahead here. If you're Ember Slice, you want to be able to be pushing forward.
Interesting.
Ooh, okay, go for the hard bargain.
On something like a Blood Money is super interesting because like Blood Money is kind of in a inconspicuous by itself. It's inauspicious, like, oh, well, I'll make 1 gold, you know, for killing your treasure hunter. But because you are trying to deny these resources away from Renata, I actually really like the hard bargain early there. Just getting yourself, it's a 1-for-1 in terms of card trades, but you're also denying Justa the ability to get towards that later game portion where you do really want those gold gears.
And that's exactly what you got to be doing. You've got to be able to take that away from them, otherwise they're going to run away with the prize. Okay, back over to Justa now. And I liked that we saw the fight or flight there to kind of remove a hidden card, because Hostile Takeover is such an expensive card but can be hidden and then kind of played for cheap. So they managed to avoid that situation. It wasn't the Hostile Takeover, so that was a shame, but I appreciated the notarization of the threat.
Yeah, I agree. Renata going in, getting the Concon Varmo's lair. It's going to be stuck there. Units can't move to base from that battlefield. We'll now look towards, I believe, just playing an Ornn out here. It's a little unprotected in terms of Ornns. You don't actually have any gear, so it's not getting that buff, but Deflect 2 is so difficult to deal with for a lot of decks. You're playing a Rebuke and you have to put 4 power, recycle 4 of your runes to deal with this Ornn. Really tricky overall. It's just going to be a kind of Voltron-style Hider card as well. And Imbo Slice now needs to work out, when do I deal with this Forge God?
It's a really big threat, especially with that hidden card, knowing that Renata does have a lot of really fantastic hidden cards that they can employ. I think having those hostile takeovers is so scary. Like, that's something that I'm afraid of when I'm playing into a Renata deck. I'm not very pleased about them taking my unit and using it against me. That's not my favorite thing, I gotta say.
Yeah.
So I think it really does pose a big threat now on this Valmor's Lair, really kind of making Valmor's Lair work for you in that I can't move back to base. Okay, well then my guys here are gonna be so strong that I'm gonna try and just keep them there no matter what.
It looks like, and this is us with perfect information, of course, it is a Wages of Pain hidden there, not the hostile takeover in the end, or a hidden blade. So just going to be able to do 3 damage to something coming in, making sure that you trade effectively. Also makes you a gold gear, which makes your Ornn stronger.
Which we love.
1. Yeah, I mean, I love it when I get to see this blue Ornn, even if it's not the Forge God himself leading the charge, that fire below the mountain. For now, though, Imbo Slice going to do what Dravens do, which is look through their deck. Mind Splitter, so strong, especially if you want to get rid of something like that hostile takeover from hand.
In this matchup, but is it too early? It's not too early, they're going for it, and I think that's the right decision.
Yeah, the other option was Overzealous Fan to try and add a little bit of protection to your Kai'Sa on this top battlefield, but I think getting more information makes a huge amount of sense.
I think that's exactly it. You want to be able to know what your opponent has in hand, especially against maybe something you haven't tested against, right? If I'm playing Draven, I'm probably not testing against Renata. I'm going to be honest with you. And so if I need to have a little peek at my opponent's hand to know exactly what's going on in there, then Mind Splitter is a perfect way to do that. Looks like we're just testing the water here. Just saying, okay, well, are you going to use that card? What's the response? Yes, of course it was a Wages of Pain. So we're just going to resolve that now. Of course, Nox is hopeful. Does
but
it's down, but
no, it survives through it because it's only 3 damage from the Wages of Pain, so it still trades in with the Renata, 4 might into 4 might, which is, I mean, nice for Imbo Slice getting rid of one of them. Buffs up the Ornn though for Justa, and then the Darius used as the second card for the turn after that stacked deck earlier. Darius can now go into the Ornn. That Ornn only has 5 might, and now Ornn down as well. Nicely done by Imbo to take back that battlefield and deny a couple of the big threats that Justa had developed.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm really impressed that came through that quickly. Being able to take back that Valmor's Lair was very impressive, and now we know obviously they've got that threat of Mind Splitter in hand as well, and they can kind of keep that pressure up now that they have kind of made Justa's board just kind of really quite lackluster, and losing that Renata is absolutely huge at this stage. Gonna have to spend the gold as well going in here, of course, to Singularity, just to try and turn the tide back in Justa's favor.
Yeah, just slow down Imbo Slice as much as possible. Singularity coming out. Reaction from Imbo is going to be the spinning axe to make sure Draven, Darius, in fact, now you've got me doing it as well. Make sure Darius sticks in there with the +3 might. And so Darius will survive through it. Kai'Sa will go down, but for Imbo, it's like, well, I'm at 4, you're at 2, I hold to 5, and then I can accelerate out another Kai'Sa, I can play my own Vanquisher if I want, just try and control this board, just investing his entire turn in killing 1 Kai'Sa. Yeah,
and that's the thing, like, it's just a high cost and for little reward at that point, unfortunately, with the spinning axe coming in.
I think it's Mind Splitter time.
I think it might be.
It's really denying.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Do you want to know a fun fact from this event?
Yes.
Spinning Axe is one of the most purchased cards from our vendors.
Oh, what a surprise.
Yeah, I know.
With Draven being like 83 of the top 240 decks.
Yeah.
I am shocked. Shooketh. Hostile takeover here, most likely to be
yes.
removed.
Having a read there, I can, as I said, understand that, and is definitely one of the bigger threats there. We have things like Stupefy as well, which, you know, does help with the card draw for your opponent,
Sure.
but I think the hostile takeover is just too scary, especially when you've just put the Mind Splitter itself down, because that's like the perfect target, or a great target for this hostile takeover. A hidden card, which then is so much cheaper to play. You just need to recycle one to hide it, and then you kind of play it essentially for free when it's used as a reaction. So I think it has to be the hostile takeover, but I can understand not wanting to give your opponent more card draw.
Yeah, there's the interesting, like, maybe you take away the Hidden Blade because it is just a direct kill spell. It would get you 2 cards from it, but the hostile takeover does have to target a unit at a battlefield.
That's
so you
true.
could target the Darius and ready it, but then it's still kind of stuck at the battlefield, you know?
We've gone for the Hidden Blade, yeah, I think that was a really good tell. But at least they're aware of the threat now, and that's the great thing about being able to see your opponent's hand, right?
Yeah, and knowing that the hostile takeover is there, but without any units, just it is going to be struggling.
And I suppose that's the thing as well, there's no units. So hostile takeover currently can't do anything because you need to have things out of battlefield, and that's just not possible right now without an accelerate unit, which we don't have. Oh, we're
So
going
take
for
over on the Darius,
straight over on the
you
Darius.
gain control of it, it does get ready, but it's stuck on Varmor's lair anyway.
Yeah, it can't
if you've
go
drawn
anywhere.
a Hidden Blade though, you can kill it yourself now, or look for Death Grip, which gets you a card draw anyway. So it's kind of it's a way of Hidden Blading, but having to use 2 cards to do so.
It's an expensive Hidden Blade.
Very
It's
expensive.
Hidden Blade with extra steps.
Yeah.
And I like it, but also frustrating. But go for the Stupefy for the draw
Stupefy
card as
first
well.
for
I
the
like
draw,
that.
and then likely Death Gripping here for the final draw in the end.
Which I like. It's removed the Darius from the board. Which,
Decides against going for the Death Grip.
Okay,
And there's
looks
the scoop.
there it is. Just realizing that we've lost too much momentum there. And yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting to me. I wonder if maybe I'm misreading hostile takeover and you doesn't count as a friendly unit, because Death Grip has to target a friendly unit, but
Yes.
I mean, as you said, it could be that the players don't know much about the Renata matchup, and it could be that perhaps we don't know as much about it as we would like as well. But the scoop comes out. In the end, Death Grip not gonna... Oh, is it because you... I know what it is. It's Death Grip has to have another friendly unit to target, right?
Yes, it does.
And so
You're
because
right.
you can't Death Grip when you only have 1 unit. Yep, that's entirely on me. You can't Death Grip, guys, but we've got there.
And
We worked
again,
it out.
it's one of those scenarios where there just weren't enough units. We just didn't have enough. Even using hostile takeover just wasn't quite enough.
Yep.
It just wasn't there, and that's what we saw with Jinx earlier. And now we've seen it with Renata. And that's, I think, where our more aggressive builds of decks that we've seen do so well over the last 2 days have really shone, is that actually just having units out. Doesn't matter what they are.
You just need stuff to be
You
able to target,
You
right?
just need some,
Yeah, I like the line. I think if you did have maybe a little bit too much investment in the Ornn and the Renata without too much backup there on the Varmor's lair. But overall, great play from our Draven players as they continue to make their way up the standings. We're going to go to a short break as we get ready to swap in to the second set of casters. We've been Medic and Amy. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the Bologna Regionals for Riftbound here. We're heading very quickly through our 5 rounds of Swiss today. We're already in round 2 now, which is technically round 10. That's how that works, of the tournament. James O'Leary, joined by Leonard Koenig here to take you through all the action here. And I'm looking forward to this one. We just saw some interesting decks. We saw Randy on stage as well. So now's where we get to see the names.
Yeah, definitely. And now in the next few matches that we're going to see for round 10, we have some players that I have been wanting to feature for the entire tournament. We have spicy deck list, we have big names in TCG communities, we have big names in the League of Legends community for this one. So I really just cannot wait to get the action started.
And this is fun because anytime we see a spicy deck on day 2, it means they're actually performing with it, which is different. I mean, day 1, I think we got some good results with like a Rumble that made it towards day 2. But now it's like we're getting ever closer to determining top 8, and you're like, ooh, team that is actually competing up at that top level. Makes for quite an interesting story. So I can't wait to get into this matchup. And we've been looking at the metagame through day 1 quite a lot. I think now we get this important break point of like, how did each deck do with getting into day 2? Because that was, of course, the big moment. You were playing for 6 wins. You were trying to get through into today's play. You can see no surprises that Draven does make up the majority share, just over a third of decks within the day 2 pool of champions. But then behind it, there's a good breakdown of quite a few other champions.
Excuse me, what is Jinx doing there in the top 8 decks? There's also quite a bunch of Ahri players. Sivir, I expected almost a little bit higher, to be honest, because Sivir usually, when great Riftbounders take that deck to a tournament, the conversion rate is usually very, very high. But look at these numbers, 83 Dravens, and then it goes down to 33 and 31 on Irelia and Kai'Sa, and then all of a sudden the big drop to Ezreal, only 14 players, and keep in mind we had 1 player undefeated yesterday.
Yes, touching on the Sivir, I actually spoke to Randy a little bit in the interview following Randy's series. He was saying that just kind of going to time is really painful. You don't want to end up in that draw bracket very frequently. So a lot of players kind of moving away from Sivir in that regard. But when you do get a player that is able to play either the Miracle Sivir or the Aurora Sivir, we've seen results on both, so not too much of a surprise. And I think looking at Draven, Irelia, Kai'Sa does make sense. For me, Irelia and Kai'Sa are kind of like playing rock, paper, scissors of like Kai'Sa wants to dodge Irelia at all costs, and that's kind of where you get through, whereas Irelia is looking to feast on any Kai'Sa matchups that they can play up against.
It's really a hard counter matchup, and there are so many different matchups, so many Miracle decks as well. I think the burst of Jinx that made day 2 can also be explained by the mere fact that this deck can also just run Miracle versions. We have seen ones that are slightly less Miracle and even go into the discard version of the deck with a Super Mega Death Rocket. But yeah, I think that many players who wanted to go for metal cards just decided, hey, put 3 Seal of Discords in my deck, Ezreal Prodigy, and then we'll see where we're going from there.
We're not playing the champion so much as just, playing the archetype of the deck and making it work. We'll keep tracking best of stories throughout the rest of the day, and we're heading into our round 10 match, our first series here on the feature match together for the day. And we got an interesting one. As you said, a Teemo player on board. Teemo on duty for round 10. I believe it's going up against Irelia, but we'll take a look at the Teemo deck list first.
That is the good old Specimen, a TCG caster as well. I've had the pleasure to work with him a few years ago. He is incredibly talented, not only funny, but also a really strong player. And he has decided that it's time for some miracles as well in the Teemo deck. Plays triple Ezreal Prodigy, Seal of Discord, and is also playing Nocturne. Horrifying. But now I want to mention one thing. Usually in Origins, Teemo that did not play Scout, but the other Teemo, the Mine Teemo, forgive me, I don't know the name by heart, those were the deck lists that were playing Nocturne, because you could look at the top 5 cards of your deck when you're defending, but this deck actually just goes for Cold Shot and stack decks and tries to get the Nocturne out that way.
But also, like, looking at this as like this version that has Pit Crew as well. We'll touch on it within the game too as we look over at the Irelia. So Irelia, I know we've had some on broadcast. It's actually yours and my first time casting Irelia. So Irelia is essentially a deck that revolves around making sure Irelia can score as much and be as mobile as possible. Same with Lonely Paro. Relies on things like Guardian Angel and combat tricks, Zhonya's Hourglass, in order to keep Irelia alive. And really important to just move around the battlefields, get as many points as you can, and then just kind of like defy, hold through things. Not so fast is great, and Defiant Dance, a signature spell, key for that big swing of might in a battle, like in a showdown situation.
Defiant Dance is, it's like a spell Thousand-Tailed Watcher, right?
It's so good.
Incredibly strong.
If Thousand-Tailed Watcher also made your unit stronger.
Yeah, that's true.
It's so bad. Like -2 for the opponent, and you get +2. You're like, yes, I'll take a 4-might swing any day.
It's really, really good. GG easy, says Specimen, with the bling
Wow.
chosen champion, the Teemo Scout.
And if you want to get a GG easy Teemo, what you have to do is attend a lot of Nexus Nights and get a lot of Nexus Night promo packs and be lucky to pull one out, because it is one of the most coveted cards that comes from those Nexus Night promo packs, at least from Origins. I actually don't know whether it comes in set 2.
I'm not too sure about that, but also about the Teemo deck. You have a built-in 2-drop. It is phenomenal. It's not really in the Draven meta, I will give you that 2-drops aren't that important anymore, but it's really cool that you can just play your chosen champion unit on curve.
Yeah, it's a good 2-drop. Another 2-drop we've seen a lot of is the Lonely Paro on the other side for Irelia. For me, I've been wondering, like, how good is it compared to, like, Watchful Sentry and Ahri? I'm like, do I want a 2-drop that is going to draw me a card every time, or a 2-drop that's slightly stronger that might draw me a card? And I think I'm leaning on the side of Lonely Paro. That extra might can be quite helpful. Not such a factor in this matchup, because this is not an Ahri match, but Teemo is going to go over to the battlefield for the first point of the game.
And the Candlelit Sanctum is also another trigger that you can use to find that Nocturne. In this case, of course, did not happen, but you're looking at the top cards.
Yeah, of course, because players that maybe haven't used Nocturne too much, if Nocturne is revealed, you just get to play it.
Yeah.
If it's revealed from the top of your deck, you just get to play it.
Yeah. I don't even think it's revealed. If you're looking at this card, because Stack Deck doesn't reveal the cards to the opponent.
Sorry, you know, that's
it's revealed to you.
Yes. That is a very good differential that makes sense of why it works.
We're going for a card sharp. Now Irelia, of course, kindly declines the offer to take 1 gold to just not give this deck so much ramp, and now Card Shop is looking, and I'm quite curious to see if we're going to see my favorite card from the Irelia strategy, the Stellarcorn Herder, anytime soon.
Yeah, which is a card that I think is very well placed to just be annoying in the metagame, where it's like, I'm just going to move around and draw a ton of cards. It's a card that I think people really highly rated and then moved away from, and I actually think it's going to come back in a little bit of popularity, especially as more people play things like, I know this sounds weird, but playing against Kai'Sa, obviously you want the Irelia matchup, and Stellarcorn Herder is a great way of just making sure you continue to draw cards. There's a lot of like bolted on card draw in this. You have Discipline card draw, Stellarcorn Herder, you're playing on the Dreaming Tree. Like, a lot of things allow you to draw 1 or 2 cards throughout the game.
Especially with the Dreaming Tree, Stellarcorn Herder can be completely broken against some matchups, because every time you move a Stellarcorn Herder into the Dreaming Tree, your opponent tries to remove it, and you have something like a Fight or Flight or a Flash. You just get more draws from the card because of the Dreaming Tree, and then also from the Stellarcorn Herder.
And that's where it's miserable against like matchups like Kai'Sa that rely on like somewhat location-based damage at times. It's like you can defy, you can do any kind of thing to say, nope, that's actually not going to go through, and I'm going to get the massive value.
But for the Irelia player, if you're dodging a spell with a Stellarcorn Herder and you get extra draws, it's like instant John Hamm meme. It's this instant you're standing in the club and you're just enjoying life. This is what it feels like to get free draws dodging spells with Stellarcorn Herder.
I wonder how it's going to go in the Teemo matchup. I will say this is not a matchup that I'm as familiar with. It's not one that we see at a competitive level very frequently. Irelia, I'm more familiar with some of the other matches, but when I think about it, not a lot of what Teemo wants to do you know, is the equivalent thing that Irelia is strong against. Yes, there's some things like Fight or Flight, there's a lot of the purple cards that move, but not many of those cards actually kill. I'm looking towards the mine side of things from Teemo's deck to actually remove units from the battlefield. So I wonder whether there's extra value from things like Guardian Angel, because there are fewer ways to actually remove a unit from the battlefield or from the base for Irelia.
I think Guardian Angel is always great, right? The card is so incredibly strong if you put it on one of your important units. This is a card why people just side deck so much gear removal in their decks. Some things like Factory Recall, or in other decks Thermo Beam, because you just gotta get rid of this. But I think the good thing about Irelia is you have plays into almost every matchup, right? Your deck, it tries to just ignore the other player, right? You're trying to score your points with your Audacious, you're trying to just defend. You focus on your own Irelia, as you should. If you're playing top lane, you focus on yourself, you ignore everything else that's happening, and you just try to get your Irelia through. Or Draven Audacious.
I believe it was stacked deck. We're seeing 3 cards. There's an Edge of Night, a card that we haven't talked about too much yet. An equipment from Spirit Forge that you can hide at the battlefield and reveal. Again, anytime you're playing against Teemo, you always have to make a lot of kind of like calculations of, okay, if it's Teemo that's hiding, what's my best play? If it's Edge of Night that's hiding, what's my best play? If it's Switcheroo that's hiding, what's my best play? If it's Fight or Flight that's hiding, what's my best play? And the key thing I'm getting to here is it's really difficult to know the exact line that you have to calculate past.
It really is a headache. We get the Azrael in play, but by the way, that's the best thing about Teemo in a closed decklist format, right? If you're playing open decklist, your opponent actually gets to just see which card they have to play around. But here, you also have to factor in cards like Consult the Past.
I was going to say, sometimes it's just to consult the past, and you don't care so much about it, and it doesn't change a fight. But one thing I wanted to kind of talk about, we were talking about ways of removing from the battlefield. From what I can see, there's nothing in the main board of like a singularity to kind of go through. But again, when you're trading that against the GA, you're like, is that how you want to play that? This is going to be like a very mobile game with a Teemo that wants to use Pit Crew and Call and move it around, compared to an Irelia who is like, I'm going to be able to survive for a while. Very interesting.
Teemo might try to outvalue at some point. You're also playing cards like Rebuke. Which can be incredibly important there. Dodging Guardian Angel. After side decking, I think Irelia always gets a little bit weaker because the gear removal is just coming in. So it's always very decisive if you're seeing an Irelia match, who wins game 1. Because you're on the back foot on Irelia if you're not winning game 1. Of course, some people have also dedicated some main deck slots to gear removal. I mean, every Order deck that I've seen this weekend has played Salvage in the main deck.
Yeah, and while this isn't relevant to this matchup specifically, I think that comes from like the strength of Spinning Axes and a few of the other... Like, there's a lot of decks that have very, very strong equipment in them, whether it's a Guardian Angel, a Spinning Axe, you know, whether it's the Lucian deck that relies on kind of the combo of going around with the Skyfall and Trinity Force. So I think right now there's value in running equipment removal, gear removal in the main board. But then it's about like, where's that fine line? How much you cram into a deck for a game 1?
Because if you're playing versus Kai'Sa, then all of that is useless. However, I'm a big fan of cards that can help you make it easier to side deck, right? In some decks, you play something like Traveling Merchant. Sometimes you have Zorn Warrens as your first battlefield. In those decks, it's incredibly easy to side deck because you just play risky cards in the beginning. And if you're playing Salvages, for example, and your opponent's playing Kai'Sa, you're like, I'm going to discard them game 1, and then they go into my side deck.
That is very true. So options in hand, we see a Divine Dance. He is on his Hourglass. There's a Stellarcorn hitter there. We did just have the Irelia Fervent played to the base and does now have the GA. So Irelia feels pretty good at this point. As you said, like, there is a Rebuke there to deal with the moment that Irelia does go aggressive, but it's not that costly. You're actually not so unhappy with it going back to hand. It does slow you down, but it's much better than when it goes into the trash and you have to try and figure out ways to play around the rest of the game.
I mean, you're losing some of the tempo, but then again, there is so many defies, there is so many not so fast that a Rebuke, if it's one of your, like, the less targeting spells you have in your deck, the less likely it is becoming that they are going to resolve, you know, because if you're only playing those power spells that are basically drawing those counter spells to them, you're barely going to get everything resolved. I can even see, unless your opponent's completely exhausted on runes, I can see those cards not even being played, even if they would help you.
Yeah, that's totally fair. You can see right now in this situation from Crows, the Irelia player, rarely will you see an Irelia tap out. Like, rarely will you see all runes exhausted. A lot of the time it's at least 2 stay up, because there are options. You have Discipline, you have Defy, you have Not So Fast. Like, there's a lot of cards that can be played from here. So some players might say, hey, you have other plays you can make on your turn. But no, half of this deck is in the safety. Reveal of the Edge of Night. This would indicate that that the card shop is coming back to base, and they're afraid of losing the Edge of Night, because if you move the card shop, you lose control of the battlefield. So,
and we're going to hover over the drop border. We're not going to hoarder over the drop border. This card can come in ready when you have gear or when you have equipment.
Oh, then that's the other half of that, right? Is in fact, you need to reveal it in order to get it ready and contest the second.
2 or more gear. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that
So
makes
we
a
had the
lot more
seal,
sense.
and then we had the Edge of Night. That's a really good read. It's actually nothing to do with the card shop, and then everything to do with the drop border.
And I think you could push the Ezreal into this Lonely Poro, but you don't want to give your, okay, you just do both. Specimen really wants to conquer there, so also is willing to risk losing that Ezreal. However, if you're losing that Ezreal, your opponent is gonna be exhausted on all of the runes. So far there are 2 open.
Yeah.
And you have another Ezreal in hand. That's a unit-heavy hand if I've ever seen one. I don't think you want that necessarily as the Teemo.
I guess you have to play around with a few things. Like, Discipline would be, you know, +2 and a draw card. 2 on guards would make you 6, so then you wouldn't trade.
No, there has to be a Nocturne at some point.
Hasn't happened yet. But you're going to just take more spells that let you look at the top of the deck. So I guess at that point it's like, yeah, I'll put that Ezreal in, and then doesn't force out anything from the hand of Irelia, which that's Crow's playing probably quite conservatively, quite carefully. Wants to say, okay, well, if there is a rebuke or something on the back end of this, I would still want to have my counter available. I don't care so much about the Lonely Power. I will get the draw from it.
Yeah. The thing is, rebuke only removes from battlefield.
Oh yeah, of
so
course.
that the Irelia would still be absolutely safe in the back. But I can still see that you don't want to necessarily trade here with your opponent. It's not units you really value too much. Also, you don't necessarily want to lose your GA, right? If your opponent has some removal spells, which is unlikely in this color combination. Singularity is a good card in Ezreal, but also mainly because Ezreal draws you a card off of it, right?
Yeah.
I can see Teemo decks not playing that card necessarily, maybe siding it in.
Hidden card. Now
that could be a GG easy Teemo. We're already at 4 points on the side of Specimen, so we are reaching, I think we have entered the mid game.
I think that's very fair to say, as hopefully my brain will enter the mid-game at this point. And,
I think you're there.
I'll remember what cards do for a moment. I do think there's, perhaps this is a misread from me on the game, but I do feel like Irelia does need to start contesting battlefields, but it becomes very difficult. Because, for instance, that could easily be a switcheroo, it could be a fight or flight, it's going to delay you, and only having 1 unit to contest a battlefield that has units at it, it becomes quite difficult at that point.
I agree. Also, Teemo is incredibly good at holding.
Yes.
But maybe that was the case in Origins, when you were playing like every single hide card that you could possibly think of. You're playing Ember Monks, all of those cards that sit there at battlefields.
Here comes Boots of Swiftness.
That might be the first big push for Irelia Blade Dancer deck.
And this is where it becomes scary. This is where, so we have perfect information on the game to the point where we, you know, have seen the cards in hand, we know what the options could be. But if you're sat across from a Teemo and there's a hidden card there, you have to calculate, like, okay, what is the worst case of this card? What is the worst possibility, and then work from there. Do I have enough things to work around the worst case, or, you know, anything else? So Irelia gets targeted, we'll get you know, additional might. We'll be able to untap using the Irelia Blade Dancer. Legend ability now with ganking from the Boots of Swiftness is going to go to the battlefield. So here we go.
We're going in, but also with still 5 runes open for Kraus. This is looking good. Teemo GG easy is going to be flipped over. The question is, how are we going to see some of those combat tricks happening? We're already at 3, 6,
it's 11
10
and
might.
7. So here comes Defiant Dance. That will even up, I believe. Yeah, there's a 4 difference between 11 and 7. So mathematically, if I've done everything correctly, it should be the way that it is.
I think we are now at 12.
Oh, because Irelia is going to get as well. Yeah, Irelia.
Then we're at 13 actually, because we have the Guardian Angel and the Boots of Swiftness.
I missed the GA as well.
Yeah, it's
a lot
very,
more.
very small.
It's above what I calculated. So
I think you're very much in the driving seat here if you also have a counterspell, because we know that there might be, I mean, we assume that there might be other cards, or are we just deciding for damage here? Oh no, we're going to respond on the side of Specimen. Taps out, switcheroo, that would be massive.
Yeah, that could be massive, but do we have anything in hand for Irelia? I didn't Okay, it is a not so fast. I was going to say I didn't get a full glimpse of it, but not so fast going to come through and at least deny the switcheroo. And this is where Irelia decks play really well into single target spells.
Wow, look at this, just completely clearing off the entire field there, trading so well on the side of Irelia. Momentum has swung now. Irelia has forever ganking now because of the Boots of Swiftness. This is looking fantastic for Kraus. We're in the mid game. The runes do not resemble that, right? It's right now 5-4. So we are constantly recycling those runes to go for more power plays, to get some more tempo. The Irelia is in the prime position. This is where you want to be as Irelia. Now we actually get to stack our top decks.
Fast, right? Right. It's surely at this point you just used one to refill that off the Candlelit Sanctum. But I guess the problem is that leaves you with shields down a little bit for the turn. I mean, not that the Boots of Swiftness does anything different and just deciding the order on it, but there is a moment now for Specimen where potentially this Irelia for a turn is more vulnerable, since not so fast in hand.
But I mean, you need more removal there. I'm quite surprised, actually. Wow, another zone, yes. I'm quite surprised that in the last turn, Specimen decided to hide the Teemo in there and not the switcheroo, because the switcheroo therefore cost a lot more. And I mean, it was kind of to be seen that the Irelia can really get big in that turn and go in there, because you have to expect at least a defy. I mean, you can't defy switcheroo.
Yeah, I was going to say, switcheroo, it's not so fast, or nobody's really running Windwall main board, so and that's quite a blowout at that point. I was going to ask, like, at this point, how important do you think for Teemo the rune recycling economy is? Because there is a seal, so that did at least account for one of them, which then means you're either recycling one to hide the switcheroo or the Teemo, so you're kind of going neutral on that in some ways. Like, do you think that affects it too much? Is our Teemo player, like, worried for economy on runes?
I mean, as a Teemo player, you generally just pay energy to hide your cards, so I do not think that is the biggest problem, unless you want to have some runes open in the end game there. Okay, so I think that Specimen now, after being so on the back foot with this last turn, you know, the not so fast really took away a lot of the advantage that he had built up. I think we're going to try and build up a lot on the base there. I do not think you can afford to push the card sharp into the Dreaming Tree right now, because Irelia is just going to take it out.
Yeah, exactly. It'll come across.
So I think you're going to try and set up this turn for another push later on. But I have been looking at the list of Specimen that you've been seeing in the beginning. I do not know how many pushes he realistically has. However, Cold Shot, repeated, could find one or two Nocturnes, because at some point you will have to find them.
Hasn't found one off the first. Now looking for what the option is. Cull, I think we already have one in hand, doesn't do too much, so probably the Cold Shot. I think that is what indeed went. Okay, there is one.
There we go.
That means the other card naturally goes to hand, which we're quite happy about going into the next turn. Although, won't be able to accelerate the Watcher. We'll go up to 7 runes on Specimen's next turn.
I mean, your opponent is going to get up to 6 next turn with Irelia that has ganking. Pickpocket is gear removal in the main deck, but Pickpocket exclusively, almost exclusively, works on seals. I mean, there are some cards like Warbox Armor that you can pop, but...
For the first time, for me in Bologna, I get to say, oh, Pit Crew, and we get it moving to the Dreaming Tree with the Cull. This interaction just has something that has tried to be worked out by players at the top level, where you get a Pit Crew, you equip a Cull, because when you conquer, you're going to create a gold token, Pit Crew's going to untap, you're going to be able to move it back and keep it safe. It's something that a lot of people were playing against Draven early on, just to try and say, okay, well, if I can avoid combat, especially in Ezreal decks, then tends to be good. So this time, just going to go sneak a point and move back. At least that means that Irelia sitting on the battlefield is not the end of the world on things.
And we've jumped into another game.
We're getting a look into the future here. We're back.
That was a little teaser, by the way. You saw Rocklow.
We like casting Time Warp.
Exactly.
In every game as possible. We are, of course, running with a little bit of a delay, so just a glimpse potentially into what is coming later. But, you know, an Amuse-Bouche if you would, to whet your appetite.
It's a nice teaser for all of you League of Legends fans, fans of professional play. That was actually Prime League player Rocklo, Prime League player. So we got some stars in the house.
But here we've got a Teemo still going with Specimen, so we will continue to focus on this. So Aurelia moves across to pick up the 6th point, goes to kind of, you know, that winning stage now if you're able to untap. And here is where it's significant, because one of the ways of dealing with Aurelia, at least in some way, for this turn would be to watch her and can you reduce the might without actually targeting her. Not going to be able to play the Watcher even to base, non-accelerated.
And I mean, you said it. This is one of the winning turns. You're setting up with six points, and I'm very confused that Kraus has developed a Stellarchon Herder, because that card is very unlikely going to have an impact in this game, right? You have a double protected Irelia, you have a Zhonya's Hourglass, you have a Guardian's Angel on your Irelia. I think there is always a world in which you want to keep up as many runes as possible to threaten your opponent.
Is the thought process here that, like, I'm looking at what my opponent has economy-wise in this. They're going to have to throw a lot to go through a GA and a Zhonya's, and then on the back end, if I can just equip things to a Stellarchon with like the Boots of Swiftness, Stellarchon will do the job of going from battlefield to battlefield potentially.
I get your point.
Yeah.
However, I think Irelia is so great at pushing, because every time you choose Irelia, you get 1 extra might.
Of course. I'm just saying, like, is it a backup strategy? It's like, hey, if I need it, the Stellarchon Horde is here.
I think it is. And I agree with the backup strategies sometimes. But also sometimes, if you're playing for your backup strategies, you lose the main, most convenient way of winning the game. So, but we're going to see. I mean, Kraus is so far ahead. I don't know how many cards there are in hand for them, because maybe that's also like completely blind in cards in hand, and then there's no reason to keep all of those runes up, right?
Really sounds like a small thing that might be a big thing. Is it also to do with the fact that there is only 1 green rune, and therefore you can't represent having both Defy and Not So Fast?
Yeah,
so it's like, hey, okay, why bluff when it's not even possible?
I think so.
There's a few things. This is always the fascinating thing for me watching the players at this stage in the tournament. Is like, it's impossible for us to know the exact line that results in the plays that are happening. We can speculate on what we think is indeed the case as Pit Crew goes up to the Candlelit Sanctum, and will, of course, now kind of put Specimen also up to 6. This is quite a tense situation to be at.
We found a cold shot on top of the deck and a stack deck, so more cards to cycle through. So we put the stack deck on the bottom of the deck, which I definitely agree with. You do not want to reveal a stack deck with your cold shot. You would rather want to find your cards that have an impact. Specimen not really happy with the situation, apparently, and I think that has to do with your foresight before. This is not a Watcher turn, and Watcher is a card that can get you out of sticky situations, even though in this state of the game, if you're committing to a Watcher, there's nothing else you have.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is like, Watcher maybe, if you can survive this turn, Watcher will probably win you the next turn, like win you the game on the next turn, but how much do you have to expend from this? Now, I mean, there is, I believe, a seal, and there's 1 untapped gold gear, so there's a little bit of a leeway on the power side of things, but it's energy that is the problem here, because you're only 6 untapped awakened runes available, makes it not even an option to play.
What can you do on the side of Specimen? So there is an Aurelia with 7 might. There's Zhonya's Hourglass, there is Guardian's Angel, and there's probably, I mean, Kraus does not look like he has any cards in hand, to be honest. The way he's sitting there with the hands on the chair, that is not a usual TCG position to sit in when you have cards.
I'm pretty sure there's a Not So Fast in hand. I don't think we've seen it since it was put to the top of the deck. I'm trying to think what else we had seen earlier, because I knew the Stellarchon was there. It's been a little while since we actually saw. I think obviously the Defiant Dance was used.
So I think Speci has a decent chance to go for a push here that takes out the Aurelia. Is not going to just take it for free, so there's going to be trades, and it's also going to just trade away the Guardian's Angel.
And I think, again, it leaves you in a situation where you have to assume there's at least 1 counter here, so you need to win this trade just with units.
Yeah.
and then hope that you have something up potentially for the next turn. If you can have hidden cards, maybe using the gold, maybe that'll allow you to maintain control of this battlefield next turn. But this is a very complex situation for both Specimen and Crows to play out.
There's actually 3 cards in hand. We just haven't really seen them before, so that's quite a bunch. The more I think about it, the more I agree with developing the Stellar Corn Herder. Specimen hasn't revealed too many cycling cards from his hand, so the hand has been sticking around quite a bunch. There were so many cards like the pickpockets that have been sitting there for ages. If you play close attention, if your opponent isn't playing too many different cards.
Nothing used, just the Zhonya's.
Yeah, there won't be too much flexibility. I like just using the Zhonya's before because you keep the might.
And importantly, again, newer players, I know that we've got people watching that perhaps haven't played a lot of Riftbound, because Irelia doesn't technically leave the field of play, the status of the unit doesn't change, so all of the equipment stays attached. The GA stays there, the Boots of Swiftness stay there. You don't have to do anything else. Next turn, you'll awaken, be able to use that Irelia going into a battlefield and then gank across using the Legend ability.
Specimen is putting that Azrael onto the Dreaming Tree, trying to hold there. Kraus is going to have a decent push in the next turn. You can easily take out the pit crew. Look at the Candlelit.
No hidden cards. So wait, what is in hand? It's a Watcher, it's a Nocturne. I didn't quite see. It looked like all units. So
yeah, it's double pickpocket.
Oh, okay, and
Watcher
then
and
the Watcher Nocturne, yeah.
So now Irelia awakens, which means she's getting ready, getting one more might. You have 5 might on Irelia, 8 might in total, 11 if you count in the Stellar Corn Herder. You can just push the pit crew, then you need something to choose your own Irelia, make it ready, be able to gank, and then I think you should be golden.
Yeah, speaking of golden, I think there was the Zhonya's that came off the top, which for League of Legends players will understand what I mean by that. That effect being prevalent for many, many years. So there's the first battlefield, scoring up to 7.
And that must be relieving to see for Kraus, because Specimen did not think for a single second if he wanted to respond to that.
There's a Defy out of the Candlelit Sanctum, and then potential. Well, you didn't see the second card. I don't see what's going on top. So essentially, you're setting up, what am I disciplining if I have one in hand? Like, what am I getting? And also Dreaming Tree. Oh, sorry, it's not a Zhonya's, it's a Guardian Angel that came up. There is a Discipline. So there is Discipline, huge. Not so fast in hand. I believe that's another Stellar Corn Herder underneath.
And I think that should be soon game on board, because you can just choose this Irelia once more with the Guardian Angel.
And here's the other backup strategy. Stellar Corn Herder moves to the battlefield of the Candlelit Sanctum, because when you all in here, you're going to try and clear the battlefield, and just in case it's an even trade, you'll be able to go to your turn potentially with a Stellar Corn. Now, we know there is a Watcher in hand, but that doesn't necessarily pan out. But this Irelia, I would imagine, will be strong enough to go over the line here.
Especially with the top deck Discipline. Top decking Discipline into a Dreaming Tree field that is being occupied by the opponent is so huge. That is 2 more cards. And Specimen picks up the card, says, yep, that's GG, you got it. And Irelia takes down that game. And I think we all saw when it went downhill for Specimen, when Kraus took over the game, that was this pivotal, not so fast on the switcheroo.
Yeah, and it felt like, we were saying it's about time that Irelia needs to start contesting, and then turning the corner at exactly the moment in the game where you can turn that advantage for yourself. I'm interested to see the sideboard come through now. We got a Adaptatron. I mean, there's not too much gear in there to do hard bargains there. What would you be looking at from this sideboard of what you want to bring in?
I mean, I think versus a deck like Teemo, it sometimes becomes a little bit iffy to conquer. So Adaptatron is not the easiest way to get rid of those seals.
Yeah, sorry, I was bringing up this in the sideboard. I actually don't think it's what you're looking to sideboard in. I set you up for me sounding silly on that. I was more just looking for your opinion on what to sideboard.
No, I think Adaptatron is actually decent, because you saw cards like Drop Border in the deck list of Specimen, so he is kind of relying on gear as well, so gear removal does make sense. However, if Teemo wants to, you can make it really hard for your opponent to conquer, especially in the mid game. But if you go second, you drop the Adaptatron early, your opponent starts with something like a seal, they don't necessarily, it's tough.
On the other side,
I don't hate it.
Do you think gear is more important then with like Factory Recall? Like, where do you think you go here? Because obviously Fight or Flight and Switcheroo we saw kind of run into counters quite heavily.
You go Factory Recall and hard bargain.
Okay.
in this one. You have seen how your opponent plays, keeping up 2 runes oftentimes. Maybe that was just a game 1 situation for them, but when you hard bargain, it's just a fantastic counterspell if your opponent is on 2 runes and then goes for something like not so fast.
While we're here, I want to draw everybody's attention to the bottom line power nexus as a battlefield. We don't see it very often.
Yeah.
So my interpretation here is on a game where you're able to get the pit crew rolling and get a lot of gold, you can just kind of dump that recycling power into getting additional points. We very rarely see it. This is not a battlefield that many decks can actually utilize, and I'd be interested to see whether Specimen picks it here, because I would imagine that's like a going first battlefield, because you need to get the pit crew out and get that gold really early, is my interpretation. Again, we don't see it.
I mean, if you're going second, you can develop the pit crew immediately.
Sure, true.
And I think what's kind of cool is that...
But you can't play Cull on it.
Sorry?
You can't play the Cull on pit crew.
Yeah, that's true. You just do it next turn.
Yeah, true.
But okay, maybe you want to go for Cull pit crew in the second turn if you go first. That also does work. But I think it's really good that you're not giving your opponent any advantages. That is, the Candlelit Sanctum was also able to stack Krau's deck, while Specimen was never able to find Nocturnes off of it, so there was not that much of a benefit. So your opponent got the same amount of resources out of it as you did.
Fair. As I will admit, the math there is taking me down a line that maybe doesn't quite add up. Sneaky Deckhand gonna sneakily take an early point. This is something that we have seen a lot out of Aurelius, is playing directly to the battlefield. It is Arena's greatest that we're playing, so quick.
Yep, that is also interesting to me to see this Sneaky Deckhand there. If you see a Teemo developed on the first turn, I mean, Sneaky Deckhand might be able to hold here.
Yeah.
That is good, but then again, you could also just play the Sneaky Deckhand to your base and then look at your opponent and go, hey, do you really want to move that Teemo into a battlefield? Also, if you're on the 4th turn, you talked about it before, Pit Crew plus Cull would be of tremendous value here. Then you would have no unit, you would be at only 5 runes on the side of Irelia. You would have very little place to accelerate your own units, and then Specimen all of a sudden would hold with a Teemo and a Pit Crew, go up to 3 already, get some gold, move in the next turns. You know, that would be kind of strong.
I must admit, we're in the hypothetical realm where I feel like what I said might actually just not work out. So here is a Pit Crew. Here is a seal to untap it because Agia is going to come in.
That is also incredibly strong, just to have the Pit Crew ready here to take out the Sneaky Deckhand, and then the Teemo might be able to hold in the Sunken Temple. That is tremendous value just to get it out of a Teemo. So nice tempo plays. We're going to see why this deck of Specimen is playing the Arena's greatest. Again, I understand that you want to hold, but versus a Pit Crew deck, I think playing Sneaky Deckhand into the base and then at least forcing your opponent to spend 1 energy to get the Teemo back to hand could have been a play you can think about.
Now, do we have a follow-up to untap the Pit Crew and bring it back to safety? Not the biggest concern, because Irelia with no units out probably isn't going to contest the Pit Crew on this specific turn, but Irelia does later in the game, you know, have options to kind of punish plays like this. There is a factory recall. We saw it come out of the sideboard. Will now go to hand. So very adept at you know, taking care of things like Guardian Angel, at least for the moment that you need it, I think is the key point.
The card is so incredibly important in that matchup. I mean, that's what you're siding it for, right? You want to take care of this Irelia with a Guardian Angel on action speed. You want to have this blowout turn where your opponent then basically realizes they lost because they have played too bravely with their Irelia. And I think, what can you actually do with 5 runes up? You can play a Stellar Corn Herder, but can you even choose it with too many cards?
You know,
oh, yes, you can.
You can, yeah, and then it's going to be an on guard. I feel like I had a total misread on this, because of course Aurelia is going to untap the Stellar, like whatever unit is played, but with targeting. So
I mean, you need to find something that only costs 1 energy, right? You were at 5, so I think that it is reasonable to predict that this deck is not going to find something there. Stellar Corn Herder now moves into the GG Easy Teemo, and Teemo, unfortunately, will find his way into the trash, so you can't really rely on this constant resource anymore. But so far, the deck of Specimen, it looked like it was just more of a miracle deck. So I do not even think that you're profiting that much of hiding Teemo again and again and again.
Yeah, I wonder, this is one of the considerations that we've talked about, is like how much of playing Teemo is wanting to try and aim for the Teemo best of card, and how much of it is, I think Teemo's the best champion and legend to be playing in this domain. I mean, so many decks running purple just playing a version of the Miracle Shell.
I mean, I love the fact that you can, versus non-Draven decks, just play a 2-drop from your chosen champion zone.
Yeah.
That is, I think, a massive upside for the Teemo strategy. Also very interesting to note, with the on-guard Stellar Conherder play, you got to Mighty status with the Stellar Conherder, got into the Sunken Temple, but then there was not enough energy left to draw a card from that. So that's maybe a slight bullet dodged for Specimen there, even though he lost his oh-so-precious Teemo.
So there's some sequencing that can happen, like looking to see whether there's a way of getting that second battlefield to be contested if you wanted to. I mean, that hidden card always makes it a little tricky. Card spotters are showing us fight or flight, so I'm going to make the assumption that that was what we saw got put down.
Fight or flight, by the way, not the card you want to use on the Stellar Conherder. That really does not feel great. Going to see an Ezreal being played into the arena's greatest battlefield. So
so no, it's okay. I was just looking at how maybe. Ooh,
it's a disc. That's a pricey discard. Review is quite the high value card, especially in this matchup, but you do not want to play into Defies, you do not want to play into those not so fast, especially not by spending 2 power cost. Play out a Cull, ready the pit crew. Do you actually... Okay, you are going in here. You're not playing around crazy hidden cards. Pit Crew is being pushed into the Stellar Conherder on the Sunken Temple. There's 1 energy left up. What is the hidden card that Kraus has?
I think that's what the fight or flight... that's my assumption of what it is, which you can use, you know, on your own Stellar Conherder, and then you're like, oh, that's fine. I'll take a card and trade it for a card. I'm trying to remember what else this Aurelia list actually runs for hidden cards. This was kind of what I was wondering, is like, because Pit Crew will go to the battlefield from, you know, playing the Cull, untaps it, but go to the battlefield. If you conquer this, you'll be able to untap and awaken the Pit Crew again, move it back to the base, and you'll be safe. It does leave your Ezreal a little bit vulnerable on the other side. But there is a hidden card there, of course, and we already talked in game 1 of how many decisions you have to make to try and figure out what that hidden card is going to be, and you know, make the least costly play.
There is a fight or flight on the Stellar Conherder, which is, of course, let's call it a 1-for-1 trade on the side of Kraus. You're losing a card, you're drawing a card with Stellar Conherder, you're keeping your herder alive, but also you paid a power cost for this. You are so deramped right now.
Yeah.
There's another gold gear token, so the deramping will not happen in the next turn for Specimen. Now decides to get the Pit Crew back to safety. Sunken Temple, you would need a lot of investment to get a draw out of the Sunken Temple on the side of Kraus. But Kraus now at 5, has a unit developed, has a bunch of cards in hand. It's a Stellar Conherder. You can get quite the draws off of it. You can set it up for success and then combat your Miracle deck with some draws there.
Yeah, I do just worry, though, that the deramping, has it done too much to kind of slow down an Aurelia at this point, where the Pit Crew is just like doing the loop, just going around the track, picking up everything, both points, like 2 points every single turn. I mean, sadly for Specimen, we actually end in a situation where they're off the even tick of the game. It's not a 2-4, 6-8 game. You're at 5 by the looks of it now, so you kind of have to spend a turn getting it up to 6 and then go for another one.
Stellar Conherder on the Guardian's Angels being pushed into the Ezreal. I really gotta go back again, like the turn of Specimen to push the GG Easy Teemo into the Sunken Temple, because that forced Kraus, if he didn't want him to double hold, to invest so much into the Stellar Conherder, leave the Stellar Conherder there, then also pay a power cost to put the Fight or Flight there, so that's also another power card you're losing, right? And then he was completely out of resources to get another good turn. That is a factory recall on 1 energy left. Is this going to be combated by something like a not so fast?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember whether we had one in hand or not. Isn't going to be used if it was. Of course, the reason for that not so fast does count enemy spells that target gear.
Yeah.
That's a very specific thing. It's units and gear. Now is the question: how much do you sink into keeping this Stellarcorn Herder alive?
I think you really need to use it. I think you need this Stellarcorn Herder. Your opponent's already at 5 points. Oh, we're going to go for the on guard.
Which is the cheapest option at this point, which is good. It gets it done. It gets the work done. It will keep the Herder alive, depending on what this hidden card is. Obviously, Teemo here is a problem, because you can't counter the Teemo. Okay, Fight or Flight on the Ezreal.
That is huge.
Can't be not so
Specimen.
fasted, because it targets the Ezreal, not the Stellarcorn Herder. So that is another significant point of this. You'd be looking for a Defy would be basically the card here that would deal with this. But it's not going to happen. We'll bring the Ezreal back.
Giving the point over, realizing you don't have to panic for points in this situation. Your opponent is still far behind you. And if Kraus wants to play the Guardian's Angel now, you're going to have to pay another power cost. You're going to have to, again, deramp to 3. He is keeping the pressure up while Kraus constantly has to deramp, recycle runes, and stay out of the mid-game.
Oh, and it will be deramping again. And now you kind of have to represent, again, options on two energy available. Options with 2 runes up. Like, what is there? I mean, we know the Defiant Dance is in hand. I think it's 2 copies, actually, that is there.
If you just push into the Stellarcorn Herder and 2 Defiant Dances happen, then there's no runes to play with, right?
Exactly, then there's no counter coming, so you can Fight or Flight or whatever version of spell that Specimen has to turn the tide.
I like that the players are having fun, though. Oh, another Pit Crew is being played. That's massive for Tempo. Pit Crew is being pushed into the Sunken Temple, getting a gold gear token, exhausted, but your own Pit Crew, the second one that has just been played, can be ready. Well, if you have another gear, you can even retreat the Pit Crew from the Sunken Temple, then make it ready again, and then push with 2.
It's like, is there an Edge of Night? Is there another Seal in hand? Anything like that that would potentially give you now 2 Pit Crew untapped? No, it doesn't look like it for now. But going in with a single Pit Crew to play on an even playing field between the 2. Because, you know, if this is Fight or Flight, well, then you just send something else in. You have other options going 1 unit at a time. Defiant Dance is going to come through. So investing the first one. So now this turns off the knowledge that it could be a not so fast at any point in this matchup. It could basically be a Defy, but down to 2 runes.
But I mean, down to 2 runes is absolutely crazy, right? You have used a power to hide a card in the arena's greatest battlefield just to use the Defiant Dance from hand. You're gonna go down to 4. You can't even play your own Irelia Fervent next turn. Now, is it time for a switcheroo? Because you know that you cannot be... Yep, there's switcheroo coming. Pit Crew is on 5. Stellarcorn Herder goes down to 1. What other cards can you use on the side of Kraus?
If you want to deramp down to 1, you can use the other Defiant Dance, right? So you switcheroo and then you're going to even trade. You'll both be 3, but do you even want to do that? Is that even... Oh, the Fight or Flight's there, sorry, it was hidden. So we'll react with a Fight or Flight before switcheroo, and switcheroo is people at the same battlefield, units at the same battlefield. So that of course is the easier way out of that.
That is really well played from him with the immediate reaction of the Fight or Flight.
And that now means that a subsequent showdown is harder to break through, because now the Stellarcorn Herder is 5 already. Switcheroo's gone. You kind of assume probably harder to get through. No reason to kind of rush into it.
Thing is, you're already at 6 on the side of Specimen. Just retreating the Pit Crew here could be a decent spot here. Your opponent is not going to go anywhere with holding to 5.
Which, that's an interesting conversation, because as I was saying, we're in a game where Specimen was at 5, only needed to get to 6 from the hold. So actually, was there maybe presence of just saying, okay, I'm not going to throw anything at the Stellarcorn Herder this turn? Or is it, in this situation, useful to burn the Irelia resources and say, a Pit Crew for you deramping twice is actually worth it for me?
100%. I think you want to starve your opponent out as much as you can, especially when you're up on points, right? Then it's really worth it to just slow your opponent down the most if you're getting closer and closer to that victory.
And it certainly feels like Specimen is getting closer and closer at this point. Looking on 4 runes, what is available? There is a Charm in hand, but you know that's not exactly the spot that you want to be when your units aren't on a battlefield. It's going to be deramping now into looking like an untap.
Wow.
Like ready the Stellar Corn Herder and equip the GA, move to a battlefield, maybe.
Oh,
this is so difficult.
Another energy is being used by Specimen to respond. Are we going to stack deck here on Declaration? Are we going to use it on action speed just to get full use out of our energy? Well, you just
let it pass priority, let it resolve.
I mean, I think you're just absolutely fine with 2 runes being open on your opposing side. Kraus has managed phenomenally so far in this game to just always avoid the big pushes, but he's keeping himself low on the resources.
Yeah.
He has so many cards in hand. I mean, if this was an Aurelia or even a Stellar Corn Herder, but he would be at 8 runes, this would be impossible to win almost for a Specimen.
To be pedantic, but just as somebody who loves Stellar Corn Herder, just whenever you go into a showdown with a Stellar Corn Herder, remember it's a move trigger for the draw.
Yeah.
So could have been significant, not in this way, because if, say, the top card is like a Defy or something, like that changes that before you pass priority, right? You don't want, if your opponent like has something and then you're like, oh, the top card was Defy, actually, you want to sequence that properly. It's like get your move trigger done first before the showdown becomes active, and of course you then get priority as the active player. So just, I know the players are shortcutting, of course we're in a feature matchup, it's just something for that I always like to try and say for people who are at their Nexus night and stuff like that, like there's these little reminders that are useful to keep track of. As I don't think it's possible to understate the amount of pressure that goes on as a feature match. I mean, you've played many in your time in other card games on a national level, so you very much can speak to that, of like the pressure of being in this moment where you're looking for top 8 and every single decision and interaction is like highly scrutinized by both yourself, your opponent, and everybody watching, like us. We're just chatting about it. But
there is a lot of pressure. There is a lot of things you have to go. Oh my goodness.
That timing on finding a factory recall, not even from the stacked deck. Sometimes the deck is stacked already.
Yeah, exactly. So sometimes you just find everything you need. Now stacked deck. Are we going to see a Nocturne? Is Nocturne perhaps a card that you side out in this matchup?
I was also wondering whether you side out things like the Rebuke, some of the copies, and a little bit of the Fight or Flight because of the counters. But Nocturne very well could be one. There is a Defy.
And that is something that I kind of like. You want to give your opponent a hard time, right? You want them to not find another option, another out to your Stellar Corn Herder there.
Yeah, although the problem, so I guess, wow, are you going to 0? If your only card that's castable, right, is Defiant Dance. I see a Charm in hand as well there, so you're basically saying, well, I don't want you to have any options. Yeah. But I basically don't have any options for myself.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, oh wow, using this immediately, I love this play from Specimen to not go into the combat there, but to say, hey, if you have another Defy, you can use it now, and then
I'm free to take the combat. Yeah, exactly. The combat becomes a whole lot easier. And also, you know, so we talk about this in card games. Sometimes you just have to make them have it. And if they're using a stacked deck searching for an answer, maybe the other card in hand isn't as useful. A lot of the time you do use your least useful card first, but a card like stacked deck, I don't want to let you see 3 cards. I really don't want you to be able to look at more.
That's absolutely true. Now, honestly, when we're looking at this possible game shot from Specimen, I know he needs to play. We know he needs to play around the Defiant Dance. I think he's very well aware of that, and his opponent has sequenced his plays in a way that there is only 1 rune left available, but it's open. There's so many cards in hand. The thing is it enough to push with 3 units? Let's count.
Well, as much as let's count, I agree. There is only 9 minutes left on this round, just under 10 minutes. And this is, of course, an extremely important game. And for Specimen, he needs to be able to win this and then potentially win the next game. For Crows, looking obviously to close this out as a 2-0, have to consider time at this point. You can't spend too long adding up if you are Specimen.
The thing is, if you clear the Stellar Corn Herder somehow, if you push every single unit you have, there is Defiant Dance can only do so much, right?
Yeah, you know it's a 4 might swing, so you just need to be above 4.
So if you push all of the units in there, you go to 7, and then how are you not going to hold against 3 runes? What is happening from 3 runes that is threatening you?
Yeah, that's very true. So it's 3, 6.
I think it's very understandable that the players are taking their time. Of course, sometimes routes to victory seem almost too easy, right? And also, there's always the option that we are missing something.
Yeah, I'm wondering what we're missing, because isn't it...
All right, I think...
Wait, but hang on, isn't this a way that you trade down? Am I missing something that Ezreal plus the equipped pit crew, or the other pit crew plus the Ezreal was 7? And Defiant Dance math would be 3...
It would
yeah, maybe it would be even trade and you lose both. So maybe at this point...
And that is a little bit annoying, because if you're trading... I mean, you're not trading down afterwards, right? You're not losing the might, so you can push the 2 pit crews into the Stellar Converter. It's basically still the same thing, but now you know what you're dealing with. There is
okay, yeah, and you get the other side of it. Yeah, that's fair.
There's no rune left open. Your opponent is going to basically start the game from scratch at only 6 points with 2 runes and a full bunch of cards in hand. Wonder what we're discussing here right now, because that seems like a
minusing the might. Oh, okay. This is the other way. Is if the Defiant Dance doesn't have to target the Ezreal.
Oh.
So you actually sap the pit crew that's in base, and now.
So now
it is still even. So you lose everything if you go in on the battlefield here, but the Stellar Converter dies as
really
well.
Needed to push everything there.
That was. I guess this is the real fine detail here. Is I was wondering about just moving with 1 unit, if that was enough. I didn't see the line of targeting the pit crew in the base, and that does then force you to go elsewhere.
All right,
so get up to 7.
Now you get another. I think you're definitely trying to hold here, right, with the 7.
Yeah.
Because otherwise your opponent is going to go to 7, push back into the base, and then play just something to target.
Crows can't even Boots of Swiftness, because that's 3.
I think Specimen is really still just... He just needed to get this rune out of the way to push 7 might into the arena's greatest, and then try and hold, and now it is on Crows. Wait, what can Crows do in this scenario to get rid of this situation?
The answers just aren't great, because it's like...
I think it's on guard, Defiant Dance.
But yeah, I guess because you can untap the Stellar Converter, so you bring it back, Aurelia, Legend, and then a pump spell potentially gets you over the line.
I think if you Defiant Dance one of the pit crews, if they're only at 5 might, but you will be at 5 might.
I'm pretty sure they were counting how many there. We know that at least 2 have been used, so this is going to have to be a great top deck. What is it? Didn't quite see it.
There are 2 card combinations that get Crows out of this sticky situation. Oh, come on, show us the cards you have in hand.
I think that's a Discipline hiding.
Oh, there is a Charm. Oh, picks up the Boots of Swiftness. Those won't help. I think Charm would also be a way to get this game won, but you also need another 1 energy cost card.
Right, you have to then target the Stellar Converter.
And that is,
but you also can't get
the pickup, and Specimen clutches this game out here.
Yeah, that one got quite down the rabbit hole and on like in the tank on calculating. Ultimately, I think the headline of how that goes is like Crows deramping so much, like forced to deramp so much through the game, really just left you with very few options on the Aurelia to actually play that out.
Definitely, I'm baffled by the fact that Crows stuck in this game the entire time, and with so little runes that he still had left, he kept pushing and pushing, and even had some win conditions in his deck on 2 runes in the last turn, because if that would have been Defiant Dance and On Guard, I think he just wins that game. He just gets a double pointer there.
Yeah, that's fair. If you had it, that would have very much been it. I think as well that Defiant Dance clearly Crows has having a lot of these situations where you're like, okay, my opponent's only moving 1 unit in, but I can target the backline. I'm thinking about the second showdown that's coming. Always interesting to look at that. It's one of the things I find fascinating in this situation is like, I can think of a line that I know, and then you can think of a line that's probably better than my line, but it's never always the same line as what the players have in games. So it's always really interesting to see these adaptations that players make in a spell like Defiant Dance, where you do get 2 different effects that are happening on the resolution of the spell. Very, very interesting game. I feel like I've learned a lot, but I need to like decompress and let it soak in. I think at this point, I'm not ready yet.
I also find it funny how many different ways of winning the game there is. Of course, you can try to push out your opponent, you try to force a big conquer, or you did it like Specimen did it and just say, hey, I'm going to let you use up all of your protection on your one unit in your battlefield, but then I am going to push in the other battlefield and I'm going to hold there, so I'm going up to 8. So not necessarily searching the fight, but avoiding that fight.
Sounds like we are ready for an interview following round 10.
Hello everyone, I am joined by Crows. Congratulations on the win, 9-1 now. The top Irelia left in the tournament. Everyone else has either drawn a game, so there's an 8-1-1, or has lost 2. How does that make you feel?
That's incredible, honestly. I did not expect to be the top Irelia, but I guess at 9-1 it kind of makes sense, but people are right behind me, so I can't really let up here.
Is it a deck that you've practiced a lot with, or did you like take some time to decide what you wanted to bring in?
No, right away I was on Irelia, playing on TCG Arena online and practicing a lot against a lot of decks, and the deck just felt really good. It fits my playstyle relatively well, so yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Oh, awesome. I mean, you should be.
Yeah.
9-1, you're definitely looking at those top 8 spots. Is there, you have a couple more matchups still left to go, obviously, on the day. Is there anything that you think would really ruin your chances of getting into the top 8?
Yes, there's a deck called Rek'Sai. If I hit Rek'Sai, it's going to be rough. I've practiced a lot against it. It is not a good matchup, so hopefully I don't hit it.
Do you mind elucidating to the viewers about exactly what's making that a bad matchup?
Yeah. So the problem with the Rek'Sai matchup is that they see so many cards, they're very fast, and they have the best removal spell possible against Irelia, which is Call the Weak. And they almost always find it because they see so many cards with Rek'Sai, with the signature spell as well. And they have so much might in the backline with the Phoenixes that come back. It just creates a point tempo for them and a card advantage pool for them as well. And if you lose Irelia, usually the game is pretty much over.
All right, so if you're teching into that, and you can tell me if this is too much, right?
I can reveal it, it's
yeah,
fine.
if you're teching into it, how would you be side decking? How would you be sideboarding?
So for sideboard, I just try to bring in more counter magic. So Hard Bargain, for example, another Defy in the sideboard. And my main deck is definitely a little bit tuned towards Rek'Sai, so it's not as bad as like the list I was starting off with. I have Poros in the main deck, for example. That's definitely a good card against Call the Weak, because you draw a card off of it if it's in a different zone. So that's been very nice for me the whole tournament, honestly.
Awesome.
I have not faced Rek'Sai, but...
All right, well, we're going to let you go get ready for your next round. Is there anything you want to say to your friends, to your fans out there before we do?
Honestly, shout out to my opponent, Joe from Into the Rift podcast. Very, very cool guy. It was a really fun match. If you haven't seen it, I mean, I guess probably, if you're watching this interview, maybe you caught the match. Really awesome game 2. Game 3 unfortunately went to time, but you know, it is what it is. I still squeaked it out.
Well, good luck on the rest of the day. Hopefully we'll see you back in the top 8, maybe even for a winner's interview.
I hope so.
Yeah, well,
thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Medic. And just to clarify, unfortunately, we were unable to bring you Game 3 from that series, but as you can see, Crows was able to advance in that match against Specimen. We're actually going to utilize our second feature match here to get one more game from round 10 at least, and hopefully we can see some more players advancing throughout the day. Leo, that was, you know, as Crow said, a fun game, but from a broadcast perspective, I'm just going to hold my hands up and say there were so many options in front of the players for what could happen, but we're going to go into a totally different matchup here, as it's going to be Azir versus Ezreal. And Azir, one of the decks that came into the tournament, people were saying, ooh, will it be able to, you know, it will be Azir versus Ezreal. This is a Kai'Sa, but Azir coming into this one, a deck that people said, will it have the same success that we saw in a second place final in regionals for China?
Yeah. I mean, the deck is quite strong. Here we are seeing a Kai'Sa deck list, which is also a great deck. But of course, Ezreal plays a little bit different from Kai'Sa. You're utilizing similar spells, like for example, the Singularity. Just Ezreal has the upside that you're drawing a card because you're targeting 2 units in the same turn with Singularity. The downside of having to pay a power cost of 2 Mind Runes. And there we can see Rocklow's deck of Azir. This is actually a very, very similar list to the one that got second place in China. You're seeing the Sacred Shears, which is a card that is not the best in Draven matchups, but it is phenomenal in every other matchup, because this card wants you to lose combats, so you can get draws off of your tokens. Draws are rare in this color combination, but this also granting Draven draws, but now we're not playing versus Draven, huh?
Yeah, exactly. It's a very different situation at that point. Running 2 copies of it, we'll see whether it has an impact on the game. We'll have to just be on the lookout for which version of Ezreal it's going to be, as There's a couple. There's Pit Crew Ezreal,
Yeah.
which we kind of just saw a Teemo take on that.
Yeah.
Then there's
Same
kind of
colours.
like the Miracle Ezreal that we've seen, and I love the new Ezreal where it says like playing big stuff and flickering it. With Pack of Wonders and that kind of thing. I would love to see if it was that version, but
It's actually Kai'Sa.
it is actually Kai'Sa. Okay, cool. All right, so the deck list we saw
was probably correct. Yeah, then it was us.
and it is
Very
Kai'Sa,
sorry.
and it's against Azir. So the Death Knell still quite important then from those shears.
That is true. Then we're seeing a Ravenbloom Conservatory as well. That might be... That's the battlefield. Oh, I actually dig that Ravenbloom Conservatory in Kai'Sa. It is more of a greedy version, where every time you defend, you look at the top card of your deck. You have a bunch of Fury runes, by the way. Look at the top card of your deck. If it's a spell, you can add it to your hand, which is in... we call it Spellslinger Kai'Sa. Okay. Is a very consistent version of drawing cards. Now Kai'Sa being played on 4. Is there going to be some immediate removal? I want to say this is Brave versus Order decks because Call the Week is a real card.
Yeah, and now you get a little recruit token from the Eye of the Herald. You get you know, the option to call the week just off something really, really like insignificant at this point. Oh, that's a card.
Yeah, you can
tapped.
just...
It's a Brutalizer, okay.
Okay, so that's the one moment where you really, really, really want to have the Call the Week.
Yeah. In this matchup, I would say that the Vilemor's Lair is going to be quite important. A lot of what Kai'Sa likes to do is, you know, at least from Origins, is take us... Okay. It's not as efficient as Call the Week, but it is Brutalizer equipped turn.
Oh, that is crazy. You just used the Ravenbloom Conservatory. You're becoming a defender because you're in there charming the Kai'Sa in. You find the Death Grip because, quite frankly, yes, you're playing lots of gears, but you're also playing lots of spells. You don't play a single unit in your deck.
That's nuts. That is so efficient at this point. I was like, it's not as efficient as Call the Week, but you know, it does the job. It does everything you need.
I mean, you lost a lot of power. We're going to say it like this.
But Kai'Sa lost Chosen Champion and lost a big unit for the early game tempo where you're like, I want to be able to draw, I want to be able to get early points, I want to contest, and then ultimately keep my Kai'Sa as safe as possible.
Yep, there is going to be... There has to be another push. You're going to try and have to start removing those Sand Soldier tokens, otherwise Rocklo is going to just hold everything. You're not at a Watcher turn quite yet, but you also don't want to deramp so much.
Yeah, Falling Star then, you know, it'll do the job, but it's going to deramp, at least one. I do want to note, we are going into, this is game 2 of 3 between these two, as Azir has already won game 1.
Yeah. But now I want to mention that this is going to be perhaps, if you do not have any more equipments, because you already have played 2 equipments of yours, this might slow you down a lot with the Falling Star clearing off 2 units. So Richard, maybe not even too sad about losing a possible Watcher turn on the next one, going down to then 7 runes in the next one. Mind and Fury. So Rocklo now has to consider what he can do. I mean, there is equipment. Oh, that's the best friend sword.
And there's a friend there.
It's Azir.
Yeah, I was gonna say Azir. BF sword is in hand, but Azir going to be played from the champion zone as Azir's Sovereign. Falling Star is going to deal with that. You're like, great, you had both of them? Cool.
Azir
Feels
is
good.
so not Sovereign anymore. He's actually quite dead, if you will.
I will say, this is the Origins feels bad, where you're like, do you have Falling Star? Cool. Do you have 2 Falling Star?
Cool.
Not cool. Like, I'll give you 1. The second one is bad-mannered at that point.
We're seeing another Eye of the Herald, Sand Soldier weapon mastering the Eye of the Herald. I mean, this is something that Azir sometimes suffers from, and that is not success, but it is, hey, you have a lot of runes open, you could go for big power plays, but in the end you can just make 1 Sand Soldier token. Yeah. So while you're getting a lot of free value with these Sand Soldiers, you're sometimes losing a lot of tempo if you can only make 1. But there are plenty of spells in the deck, power spells, that will give you more and more and more.
How important do you think that the Azir Sovereign, like Chosen Champion, staying alive is in this matchup? Is it as influential as other matchups? Fair. I think that answers the question quite succinctly.
I'm going with a very consequent.
Because some Legends and Champion combinations are like really specifically strong. So Here Comes the Piercing Light is going to get the card draw, because you'll Death Knell your own.
Oh,
you
Defy.
won't Death Knell your own Watchful Sentry anymore, because the Defy comes through. So obviously, Felix valuing keeping that Sand Soldier on the board more so than giving the card over to Richard.
I don't even think I can remember when I saw someone piercing light a unit of their opponent in the battlefield anymore. I feel like it's always just push one of your units into the battlefield, most of the time the Watchful Sentry, and piercing light it to snipe something from the back row. But now, of course, we have used
here.
Defy of that. Apparently we don't need our runes because we've seen that in the last turn. Question is now, do you even push into the Ravenbloom Conservatory? I don't know if you want that because you're going to just trade for the Eye of the Herald. Oh, not even giving your opponent the draw, so perfect choice there. Plunging Poro is going under the deck, still gonna grant a draw.
And the shortcut there is don't even bring the token out.
Yeah.
just trade it with the Sentry.
I like that. So now we're going to get another Azir token that is going to equip the BF Sword. And we're passing again. So we made a 5-might unit, yes, with the Sand Soldier. That's BF Sword is so important for Azir. I want to say BF Sword is way more important than the Azir Sovereign, because every single turn you make a Sand Soldier token, and that lacks strength at some point, right? When you have a... Please.
So, no, you were continuing. I was getting ready to follow on.
So you make a 3-drop every turn. You make a 3-might unit. As soon as you have one BF Sword in play, boom, 5ers. Every single turn you have a 5-might token that is so much more efficient.
So now how much of this game becomes Thermo Beam and Wind Wall?
Yeah, Thermo Beam is incredible in that
How
matchup.
much of that is you got to hold a Wind Wall if you have it from sideboard to basically counter the Thermo Beam, which blows out the entire board you have?
I mean, I think if you just keep your Wind Wall, the good thing about the Azir deck is you don't need to spend that much energy, right? You don't use your runes that much. You have your equips. You want to play one equip per turn to make a Sand Soldier. You want to have the Wind Wall ready for a Thermo Beam, so it's going to be quite tough for Richard to actually resolve it if there is a Wind Wall in hand. I think this is something you would want to mulligan for, but also you want to Thermo Beam before a Rise happens, because a Rise gives you infinite value almost.
I think there was a progress they dropped as it was picked up, and thank you to our team that are here using the card viewer that we can see, showing what we were talking about with Thermo Beam and Wind Wall and the importance of both. As we're into a showdown now. Discipline comes through onto the Sand Soldier. That is a big old Sand Soldier at this point.
Oh, Rucklow wants to get not only a draw, but also wants to keep the Sand Soldier on. Yeah, that one has 10 might now, right? Goes down to 9. That would still be more than enough to clear, I feel like. Or was the Brutalizer not equipped this turn?
I think it was equipped on Felix's previous turn.
All right, that would make a lot more sense then. Unless Richard just wants to cycle through some cards. But we're picking up the draw from Discipline, and now it's back to who is going to use which priority. Do you want to commit even more to this? Nope. We're going to take the even trade. At least that's not a hold anymore. That's what Rocklow can say to himself now. Thing is, if you had an Arise, would you drop it, get all of those equipments attached, or do you say, hey, I need to kind of always have the Wind Wall available, because that is a massive... Oh, wow. Going for a 2, no. Okay,
oh, maybe it was equipped on the previous turn. I misread where we were in the turn. So there is going to be a Sand Soldier equipping the BF Sword.
So we have another 5-drop. BF Sword makes this deck infinite times better, because every single token... Just imagine you're playing Victor and all of your drops are 5-drops. All of your recruits are 5-drop tokens. That is the power of BF Sword, which is why it also costs, you know, 4... Okay, Progress Day. That is, oh my goodness, we're already at 12 runes on the side of Richard. He has been ramping up. He has gotten more points than Rocklow. It's a very slow game in terms of points, but that's exactly what Kaiser wants, right? Slowing down your opponent so you can have those big clearing turns.
Yeah, and the Progress Day, we talked about this a little yesterday. A lot of decks were bringing this in for Kaiser. Basically, because Draven was drawing so many cards, you're like, well, I just won't take combat as often.
Yeah.
This should be... Okay, yeah. Okay, I was going to say there's another unit coming out for the Legion cost of Noxus Hopeful. There's Plundering Paro as well. Just trying to reassert a little bit of control for the following turn by developing that board.
You know what I would like to see from Richard? I don't know if it's pronounced German or English, but Richard should go for a double Thermo Beam turn.
Oh, so you can get the wind wall with
Yeah.
the first one and then thermo beam. Well, I mean, if you can get there, you progress state, so maybe there's one or two in hand.
I think there is very little chance that Rocklo is ever going to leave up less than 3 runes, right? So there's always going to be wind wall available. And I think you need to cycle through your deck as fast as possible to just capitalize on that and say, hey, you know what? I am at 12 runes. I am going to drop double thermo beam on you so that your precious wind wall turn has done nothing. Then we see the Sacred Shears, which is going to make this matchup much harder for Richard, because then we might actually find a double wind wall.
Richard has the same response I think a lot of people will have seeing that is, can I just read that for the specific text?
3, 4, 5 extra Sand Soldiers are going to be spawning. Azir is really going in. So we get 7 free units, 2 of which are ready. Oh, what are we going to see? Stupefy.
Draw a card. See what we can get for potential next turn.
All right. And now the craziest thing is they have Weapon Master, right? So you get 7 units and almost all of them will get to attach an equipment to themselves. Now you can choose which ones are the most important for you. I think the ones that are getting ready, they will get the Eye of the Herald, right? Or the Sacred Shears.
Right. Yeah, just to get extra value. Yeah, it's going to be... we'll see where it actually ends up being, because there's a lot of Sand Soldiers coming. Looking at following turn, I think for Richard, one of the less than good parts is isn't a Cathian Rain in hand, and that normally would deal with, you know, multiple units on a board, lots of units, but these now have additional might coming from equipment. That's the importance of the Weapon Master part of this, is like, you're not going to be able to deal with this with just one Swift Cathian Rain. I also saw, I think it was a Rocket Barrage, if that is the correct name of the card, in hand. It's the one where you basically have 2 modes. You can pay 4 and either deal damage or destroy a gear, and you can repeat it. Rather than a Thermo Beam, that does tend to be a sideboard card, so looking for utility. Our Spotters. I hope that is the card that has been played. If there's an unchecked power in deck, then that would be a significant card to play for Richard.
I mean, he definitely needs something.
Yeah,
because,
I mean, that would do it if there was an unchecked power.
If you clear with a Thermo Beam all of these equipments, it's still going to be quite tough to handle all of the Sand Soldiers with the new iteration of the Kaiser deck. By the way, I have to redact what I said earlier. Arise does not give you 2 Sand Soldiers plus 1 for each equipment, but it's 1 for each equipment and then
ready to. Yeah, exactly.
Already,
so Watcher is going to be able to obviously reduce a lot of the might that is at Sand Soldiers on the battlefields. Then, you know, if you can get rid of the equipment, the Cathian Rain can help. The Cathian Rain can also pick off some of the ones that aren't getting additional might. So maybe there is something there, some recruits as well.
I feel like a Cathian Rain is also a card that has seen less and less play. So some people have put it back into their decks, but with so many more counter spells in the game, like Hard Bargain, and especially not so fast, it's really hard to drop this card sometimes.
Yeah, that's a really not advantageous trade. Also, there was that minor adjustment with the errata. Some people do think it has reduced the power of a Cathian Rain a little bit in the way that you have to select everything and have it resolve kind of up front.
Having the Death Grip now as a chain to the Thousand-Tailed Watcher
before the -3 applies.
Yep, so you can actually get those 5 might transferred onto one of the Eye of the Herald Sand Soldier tokens on the Valmor's Lair. So that would make it much harder to clear there, because I think we're still at then 9 might then? Wait, let me check. Your Eye of the Herald does nothing when it comes to your might. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're still at 9. You get a 5 extra.
Yeah.
Oh, and that is so good. This equipment distribution from Rocklo is phenomenal, because the 1 Sand Soldier token that you had in the Ravenbloom Conservatory had the Sacred Shears. You're killing one of your own units at the Conservatory to boost your Valmor Slayer tokens, and then you force your opponent to get you the card draw.
There's a Hex Tech, right? I'm going to just deal with a little recruit, dealing with just one of the units. So now we're down to...
I mean, Richard can still...
7 on... We'll have them figure out the math. There is a lot of calculation to be done on this one with this many units, all being affected, of course, by the Thousand Tail Watcher, and then the Death Grip on top of it, plus all the equipment. Richard is going to go in and take out the recruits. We'll be able to take control of Vilemore's lair. That Thousand Tail Watcher is now there, so aside from having a retreat or something like that in hand, it is now stuck in Vilemore's lair.
And I mean, now you're in a decent position on the side of Richard. You're getting another point for conquering the Vilemore's lair. Now, Rocklo, he still has a lot of runes open. There is still quite a few Sand Soldier tokens. I think there's 2 more in base, right? And if you have those 2 in base, you can just equip any amount of gear equipment to them. I think we're now currently discussing how much might we had. I was kind of curious because I figured, oh, wait a second. No, you pushed for 5 might, but that 5 might got reduced in the end. So you had 4 tokens there to were Sand Soldiers, which is 4 might after Watcher, but you got 5 to it, and then 3 of those got reduced. Then again, it was only -3 because the Sand Soldier token was at 2. Oh my goodness, this is hard. I am not wondering why sometimes the players need a second to just get the math done. But of course, we are finding correct game states here. Sometimes, you know, I'm really bad at math, so sometimes I get confused in the process, but we got it done. We have a Sun Soldier with the Brutalizer attached, which is not the best one, because this is primarily the one that you want to attach to something. Wondering if we're going into the Ravenbloom Conservatory. Richard is now completely exhausted when it comes to his runes. Ravenbloom Conservatory is going to reveal a Lecturing Yordle. That is not only a card that you don't get to add to your hand from the Conservatory, it's also a card that you would have, I think, liked to draw.
Yeah, that was quite a turn in deep in the tank of math across the last 2. So now we'll see where Felix goes with these Sand Soldiers. There's, of course, Felix now at this point 1-0 up in this matchup as we go through round 10.
So we're floating to order runes. Therefore, we can equip the Sacred Shears and the BF Sword to those 2 Sand Soldiers, and I think now we have to crash them into the Thousand-Tailed Watcher.
So what? One has one, and one has the other. The Watcher's just going to trade against...
I think
are they both equipped to the 1 Sand Soldier? Okay.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Wait, Sacred Shears. How much additional might do you get? Was it 1 or 2? It's 1.
I think it's 1.
So if you put a BF Sword, you get to 5, you get to 6, so you actually have to push another Sand Soldier. That one is not equipped with anything, but you get the draw still, of course, because you put both equipments on 1. And now you're going to play another Sand Soldier. The Desert's Call. Weapon Master, BF Sword, immediately such big units on the one side, and on the other side you have another free 3-drop that is going to have Death Kneel, draw 1 card. So the value you're getting out of this deck, if you play it correctly, is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, and there is a lot to kind of moving all of these equipments around. So a couple of cards to note in hand. There's a Not So Fast in hand for Felix. There is also the Wind Wall that we talked about earlier. So any moment in which a big spell is looking to resolve, whether it's an Acathian Rain, which we know is in hand for Richard, and potentially a Thermo Beam, although we've not seen it, and the fact that the Rocket Barrage is there, I do wonder whether it's either of them are kind of mainboarded for the amount of equipment that we've seen in the tournament. So we'll continue to take a look as we get through the deck of Richard. 15 minutes, just under 16 minutes left on the round for these 2 players.
I mean, Rocket Barrage, I think it's a cool card.
It's very expensive.
Yeah, it's in Germany we say it's a Tropfen auf den heißen Stein, so it's a drop of water on the hot stone.
Okay.
That really doesn't make too much sense, does it?
I have the visual of what's happening when you put a drop of water on a hot stove.
You pay 8 energy to power to get rid of, what, a BF Sword and a Brutalizer, and then your opponent is still sitting on 4 equipments that are chilling there, and you spent your entire turn
getting rid
of barely anything.
I mean, when you're playing against, like, like an Irelia with GA, maybe that's the way, maybe that's the tech here. To step outside of this matchup, Kai'Sa has such a miserable Irelia matchup. Maybe this is like just to attack. Like if you get a GA and a Zhonya's with that, oh, you actually suddenly feel a lot better if you're spending a lot. Even if it's just I'll pay it once without the repeat, take care of one of those things that are there. I can see where that would be like, I need to try and tech for my worst matchup first that I'm going to hit more often, and then, you know, maybe it'll help in the Azir matchup.
True. I mean, Azir doesn't have the biggest meta share, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So the deck is not everywhere. It's a force to be reckoned with, but you can. There are so many decks in the room. You cannot have. You only have 8 cards in your side deck. You cannot have a side deck plan versus every single deck.
Yeah. You gotta be slim on that one. You can
have a plan, but you cannot prepare your side deck specifically for every one of these decks. You can have some cards that do help you generally in the matchup. You would side in the Rocket Barrages, of course.
Singularity, Time Warp, Icathian Rain, some big spells in hand. It's about getting there to the to being able to use them. We're at 5, so Richard is nearing. Okay, his units aren't, but Richard is nearing the point at which a Time Warp would be like a way to close out the game, but you have to get to the point where you control battlefields. Is there a way of getting up to 7? I'm looking at it. Is there any way to kind of, on Felix's turn, retake both battlefields, or is it just a Richard untap going to 7 and then Time Warp to 8? Is that possible?
Oh, I mean, you've spent so much energy already with the Thousand-Tailed Watcher this turn. I think it's going to be tough to Time Warp there.
Not this turn, obviously, but on a following turn.
I think you're very easily going to be able to clear those battlefields, unless there's some crazy combat tricks that I have not heard of in Rocklow's hand. The thing is,
there's a Discipline, a Death Grip, double Wind Wall as well. That's actually Time Warp is a dangerous play in this situation. You get blown out heavily by that.
But the thing is that Rocklow will need to take 2 fields, and he only has 1 Sand Soldier token in base. You can use your Discipline here to take care of the Noxus Hopeful.
Oh, has a Candlelight Sanctum first.
And it's the Conservatory.
Sorry, yeah.
And it's actually good that you revealed the Doran's Blade, because that's not the card you want to draw in this situation. This card barely does anything for you. It's one of your early drops where you can make 1 Sand Soldier token when you're starting with 2 runes and you have a 3-drop. That's phenomenal. But now let's see. We have Discipline. Discipline makes it so that the Noxus Hopeful is weaker than the Sand Soldier. Is there going to be another card that is going to be used by Richard to take care of this situation, or are you not going to conquer there? I think if you have something like a Void Seeker, which I think we have seen, you need to use it just so that your opponent doesn't hold there.
It was the Desert's Call that came off the Discipline.
I think you really want to Void Seeker this and then push the Lecturing Yordle in there, so you go to 7 points and then hope that your Thousand-Tailed Watcher survives, or you're just playing. Okay, so apparently that's Sand
I was going to say Brutalizer doesn't go to the trash. The GA will.
Okay, so the Guardian Angel was on that Sand Soldier token. All right, the Shears. All right, so this was also in the battlefield. There's still the Sand Soldier with the Shears. Got a little bit full at that battlefield there. I'm not going to lie. What a complicated game state.
The hidden card, Hidden Blade. This time to keep the units low for Richard, as Rocklow, knowing that if you can just control the battlefield, you have the Wind Walls available to kind of deny the hold from 7 going to 8 on Time Warp. And we know with perfect information that Rocklow has the ability to stop the Time Warp.
Rocket Barrage. There's the not so fast and immediately handshake offered by Rocklow just to win this game here versus Richard. He is going in with the Rocket Barrage, tries to get rid of some of those units, but nope, not so fast.
Yeah, we didn't even get to the Time Warp. Didn't even get to the denial. I wanted to see the Wind Wall on the time warp, although it feels bad if you're a Kai'Sa player for that. But I think, you know, Kai'Sa was so dominant in set 1 that I'm fine seeing some other legends rise their way to top. But congratulations to Rocklo on the win here in round 10. Of course, we are still playing in Swiss round, so this is not elimination moment for Richard. We'll have to keep a track through the standings as we go to see how that goes.
But Rocklo is on his best way to win the best off for Azir. I think there's one more in competition, and that win definitely helps, and that's an error. But how hard is it to play versus Azir if all of those Sand Soldier tokens are sitting there? You have to keep track of so many different pushes your opponent can have.
Well, you know who we should ask about how difficult it is to play Azir? Maybe Rocklo. Let's hear from him now.
Thank you so much, Felix.
Thank you.
Oh, that's really exciting.
Hello there.
We would have heard from Rocklo. Amy heard from Rocklo. We'll see whether we can get that interview perhaps for you later. It was quite the board state in that was kind of intense and messy for my liking. I'll be honest, it's one of those things that as a player I'm like, whoa, that is a lot to keep track of.
You need a full minute to really understand how many Sand Soldier tokens are in which battlefield, then how many are in the other, and of course how many are in base. Plus, if you remove 1 or 2 Sand Soldiers from a battlefield, you just know that the equipments are going to go back to your opponent's base. So they can move over to the other Sand Soldier tokens. You have to keep in mind that costs, of course, some power, but how is the math working out for you then? Which energy will they have open in the next turn, in the turn after that? Are they still going to have Arise pushes? It is so tough to play versus that deck, and I think some players like Rocklo are capitalizing on it.
Well, please no one win wall this time warp, because let's go to our interview with Rocklo.
Hello, and I'm back with our feature batch winner, Rocklo Felix, coming in with currently the top Azir list in our day. Why did we choose Azir?
I feel like the funny thing is everyone I talk to always asks whether I play for the medal card. But honestly, when I think everyone plays for a medal card.
Yeah.
But I chose the deck to win out. Like that is my intention, but everyone is like so surprised why I play Azir. They're like, are you only playing for the medal card? So yeah, I feel like the deck is great. I feel like the skill expression is very different than other decks because you just have to do math all the time. And since I'm good at math, I thought Azir is a perfect choice where I can combine math and skill. And the strongest signature spell in the entire game, like uncontested. If anyone, I will fight to death that Azir is the best signature spell in the game. So yeah, I always tell everyone,
Azir's great.
It's great, especially if you draw a Rise. If you draw a Rise, it's the best deck in the game.
I love the confidence so very much in your deck. You know what you've got going on, you know your matchups. It's clear that you're a very, very skilled player. You came over from League as well, playing a bit of League of Legends. Is there anything that inspired you to come out, just a little bit? Is there anything that inspired you to come over to Riftbound, or was it just a natural progression for you?
I always played like TCGs. I'm not dropping names, but beforehand I also played competitively some other TCGs.
Great.
And in between I always was a professional player for League of Legends.
Perfect.
And when I've heard the news that Riftbound is coming out, I knew from that day when that game comes out, I want to be like the first professional player in that game. Like, if anyone, like,
that's you.
I love the IP.
Yeah.
I love TCG, and I believe in Riot Games. They did a great job with League. I'm pretty sure they're doing a great job with Riftbound. So it was pretty simple and clear for me that, yeah, I will put my life into this game.
You were like, straight away, I'm in that cooking pot. That is a bit of me. I am absolutely in there.
Yeah,
I love that.
I played like 22 skirmishes.
Wow.
In in the first season.
That's a lot. Like, we haven't had a lot of time for those yet.
Yeah, with a friend, we won more than 75% of all of them. So
were you playing Azir in all of them?
No, it was Origins.
Of course.
Yeah. We played Kai'Sa and Set.
Oh, I love Set. That was my deck for Origins.
Yeah, I played a lot of Set and won all of my buys with Set.
Amazing. That's incredible. And you're going really strong into these competition now with those round 1 buys.
Yes.
So you can feel confident that you've got that kind of rest in the morning.
Yeah.
How's it feel to have those kind of banked up and ready to go?
The funny thing is, like, even though I can sleep longer, I'm here around like 9 a.m.
You're ready to go.
Yeah. Because I talked to one of the info point guys.
Yeah.
And they said it could be a problem at 10 a.m. yesterday. So please be here at 10 a.m.
Oh.
And yeah, I like to be on time. So
Good.
I was here like at
Good.
9:30 or something.
As you should be. Honestly,
yeah.
you know, promptness is always helpful and you get yourself ready for the day. It is a really fun environment to be in anyway.
Yes.
I've got a little bit of an Azir question for you, if that's okay.
Of course.
If you have 6 runes open,
Yes.
right, do you prefer to play like more equipment first or do you just want to go aggressive early with your Ryze?
It really depends on how many equips I have.
Yeah.
If I have 6 runes, that should be turn 3.
Yeah.
So I have 2 equips. That's not the point where I should play a Ryze, especially game 1.
Yeah.
But I will think about it on game 2 and 3 because people side in Thermo Beam. And the thing is, as soon as I activate a Ryze and I can clear the whole board, I will do it. Because then he's forced to Thermo Beam again and turn skip himself, and I get 4 points from it. So I think it really depends on game 1, game 2. Do you play against red or not? How does your hand look? Or can you play Asia champion unit for free in your base? I think those are like all the factors that you need to take in account. Or for example, if he goes to 7 and can mind splitter, maybe just drop the Ryze.
Yeah.
Or for example, if you have to conquer because he's not allowed to hold,
No.
then you have to drop it and just run over a board. Because then you either have BF Sword or Brutalizer, and you can always go in with 7 and no board on Earth lives
Can
7.
handle that, no.
Yeah, like this early.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
absolutely. No, that honestly, that's such good insight. Thank you so much. It's very clear that your mathematical brain is so attuned to a deck like this. I believe that you can take it all the way. If you're having that feeling right now, you're going to take it all the way to the win?
I just try every game.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. You can
Of
do
course,
it.
I'm confident, but realistically, yeah, I'm very close to the medal card.
Yeah,
I already
yes.
won with my friend 2 medal cards from the prize wall.
Wow!
Yeah, we got Kaiser and Timo.
Oh, good choices.
Yeah.
Good choices. Are there any others that you would go for? If you could get a third right now.
Yeah, the problem is always the price.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to take Asia to play Asia today.
Of course.
I wanted to like maximum aura farm and unlock the gold medal
and
with the
play
normal
it.
medal,
Oh.
but the problem is the Asia is, let's say, sadly it's too
It's
cheap.
not as popular.
Yeah, it's not that popular.
You
so
can popularize it. That's
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
going to happen today. Everyone start getting your Azirs right now. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Your insight is unimaginably useful. For any Azir believers out there, you've got your champion right here. You've got someone fighting your corner who truly believes and is exceptionally good at the deck. Thank you for joining us. I wish you all the best of luck in the future rounds. Very
Thank
good
you.
luck to our top Azir players so far.
Bye-bye.
What a wonderful opportunity to talk to one of our champions today. Still taking it far in the competition, and we've got so much more where that came from. I'm Amy, and I'm joined by the wonderful Medic once again to bring you the action at this regional qualifier in Bologna.
Yeah, round 3 of the day. Round 11
Yep.
in total, I want to say, as we get into
That's the
the
one.
action soon again. But before we do that, we're going to have a look at some of our favorites and MVPs from yesterday. Now, some of these I think perhaps haven't had as good a showing as we would have expected them, but let's have a quick mosey at what we all thought was going to be great. Well, okay, here's the thing, chat. Here's the thing, everyone. Ornn with Fire Below the Mountain and Svelsonga is a really cool combo. It's one of the favorites. Just because it didn't get to day 2 doesn't mean it's bad.
I'm leaving you with the silence
Yeah,
there
I
on
thought
that one.
you
I'm
were.
sorry.
I
I've
thought you
just,
were. I mean, you went-
I can't back it up. But my pick, okay, yes, Jace Mana Progress with Vanguard Armory, I think is a really fun combination in those kind of Victor-style decks that we've seen come out. I think Vanguard Armory on its own is a very powerful card, but just being able to mitigate that cost,
It's so good.
yes, please.
Yeah, you and I kind of went for the ones that are our favorite combos.
Yeah.
And then James and Leo kind of went for the ones we expected to see a little bit more, I
Yeah.
think. Here, the Pit Crew Cull from Leo, such a powerful combination, the ability to go in with a Cull, make a gold, retreat the pit crew out after readying it. Gives you a lot of ability to dodge those Draven combats, which is what most decks have been trying to do. And then obviously James coming in with the Fizz and the Vex, the ability to reduce the cost as much as possible from those Fizz triggers.
Yep, and I mean, to be honest with you, I think the one we've seen the most is Leo's pick.
Yeah.
But I think that was also to be expected.
True.
Now, on the other side of the coin, we of course have our caster picks for the meta MVPs, the ones that we thought were going to go all of the way, the cards that we think we're going to see kind of in our top 8 firmly. And I think you're pretty on the money. That's looking pretty good.
I mean, I think picking any of that sort of purple core, the Chaos core, does make a lot of sense. Ferris Forerunner, just such an easy include in any deck playing Fury. I think you really hit the nail on the head, though. Draven and Aurelia, we are seeing topping the lists all over the shop.
I gotta say, like, it felt like obvious choices, but they're great cards. And I just kind of thought, you know, I really should go with the cards that I think are just gonna really make it difficult for people to execute their game plans. And I think Draven and Aurelia, in their own rights, in very different ways, kind of do establish that.
Yeah, and I think when you look at Leo, Ezreal, we've seen it ubiquitous. In any deck that has Chaos, you want the Ezreal for the extra card draw, for the reduction on the called shot costs. And for James, Overzealous Fan is such a stifling effect. The fact that you have to play around an Overzealous Fan, often with a fight or flight hidden next to it, with another unit at that battlefield, it's like, okay, even if I attack with 2 units, they're both going to get bounced back to my base.
And it's such a devastating effect for such a low-cost unit that actually it's got much more swing in this meta than we would think of something that's kind of cheap and cheerful of a card. Actually, it has so much sway in what's going to happen. I
think one of the big things that we are seeing across the course of this weekend is the ability to stop your opponent from doing stuff.
Yes.
Very powerful in Riftbound. And we all kind of knew that as well. Brynhir Thundersong coming in Origins wasn't really looked at as a card that was an MVP. Now with Spirit Forge, the ability to stop Aurelia's popping off, the ability to stop people fight or flighting on your turn, rebuking on your turn, all of these things really allowing her to do a huge amount of work. We are ready for our next game though as we get into this round 11. We're going to be watching this matchup. It's Aurelia up against Fiora. Only 4 Fioras making it into day 2. A lot of Aurelias. We'll see how well these two players can fight up against each other, looking for those top 8 spots.
Yeah, not a lot of Fiora love generally across the event, which surprised me personally, so I'm glad to see it here. But against Aurelia, could be a little bit of a sticky situation. This Blade Dancer does not make it easier for Fiora to make their game plan clear.
Having a quick look across the deck here, 3 Stellarcorn Herders. We have seen some Aurelias going down to 1 or even none of those in the main deck. I like it. I think the extra card draw really does give you a lot of work. We're running the One Ride the Wind. Nothing too surprising overall here. Only a couple of Tide Turners, but overall you're building up towards a big Aurelia. I like the Rosses there as support for that Aurelia, because often we do see when the Aurelia Fervent is gone, you then don't have the units to back it up.
No, the drop-off has been very clear, and that's been the downfall of the Aurelia we've seen thus far. And against a deck like Fiora, you're going to need some beefy units to really close out those games. Fiora, of course, relying on buffing units, having really big turns, a couple of combat tricks here and there with Punch Burst, but ultimately lots of gear, lots of big guys. We're buffing things. We've got the set Brawler as well from Origins. We've got a lot of really kind of techie units for getting big damage on the board and keeping it there. So Aurelia does have that kind of advantage in that they can also have some really big units going on, because that's their whole thing, is make a couple of units but don't let them fall. Whereas Fiora's kind of relying on always having big units and always taking things down, but not letting Fiora do that kind of buckles their game plan.
Yeah, getting over that might threshold as well, so important for the Fiora. I did notice no salvage run in the main there for Vendorti here on the Fiora, using instead the Akshan 2 of in this main deck as their equipment hate, their gear hate in this current meta. And I think having something in the main that does deal with gear is so important when you're looking at Guardian Angels, when you're looking even at Sirens for the Aurelia. It's so important to be able to have a way to deal with that early doors. We've got the Zorn Warrens in the Monastery of Hirana. Obviously, Vendorti will be wanting to go down towards that bottom battlefield, getting themselves as many card draws as possible, which is something the Fiora can struggle with a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing really, but being able to spend buffs to do so is perfect, because you can make those, you can have that. So it's a nice combination of going, okay, well, I don't have great natural card draw, but that's okay for the moment.
Yes. And we are just having a quick word on turn 1 there with the judges, it seems, to make sure that everything is correct. We'll work out exactly what that was. But yeah, not really much gameplay to analyze yet. Two runes were channeled, and I don't think there was an easy 2-drop in hand, so.
No, and I think that's the thing. You want that easy curve, don't you? You need that early 2-drop just to be able to start getting things on the board, start making it kind of worthwhile. You want the 2-drops, then into like a Doran's Blade, and then into those 4-drops, and so on and so forth.
Now let's see where Vendorti goes. It's just going to be the Fiora to kick us off, getting Worthy out on the battlefield. Worthy, great. When a unit you control becomes mighty, you can pay a power to ready that unit. Gives you, again, pseudo-accelerate is the way that we tend to talk about this. Slightly cheaper, and when you play something like the Set Brawler, it immediately buffs itself. It becomes Worthy. You get the Fiora Duelist, Grand Duelist trigger off it to channel extra rune, and then you can even use that extra rune to pay the power cost for Fiora Worthy to then ready the set. But here's the Ezreal. It's going to get the discard onto the scrap heap, meaning we are drawing 3 cards here. Something the Irelia does so well is get through a bunch of these top cards.
And honestly, that's kind of what we want to be doing at this stage of the game. We want to be building that hand, building the board, and just slow rolling into this battle, because there's going to be a lot of big fights coming our way on these battlefields. So Irelia kind of wants to go slow in this moment, because trying to go too early into a Fiora can be really devastating, especially with the amount that they can kind of buff those units up or do some extra damage during combat. It's not worthwhile right now to kind of push into anything too early. Fiora being out this early as well is really good. We've got the set to originally like straight away bring the buff, and then of course we can start readying things right away.
We'll get the buff on it. You don't have to immediately ready here. There is a kind of an attritional thing between these two decks where I think Irelia slightly favored into Fiora just because of the ability to pull the Irelia out, to actually overbuff her, to get past the might thresholds of the set and the Fiora Worthy. But because of that, if you're Vendorti, you don't want to push too many of your resources in early doors, right? If you can find a good trade angle onto Irelia, it makes sense. But otherwise, I expect to see this more slower, attritional game in the early game while both the players kind of establish their base. Yeah,
which is honestly really respectable. Again, like, I'm not the patient kind. I would be like, yeah, get me in there. But these guys are the experts on these decks and very much showing us for why. Looking like we're eyeing up the Ezreal again. Yeah, I like that. Honestly, might as well get more card draw onto the board right now. We've got a cold shot as well as a possibility.
Yeah, I guess there's the argument to do the cold shot anyway. The Ezreal reduces the optional cost of the repeat, but you've already got one Ezreal that's reducing that cost. But if you just want the draw discard from this initial Ezreal, you can go for that instead. I didn't see a scrap heap in hand, so just going to discard. Is it going to be the Guardian Angel? Okay. Getting rid of one of those protection tools. Drawing into a seal
against Fiora.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that's one of the decks where you want to keep those protection tools really under your belt. So that surprises me. We're just passing over to Vendorti there. Set readies, and so does Fiora. Of course, we got the we got the extra rune channeled from Fiora's legend ability last turn. So we're doing really well for rune production here, which is something the kind of set Fiora decks have struggled with in the past.
Yeah, if you're LSU, just thinking about that Guardian Angel discard, a lot of your decks do like to play Salvage in the main, and it's a very easy, low-cost killer gear draw card. There's also the Akshan, and then you're stealing a Guardian Angel, which Fiora doesn't usually have access to, not being in Calm Domain, right? So I kind of get the idea of, okay, maybe this Guardian Angel isn't as effective for me as it would be in other matchups. Set's going to go in. We'll get the Conquer and the Monastery of Farana trigger. Going to leave the buff on there, but what's technically happened here is a buff has been sacrificed for the Monastery of Farana draw trigger, and then a rebuff has come on from the Conquer trigger. Vendorti there stacking them, but it doesn't really make much sense to take the buff off, draw the card, then put the buff back on, right?
It's just a bit of a waste there, but it's understandable that, like, Set is a great maneuverability card in this instance, and that's where a lot of your card draw will come from, is just moving that set in and out so that you can draw cards effectively and spend those buffs. But then again, you kind of want to keep the buffs for attacking turns as well, because it can increase your might there to 8, which is humongous. So it's a nice flexibility spot you get. You either get power from it, or you get a card draw, and both are powerful in their own right. It's just nice that you can choose the situation that fits.
Yeah. Looks like we might be having a small discussion about the timing of a Grand Duelist trigger here, because the set, when you get rid of the buff, it goes below the Mighty Threshold. You then draw the card, and then you rebuff. It goes above the Mighty Threshold. Grand Duelist can then be exhausted, to get yourself a rune exhausted. But it looks like the Vendotti is just having a quick chat with the judges to make sure everything was done appropriately. It may have been that we drew the card a slight bit too early, or maybe we accidentally revealed from the top of the deck, as there is going to be a quick deck check happening.
Understandably, these interactions, especially where you had to remove the buff, and with Mighty being your unit has to be at 5, and then you're right, dipping below and above that threshold can complicate things slightly.
It's one of those things where shortcuts are great because they do allow you just to get through those few triggers a little bit quicker. But if you are a little bit more deliberate, it means that you don't fall into positions like this. It also looked like maybe Vendotti needed to shuffle the top of his deck, not including the cards recycled so far. Perhaps 2 cards came off at once or something. Judges have organized it. It's all sorted. Both the players happy as we go into the next portion of this turn. Victorious coming down. Doran's Blade there is going to make it mighty as well, giving it deflect, ganking, and shield.
That's a lot of effects, and they're all very good in their own right, but we also get to then continue with all of that might into the next turn, which is fantastic, kind of beefing up this battlefield, making sure that kind of Fiora's doing what Fiora does and just makes it kind of feeling like it's impenetrable.
Yeah, a lot of might on that bottom battlefield right now. 5 from the set, and then 7 from the Fiora on attack. That is, or when she is defending, she is 7 because of the shield. Yep. Currently, she is 6 because you don't get shield unless you're on the defense. But Irelia, not very good targeted removal. It's things like the fight or flight that are bouncing them back, but you don't have falling stars, you don't have singularities, you don't have those easy, I will just kill your unit before we have to get into combat.
No, exactly. Irelia also kind of benefits from kind of buffing your units, making things bigger, going on in there and actually fighting the real fight, whereas that's not great for Fiora. We don't want that. We want to be being the aggressor, not taking the aggression. So it does put Irelia in the driver's seat a little bit for those combats, which isn't what we want. So we're going to go in with, of course, the Seal of Discord for a cold shot.
Another Ezreal. I think that might be a few too many. 2 Ezreals, nice. 3 Ezreals, it's a little bit overkill, and it is going to go to the bottom. We'll go through the second cold shot trigger here. Not so fast, and a Titan. A Titan obviously really effective later on to make sure your Irelia Fervent is protected well.
And that's what we need, and that's why Guardian Angel was kind of a, like you say, it was like, oh, is that too easy to remove from play or even to take from play? So actually a Titana maybe is an option here, but no, we're going to go for the not so fast just to give a little bit of flexibility, and I respect that. You know, the not so fast is really good against some of Vendotti's largest spells that can help Fiora to stay in the game, and we're definitely going to see those big tussles at battlefields come really soon. So probably just preparing for the inevitability of a lot of kind of pumping spells.
Yeah, it makes sense that you want to be able to protect that Irelia later on with the not so fast. Double Rasa in hand as well here for LSU, but not the largest of trashes. I think there's only 4 cards in there right now. Don't really want to be taking big combats on that Monastery of Harana. Can go up towards the Zorn Warrens with one of these Ezreals. With double on guard, you're getting the Ezreal up to... If it attacks in alone, you're giving it +4. That takes you to 7. That would be enough to kill off one of these units, and perhaps sacking an Ezreal is enough. You also have the Defiant Dance and the Discipline, which gives you another effective 4, and then -2.
And this is exactly those combats I was talking about.
This is the attritional war.
This is it. And it's just kind of building up your hand until you think you have the advantage over your opponent, and then kind of seeing that they've got not too many runes ready so that they can't react in time. And it's all about that back and forth. So going with the Discipline there, so we've got a +2 and a draw 1 on the Ezreal. So Ezreal's a little bigger now at 5.
Yeah, on this bottom battlefield on Monastery of Harana, we currently have 6 from the Fiora, and then 5, apparently I can't write, here we go. And then 5 from the set. This will go up to 7.
Yeah.
So when you're looking for damage, you do need to get over the 12 mark, which is possible with the Discipline and with the Defiant Dance. At the moment we're at 5. We've got double on guards, which gives us another +4. That will take us up to 9. And then with the DD, you take yourself to 11, and then your opposition down to 9. But Ezreal's just going to go up to Zorn Warrens. We'll go for the discard draw.
I think that's really nice here. You're just kind of, again, giving yourself every option humanly possible. You want to make sure that every ball is in your court before you make your final decisions. The extra card could be the difference between winning or losing this combat, because this combat is where it's coming down to, is this big fight at the end of this turn.
The thing that LSU has to play around as well as a punch first. We have enough body runes, we have 1 energy available on Vendorti's side, so the question is, do you risk it for, you're going to risk it for the biscuit. Ezreal going in, currently at 5.
They've got a lot in their court, and we just got the Defy off the card draw there as well, so that could be what helps us. We'll go for the On Guard first, so we're up a little bit more now.
My handwriting is so bad, but I hope that helps that you can see there's 12 might on that side right now, as
and
you
he's going in alone, so the On Guard is giving a +2.
Yep. Oh, I can just do this. There we go.
There you go.
12 on this side. On Guard gives +2. We're now at 7. Another On Guard will get us to 9. And then we need to Defiant Dance, probably the set to avoid the deflect that's on the Fiora.
Yeah, we don't want to be paying that deflect cost. Something that Fiora has done very well into kind of Kai'Sa and Aurelia style decks in the past, where they're forcing the opponent to have to use more resources where they really don't want to.
Is it the Defiant Dance? Oh,
yeah,
Defiant Dance first. Okay, so that's a -2. Target
on the set. Yeah.
That takes us down to 10. Ezreal gets the +2, goes to 9.
And then I expect we're going to see another On Guard.
Yeah, that makes the most sense. And this is the line we talked about at the start of the turn. Blowing out the set and the Fiora would be huge. On Guard down 4-11.
Can there be a response? We have more response in hand, though, of our own. We've got deflects.
Punch first doesn't, it gets around deflect, which is huge here, right, with the double power.
It's too big. That punch is just too big. Okay.
Buff spent,
call to
glory, but that does not get round deflect.
It doesn't, so deflect might come out here. This is a huge tussle. This is going to be such an invigorating match, because we just see these huge battles whenever it kicks off at a battlefield. They're just going to go head-to-head, toe-to-toe, just like this. And that Call to Glory can be played for free if you spend a buff, which is great. So it's got a +3 now, but of course it got defied.
That it did. Down to 11. There's the punch first afterwards. The Call to Glory coming out. So in total, we have -2 on the set, takes it down to 2, +5 puts it up to 7, +7 is 14 in totality, and I think we are out of gas on the side of LSU.
Completely out of gas. We're out of runes to play. We haven't got really anything low cost left in the hand that can be utilized. So it looks like Ezreal is taken down, and going in aggressive didn't work out.
Yeah. We lose the Defiant Dance, we lose 2 On Guards, we lose a Discipline.
That's so many resources early in the game. That's really scary for LSU. Vendority probably feeling pretty good about managing to come out of that combat alive with Set still there. Gaining that hold point's going to be huge as well. Wowza, that's not what I was expecting from that combat.
Absolutely massive. The good thing for LSU is now your trash is a lot larger than it was a few moments ago. You can see the count. With the double Rasa in hand, you can get them out right now, and you did manage to get rid of the Fiora victorious. However, on the other side, Vendorti is still in a strong spot, can make that set mighty with the Doran's Blade, can then, when it becomes mighty, ready it. So take it back to base, Doran's Blade, ready it. Instead, not going to do that. Just going in with the Fiora. Going to try and control this Monastery of Hirana.
We're bringing it back with the Fiora, making it mighty. We're rebuilding the board. We're saying, okay, well, you couldn't deal with that, and you had so much in hand. So if I just rebuild that same structure, then surely the result must be the same. So we're hoping, I think, for the same result there. Or maybe bringing it, we're going to gank across and take the Ezreal.
Gank across, take down the Ez, and we used that Fiora to put the pressure down onto LSU, and now LSU sitting at 3 runes and no units on the battlefield or in base.
That's wild. That's the overpowering ability of Fiora once she is mighty. She gets so many effects, deflect, ganking, and shield. Hello, do you want more? No, it's perfect. Set going back to base, I think that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Protect it, doesn't have a buff. You don't need to leave it there, and it's just a bit vulnerable.
It also allows you to reconquer next turn and get a buff and get the mighty trigger once again. Vendorti in a really good spot right now, but we still haven't seen LSU bring out that Irelia Fervent. Did expend a lot of their resources to try and win out on that previous combat. Does have a Last Rites in hand, has a couple of Rastas as well, a stack deck alongside it. So has a few ways to regenerate a hand advantage, but it is going to take a couple of turns, and by then, Vendorti is going to be at 5, maybe 6 points.
And that's exactly it. Vendorti's already got units in play. They're strong units. They've got protection, they've got buffs, and it's going to take us a while because we can't ready units right away in a lot of circumstances here. So it could be a little bit of a struggle to get things kind of moving again, and I think that's the struggle, is we can get things down, we can rebuild, we can re-establish our board, we can re-establish our hand, we're going to start with a stacked deck to begin that process, but can we then actually make anything actionable this turn?
Stack deck down. We see the Guardian Angel, a Discipline, and a third card that is...
Okay, well, a Discipline's very helpful in this instance.
Yeah, Stellar Conherder would be great, but there's such an easy way for it to be wiped away from the board if it is left at one of those battlefields. Discipline does give us card draw.
Exactly.
Guardian Angel, we still have to play around the possibility of salvage or Akshan coming out of the Fiora.
That's a tough decision. I think I would go for the cheaper card draw here. I'd go for the Discipline personally.
I mean, the risk with Discipline is you don't really have a unit to buff right now. It does work out well later on, but for the moment, it's not as easy as just, oh, I'll just buff a unit and then it's okay.
Okay, we got it. We do have another stack deck in hand, so we can go for that, but it looks like we go for the Raza first.
Okay.
Bringing that into play, and again, that gets us a unit on board, which is very much needed at the moment, and it's a strong one at that, so we don't only have to pay a couple, because thankfully there's lots of cards in the trash.
Okay, I see, here's the thing. When I was talking about the Discipline, I was like, oh, you don't really want to just buff your opponent's units, right? You know, you do still get the draw one, but we're kind of doing that on the Rasa because we can still ready it with the Blade Dancer, so Rasa will get that +2, go to 8 might, we'll get the card draw out of Discipline, and then we'll look to try and take down this Fiora. Still 3 runes available for Vendorti, importantly not 2 bodies though, so no possibility of a punch first.
And that's the thing, like I said at the start of the turn, it's going to be about finding a way to ready a unit and get it moving and get things actually actionable. We now have that pipeline thanks to that stack deck.
Yeah, we do. Let's see where we go from here.
Another stack deck, yep, just keep getting things into that hand, keep the flourish going, keep the momentum solid, because that's what we need at this point. And we don't want to be kind of having these cards, like actually these draws aren't great, I'm not gonna lie. Like that Discipline was lovely, but this one, bit of a trickier situation. But we're putting cards that we don't need right now to the bottom of the deck. And it's a shame about the Stellarcorn Herders, because I would really love to see those in this match, but they're just too expensive right now for the power they're dishing out.
Well, the Fiora is going to fall.
Which is kind of big. Fiora's a really important unit in this matchup.
It is. I think for the moment, Vendorti will still be okay with the position of the game. That Rasa goes down to 6 after this turn anyway. We'll see the discard draw trigger. Traveling Merchant put into the trash and then a scrap heap picked up, which is not what you want to see, because not only have you drawn the cards that you wish you had discarded, you've also discarded the way that you would discard that card. So a little bit unfortunate for LSU. Can, of course, next turn bring this Rasa back, assuming it survives, and then look to go back to Zorn Warrens, either with the Rasa or with something else, to get the next discard trigger. Or you can just play out the scrap heap if you so desire.
If you need to, yeah, that would work out as well. So we're ready on Vendorti's board now. Lots of runes, which is really nice to see. But I'm not sure where we go from here. Is it just kind of continue that onslaught, continue overwhelming battlefields, continue to buff up our guys? I'm not sure if we've got any other equipment right now to be able to help out. I haven't really seen much of the hand, so I'm not certain where we can go. Ideally, we kind of want to make this Fiora mighty, but we also want Set, so it's a tough one. Set only needs to conquer to become mighty, though, as we do get the buff.
We're going big. Is this like a Harness Dragon?
Oh, it is a
Okay.
Harness Dragon. What a call. Okay, Harness Dragon just immediately removes one of your opponent's units from play, so that Raza's gone.
Yeah, massive there. Harness Dragon just coming out as that kill spell. Does give you a huge amount of might as well, but doesn't become mighty, importantly, isn't underneath that threshold. Does allow you to go in with the set, though, get the conquer, get yourself a buff, get that mighty trigger. Yeah, just wanders it. He's set. He goes where he pleases.
I thought there was someone here, but my dragon dealt with it earlier. My father said I had a, was it mother said I had a temper. And then, buff it up, Set once again. His favorite thing to be is buff.
The favorite thing to be is buff. It's so true. It's so true. Grew up in the fighting pits. This Vestayan warrior, able to do anything he pleases. Gets the buff, gets readied as well. Can be drawn out of this battlefield if Vendorti desires, just to add that extra degree of protection. And that's exactly what is going to happen.
Bringing it back again. Like, there's not a lot in an Aurelia deck that can do anything about things in the base, which is kind of chilling there. So actually, it's a nice place to be. We can get those buff effects as well next time for the Conkers. And so actually bringing the effect to bring your units back to the base for a Fiora deck is great. We love that, and there's so much might on the on the battlefields as a potential for next turn that you kind of don't need to worry too much. Aurelia kind of on the back foot right now, which is unexpected in this matchup. Looks like we might have to just go in to try and draw more cards, but I'm not sure, other than Stellarcorns, how we're achieving that.
It's a tough one for LSU because you invested a lot into the hopes of killing a Set and a Fiora with an Ezreal. And I entirely understand why you would do that. You set your opponent back so far in terms of tempo on the play that it becomes really difficult for them to regain that advantage. You can then play your Fiora out, start moving her around. It becomes so difficult for Vendorti. But when you lose that trade, you are put so far behind. We've seen a couple of stack decks, as you say, the Stellarcorn exists as well, but you can't play a Stellarcorn out easily into a set Harness Dragon Fiora worthy. It is just too difficult for you to do. So instead we will go for the Rasa, the last rites. We will activate our Blade Dancer to ready this Rasa with the equip going in from the last rites. So what are we putting on the bottom here?
Are we going to get bag? Yeah, Defiant Dance, just to, again, just try and give us that combat advantage that we're going to need. I think that's the thing, or maybe, considering
a couple of buffs,
guard,
like defensive or aggressive plays, if you so desire.
Yeah,
I mean,
so they're going to the bottom. They're not going to be used again, and then we'll take something with our last rites. I'm surprised that they went back, but I guess,
you don't really have recursion, right, in the Aurelia deck, so that your recursion is, okay, we'll recycle these, and maybe I'll recycle enough and stack deck enough to actually get back to those cards, but it's very unlikely that you ever get to that point. Now with the Rasa going in, you can discard the Scrap Heap to the Zorn Warren's trigger. You also have the Conquer trigger from the last rites. What are we going for, LSU?
Maybe another Rasa again. Just going straight back in.
It's also cheap.
It's cheap, it's cheerful. Not that cheerful. It's cheap, it's not cheerful, and honestly, it's probably the best choice here. It's got high might level, which you need going into this matchup, and at the moment, it's going to be our cheapest option to be able to leave some runes for other costs this turn, or just to leave standing in case of combat. At the moment, you're looking at needing to gain more points. You need the point advantage here, because otherwise Set and Fiora are just going to run away with it with their new pet dragon.
I think there's also the argument of where does LSU place this, and that's what they're thinking about right now. You can put it onto Zorn Warrens and then have an effective 14 might at that top battlefield, but if you do that and then get blown out,
that's a nightmare.
It's so doomed. Like, you have nothing to put your last rites on apart from Aurelia Fervent sitting in your champion unit zone. So deciding instead to go to base, we'll play out the Rasa, has 3 energy up, a couple of points and prods coming out here from Vendorti, so we'll see exactly what is going on there. A little bit of a discussion happening, but I don't think it's anything too consequential. Already a thumbs up from Vendorti as well.
Looks like we're good to go. It's a tough situation. You've got to redevelop the board, but you also need to be actually scoring points, because we need those points to win. And at this point, the last rites feels dangerous in there alone. It doesn't feel good to have Fiora, Set, and a dragon, a harness dragon kind of staring down at you when you know you need that last rights for your recursion. And there's no way to get it back into the base, so it does just kind of have to sit there. And then you're at the mercy of all of these mercenaries who can take you down.
I was thinking about whether you'd want to hide a Tide Turner for LSU here as well. And you Tide Turner onto Zorn Warrens, you then can use the Rasa to come in, get yourself up to that 14 might mark. And that beats a Harness Dragon and a Set. So that's only 11. Even with the Doran's Blade equipped as well, it would win out on the trade.
Looks like that was spending a buff to make Set a lot bigger, doubling his might up to 8 now. So, and then we of course get the Fiora trigger, we get to channel that rune Exhausted. So then that's just increasing our fervorance for next turn, making it even more difficult for our opponent to make a comeback. When you look at the rune difference between these decks right now, you can see the Vendorti's in a really strong, commanding position to make comebacks and to also have the advantage during combat.
Yeah, so now 14 might on the side of Vendorti, at least in. I'm only looking at the Harness Dragon and the Set Brawler because you don't really want to send Fiora Worthy in. Her ability to ready your units when they come out and become mighty is so powerful. And with the Doran's Blade, could equip onto that Harness Dragon to get it up to 8 itself. Instead, it's Akshan, and we talked about the power of Akshan, the power to steal.
Fast.
I mean, that's what you keep it for. That's why you pulled it off one of those stack decks earlier on. Stops you from having that stolen away.
Akshan was duped by the Not So Fast, and that does not take effect, and it would have been quite devastating, definitely picking LSU's board apart. But again, we had to spend resources, and we're down to 2 runes now. It's pretty devastating. So regardless, that Akshan still had a really big effect, even though it wasn't the initial desired effect.
Yeah, it means now you're looking at, like, do you have an on guard for this Rasa, right? That's all you can really think about. And
we're attaching.
As I can see, there's not one in hand.
Doran's
Attaching
Blade's
to
going
the
to Set.
So this puts you to 10. Which would mean an on-guard still means that you only trade. Rasa's going to go down.
Last right still in play, but now won't have that hold effect.
Set will get the Conquer trigger, gets himself a buff. And then
this is a big Set.
Yeah, Zorn Warren's trigger as well. So what are we discarding here, Vendorti? Let's have a Mosey. Doesn't have a massive grip, but has a few cards. An Unsung Hero, I mean, that's fodder at this point.
That's fine.
We don't care about the Unsung Hero.
No, that's an early game card at its best. Right now, it's kind of like, oh no, that's fine.
Yeah.
Not a problem at all. And then it's whether you kind of, what are we on, 5 points? So we kind of do want to push for the 6 here, I'd say. So you do go in with the Harness Dragon.
And there's 6.
Yep, no, there's no way for that to be countered in any consequence. Spending that buff to draw a card, now that we have the ability to do so. It's kind of like we got to trade a bad card for a good card, hopefully, with that. So there's another really good reason to go for the Monastery at that point, is just being able to spend that buff that we actually don't need right now. We've got Doran's Blade, we're Mighty kind of permanently for the moment.
Was the Harness Dragon buffed?
No, the Set was buffed, but you can spend the buff from wherever.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
So,
you're 100% right,
yeah. The buff was on the Set, but because we are in control of Monastery.
Buff, it's not spend a buff
the buff on that's here, spend a buff.
Right.
So you can spend the one that's on the Set or one in base.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And LSU going to get up to 4 runes. Needs to really get in control of one of these battlefields. Has a Ride the Wind in hand. A Rasa with the last rights on it gets pretty strong. Up to 8 would outmatch the Harness Dragon, but with 3 runes up, Vendorti has a plethora of tricks. Still another punch first, a possibility. Yep,
you've always got to be concerned about punches. I don't like being punched, so I don't think Rasa would either.
Yeah, nor do I. I mean, Rasa, you know, they've sunned it a few times. I'm sure they've been punched a few times. Do you think you could become sort of like immune to the punches? Obviously they still hurt, but it's like, I'm used to this, you know.
God, not again.
Yeah, it's just another punch for me.
Rasa once again with the last rights, kind of moving in on that Set, going for another big showdown potential.
The focus. And here we go. It's a punch first. It's a punch first. Yeah, what a surprise. What a surprise. Vendorti will crack out the fists.
Oh, gosh.
Push the Set up to 11.
You know when you see those 2 runes go upside down, you're like, oh, I know, it's the punch. Literally going up to 11
Yeah,
here.
it's Spinal Tap, you know?
That's wild.
Rasa is struggling in this position. 2 can ride the wind over to the Highness Dragon.
Yeah, looks like that's the play, is try again, but over there. It's like, oh, that didn't quite work out. Poke the bear, didn't work.
Yep.
Let's hop on over to the next battlefield and see if I can take this dragon by surprise instead.
Well, Vendotti doesn't have the runes for an extra punch first here on the Harness Dragon, so it does become a little bit harder for him to truly protect, but where are we going? Riposte.
Oh,
Riposte. You are going to stay here, my friend. I'm going to buff up my set. One of the best signature spells in the game. Riposte, stopping any chance of Rasa getting out of the fight.
Riposte says, no, you stay with me. And unfortunately, that spells disaster for Rasa. Last Rites once again bouncing back to the base. Not getting that Conquer ability is huge. Really looks like the writing's on the wall here. Vendotti really taking a commanding presence, making sure they're winning those combats.
Yeah, LSU's last option, Blade Dance. So last rights onto your Rasa, Blade Dancer trigger to ready the Rasa, go into the Harness Dragon. There's no runes available for Vendotti, so won't be able to protect against this, but still, Vendotti has the Akshan later on. Like, that's a massive trash for LSU.
Trash, but LSU has no runes now.
Yeah.
So we're going to go down to just having 2 at the beginning of our turn. And is that going to be enough to keep up with Vendotti's onslaught? We have 2 more units in base. And although this Rasa might manage to get a point here, I don't know if it's going to be enough to just keep command enough of this battlefield.
We are floating the 2 energy, so we can get back a 2-cost unit. Traveling Merchant going to be the choice. I mean, it's 2 might more. It's 2 might more. Gets us up to 10 on this Monastery of Hirana. Do you want to play the base?
I think we're considering maybe keeping it in base. I think you've got to buff up that Monastery. I think you've got to try and hold it away from Vendotti at this stage.
I agree. So it will go to the Monastery. Gets us up to 12 might. Down towards that bottom side.
And it's
Vendotti's going to hold.
Vendotti. Let's see if Vendotti can clutch together the win. This could be the turn if they can piece it together and take down LSU's 1 battlefield.
With 5 runes, the set unable to move unless it is brought back, made not mighty, then readied somehow. We'll see where Vendotti decides to go. Does have 7 might in base. Needs to add 4 to that to be able to take over the Monastery of Hirana and go 1-0 up in this round 11 performance. Nothing in hand that LSU can do, as you say, no runes available.
No runes.
But
and that gives Vendotti the notion that it's kind of safe to do whatever he wants to do this turn. There are no runes in play. You can do nothing. Cool. I'm a free agent here to play another set brawler.
And it's just going to get buffed. Go mighty. Recycle a rune. So we channel 1 exhausted, then we recycle to the Fiora, ready it up, spend the buff, go to 8, go in, win the combat. Vendotti takes game 1.
The underdog, Fiora, not very well represented in day 2, but I've always believed taking the big win away from Aurelia, who we thought would have the advantage.
Yeah, I thought Aurelia was favored in the matchup. I do think LSU will be looking back at that 4-card investment into the Ezreal to try and clear out the set and the Fiora early on and be kicking themselves. It did not go well at all, and it cost them so much in terms of early cards, in terms of early tempo. In the sideboard for Vendotti, we have a couple of Cannon Barrages and a couple of Unyielding Spirits, not really going to bring those in. Maybe you could add in the Sabotages just to try and play a little bit of hand disruption into this Aurelia, but so far, Vendotti having an absolute stormer.
Yeah, Fiora's a really strong deck, and I think it's been underestimated throughout this competition. It's actually one of the decks that I was considering bringing if I was playing this event, and it hasn't had great conversion over to day 2, but that's because it didn't have a great showing in day 1, and those who did come over to our second day seem to be doing really well. So I'm really proud and really happy to see that they're still on in it. Now for LSU, we're probably looking at some more of these kind of comeback mechanics that we're going to need. Maybe the hard bargain and another not so fast.
Hard bargain, just making the Fiora spend a little bit more of her energy, make it a little bit harder for her to actually have as effective turns. It's when you get into these like attritional wars on a battlefield, having a hard bargain at that point just does give you that little bit of acceleration that you need overall. Apart from that, I don't see major changes.
No.
I do really think LSU will, we called it the salty run back in League, if you heard of a salty run back.
No.
So it's when, in the old days, when you were drafting a 5-game series, you could pick the same champions again.
Yeah.
So a team would lose and then pick the same draft, the same 5 champions. We call it, it's a salty run back. Like, they think they just misplayed and they can play it better.
So
they're salty, so they're going to run it back.
They're going to run it back.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if LSU goes for a predominantly salty run back here. I don't think there's major changes to be made.
It very, very much could happen. Now, I think that something that's really poignant right now is that the battlefields that are chosen aren't possibly going to be as advantageous as last time. We've got, okay, Candlelit Sanctum and Sunken Temple.
Yeah. Sunken Temple really good for the Fiora when you are getting those mighty units in. Candlelit Sanctum obviously giving you those extra cards as well.
Starting off with just a Traveling Merchant for LSU, not a bad start for Aurelia. We want those low-cost units in play as soon as possible. And Vendorti's turn looking quite simple, just bringing out the Fiora and moving on into LSU's second turn, where we start to see a bit more dynamicism from the Aurelia matchup. We might be able to get a Stellacorn down now, actually, which might help out with that card draw that we were lacking last game.
Yeah, nice low-cost units here for LSU. Stellacorn's still 4, it's expensive enough, but the ability to get it out early when you know it's only a Fiora worthy on the other side of the battlefield makes you a lot more comfortable. This Fiora worthy, we saw it from Vendorti. Against someone like a Kai'Sa, you wouldn't be doing this. You don't want to play something in your base when it can get killed by a falling star, but here it's like, okay, I know LSU is not playing targeted removal. He doesn't have like Cull the Weaks and such that he can use against me. Instead, I can play this out. I can use it for the rest of the game. Whereas LSU will be trying to get that Stellacorn herder out as soon as possible. Traveling Merchant not moving around on LSU's turn. We go back over to Vendorti, who's going to put down that Set Brawler.
Saw to great effect last game. Is Set going to once again just be an overwhelmingly strong unit and really kind of make Aurelia sweat to be able to overtake it. Of course, on play and on Conquer, we get that buff, so Set is, of course, now even bigger and a mighty unit, which is kind of what we're aiming towards. It not only allows us to channel more runes faster, but also allows us just to be bigger into these Aurelia decks who do like to kind of try and, like we said yesterday, protect the princess.
Yeah. I think it's... I mean, it's looking like another Stellacorn, though, with 5 tapped. I wonder, is it just going to be the Aurelia Fervent? Only 1 rune left to help defend it, but it's not going to go out. Turn past again without the Stellacorn moving forward. LSU, even with a second Stellacorn in hand, deciding that he wants to make sure this is well protected when it does start advancing for that extra card draw as the game goes on.
Nice thing about Aurelia here is at least it does have the deflect cost, so if you're not in a pure combat situation, you do have kind of spells slinging around, then that does help out with this matchup. But in this instance, Vendorti's probably going to be trying to go in with as much raw power as possible, and that's going to be where the unit's might is much overwhelmed when it comes to Aurelia.
See, for the moment, I think Vendorti expected to take the first step onto a battlefield of the 2 players. Unsung Hero being used here. Good death knell effect, but you do need to find 3 might from somewhere to get it up above that mighty threshold, as it only sits at 2.
Yeah,
I mean, draw 2 is huge, and
well,
you need to find 3 might from somewhere.
There it is. There is the big old sword, the BF sword. It certainly is big, and it's going to help out perfectly to make that unit mighty.
I like the fact you are practicing the flavor text these days.
I'm doing my best.
That's good, yeah. I'm going to chuck this onto the Unsung Hero most probably, then can ready it with the Fiora, also channel the rune from your Grand Duelist Legend. Ready it with the Fiora, then go in probably towards Sunken Temple. You have 1 rune up, you can pay the cost to get that card draw. But instead of readying it, just puts the BF sword on, and decides against sending it into battle. Worthy on the other side does put a little bit of pressure down on you. I just expected you to want to get the extra card draws out of the death knell from Unsung Hero.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised about that, but then again, we're not the experts, we're on the
100%.
desk, and I'm certain they've got a game plan in mind. And sometimes going slow, we've seen it to great effect throughout this tournament, from being able to maybe allow your opponents to kind of get smaller units stuck in bases. Maybe that's what we're going in battlefields. Maybe that's what we're going for. Knowing that LSU was wanting the card draw off the Stellarcorn and possibly won't be able to bring it back to base, and then leaving that really kind of vulnerable unit there means that you get to take it out with ease, and then you're getting the benefit of battle as well.
So if anyone doesn't know Candlelit Sanctum, you get to look at the top 2 cards of your deck. You can recycle one or both of them and then put them back down in any order you desire on the top for the ones that you remain in your hand, I guess. At the moment, we have a Rebuke and an On Guard. In hand, we've got double Rasa, a Defy, a Seal. Having a Rebuke would be really nice.
It would.
And they are going to go down. Rebuke on top, On Guard on the bottom is how I believe that ended up.
It also kind of gives you a little bit of a spy into what units you're going to have available for the next few turns, because we've got quite expensive units in hand and no way to cheapen them right now. With nothing in discard pile, Raza in hand, kind of clogging that up a little bit is not ideal. So it's like we're trying to be able to draw more here by going for the Sunken Temple.
And there's the Rebuke coming off the Sunken Temple trigger. You're Conquering with a Mighty. You get to pay 1 if you so want and draw a card. Traveling Merchant going in for the discard draw. Wonder if we're getting rid of this Stellarcorn.
Yeah.
Decided that we are far enough in terms of card advantage ahead. Also allows us to draw that On Guard, so we have a slew of protection for the next turn.
Are we going to see one of those big back and forth battles once again?
I feel like we are. Like, I saw a Defiant Dance, an On Guard, a Rebuke in hand. If you're LSU, you want to hold that Rebuke for as long as possible. Make Vendorti use as many tools in their toolkit, as many cards as possible out of their hand before you just bounce a unit to the opponent's enemies. That's the League of Legends one there. The opponent's hand.
It's a tough one, though. Vendorti still has a lot of power on board. We've got multiple mighty units. We've got ways of making them bigger. And I'm not sure it's going to be enough. LSU does have a lot of runes standing, though. We've got 3 spells, so we've got the On Guard, which is going to be able to buff, but that's not super helpful. And Not So Fast might be what kind of turns the tide in this instance if Vendorti decides to go particularly aggressive. And I think you go for the Aurelia. It's just kind of alone right now and vulnerable in that sense.
I understand that. I think Vendorti will have in their mind, this Aurelia is alone. Why is this Aurelia alone?
Yeah, it should not be alone. I will take that.
When you're choosing it as well, it gives that +1 might. You also have the On Guard. So an On Guard here onto the Aurelia is +3 might, effectively, because of the choose. And then you also have a Defiant Dance in hand, which is another +3 might, -2 might, so a 5 might swing, alongside the Rebuke as well, if you ever get to a position where you are actually overpowering the Aurelia. We'll go in with the Unsung Hero and the set at 8.
A spent buff set, so it's at 8. Wowza. So yeah, we've gone in big on for a 13. Thank you for that quick maths.
That's all right. That's what I'm here for.
Going in with a big 13, trying to say, look, I think this is going to be too much, even if you come back at me. And that's what I was talking about with that pure might total, rather than using spells like Punch First, which could be kind of sent back your way, that could be counterspelled.
And for LSU, there's a risk of a double Punch First coming out of Vendorti, right? That's an extra 10 might immediately. If they are put on the same target, Rebuke then becomes an incredible option for you, but Vendorti is 8 and 2. I don't think he's going to double punch first on the same target, you know? I think it would be a little foolish overall. Also, Riposte, a threat. The good thing for Aurelia in this matchup is that your buff spells tend to not have a huge energy cost, so Riposte is only giving a +1 or +2 instead of something like a big +5 or 6 that can sometimes happen. LSU thinking through the sequencing here. Defiant Dance first. The most probable option for that +3 -2. But even then, you are only getting to 7 yourself.
So we're not quite there yet, but we still have the Rebuke. We can still send something flying back to its owner's hand. Defiant Dance bringing those totals.
So importantly, the reason you put the first counter on here is you have chosen the Aurelia Fervent.
Yes.
So that it gets the +1 might from being chosen. Now we see the next sequence come out. The Aurelia moves up to 7. We go down to 11 on the side of Vendotti.
But I don't think it's going to be enough now, because we now see the Rebuke come out and probably push the set back.
I think you push the
Or do
Unsung
you push
Hero
the Unsung Hero?
back,
Yeah.
Because the set is down to 2. There's the riposte.
Oh, that is a well-timed riposte if I've ever seen one.
And we'll see what the riposte is targeting. It's going to give that +2 across. It's going to go onto the Unsung Hero. So that's an extra 2 over there. This is why I need to do the math the entire time. So we've still got 7 here. And then on this side, it sets at 2. +5 +2 is 9, as far as my maths is working. And on guard takes us to takes us to 10.
Takes us to 10, 8, 9, 10, yeah.
Just gonna trade.
Whoa, just gonna go for the trade. Gonna keep it simple. I don't love Aurelia coming out of play in this stance, but then removing the set is still a big deal.
Yeah, yes it is. I wonder if we have, I was thinking a last rights here would be nice, but it's not in hand. Double Rasa, Seal on guard. Deciding against using all of the resources there. And I don't blame LSU for backing out at that point, because you have to look at how much energy and how many runes Vendotti still has up. If you then on guard and get blown out by a punch first, you've invested so much into this Aurelia, and you're losing those combat trips. It's what cost him in game 1.
The triple Rasa in hand actually hurts me with so little in discard right now. We've got 3 big units that are just so expensive to cost, and we don't really have a way of churning through our deck right now. So maybe actually we're kind of thinking about allowing things to be defeated so that we actually are gaining more in our trash to allow for the earlier plays of those cards. We kind of do want to be cycling through some of our resources in some sense, because it's all we've got going on right now.
On the other side, we have a Call to Glory, a Hidden Blade, a Challenge, and an Akshan at the back. So I want to avoid putting those GAs down if you are LSU.
Looks like we're just going to be attaching the Doran's Blade here to Fiora. Again, making her mighty is always a good shout. She gets lots of fantastic effects. Doran's Blade, of course, giving a +2 power on that one as well. Definitely worth its weight in gold in this instance.
That it is.
And then do you want to do much else with your turn? We've expended a lot, and I think it's just...
Oh, you're going to worthy in?
We're going to move it. We're going to go for it. Knowing that LSU used a lot of resources in that previous battle, maybe they're assuming that there isn't anything left.
This is an on-guard moment, though. You on guard and you trade in.
On guard, and I think that was the beautiful thing about keeping that back, is that you made your opponent think you were out of resources, but that was false.
Really nicely done there by LSU, pulling Vendotti into the battle, but with the Call to Glory, have the runes available to it, and now there is a defy. It's going to get countered.
Okay, we're still going, and more resources are going to LSU's trash at this point, which is great for them. They're loving playing these cards at this point, because it's making things cheaper for them later.
Vendotti's going to be mad. You lose the Fiora worthy. Thought it was safe, could have just held back, I think, was trying to get over that, you know, the 2-point threshold that LSU is already at, so it would have been great to be able to wipe away all the units at the board, but a little bit over-eager there from Vendotti, and it's kind of been the catchphrase of this series, a little bit over-eager at times. It's a difficult battle to play. We've got into day 2 already, 3 p.m. here, so players have been around for 5 hours already just today, but...
And we're struggling at this point if we're LSU, because we really are wanting to get more units into play. So being able to take out that big Fiora threat is huge, because we're still a little bit away from our Razas, and I don't think they were just counting up the trash there to see.
I think it was 9.
Oh, so actually we can afford it now.
Yeah, you can play the Rasa. So I think we're going to float the energy here, use the Seal to play a Rasa. I mean, we could Traveling Merchant first for the discard draw, discard a Rasa, and then play the 2 others. But that's also 6 might that you're putting into your trash without a last rights to recur it. We'll count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh,
was it only 7?
I thought it was more than that.
We can still play some cards first, so...
I mean,
maybe move some more into the trash first, or just... No, we're going in with
Rasa's gonna
Raza.
come out.
Just spending the extra cost to be able to get up there. I still love a big discount, so I'm still not mad at that.
Oh,
It's a
yes.
cheap, it's a
70%
cheap
off.
investment, right?
Yeah, you'll take 70% off when we can do it, and twice on Fridays.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Another couple coming out here. It's a tide turner in base, can decide to switch with the Rasa.
Ooh.
Choosing the Rasa readies it, which now allows us to go in with the Unsung Hero. So the reason you put Tide Turner in base is then you can Blade Dancer
And
the
ready.
Rasa when the Tide Turner chooses the Rasa.
That's
Readies
lovely.
it in the base, goes in, gets rid of the Unsung Hero, will be card draw for Vendorti.
Brilliant sequencing
Yeah.
there to get that Raza over, and then really batten down the hatches, make Vendorti sweat a little and remove every last unit from their board, really showing the strength of Aurelia and kind of what we were expecting from game one, and then we just didn't see it come into fruition. But this time Vendorti's got a really big uphill struggle now. We can ready units. That's a positive, we love that, but we're still kind of lacking right now in having them available to play, so we're gonna need to really look at what we have available. We had the Akshan at the back of the hand last turn, so that might come into play, but I don't remember if there were any other units of note.
I think it was only the Akshan, a challenge, and a riposte.
Speaking of the devil.
We steal a gear. Like, cool. Go ahead. You're welcome to it. I don't think the seal is going to do too much for you. Can only pay those purple chaos power costs. Although if something has a pay any power, you can use the seal for it. So it's still denying something from LSU. Denying the ability to not have to recycle those runes does work. Aksha now equipped with that Doran's Blade.
Being able to use Fiora to channel another rune, exhausted, so we're keeping up the pace even though we're having to recycle to be able to do these attaches, going for another attach, just really using our only unit in play to be as big and beastly as it can be.
Yeah, currently sitting at 7. Sorry, 9, in fact. That's why I should do the maths first before I say something. I was trying to do it as I was talking. It just, immediately fails. 9 is big. Challenge the Rasa. And you win that challenge. Not enough runes for the not-so-fast out of LSU.
I love a good challenge. You don't have to go into combat. You're not risking any comebacks. If they can't counter the challenge straight away, you know that that's gone, and it just limits the amount LSU gets going into their next turn, as they only get 1 hold point, putting them on 5, which is a much more awkward position to be in when you're looking at kind of that straight down to victory.
I was trying to just quickly do some maths, some thinking about where I'd be going here as LSU, because you still have double Rasa, right? So I'm wondering if you just all in on Candlelit Sanctum. You're just saying,
really nice.
Look, I'm at 5, you're at a couple of points. If I just Rasa here, it sounds like, oh, it's not even a couple, just at 1 point at the moment, Vendorti. Instead, it's going to put it into base.
I think you do have the option of kind of taking it slow here, but then you don't want to give Vendorti too much time to make a comeback.
The risk is, if you do go double Rasa into Candlelit Sanctum, a single punch first and a call to glory is +8, right? That puts you in a really difficult position overall. So we're just going to sit with this Rasa back in base, hold the second one in our hand, look to try and go to 6, see if perhaps Vendorti overextends with the Akshan.
Going for an on guard, okay.
On guard
just
for the
to be
ready.
able to ready.
Yeah.
And then, move on in and grab that 6th
Draw a card
point.
as well as big.
It's huge right now, but unfortunately the only other card in hand is Rasa, so we don't have a lot to come back with.
Well, you do have the Sunken Temple trigger, right?
That is so
yeah,
true.
you pay the 1 to draw the card here. It's a called shot, which is good, but not really what you wanted right now.
No, but it can help us to flowy
Yeah.
through and see more cards.
It looks like we're going to bring Traveling Merchant back for that discard draw, and it allows us to see more cards because of that. So we're going to discard, get the Ezreal. Not enough runes to play it right now. It looks like we might retreat the Tide Turner 2. Saying that 3 times fast.
No thanks.
Tide Turner 2.
I think retreating the Tide Turner is good here. You know that Vendorti has these really strong units ready. I think then just building up in base and then going in for the win, going to the 7th and 8th points on the same turn. If this Rasa that is in Sunken Temple gets taken down, you're kind of okay with it because you're intending on taking the 7th and 8th point in the same turn.
You're going to have to work your way through an Akshan. Vendorti a long way behind currently. Has the Call to Glory challenge, riposte, Hidden Blade. Akshan's going to go in.
We're going
kill
for
off the
it.
Rasa. We'll get that draw nice and early from Sunken Temple. Go to 2. LSU doesn't have a huge amount of might on board.
No, it's an uphill climb for Vendorti, but they can do it.
Yeah. Pay the energy, draw the card. I wonder if you challenge the Rasa just to remove some more of the power that LSU does have.
I think if you can, you should.
Yeah, looks like that's what we're going to go for. Get rid of the Rasa.
Yep. And there's no response. We know there's no response to that. 1 card in hand, we know what it is. But I think that is a tell. That tells Vendorti it's not anything they need to worry about.
And now we can start investing a little bit more on our side of the board. Will be an epic comeback. 1-6. Getting back into the game. Lucian will come down with the Weapon Master, steals away the Doran's Blade, becomes mighty. Can't ready it. We don't have the Fiora worthy, but we can channel 1 rune Exhausted. And now just a Traveling Merchant and a Titan. There is 1 free point for you if you so desire it.
We do have the Rasa. Oh no, it
double
was
Ezreal in hand now.
Double Ezreal in hand, so we have a bunch of card draw, but is it going to be enough? Because we also need the runes to be able to play that. So we get a little bit more. Ooh,
Defiant Dance and a Discipline.
I like the Defiant Dance in this instance.
Yeah, so do I. I think you go in, you get the 1 from Candlelit, and then you don't really look to try and kill the Akshan this turn. You're waiting for next turn, but the problem is then Vendorti is getting really strong.
That's
you could discipline onto the Ezreal to take him to 5, ready with Blade Dancer, and then we have the Defiant Dance, which takes Akshan down, but there's still enough runes on Vendorti's side for a punch first, and they have a Riposte in hand. So these are the things you have to play around. LSU wisely, I think, deciding not to go all in to try and kill off the game this turn.
I think honestly it's a very wise decision. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Note that you are so far ahead that you do have the option to take your time and then try and deal with Vendorti's kind of oncoming onslaught as you would expect from a deck like this within time. You've got a little bit of pace behind you. You've got a little more card draw now, and hopefully Vendorti's running out of resources of their own. Maybe not units, because that's not really how these decks go, but hopefully things like the Punch First just aren't quite there. Going into the Tide Turner with Lucian. Looks like we're going for the Defiant Dance here.
We'll make it 4-3.
Trying to see if we can just eke out combats and just whittle Vendorti down.
Call to Glory, no Defy. That means Titan loses.
That one, so we're going up to the 3. Vendorti's uphill battle is still crushing onwards.
That it is. Lucian will be readied after the Conquer, and he wins for the first time. Gonna hit the Candlelit Sanctum trigger. You can look at the top 2, put them back in. All right, put any amount of them back on the bottom, recycle them, and then put the ones that you keep on the top in any order. So one on the top, one on the bottom.
So that top card is now something we want. We want that.
I mean, you would hope so.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, perhaps not the wisest choice to put it on the top. The amount of times I've been playing a card game, and I've, in other card games called Scry, right? I scried one, looked at it, being like, yes, I would like to keep that. And then when it gets around to my turn again, forgotten what the card was and being surprised.
And you're like, oh my goodness.
I think that speaks to my skill. A Hidden Blade hidden here for Vendorti, I believe, on that top battlefield. Really, yeah, one of the main hidden cards that you do play in this Fiora deck. Makes it harder for LSU to try and gain control of that area. Cold shot to kick us off. 1 power recycled.
Another Akshan, of course, in base as well, now ready to go as well. We don't really get anything from the effect of that, but just having another really strong unit on board there.
Riposting the cold shot. I mean, I love it. It was 1 card in hand for LSU. Why give him 2 more?
And you kind of know that the previous turn there wasn't a threat in hand, so you assume that actually this might still not be a threat. And indeed, we see it as the Discipline goes in just to draw a card, I imagine. To try and hopefully get out of the situation.
It's a seal.
Ooh, not that helpful.
Yeah, not helpful whatsoever. However, Traveling Merchant can be sacrificed if you so desire. The seal is going to come down. Traveling Merchant, I mean, you still get the draw even if you don't discard. So we're going to go in here with 5 and 2, making 7 into the 7 of the Akshan.
Ooh,
the draw is a Ride the Wind from the Traveling Merchant move. No Conquer happening.
Oh, it feels so bad. LSU's just so far behind at this point in regards to now board presence. So close yet so far, because we're so close to the win on points, but the board is empty.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly well played by Vendorti to stabilize after LSU was able to take such a lead early on.
Just picking apart that board.
There's triple Rasa in the graveyard. Like, what are you looking for at this point?
What's left? What's left that can handle
Our last rights.
a last rights?
Yeah.
That's kind of it. But then you need to be able to conquer with that, or to hold a battlefield. And at the moment, Vendorti's probably going to be looking at putting things into those battlefields that you can't deal with these smaller units. That's all you've got left, right? So at this point, Vendorti's thinking, okay, well, I probably want to be getting all of these really strong guys just sat on these battlefields. It's not necessarily about the points, although we do need those, but it's about making it really hard for LSU to be able to actually use last rights.
Just control the space. Akshan, equipped with the BF sword, gets the mighty channel a rune, and this is another thing that Fiora has been able to do really well, is just to replenish the runes.
Yeah,
like, you look at the other side, LSU has 4? Three and a...
Three and a
oh,
that's
his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's painful.
Yeah.
That is painful.
That's what I'm saying. It's a really tough situation to be in, and Fiora's done this incredible job this game of keeping all of their resources really high strung and making sure that they're replenishing what they need to be able to make these really big plays.
I mean, also really big for Vendorti to come back like this, because they were only 1-0 up. This is the second game of the best of 3. If they weren't able to claim this in time, we'd be looking at a draw, rather going to 8-2-1 rather than the 9-2-0 that they are currently looking at. Defy Ride the Wind is nothing for LSU.
The uphill struggle is being successful. We've got both battlefields taken. If LSU can't dismantle one of these, then that's game over, and it doesn't look like we can. We have no units.
Nothing we can do. The fist comes up. Vendorti takes it from 6-1 down. Coming back and being able to claim the win there on the Fiora. Superb stuff all around by Vendorti.
Vendorti makes the climb. That is the biggest climb that I have seen during this tournament thus far, from going to such low and just sticking in there, believing in what his deck can do, and taking it back from your opponent by just whittling them down.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from Vendorti. LSU, game 1, a bit of an overextension with the Ezreal, I think. Game 2 still struggled after losing their units early on to really get back into it. And as soon as Vendorti took control of the game, it really felt over. It's just great stuff all around from Vendorti as we round out round 11 here of RQ Bologna.
I think it was a really lovely tale as well to show why you should never give up.
Yeah,
we should never ever give up.
You've
just got to
keep on going.
Climbing. And speaking of climbing, it's time for us to climb over to the interview area to speak to our winner.
No, there's no interview.
Oh, no interview. Oh my goodness,
we can speak to each other though if you want.
Oh, that would be good.
How are you doing? Are you enjoying Riftbound?
Having a great time, honestly. I'm really pleased to have seen that matchup. Really happy that we were able to highlight a deck we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, true. It was a lot of fun to watch the Fiora, and we're going to go to a break. We'll climb over the desk as opposed to do an interview. Goodbye. We'll be back. Auf Wiedersehen.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the regional qualifier here in Bologna, Italy. James O'Leary, joined by Leonard Koenig for all the action. We're running out of Swiss rounds. There are not many left to cast here. I think this is our round 4 of the day, which puts us at round 14. Am I correct on that? No, 14 is totally wrong. Never do math on stream. Never do math. It was 8 yesterday, and 5 today means we're on 12.
No, we should, exactly.
12.
We should be on.
See, this is why don't trust my math when we're doing. Trust Leonard's.
Yes, I think we're doing round 11 now, actually, and then there's another Swift round afterwards, which is round 12, and then there's also round 13, if I'm not completely mistaken.
You know what? There's going to be a graphic at some point that's going to come up and it's going to tell us. It's been a long weekend full of magic. Wow, full of Riftbound action
Riftbound
here
magic.
today. Exactly, magical plays coming through here. We have a big match this round for you. 2 heavyweights in the scene for Riftbound as we get ourselves ready to go. Marcus Bartel, a former European champion in Yu-Gi-Oh! Going up against Alan ZQ, a very, very, very well-known player for, of course, Legends Runeterra World Champion, and the best of Kaiser from Houston from the regionals there.
Yeah, he is surely one of a kind, and I think at this point he is just aura farming. He has announced on X that he is going to win multiple metal best of cards of Ezreal, the Prodigal Explorer, and he's absolutely crushing it. He's the only undefeated Riftbounder in this tournament. You can see a tech on the bottom right of this deck that is so absolutely genius. We've seen it before yesterday from Ludwig, who was also running Ezreal Prodigal Explorer. That is the Vex, a card that you actually mentioned in the beginning. I think it was one of your favorite picks.
Yeah,
it was crazy good.
Weirdly, it was one I picked because it's a card that I like, not a card that I thought was going to be played so much. So I guess I'll take a win on that one. And then we look over on the opposite side of the table. As I said, a very formidable player in their own right, playing the Draven. This is the first time you and I are going to actually get to cast a Draven game. And this version is the mid-range Draven. Ooh, wow. Okay, there's a card in this list that we haven't seen too much. Like, we've not seen a whole lot of Darius recently.
Yeah.
Sometimes throughout this tournament, you and I haven't been able to see it too much. Obviously, saw it a heck of a lot in Origins, in the Kaiser decks.
Absolutely. It's one of the easiest units to just play and then push into a battlefield immediately. It was always used with the Cleave card, so you could imagine immediately for 6 energy, just have a ready unit that goes up to 10 might, which is absolutely crazy, especially if you're looking at the power level of Origins. However, in the Draven deck, in Draven you want to have some tempo. This card is also incredibly useful, paired with some units that are incredibly sticky. So you can push a Ferris Forerunner, you develop it, you already have a great presence on board, and then in the next turn you're following that up with a Darius. It's really hard to beat them. That is also why, so far, Draven has been the best deck of the tournament.
And Draven on the first turn of the game is always a good sign if you're a Draven player. One of the reasons that Draven is quite so so consistent is it curves out extremely well. 2 might into 4 might into 2 power into 4 power, for instance, goes very well throughout the early game. It's going to be a very early Ezreal play from Alan, getting that draw.
Immediately developing it. Also, he forgot to put his headphones on, which is not too bad, but now we know we fixed that.
One thing about that, we of course do play with some delay there, so it's not that he will be able to hear us at any point. Thankfully, these games have already at least begun and started taking place, so we are working with a little bit of a buffer there. So Treasure Hunter goes to the battlefield, over to Reaver's Row. We'll get the gold. And that's one of the things, getting these gold tokens early on just allows you to kind of compensate for recycling at any point, whether it's with the Draven ability on the attack or defender trigger, or there are multiple other cards in the deck that force recruitment, force recycling. Treasure Hunter going to use the Reaver's Row to back away as Ezreal goes to the base.
That is already inherently broken, right? You have a 2-drop, of course only 1 might, but you scored a point, and then you had the Reaver's Row as well to just immediately generate another piece of gold. But the Bellows Breath is being used afterwards in base, so you can also hit the Draven with it and then go for a Frigid Touch, immediately making so much use out of this passive ability of Ezreal. Alan ZQ is showing everyone, hey, here I am and I'm going to rock you like a hurricane.
I've seen a lot of chatter around this Ezreal deck being very, very strong into a lot of the matchups like Draven. Of course, Ezreal with Reaver's Row, for once you can actually move it to a battlefield and say, yeah, I'll just take that defense trigger. However, the problem with that is you, of course, essentially losing a combat, which Draven is fine with that. It's like, yeah, I'll get benefit from doing that.
Especially versus a Kaiser, right? So that was 2 draws immediately. It was very good for Marcus. However, Alan ZQ, I mean, he is playing the Ezreal deck. He is going to repeat so many card effects. So you really want this Ezreal Prodigy in your base. He wanted to be safe and sound. But now, how are we going to follow this up? I think this is a Ravenbloom student. That is a 2-drop that has been falling out of favor when Spirit Forge released. Oh, we are going to actually play the Seal of Discord. So important in that deck. Oh, we're going to go for the combination that shouldn't be possible. Fizz plus the Arcane Shift.
Oh, hard bargain in response. So Arcane Shift ends up in the bin. Will now, of course, try and take Kai'Sa out from the battlefield, as that will come through. Hard bargain. So
we're dealing the damage here. Fight or flight is not happening. Have we done any damage to that Kai'Sa before?
Well, yeah, that's what I was looking for. Am I missing something? It's possible I am.
I think we might be missing something. This did,
because typically Arcane there's
3 damage.
Yeah, Bellows Breath wasn't cast as well.
There may be something on the Fizz that makes
No, and it's not on the Void Gate. Are we assuming that Void Gate is the battlefield? Because we're on Reaver's Row, right? Void Gate is the other battlefield. Kai'Sa was set on Reaver's Row. I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but
so for the moment,
I feel like Kai'Sa should have been alive on 1. Yeah. Does Void Gate, is it asymmetrical? Is it just units at this battlefield?
I think you blinked out. I think I have it.
Okay.
I think you might have blinked out the Fizz and then replay it and then get the Frigid Touch from the discard pile to lower the Kai'Sa's might. Then again, we did not see
shortcutting potentially? Okay, sorry.
But I'm going to clarify this. I'm going to try and clarify this with some of the judges. Of course, this game has already happened. It has happened in the past. We're working with a slight delay here. So even if we realize something that would be wrong with the game, which I honestly, when we were playing with Alan ZQ versus Marcus Patel,
I'm going to assume they know what they're doing.
Absolutely. We couldn't help it. So we're going with what we got here. Next is Hopeful. Nox is Hopeful. It's going to be played in the base after a falling star. Vex is now ready.
I'm pretty sure you're right. It was the Fizz, Arcane Shift, Fizz again, and then it gets the Frigid Touch out of the trash.
So the Reaver's Row is absolutely pivotal for the Draven strategy if you are playing Reaver's Row in game 1, especially because you probably know what your opponent is on. Maybe you have a different battlefield you want to play when you know that you're playing a Draven matchup, or when you don't know what you're playing. But Reaver's Row is incredibly powerful because every time you use it, you save a unit. You can have something like an Overzealous Fan that gets you very important points. And then again, if your opponent uses it, you get a free draw. So now the Morbid Return gets you back the Ezreal. This is also a really nice way to play around the scenario where you think, hey, maybe I need to play 2 Ezreal or 3 Ezreal in my deck to constantly have Ezreals. You can play Morbid Return in case your Ezreal gets removed from the battlefield. However, you can also use it on other cards like the Fizz Trickster.
Yeah, and then so there's a couple of really unique interactions here. I think you saw Alan ready 1 rune because he paid extra. There actually was, I believe, a combat showdown going on with Vex. Even though the defender trigger comes in and Reaver's Row you move back, technically Vex is involved in a combat, so it allows you to pay less for a spell that happens during a combat Vex is involved with. Just catching up on the current state of the game from this. I will say, Alan being 11-0 with a deck that constantly recurs things from the graveyard and is relatively complex to play is impressive at this point. To be very clean on exactly what's happening. Clearly, I've lost what
I'm gonna say it's scary to go up against as well, because this is also a deck that really needs some time. You have grinded out games. LZQ deciding, I love this about Reaver's Row. I'm going to go into that later on. But this is a deck that really takes quite some time.
Yeah.
And I'm very impressed that he actually managed to not draw a single time or lose to timeout, but just went 11-0. That is absolutely massive.
Yeah, huge. No. I mean, you expect that from a player that was getting the best of Kai'Sa in a meta that Kai'Sa was very, very prevalent of back in Houston.
Now, I really enjoy what Alan ZQ is doing with the Reaver's Row here. You have this Vex 5 might, and he just shies away from an Overzealous Fan, which is only at 2 might, knowing, hey, I do not have any combat tricks and I don't want my opponent to commit heavily into this play so that they can get the actual kill on my Vex.
And I find it interesting, we were talking about this a little bit, knowing that we were going to kind of be looking at this matchup for a few minutes before we started. We were talking about the prevalence of Vex in this list, maybe not hitting Draven as much as it hits other matchups, because, for instance, like in Aurelia, Vex will shut down pretty hard, but Draven has spinning axes, which I'm pretty sure Vex doesn't actually affect. I'm pretty sure it spells during the turn, and of course gear do not get affected by that.
Exactly, especially not if it's quick draw.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't change anything.
No, but quick draw makes it nice and difficult to play around.
That's the one you can use in combat on the Q. Carefully sequencing out his turn in his mind. All right, we are going to maybe do something with a Ravenbloom student. Of course, you have just drawn into Singularity, a card that is really well used by Ezreal. However, Ezreal, especially in this version, if you do not have gold tokens from, for example, a card shop, you will not be able to use your Seal of Discord to reduce the power cost you have to pay for Singularity.
I wonder, though, Singularity here, is there a danger that it whiffs? Because we know there's multiple spinning axes in hand. So do you just, like, with the targets when they get selected, you go spinning axe, I'm up and above? Because you imagine Darius is the one that's you're going to try and Singularity, and I would assume Nox is hopeful potentially on top of that. But spinning axe will put both of those. Although Void Gate would prevent the Nox is hopeful. So you might have to put both, or at least cast 2 spells just to untap Darius to keep it safe on that 7.
Yeah, I mean, if your opponent uses a Singularity just to get rid of a Nox is hopeful, I think you just take it, right?
Oh,
you don't need to necessarily preserve it and put 2 spinning axes on it.
I guess my point is more that Alan has to think about through all of these lines. Is like which two cards or you know, what 2 abilities are going to be able to nullify a Singularity. So it's one of many, many, many options at this point. And this is why I'm impressed at the clean gameplay that is required from an Ezreal list like this.
Now, Marcus even said, I don't even need to play a combat with this. Is not going to use the spinning axes on the Vex fight with his Nox is hopeful. Now, Seal of Discord is now going to be tapped so that the Vex comes in for free. Vex cheerless. Those stack, right? So if you're attacking with 2 Vex, your opponent has to pay so much for each of their spells.
Yeah, that's the really important thing to be aware of. It does have to be a combat that involves Vex. So yeah, if you're attacking or defending with both of them, you'll get both triggers. But other than that, they do not both apply in that regard.
That sounds like it's made for the Irelia matchup, which is otherwise a really tough matchup for the Ezreal deck. But if you're playing versus Irelia, they just have one big unit, and you tell them all of a sudden your discipline is costing 4 energy and 2 power.
Oh, that's painful if that is the case. I think one thing that we're going to see the spinning axe potentially here. I was going to say one thing that might be pretty influential in this matchup. The Brynn here that we just saw in hand may very well come into importance later.
Thundersong is also a card you need to learn how to play around it.
Yeah.
Because there's many different things your opponent can force you to do when they play it. So if you play it and you have 10 runes open, you kind of need to throw all of your cards in hand into it, or just accept that the Brynn here is going to be a massive turn for your opponent. So what you want to do is keep some runes open, but try to play as efficient as possible on your turn still, so that you don't give them a great Brynn here turn, but also don't force them to not play it because you're tapped out, because then you're always tapped out and that doesn't help you.
Right. I was going to say, Alan looked like he was going for Arcane Shift, of course, cost reduction. That is going to be a double hard bargain. That is paid 5 for the repeat, which is a significant investment, but it will cause Darius to ready and get that additional might.
Marcus is driving a hard bargain here. Rebuke is going to be played for 1 energy. Oh, wow.
And then that is painful. After that hard bargain, you have to assume there's probably not another one coming.
Yep. And then that forces something else. If the Darius is going to get removed here, that forces the following thing. The spinning axe.
Do you have to equip it then so that you don't lose it on the next turn?
You kind of have to put it, either you play another Darius, or you have to put it on the Overzealous Fan. There's already 1 trigger on the Ravenbloom student. So this one is at 3 now, because, you know, the other one got negated.
Yeah, and you can't afford the Darius either.
Yeah, so
it has to go on the Fan.
that, I mean, you keep the spinning X around, but your opponent just steals one more power from you, which is really, really strong. And in those grindy games, just, I mean, sometimes it doesn't sound that bad that you have to pay one extra power cost, right? But if you're looking over the next future turns, right? If you're looking at the next 4 turns, that is in total 4 energy that you are missing just because you had to pay 1 more cost if you're trying to be very efficient.
Hey, here's the second spinning X. Again, not affected by Vex, so this time Vex will head to the trash.
But then again, this is a unit that definitely can be gotten rid of. I don't know if that's even a sentence, actually. Sorry.
That makes sense.
But
I'll take that.
I mean, if you now get rid of the overzealous fan, which you really can't necessarily do by combat. Ah, no, wait, actually, it's not the reverse row effect. It's sacrifice this card and then push 1 from your opponent back. But if you just singularity it, which in the Void Gate still works, you're going to get rid of the double spinning X.
Damage. Yeah, now that becomes a question of like, what's the importance of that? Does Alan also have any additional ways to do it? Are there any like mainboard rebukes? I wish I'd have paid more attention to the deck list.
I mean, we saw one.
We've seen one already. Yeah. Okay. So how many are there going to be? I guess then is the answer to that. Like, are there any left?
I mean,
the deck?
You have Fizz, Trickster, so
yeah,
I
you can bring it back. That's another very, very solid point. This is, again, what I mean about this deck is like there's so much to follow in the sense of like your trash is not out of the game. Like the only thing so far that's banished is the Arcane Shift. And I believe the second one was hard bargained, right? So that's also a target for Fizz.
Yeah, definitely.
In future.
Oh, it's really, really strong what LNZQ can do with those Fizzes here. The only thing that is not as efficient about Fizz than with just hard playing the card is if you're pushing Vex into the battlefield and you have an action spell that is going to save you from the overzealous fan with 2 spinning X's, or get rid of it rather, then it's going to be much cheaper than when you're just playing a Fizz, right?
Very true, very true. But you know, that would be broken if Fizz could be used at any speed other than the regular speed. Pretty sure we just got a quote unquote free called shot with the first seal. There is a Fizz in hand. There is a Mind Splitter, so sometimes the best option is just find out what you're playing against and get rid of something.
Oh, we're going to use a spinning X again. This is the biggest overzealous fan I've seen in quite a long time. But this looks like an absolute destruction. LNZQ is going through this matchup like nothing else. Now gets complete information. There's Darius, there's a Ferris Forerunner.
These are huge units.
Yeah,
huge units that if they stick on the battlefield, here comes the Fizz. Do we go for the Rebuke and then get
free Rebuke from the Fizz effect? And LNZQ just gives up and says, yep, that's gonna do it. Wow, LNZQ, that looked like child's play for him, honestly. He just went through this matchup.
That is very clean. Very, very, very clean. Impressive at that point. I mean, I think most people would be quite panicked with seeing 3 spinning X's come out. And, very impressed by Alan's first game in this series.
Look at him rolling up his sleeves here, going into game too soon. There you can see the deck list. Look at it. Remember it. Write some notes down because this is what it's all about. We have 1000 Tailed Watcher, 1 Mind Splitter. Those are cards that you are seeing quite frequently with triple Cold Shot and of course also stacked decks. So you have quite the draw power in this deck, especially when you're considering that most of your cards just alone trigger the Prodigal Explorer ability, so you can draw cards and then you can combine those with more Arcane Shifts.
And there are some interesting ones like 1 copy of Smokescreen, 1 copy of Morbid Return, some very like finely tuned details to this deck, which I like. It's impressive, but you know, when you're net decking and you're taking someone's deck, not having the rationale for why specific cards are one-offs in there, like you might think you know, but actually until you've played out the amount of reps that a deck deserves, it can be very difficult to play it out. Now we see Marcus's sideboard.
That's true. So sometimes if you just net deck a deck, you don't know what it's all about. But for random one-offs, there's always one reasoning that is always going to be true. It's going to make the game for your opponent much harder. First of all, if they don't play around it because they think you might not play it.
Mm-hmm.
And second of all, if they play around it constantly because they have seen it in either on your table in the previous round or in game 1, and they play around a smokescreen, and you never had a smokescreen, but it's in their head.
Yeah.
So you're going to make... You might not even draw it, but it's still going to affect the game.
I think that might have potentially an impact in this matchup as well, if it comes to it. One copy of Edge of Night in Marcus's deck, and at least one copy of Switcheroo that we saw coming from this. So very interesting matchup. I would say, of all the matchups we've had so far, this I would say is like a heavyweight contest of names in card games playing now on day 2, looking for a spot in the top 8. 11-0 against 10-1.
You know, Marcus Patel.
Yeah.
I've seen him play other games so far already. I know how great of a TCG player he is. He's super experienced. He has the titles to his name as well. We're immediately going down in power again, starting off with the Ezreal. We want to find our seals. We want to find our cards. But also, I talked to him before the round. I was like, did you play versus Alan already? And he said, no, dude, thankfully not, because if I see Alan, if I play versus Alan, I'm just gonna scoop, man.
Well, that at the end of the game happened for Marcus in game 1, knowing when he was done and saying, okay, let's get into the next game. Interestingly, Targon's Peak, a battlefield we haven't seen so much in Spirit Forge. Marcus is saying, yeah, I kind of just want to play Annie.
Exactly.
Like, let me play Annie.
There are people who play Annie over Draven because it's so strong to get your 2 runes back at the end of the turn. Targon's Peak makes your deck just Annie on default, plus the Draven ability. It is phenomenal. You can just play out in most of these turns, especially when decks do not want you to get those combats and they shy away from combats. They give you a few free points, maybe with something like the Pit Rookie combination with Cull.
Yep.
You know, they are giving you some points, they take those points back, but if you can be more energy efficient, you can play a Ferris Forerunner on 6 runes and then ready 2 runes. There is so much Draven can do with 2 energy open.
Yeah, and we've just seen some of it in hand with a Ferris Forerunner as well, but it's actually going to be Marcus saying go. With a Ferris Forerunner, didn't want to commit into it. Of course, this turn wouldn't have been able to untap because you're not conquering Targon's Peak, so wouldn't have access to that. It would have to be on a subsequent turn. But there are multiple spinning axes, and here is potentially the way, already flipping one rune. It is Alan's priority first, though, in the showdown. This is one of the ways where you can kind of play around this Vex. Spinning X, again, we mentioned it in game 1, does not get affected by Vex's asymmetrical ability. For those of you that are not familiar with Vex, it will make your opponent's spells during combat with Vex cost more. It's 1 and a recycle, and your spells will cost 1 and 1 recycle less during combat that Vex is involved with.
And it's so funny because you can just, you know, you don't have a seal yet. You think, hey, Cold Shot might be expensive.
Free Cold Shot.
Exactly, together with your Ezreal.
The Ezreal? Cool, I'll look at 4 cards and take 2 of them.
It's so good. You basically essentially play 6 seals now.
Oh, and then an Arcane Shift is another great choice. That looks like a retreat.
We are getting just through so many cards already in this turn. You just need to make sure that you can save the Vex if your opponent has enough combat tricks, because when you're playing versus Draven and they leave open 6 runes, there's going to be something coming your way.
And now you basically are just looking at like all these cards that are low cost. It is to a minimum of 1, so Stupefy does not become free. But you're looking at all of these cards and you're like, well, that costs 1, that costs 1, that costs 1. Like everything is so cheap.
This is half a binder in LNZQ's hand. Can also go for the Prodigal Explorer. Gets more cards. We want more cards. We want more cards. Double Stupefy equals triple draw. Now, the first response for Marcus, he's like, hey, can I play some cards
please.
too?
I would like to play a card in this showdown, please.
No, that is very interesting. Puts up the Draven to a total of 9 might -2, so it's 7 again. We're going to resolve the Stupefy, as this was a reaction response onto the Stupefy. And now LNZQ has the priority again and is going to just use Rebuke for 1 power cost and 1 energy cost. Vex all of a sudden.
Disgusting.
It was so overlooked, but it feels like it's the obvious choice for every deck, no?
And Alan, okay, hard bargain, important, spending a lot. That's a 6 cost repeated hard bargain.
But LNZQ drives a hard bargain too. Is gonna hard bargain. The hard bargain. You can get your Draven back, and the Spinning Axe preemptively put to the trash. This card is not going anywhere. It's another game where LNZQ is dominating.
And Marcus took an entire turn off, calculating like, okay, I'm going to need the Spinning Axe. I'm going to need the repeated hard bargain in order to win through this. And Alan says, no, I've seen half of my deck. I have the cost reduction in play, and I'm just going to have every single answer that I need in this situation.
Dude, you're onto something with your Vex prediction. This card is absolutely phenomenal. It's looking so strong.
I am that annoying hand destruction, like tax you kind of player when I play card games. So I'm so sorry to anybody that ever has to play against Vex against this, but Alan is making it look incredibly strong.
It's so crazy, and honestly, this Obelisk of Power is not going to be attacked next turn because, let's be honest, we have now conquered the Targon's Peak. That is going to give us 2 runes at the end of the turn. It's going to refresh them. We're going to put them active again. And now double seals, triple seals. We're never going to pay any power cost again.
And when your spells are getting reduced in cost anyway, and you're like, okay, well, I just need to skirt around the whole I need to recycle thing part of things, and that's a Rasa. I'm assuming that is, for 1, probably for the number of cards. Alan's just counting, proving it that it is at least low cost. Who even needs to pay for spells and units anymore in Riftbound?
Exactly, not if you're LNZQ. This is just an utter destruction. Goes in with the Spinning Axe onto that Vex. We are now at even might. Does LNZQ even want to respond this? Is it possible?
Okay.
No, I think he actually forgot the Targon's Peak trigger.
I think you might be right, because there was a conquer through, right? That did happen. As mentioned, we are, these games were played out a little bit in the past, so nothing we can say or do at this point in time would affect the state of play. I think you may very well be correct on that, which is costly at that point, if it indeed is the correct.
Got rid of that Vex somehow. Targon's Peak is gonna be held, and now the situation isn't even changing so much. You only have 6 runes for this turn, so you only have 6 energy. I mean, power cost is not something you're going to be very likely to pay with your 3 Seals of Discord. But there's only so much energy you can pay.
Yes. Alan does also have another Vex in hand. Of course, again, it is quite a costly unit to actually get out onto the battlefield to get it into base, and then it obviously takes another turn from there.
He's giving him a run for his money, though. I feel like those 2 runes could have really done a lot there, especially since there's cards like Wages of Pain in hand or the Arcane Shift. Those could have been used on the attack onto the Vex. Now we're going to develop a Vex. We're going to hide the Wages of Pain into the Targon's Peak, of course, just paying with the Seal of Discord. Again, we're never gonna pay power cost ever again in this game unless it has to be mined.
Yeah, that's... if you're Ezreal and you have 3 seals out, something has gone well in the game so far. However, it's a very strong, like scary hand on the side of Marcus, having big units, having, you know, the Ferris Forerunner there. This is setting up to be next turn contesting battlefields, trying to go over the top, trying to establish presence and say, okay, it doesn't matter if I have to pay a lot for spells, if I'm just stronger than you in the moment, and so strong that you cannot get past me.
I can see that. Now, all of a sudden, Marcus Patel is in a really advantageous position, has bigger units on board, and I think it always felt like to me that LNZQ was really far ahead in both of these games, but I think that's just his aura at this point.
But look at the spells that are in hand. There's Arcane Shift, there's, you know, if you hold a battlefield, you can Arcane Shift, and as long as you control it, sorry, when I say hold, I mean if you're controlling a battlefield, you're able to play the unit back to it. So it's something like, do you deal 3 damage, blink the Rasa from one battlefield to the other if the Vex is there, so that you immediately bring more power over. You know you've got the hidden card as well. There's like a lot of tricky options that Alan has. I think from Marcus' side, that is like, okay, what crazy line is Alan going to do if I try and go into a showdown?
I mean, if you're playing versus Ezreal that is controlling 2 battlefields currently,
that's scary.
It becomes just so much scarier with the Arcane Shift. You're absolutely right about that on the spot. So Hanzi-Q, he hasn't targeted cards in a long time. We cannot forget about the Wages of Pain that is being hidden right now. I think about 4 to 5 cards in hand. We're still going to consider what we're taking back for the Morbid Return. It is another Vex.
Wow.
So not only for the Irelia matchup.
That's crazy.
This card is being highly valued by LNZQ. Of course, Seal of Discord is going to be exhausted to pay the power cost.
Like crazy in a good way is what I mean. I'm not saying crazy bad decision. I'm saying crazy that like Vex is a card that was not on people's radar coming into this, and we're seeing it have such a high prevalence in a game where somebody is 11-0. Alan is 11-0, undefeated with this, and we're seeing it come back with a Morbid Return. Again, another card that is on nobody's radar for being in the meta right now. We've all talked about and heard about Draven all the time. The League of Draven is what we were expecting this weekend, and it's not over for Marcus yet. Still has the point lead, still is developing a board, but I am in awe of just how this matchup is playing out.
100%. It's really, really interesting. Now, I'm quite curious. Oh, against the odds, putting 2 extra might on this Ferris Forerunner, and LNZQ is just answering with the Wages of Pain. There could have been some potential play with the Arcane Shift as well to deal 6 damage to the Ferris Forerunner, but now that it's boosted anyways, I feel like you just take the even trade. And I'm saying even in quotation marks because there is still going to be 6 might in the base of Marcus. Patel can now conquer the Targon's Peak, is gonna ready 2 runes at the end of the turn, place another Draven and the Overzealous Fan.
It is a big battlefield. I think there's a Kai'Sa in hand as well, so we're looking at accelerated units at the end of the turn. Marcus will get the untap, readies 2 runes because of the conquer on Targon's Peak. Now, Alan, this is where the million lines in front of you make this very tricky. Marcus has a very clear strategy. The board has been established. Now how do you just conquer both on the next turn in order to take this to a game 3?
And I mean, this is what Draven does best, right? People have been talking about how incredibly strong Draven is in these scenarios.
Double Vex.
If you're at 6 points.
Spells are going to become basically free at this point.
The good thing is I think you know at LNZQ side that there can't be spinning X's anymore.
Okay, Alan does take a step back from that showdown starting. Moves Ezreal to the Obelisk of Power first, now moves Vex in to begin the showdown on Targon's.
Oh, is he?
And then you're going to blink the Ezreal back, because of course it then, of course, is going to go back to safety.
Ezreal taking this and is of course going to be able to draw more cards. We have another body. We don't
need a third Vex. get out of here.
Oh my goodness. Instead of drawing into useful combat tricks, you found 2 Raven Blue
2 students. That is rough.
But you do have Bellows Breath and Smokescreen, so those cards can help you. There's also Frigid Touch. So if you are... The thing is, he put 2 Vex into 1 battlefield. So...
I mean, that makes Smokescreen and Bellows Breath and Frigid Touch very much cheaper on a following turn, but...
That is true, but only if the combat is happening with the Vexes. If you spread out the Vexes evenly, you don't really get the full discount of 2 energy that you're paying less. I think I like it. You can give your opponent 1 Obelisk of Power Conquer, and then you're holding with double Vex. That is a pretty decent line. Bellows Breath is just going to be used now on 3 units in the base.
We're still in the combat.
Yeah.
So the reduction cost is still going. Again, even though we're not dealing with anything within the battlefield that Vex is at, there is still a combat showdown going on.
So you can't play these cards for free with Vex, right?
No, it's to a minimum of 1. So I'm pretty sure.
1 energy, right? So
yes, I'm gonna double check that.
So you're not
pretty sure it is.
Pay the power cost, of course. Ezreal is going to trigger as the legend ability, so that's another way of finding cards to draw. I think you only need to pay 1 energy in total for the double Bellows Breath because you have Ezreal Prodigy in your base as well, so you use that one to not pay the extra energy, and the Vexes take away the power cost of the Bellows Breath.
You are correct. It is to a minimum of 1 energy specifically. It's important to be very clear on that, especially at this point when you're fighting for top 8 potentially. I mean, you have to believe Alan ZQ being in an 11-0 position, you're thinking about, okay, you never want to say you're guaranteed until mathematically it's done, but Bellows Breath is going to come out, put damage On the back line. Now, does that mean while we stay in the combat, here we see smoke screen, Frigid Touch
I think
on
Frigid
the back
Touch.
line units?
Frigid Touch looks good here.
Repeat for 2 different units. Yeah,
Yep,
there
so
we go.
The Draven gets killed immediately, and with the overzealous fan.
Yeah, smoke screen goes on it as well. Is that enough? It is. It will eat through the overzealous fan. So just utilizing combat phases to deal with totally different parts of the game is the level of like in-depth that Alan is going to in this matchup.
I am in awe about this. This is so fantastic what LNZQ is doing here. And Marcus Patel, he is one of the best TCG players in the world, but
oh, here comes the Fizz. I mean, there are more options. Is it Bellows Breath again, or okay, Cold Shot? Okay, we're not going for more kills. We're going for I need to refill my hand again. Free Cold Shots, just by tapping that seal.
Yep, and remember, you still have to play the power cost. You're ignoring the energy cost, so Cold Shot is not the most efficient card you would want to use with a Fizz, but I mean, at this point, you have seals.
If it's a seal of Discord, yeah.
you have 20 seals basically at this point.
I feel like we've had more arcane shifts in this one round than I've seen
in my life.
Anybody, I was gonna say anybody play.
Also, very interesting to note, there is going to be another Targon's Peak trigger, because we have just conquered this battlefield. So actually, also making good use of that. If he remembers this time, I can see players forgetting battlefield triggers way more often when it's actually about battlefields of the other player.
Yeah, there is the untap. This time Alan ZQ will ready the 2 runes at the end. And also, never to underestimate, regardless of the fact that both of these are extremely experienced players, playing in a feature match, in a high pressure match, is always going to be the time where, you know, you have to focus on so much. I can 100%. Always understand something at the end of a turn just sneaking by and I knew I forgot to do that type of thing. Can never underestimate. It's easy to watch a game and say, oh, I forgot this bit.
And we even miss stuff. We are watching the game, we see both players end.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
But there's also, of course, this is such a nice dynamic game, Riftbound, that is. You are having so many different interactions. There's so many things that can happen to you. So Kaiser is going to try and take the Obelisk of Power. Wants to get another point, wants to get another draw.
Is this the same thing? You do it on, are we doing it on the Fizz in order to get that spell cast? We are.
Are you rebuking? Are you rebuking the Kaiser?
Or it's just to deal, like, get a minus. Is it Stupefy? You find a Stupefy, get the -1, get a card draw,
and deal 3 damage.
Because, you know, looking at it, okay, it could be Frigid Touch or whatever, but no, go for the Stupefy, get the card draw, refill. The amount of cleanliness, I mean, that's the way I'm going to keep saying it. Alan is playing very cleanly, and Marcus is putting up such a fight, such a good fight. Now we'll go up to 7. But I mean, with the Conquer.
Going up to 7 is not really going to help him. He's trying to hold that battlefield with everything he got. This is hiding another card. This is another game shot.
And hiding all the units at the battlefield. I was like, we need to be able to calculate the math. So it's 2 mechs, plus a Noxus Hopeful, plus a Fight or Flight. And now Alan is going to ready. At this point, it's to go to 12-0. If Alan can go and hold this first battlefield and then conquer the second, it's a Watcher. Draws into Thousand-Tailed Watcher. Surely that is going to be enough. With the Ravenbloom, with the Ezreal, with the Watcher.
There can still be Fight or Flight. So when you play Watcher, most of the time you don't have enough runes to do anything else. Held onto 7, by the way, of course, on the Targon's Peak. So now, if you are going for that Watcher, you have 4 runes left to do some shenanigans with. Vex is not going to help you. Now we're going to do something really smart, and we start poking. We start going for some combat
Fight
here.
Or Flight comes out. Surely that means it's it then, right? What else is in hand? That is the handshake, and Alan ZQ will take the game 2-0, 12-0, undefeated here in Bologna. That is incredible.
Look at that smirk on his face. Look at that smile. Alan ZQ is absolutely aura farming to the max. He's dominating the Riftbound scene. He has announced that he wants to go for multiple Ezreal, Prodigal Explorer, best of cards.
And surely in with a shot. Surely
Yeah.
in a great position for that.
I think if he is playing that deck at every tournament, I think that is going to mean that the numbers for Ezreal players at these tournaments trying to go for the best of cards, they are going down, surely, because this is the player you will have to compete with if you want to go for the best of Ezreal.
That is a scary deck to play against, because there are so many lines. You literally cannot account for everything in that situation. The mid-combat, okay, I'll target Fizz, I'll grab something from my trash, I'll play it. There are so many options, even if you're just grabbing Cold Shot, looking for other things. And bringing the Vex tech in for those showdowns where you're going to focus on other parts of the game, I think is genius. It's so good. So credit to Alan, and I know Alan has testing partners that they're always talking about. So the team that have kind of workshopped on that, I would love to hear more about that as we see Alan go through the rest of the tournament. 12-0 is in such a wonderful position for Alan. And I mean, Marcus is a player we're expecting still to be competing. We're still looking at will they be able to make top 8, but that is a big name to take down on your way to an undefeated run so far for Alan ZQ.
Yeah, that should mean actually that we have Alan ZQ guaranteed in the top cut. Of course, I don't trust my words completely here, but I think that should be just one more round of Swiss. We were going to confirm that later on, of course, but
yeah. We're not done. Let's go for another game. Let's get another one from this round. Let's jump into our second feature match as we head in ever closer to a top 8. And I think I knew what this was before we sat down, but I'm so excited. I'm pretty sure it is Kaiser and a Rek'Sai. We'll have that confirmed. Yeah. I'm seeing red and yellow. We're getting there. I'm going to need to take the next couple of minutes just to ramp down for a little moment, as I am excited to see Rek'Sai, but that was such a cool first feature match. Rek'Sai we haven't seen for our games so far. So this is the version, you know, with Void Rush, Under Titan, trying to get cheaper units with a bit of a finish on that Under Titan.
Rek'Sai Breacher is a gorgeous card.
It is.
I love it. But these decks, in the beginning, they were very unit heavy, but now people have started to play a lot of removal. You're going to get free cards from the top of your deck most of the time, and therefore you're finding so many cards that you can play cheaper.
And there's another asymmetrical interaction with this, where when you cull a weak an Immortal Phoenix, it will see itself die to the spell and come back. So if you have the Accelerate, like Sun Disk that we've seen being played, it will be able to come in, accelerate with the Assault, kind of get onto battlefields very, very quickly. So I think that's a bit of tech that throws people when you see it for the first time. Whereas Kaiser, this feels like I'm looking at an Origins list other than Progress Day, if I'm being honest. And I don't say that in any bad way. You and I talked about this off camera a lot coming into this. Now up to 3 copies of Time Warp in Kaiser. A lot of Kaisers in Origins were running a lot less. There's a few extra cards here with the Get Excited, allows you to discard Time Warp. You've been a big fan of that combination to deal with big units on the battlefield.
I do like it more if you play more Progress Days. I will be very clear on that. That is my personal opinion on that matter, because Get Excited is a card that loses value, of course, most of the time. There's not always going to be the scenario where you discard Time Warp for Get Excited and you get rid of an exactly 10 might unit. So to use the tempo that you're gaining with Get Excited by removing big units, you will have to have the value of resolving Progress Day so that you do not fall behind on card advantage, which is why I prefer more Progress Day, more Time Warp, and then Get Excited.
And as we head into this one, 8-3 for both players, Bulat and the Duffin.
That is 3 different runes immediately, and something in me screams that this is wrong.
Well, you know, sometimes you just like a little bit of variance. 8-3, so this is a very important round for both these players. You would have to imagine a win here keeps you alive, a loss pretty much removes you from contention. Again, we'll have to run the math exactly, but knowing an XM4 is not necessarily going to be able to hold on. So, cheap early game units for Rek'Sai dropping the Poro, and also Noxus hopeful.
I think already X2 is going to be really tough to get into the top 8. So top 8 from over 1,500 to 1,800 people.
But that's where we're looking at best of cards, because we're looking at Rek'Sai contention.
That is true.
Like, who is in contention for that? So yeah, very, very, very true as we head through our final set of Swiss rounds.
Can't you just say I love daring Poro?
Yeah, you can.
He's so daring.
Very daring. There is a Void Rush in hand. Rek'Sai, not, as I said, it's the first time we're casting it. Rek'Sai, of course, when you conquer, you'll be able to, is it look or reveal on Rek'Sai legend ability?
You are revealing.
I thought so, yeah. This is where it's reveal. You're revealing from the top of the deck and you can play one of the cards.
Yep.
Here comes...
And now you're going to use that Seal of Rage that you just played for nothing so far. So I think we're just generating some Fury power to see what is going to happen from the top of our deck. I was already seeing some Immortal Phoenixes being played there. I was looking forward for that because I can imagine that this is a card that is tough for Kai'Sa to handle with the recurring
because it keeps
effect.
coming back.
Yeah.
Every time you use a kill spell on it, it's going to just recur, come back from the trash, and kind of sit there. And always when you have like Call the Weak interaction, that's always nice. Hidden Blade, Piercing Light.
Well, those are not necessarily the cards that you wanted to hit. But we're going to see how we continue. Piercing Light.
Hidden Blade is a relatively important card here because this deck can struggle with card draw a little bit. The Rek'Sai side, it's very rune intensive is one of the ways I would put it. Ooh, Piercing Light to just deal with the Kai'Sa. Just say, okay, yeah, I'm going to repeat it. I'm fine leaving my power, job is done, and end up taking out the base copy of Kai'Sa.
Honestly, heavy investment on the turn.
Yep.
Think you're losing a little bit of tempo, but you're also taking away some of your opponents, of course. And you deny card draw, which is always important, especially versus Kai'Sa, especially when there's only one progress day in the deck. If they do not find it, the deck can struggle from time to time. You have the Lecturing Yordle, but I don't I mean, that's a very stupid statement that I'm going to make. I'm already sorry for that.
It's okay. You're welcome. I'm ready.
I don't necessarily consider this card draw because it just replaces itself, right? It's a small body that helps you find other cards faster, so you're basically playing less cards in your deck.
Oh, there is progress.
But it's not going to give you the card advantage.
Had the one
that you
of.
want. All right, never mind.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say, we can just circumvent that issue by having the card. Sometimes, you know, the best thing to do is just have the answer.
Exactly.
Leo.
Just draw
the card you need.
if you have it, you have it, right?
Yeah.
So that's
Look how many cards you got in hand. Card draw, not a problem.
And now you're never going to top deck into another progress day, which you don't have the time to play. So great. Going to go into the Veiled Temple. Veiled Temple, also another interesting battlefield. When you conquer, I believe, you get to either unequip an equipment or you get to ready a gear. So this also helps Rek'Sai with being so power hungry, as the community calls it, because you can Seal of Rage, then go into the Veiled Temple, and then Seal of Rage again. I think that's also what we did earlier, by the way. That's why we went,
that's what I was going to say. That's one of the reasons why I love when we see players of this caliber at an event like this, because every time we think we have a good read on a deck of like, okay, Rek'Sai's kind of hungry for recycling, somebody's like, yeah, but why haven't you tested this? And I'm like, well, let me tell you, there's not enough time in the day, but if you've tested it and you want to bring it to an event and you do really well with it, I will be happy to steal that tech and bring it in. So always love seeing new things, or at least, you know, things that people perhaps haven't originally thought of with the deck.
And honestly, I'm a big fan of all of the seals basically at this point. I think every single seal is going to find a way to become meta relevant. Cards are so good, and you can already see that the players are really valuing either gold tokens or seals in most of their decks, because they say, hey, you know, the cards that cost power, they are usually a little bit stronger.
Yes. So not having to do that, not having to pay for them.
Yeah.
Rek'Sai Breacher is going to come in. Ooh, quick Hextech Ray.
That should take care of it rather quickly.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this is one of the other areas where this deck can slow down on the side of Rek'Sai. So you got a couple of mechanisms.
Yeah, I was going to say the Lecturing Yordle dies too because it has Assault +1, so it was already declared as an attacker, so it goes up to 4 might.
Correct. Yes. So yeah, that the way it will play it. What was I was going to say the accelerate that Rek'Sai Breacher gives to other units can be quite influential as you start getting Phoenixes to come back from the trash. The Sun Disk is the other way of doing that. I do find in the games I've seen from Rek'Sai and the players that I've spoken to, I did an interview actually with Alexander the Great from Challenger TCG talking about like how important is Accelerate, and it does slow the game down a little bit if you aren't able to get Phoenixes out through the mid game and into the late game, because look at how low economy now we're going in this matchup. Watcher into removal with the Bellows Breath is not backbreaking, but it is difficult for Rek'Sai to now re-establish a board.
You know, I was just going to say to you that for now, you're losing the ability to accelerate all of those cards, but you have a developed field. You have a developed board. You have so many units. Boom, gone.
Yeah, boom, gone. And you have to get the Phoenixes out in order to get rid of the Phoenixes. I believe there was a... Is there a Cull Week in hand? I know we know there's a Hidden Blade earlier, so if there is a Cull Week, you're totally fine taking the trade on the Phoenix.
That does not look like it. If
no,
you,
it doesn't
if you get a Cull Week on a
developing.
Watcher, you do it.
I know, that's what I mean. It's like, that's a great trade if you are happy to take that. You take out a Watcher with it, but... no, not indeed. There is a Bryn here and a Piercing Light. I do appreciate it when the players put their hand far enough on screen that we get to see it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
There we go, both of them. There was a lot of cards in the Duffin's hand, and a lot of them with damage spells. I saw a Singularity. I think I saw a Piercing Light as well. With all of the runes in the world that the Duffin needs, only it looks like 3 left in the rune deck.
The situation looks rather good for the Duffin, I want to say. You have so many more cards in your hand. You just need to... The thing is, Rek'Sai can play without many cards in hand, right? Because you can look at the top cards of your deck. You gotta stop them from conquering the open battlefield. And Kai'Sa is not necessarily the greatest at that. If there is a developed board, it's tough to stop your opponent from conquering if they do not die to something like an X-Deck Ray.
I was going to say, I think I saw a Falling Star in hand for the Duffin. No, it's a Piercing Light this time. I was going to say that there's a lot of options now to clear the back line.
Oh, that screams Singularity to me. Something here screams Singularity after the Piercing Light. Because you hit your own Watcher, you clear off the Broker.
And you're not particularly worried about the Watcher taking damage at this point. There's not really anything, at least from my perspective, that can happen. We know it's a Bryn here in hand.
Exactly. So I think what you want to do is you want to stop them from conquering by just never letting them go there. Oh, actually, there is not enough runes after paying this for a Singularity.
Right.
So quite curious.
So that was with a repeat now. So double, and the Noxus hopefully is going to take 2. Is it then Falling Star will be the finish on top? Yep, there we go. Just do the math. Make sure everything is less than 3, and you'll be more than okay with that trade. Again, just keeping Rek'Sai down. If you can't conquer, you don't get the ability to utilize the Rek'Sai Legend.
And that is also massive. Just like having such a power turn, clearing the entire board, and then following up.
The turn after you get the Cull of the Week. It's always how it happens.
Yeah, this is one of those cards that is incredibly situational.
But you had a situation where it's Immortal Phoenix and just a Watcher on the other side of the battlefield, and you're like, if I just had a Cull of the Week, you get your whole board gets cleared, and the next card off the top is Cull of the Week.
Yeah, it is really sad, especially that the Lecturing Yordle was found as well, that almost found its way into the runes, because otherwise I think it would have been worth to just Cull the Week your Bryn here and
take the trade,
take the trade with the Watcher. Back. Exactly, I think that would have actually been the play, even though it does not sound like the best one. But since the Lecturing Yordle is there, that means that Cull the Week is borderline useless, and your opponent is going to get more points. Falling Star is going to take care of your next unit. Rek'Sai is being completely starved out.
Yeah, that is a very painful situation. That Lecturing Yordle is really frustrating if you're Bulat in this game, who is, by the way, leading the series 1-0. I think that's something we hadn't really touched on at this point. The Rek'Sai did take game 1, so this is post-sideboard, as we can kind of lay the playing field a little bit more for this match. 8-3, likely playing for best odds, just playing the small units at this point. Watchful Sentry, Watchful Sentry. A lot of people have gone away from playing them, just because the Draven matchup kind of is miserable.
It's interesting that we put one Watchful Sentry into the Veiled Temple and the other one stays in base, because I was thinking about units that you could accelerate, and I'm immediately thinking of Kai'Sa. Now Kai'Sa would just get a very positive trade against that, unless you have a Stupefy, of course. Now, Piercing Light onto the Lecturing Yordle and the Watchful Sentry, so we are denying the hold. I think we at first pointed at the good old Thousand-Tailed Watcher.
Yeah, it looked like Watcher took twice. Yeah, it was repeated, so fourth to the Watcher. So that tells you something else is coming.
Yeah, that is going to be, first of all, your Immortal Phoenix that is coming back, and now Cull the Week also still not great. But
so Falling Star will... Yeah, okay, there was a double tap on the Sentry there. I was like, I don't think that's what's happening. But yeah, the 3 points will finish off the Watcher. So the Phoenix is here now. Watcher has been dealt with.
Is that a Kai'Sa mirror match? Everyone is just removing units all the time.
Hey, turns out Falling Star's still pretty good.
Yeah, that's
Spirit
true.
Forge didn't change that much in the spells available. I'm hearing a lot of commotion from the player area, so somebody is clearly happy as we are heading towards our top 8. This is really the right down to it moments that we're seeing, is we're basically just one more round to go after this.
Just clearing the units back with a singularity, but all of those 2-drops, this is what the, I want to say, modern build of Kai'Sa is all about. You clear, and then you play a little bit like Victor, actually. You have those 1-drops, those 2-drops that you're, okay, barely any 1-drops, but you have your 2-drops and your Lecturing Yordles, those cards that replace themselves, that give you a little bit of value, but they can also score some points, because, I mean, you need to win the game at some point. You can't only clear stuff.
Yeah, clearing units doesn't win you the game, unfortunately. There has to be follow-up.
So you're trading away your points with your opponent, and then in the end you're trying to win the game, most of the time with Time Warps or with your Thousand-Tailed Watchers. And I mean, just being able to use a singularity, clear your entire opponent's board, and then setting up a Watchful Sentry is so valuable, because you know, if my opponent removes that Watchful Sentry, great, I get to draw a card. If they don't, I might even be able to hold with this.
So where does Bulat go from here?
We know he has a Cult of Week in hand. We don't know how. Are we going to see a Cult of Week? Oh my goodness, Cult of Week on Watchful Sentry. I cannot believe what my eyes are seeing. It seems to be the right play, but how is
Getting
this
the Phoenix
legal?
back.
How is Cult of Week on a Watchful Sentry the best play that you can make? That is a desperate scenario for Bulat.
Yeah, definitely the desperation coming through in that situation. Sometimes it's like I have to work with the tools that I've got at this point.
Yeah.
My opponent has half their deck in their hand.
I mean,
I'll just give him another card. Hey, when you got 10, what's 11?
I know the card is called Immortal Phoenix, but you know it's gonna die. Singularity again, taking off that card. Rek'Sai basically has infinite value in its ability of the legend, because every time you conquer, you can look at 2 cards, you can play with those, but if you can't conquer...
But is this a meat grinder? Is this like, I'll just burn through every single unit Kai'Sa has? Although, I will say, yeah, okay, no, there is a scoop. I was going to say we'd be in here for the long haul if we weren't going to game 3. So, this matchup, as you said, potentially really important for the best of Rek'Sai determining factors. And of course, best of Kai'Sa likely, I would imagine from the number of Kai'Sas we had coming into day 2, likely we're going to see it in top 8, but it is possible that the Duffin is playing for that.
So we've seen earlier there is more progress days cited. I dig that, kinda. Depending on the matchup, you want more value. For some, you want more tempo. And also, of course, Thermo Beam is a card that can be used. What I liked to see in some of the Mind decks is Pickpocket in the side.
Ooh,
just because against specific decks, like those Miracle versions, or like something like Rek'Sai that is really relying on the Seals of Rage, or, okay, I'll give it to Medic on.
Yeah.
You can just get rid of seals, and that is so huge. I mean, you have seen how many power costs the Rek'Sai has played in the last game.
Yeah, significant number. Sideboard for Bulat, mostly, you know, there was a couple of units in there, an Imperial Decree as well, some salvages.
The Scout is soaring, flying. There's, of course, also the Under Titan. That is a card that I have liked in Victor so far. If you're playing Victor Leader, the order-heavy deck, Under Titan really helps your unit-based strategies to go crazy. And if you reveal it, you actually get 2 energy for completely free.
Which is very helpful in in that situation. Also, that nice big, as you said, the finish that we've seen in Victor, getting the extra might. I wonder where. So we only saw game 2. So I know Bulat's battlefields include Arena's Greatest, and that is where we're going. Which, giving a Kai'Sa Arena's Greatest is not always the optimal situation, because of course Kai'Sa can just conquer very quickly and get up to 8. Reaver's Row, both kind of like unit heavy-ish decks in that regard. This version of Kai'Sa is playing a lot of low cost, and that's a no 2-drop turn from Bulat.
It's actually interesting to see a Kai'Sa player on Reverse Row. I didn't really pay attention to that when we saw the entire deck list, because Reverse Row, it has been seeing a lot of play in Origins, of course.
Yep.
However, as Draven is such a pivotal part of the meta, just giving so many Dravens their best
that's true.
battlefield possible, it's brave.
That is brave. That is a really good consideration around battlefield choice with deck building. Falling Star comes through, takes out both units, and this is where Kai'Sa plus Arena's greatest. You're like, okay, I'm going to take that. I'm going to keep this tempo up. I will go up to 2. I'll play out another unit, I'm going to imagine, on the back end. Because then you're looking to go to 4 on your next turn if Bulat can't remove the sentry. No, we'll say go. Okay.
I like how the Duffin has a very clear game plan here. He is just getting rid of those units. The Void Burrow ability from the Legend Rek'Sai, it cannot do anything if you can't conquer. So if you don't have any units, you will also not be able to conquer. However, Rek'Sai Breacher can be accelerated. So if you have 4 energy to spare and 1 power, then you can just bring that in and start to conquer. However, then you have very little energy left over.
Okay, there's a Sundisk, so we'll allow the accelerated Phoenixes when they come in, and I think that's what we're about potentially to see.
That card is definitely going to help.
Yeah, Phoenix does have Assault, so it's going to get stronger when it is attacking. So goes towards Reaver's Row. Of course, we'll have the option for the Defender's Trigger here for the Watchful Sentry.
I mean, this is usually a unit you would easily get rid of with the Hextech Ray. I believe that is something that the Duffin can do on his next turn if he wants to. It looks like he has 2, so he's contemplating whether he wants to use 2, but actually there's only 1 Fury Rune, so you cannot use both of those, and I think it's a little bit more card efficient if you just wait for your turn, take the Assault boost from the Immortal Phoenix, and then just Hextech Ray, boom, take 1 away.
Yeah, that is very fair. Of course, that Assault only really only active when the Phoenix is an attacker in a showdown, like a combat showdown. So yeah, there you go. I'll just do it on my turn, it's fine.
Kai'Sa, Daughter of the Void, is such a powerful legend. It's incredible. You keep ramping with your good card.
It's so ingrained that after playing Kai'Sa for a while, I forgot I needed to recycle runes when I was playing other decks. I was like, what do you mean these spells aren't free?
What do you mean this stops me from winning the game in the end?
So could very well have played both, but I think the decision there not to deramp and to just say, yeah, okay, I'll just deal with it. You take the point, have your 1 activation if you want it to. I'll end up getting things back.
Question is, are we going to play Kai'Sa now from our champion zone, accelerated into the Reaver's Row?
4, tidy for the Duffin. And this is the pace of Kai'Sa. And Arena's Greatest does give kind of like that little hop ahead for Kai'Sa.
There is a world, especially with the Immortal Phoenix in the trash, that we see a huge Rek'Sai turn. If you can get a unit readied on to the board.
There's a Phoenix in hand as well.
Yeah, you have the Sundisk, then you clear off the Watchful Sentry, and then you cull the weak, then you get back your Immortal Phoenix. The question is, do we have enough runes for that?
Yeah, we'll have to count it. There's also Falling Star as an option if you want it. There's a Void Rush if you're having a dig.
I think Void Rush is a nice choice. So every card you could play from this costs 2 less. And I think the Broker is a really... Wait, you would have had to exhaust the Sundisk before, right?
Yeah, if you want to play it accelerated.
Or can you
which is going to be the next unit, I suppose, will come in accelerated.
Okay, we're Falling Starring. Okay, so that line that I put myself there did not work out, but of course that is again because these players are sitting there.
Okay, so the Phoenix comes in accelerated from the Sundisk. Yeah. That is where that was going.
That still absolutely works, but you're double deramped. Look at this. There's only 2 Order Runes.
And this is the situation that we were saying. The high cost, but then when you have the accelerated Phoenix, is the high payoff in, okay, I can actually contest battlefields, I can make sure that I have presence, and what looked like a very strong position for the Duffin. Now there's a rebuilding moment where you're without units, you don't have your chosen champion, and suddenly you're like, okay, I have a lot of damage spells, but I've got to stop my opponent from climbing up and up and up in the points.
You know what? I think the position is actually still really good for the Duffin. There's so much removal in that. Oh no, is that going to be a piercing light? That is so nasty with the Stupefy taking out 2 units with the 1 piercing light, the only units that your opponent has.
There's a Yordle to re-establish some presence on the board, so it's we'll have to see what comes off the top for the Duffin off that draw plus the next turn. If there's an accelerate unit, or at least a unit that can be present on the battlefield, we can still keep the pace going up to 6 on the next turn. That's a slow Phoenix, or at least non-accelerated Phoenix coming on. That's 2 Colder Weeks in hand as well. So setting up potentially for the return of the Phoenix next turn, plus the accelerate.
The big turn that the Rek'Sai player had, completely recycling almost all of these runes, really hurt the tempo of the deck and the recursion as well, because now you cannot go for a Cold Weak play and get back your Immortal Phoenix. You will have to just stabilize your first Immortal Phoenix and then use that card with the Cold Weak. Then you will get a huge one off. If you call the weak next turn with your Immortal Phoenix, you get both Phoenix back, right?
I think there's a Progress Day in hand. Oh no, maybe not. This looks...
if the Duffin...
It's a Ferris Forerunner, yeah.
Develops. If the Duffin was to just remove the Immortal Phoenix, that would have been really, really huge there, not being able to drop the Call the Weak anymore. Another Plundering Poro in base. So this time around, we are not going for any kind of spell shenanigans. We're like, hey, I have a huge chunky unit. Just try to beat that. Ferris Forerunner is truly a rogue deck slayer.
Because even if you... At this point, Colder Week's not getting many good targets.
No.
This sounds really weird, but even Ferris Forerunner is going to leave behind 2 3-Might mechs.
Yeah.
So the efficiency of the trade makes it really tough. You're like, well, yeah, I get rid of 1 unit, but now I'm left with 2 that I've got to deal with.
I think, oh, we're going into the big battlefield. And I think that trade is just going to be taken. It's 9. Oh, if you can somehow manipulate the might of your opponent or yours, the Ferris Forerunner actually might stick onto that battlefield because the Electring Yordle has the tank ability. So 9 damage so far coming through onto this battlefield. There is Electring Yordle, there is Ferris Forerunner. Do you have anything to stop some damage? You're only on 1 rune left. That could only be a Stupefy, which would mean an absolute quadra kill.
Yeah, looks like the players are just determining where we're at. Of course, it's going to be attacker triggers go on the stack, defender triggers go on the stack, and we're going to see where Duffin reacts to, because there is a Reaver's Row trigger, I believe, before the Phoenix does get the assault from attacker triggers. That was what they were clarifying. Okay, we're just going to trade. Okay, that's where we're at.
It's a quadra, and I think that is still fine for the Duffin, but if there was, I don't even think Minded Fury has anything for that situation on 1 rune, but if it was an On Guard, actually On Guard only gives +1 when you're not alone. If you could manipulate the tank ability from the Electring Yordle, would have been pivotal. But I think if your opponent pushes all of their units into 1 battlefield and you get to get an even trade with 2 mech tokens out, you can double conquer in the next turn, plus a Plundering Toro gold token, you're golden.
Yeah, you are at that point. I may actually have been wrong about that assault. Chat, I'm going to look it up after this. Okay, I will educate myself just to make sure I have that sequencing correct, because we're going to focus on this round, focus in on this game as the Duffin goes up to 7 points. And we know what a Kai'Sa can do from this moment where you're looking to win. It's a piercing light, keeps the battlefield trimmed.
So you just play around Cold Weak and the Immortal Phoenixes. You
just playing unit after unit after unit.
It's just also mainly about removing all of those units. Look at those Plundering Poros. They are not going to probably conquer anything next turn unless there are some accelerated units that trade away the Plundering Poro from the Reaver's Row. Can you imagine a triple conquer with Plundering Poros?
I don't know what you can do. It's going to have to be up to the top of the deck with Void Gate. For Bulat, reveals the Poro, reveals the Hidden Blade, looks at the hand.
What are you going to do with just merely a single Poro? You have the Hidden Blade, but what's it going to do? You're not going to want to use the Hidden Blade on your opponent's units, and you don't have any units on your own side. So that is super tough.
There's the fist bump. The Duffin will take the win and advance to 9-3 in the second day of Swiss. Very tense.
Great performance. A crocheted cup there. We love to see it. It's been cooking some tea with the Kai'Sa deck.
Yeah, just piping hot with all that removal in that matchup, and we are getting really close to the end of the Swiss rounds today, nearly at that point where we're looking at top 8 in the bracket. I cannot wait to see exactly who is coming out of our final round. Maybe undefeated in the case of Alan. I believe he's the only undefeated player as of the finish of this round, but a lot of other players still in contention for that top 8, still in contention for best of cards, and we'll keep you up to date with exactly where everybody is as we go through the day. So some fun stuff. But after 2 series like that, I need a couple of minutes, and I'm sure you do too. So stick with us. We'll be back with the last round of Swiss in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to regional qualifier here in Bologna. A very fast caster swap. I think we're going to challenge Ferrari for their pit stop speed at the moment. Unfortunately, we do not have dynamic aerodynamics, so we aren't able to, you know, flip over our aerodynamics. I can't remember what the name of the thing is, but the spoilers, that's the one. Have you seen the new Formula 1 regulations? Do you care about Formula 1?
I haven't seen the new regulations.
Ferrari have done this really cool thing where the back of the car, they can 180 degree the top spoiler. I can't remember what it's called.
That sounds really
and
cool.
it gives them a bunch of extra speed. Anyway.
I was thinking more of a pit rookie myself.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is why you're here, for the
Mr. B,
cool
I'm
relations.
sorry.
Yeah, we're going to get some flavor text before we get on into the final round of Swiss. So let's have it. Oh yeah, you've been reading the map, so I am ready for you. They call it the Noxian Hello.
Oh, they call it the Noxian Hello.
See, I think Cleve. Because Noxious, Draven, Darius, it could be spinning axes. But I feel like Cleve,
no, I feel like
an
Cleve
axe
is more
to the
generic.
face. Yeah.
So I feel like that is, yeah, I feel like that's more telling.
Okay.
I feel like we just go in with Cleve. I think we're happy with
Lock
Cleve.
it in, Cleve. Battering ram. Similar idea.
Yeah.
Similar idea.
We were in the right ballpark.
That we were.
Just not on the money.
That we were. Okay, next up. Here we go.
See if you guys at home could get it quicker than us.
I mean, they can because we didn't get it. So
I mean, yeah, in
even
that
if they
instance,
took
yes, very much so.
They would have managed to get it quicker than us. What are we going for the next? It's a hidden one.
Oh, a hidden card, right?
Timo.
Okay. We switcheroo. No, I like to think of her as a pre-boarding party.
Okay, so it could be in reference to Misfortune's weapons or a unit Misfortune has. So, like, I'm thinking bullet time.
I was thinking weapons.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, here's my pre-boarding part
This is
time.
it, yeah.
Bullet
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
But maybe we're getting distracted by the Misfortune. Maybe there's something else that goes in before pre-boarding. What do you need to do? Well, women and children go on first. And then after that, people in business class, first class always get to go on whenever they want. Check your seat number. I'm a bullet time Andy.
I don't know. I think it's got to be.
here.
I've got to say I'm not well versed in the Misfortune kind of deck core.
Yeah, I mean,
so I think bullet time's the most I know from that, other than the core units themselves. And she's not going to say that about herself, is
no,
she?
exactly,
so
right? I mean, it could be Misfortune talking about Misfortune in the third person. No, I don't think so
know
either.
if that's her jam. I'm going to be real.
Okay, well, we'll go flavor text for
bullet time.
Sneaky deckhand.
No, you're
How
joking.
do we not get it? She's a deckhand and she's sneaky.
I get it.
She sneaks
Pre-boarding.
on. Pre-boarding.
Sneaky.
Yeah.
It was the Misfortune. It did. It threw us off.
It 100%
It threw us
did.
off. We thought it was a Misfortune card. We were wrong.
I will say, I didn't study any of the flavor text getting ready to cast this. So I feel foolish because I should have done it. These are the important segments, you know?
Are they?
Yes.
So we should have been studying the flavor text instead, not our matchups at all.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Nothing's free. All I ask for is your loyalty. I have a big vibe on this one. A big vibe.
Do you?
But I would like you to go first, because I feel like I've gone first all the time so far.
I don't know why. I feel like this is sort of maybe a hard bargain angle or something like that.
I get hard bargain. I think this is a Chem Baroness. I think this is a Renata card, hostile takeover, because nothing is free. I have taken you over, and you take the loyalty.
I like that.
That is where I'm going with
that.
Yeah, that's where I'm feeling this one.
Yeah, I feel like maybe you've got that on the money there.
Okay, here we go. Hostile takeover, our final answer. Have we watched Arcane? Oh, it's just Renata Glass.
It's just,
okay. Then, you know, then I feel good.
Then it's okay.
You know, it could have been Hostile Takeover, it could have been Renata Glass.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. Oh, there's a fourth.
Ooh.
There's a fourth. We're going for one last one before we get into the final round of Swiss. Okay, what are we getting? What are we getting? Come on. I'm faster than I look. Older 2, if you can believe it. Wizened Elder. It's an Origins card, I believe. I mean, that's just because it has old in the name. I'm faster than I look. Older 2, if you can believe it. Who else looks old? Heimerdinger looks very old.
But
I feel like he'd be more like...
They don't look old. That's the thing. They are old, but they don't look it, is the implication, right?
Wait. It's older than I look, if you can believe it, which kind of implies you look...
faster than I look.
Yeah,
older
but
too,
older,
if you believe it. So they're saying, like...
Older than I look. So it's faster than I look. I'm also older than I look, if you can believe it.
Yeah, so like a case of like, I don't look old.
Okay, I would read it the other way. But so far I've got all of them wrong. So do you want to play the guess here for the casters?
No, because I have no idea what this could be. I just tried to think of like a character that maybe like could be misconstrued because of their age or status.
I mean, Heimerdinger does like to talk about how old he is, but I don't get the faster bit.
He's definitely not fast.
He's not fast at all.
Come on.
Yeah, Wizened Elder is just an old card. I feel like this is like, we're looking at a blue, a purple, you know, we're going into those sorts of, you know, that sort of space.
Maybe Victor or something? Like,
Victor's quite young though. But I mean, that does vibe with your thing, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, take something out of the hat. Grab it out there, pull it out, see what you think.
I genuinely don't know. I think I give up on this one.
Okay,
real.
I'll go Heimerdinger just to have a guess for us here at the caster desk.
Bite myself.
Simian Ancestor. Okay, so older than I look. Okay. Simian Ancestor. I guess the buff ready makes sense as well for the I'm faster than I look, because you get, you know, buffed and then ready and then straight in. That makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense.
I feel like we were dealt hard hands there.
I was definitely flummoxed by pretty much all of those, actually. I did a much better job yesterday.
Did we?
Yeah, I feel like we did.
Did we get one right last time?
Yeah, we got Lux.
Oh, we got Trusty Ramhound, didn't we?
Ramhound. Yeah, we got Lux and Ramhound.
Yes.
So yeah, we did quite well yesterday, actually. So, but speaking of things that hopefully we'll get right this time, our game is ready to go. We are going to jump back into the action for our final Swiss round.
Here we go. We'll have a look at what we have for the final rounds of Swiss. These players playing on the cusp of making it into our top 64 and top 8 contention, I believe.
Yep, both
on
still
our
in top 8
feature
contention.
Stage. We're going to start off with Novagis, who is playing Sivir Battle Mistress, one of my favorites to win the whole thing. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. 3 Nocturnes in the main, alongside the Edges of Night. One Edge of Night, one Switcheroo.
I must correct myself. I thought it was the other match that we were showing.
Yep.
This is a top 64 contention match.
That it is.
Indeed, and this is one of the top Sivers of the day right now, kind of on par with another. So we've got 2 Sivers still in contention for that best of as well, but top 64 is still incredibly desirable at this stage, getting you that invitational to the regionals.
Yes, Kuba Kult is playing for that top 64. Can't get best of because Alan ZQ is playing Ezreal and has gone, I think, 11-0, maybe 12. Well, playing around right now to look for that 12-0. In the main here for our Ezreal, only 2 Arcane Shifts. We do often see one being left behind. It's the Pack of Wonders Treasure Trove Mind Splitter combination, though, that we did see at Runes and Rift, and they're invitational. So I really like this combo. You can bounce the Mind Splitter back with the Pack of Wonders, then play it again. Ciao, ciao to your hand, I believe is what they say in Italy when their Mind Splitter comes down. No Mauser Heart to align with it, but it really does give you a lot of control as the game goes on. Kind of this this base lock setup that you can have. It takes you a while to get there though, so you want to be able to control the early board, plan a couple of moves ahead, plan a couple of turns ahead at least, to make sure that the Sivir doesn't overwhelm, which it doesn't tend to do anyway.
Okay, here we go. We're starting off the turn. Novagis is going first with Sivir. Let's see if they can play any units nice and early. Looks like we're going in strong with that. A nice 2-drop, or maybe just a seal? No, we do have the Traveling Merchant. Always a fortuitous start.
Yeah, always nice to be able to get that discard draw early on. You've also got the Zorn Warrants to help with that. Pack of Wonders going to come down from Kuba Kulp. If you don't know what this does, you can tap it to bounce a gear or a unit back to or a hidden card, sorry, to your owner's hand. Often we see it in combination with the Treasure Trove, which works really well because you're getting those extra card draws. Can also be used to bounce the Mind Splitter, then replay the Mind Splitter to remove plenty of cards from your opponent's hands.
Ooh, okie dokie. Looks like we're going for the Warren, kind of avoiding Sigil of the Storm at the moment, as it can be disadvantageous. One of those battlefields I was talking about earlier where it might not affect you as much as your opponent, and so it's kind of nice to put that threat on the board. This is not a very nice place to go.
Yeah, not at all. You don't really want to be in there recycling your runes. Gust back to get the Traveling Merchant out of the board. Pack of, sorry, not Pack of Wonders, Seal of Discord going to come down. The Sivir, they're able to generate a gold when we do recycle that rune, and those golds so valuable to Sivir later on in the game, especially Sivir Mercenary, where if you are spending that 2 power, you get a bunch of bonuses out of her.
Absolutely, and that's the nice thing about it. At least we're gaining something for having to recycle runes, which is great. And again, fortuitous for yourself, but not for your opponent. So a very nice start there. But not a lot going on in this hand right now. We can stack deck, and hopefully that will provide more options for Cablet here, but...
Rebuke.
Okay.
Another Thousand Tail Watcher. And was it Superfly as the final card? I think so, but I can't be, yeah.
But yeah, it wasn't great.
It was. It's Superfly at the back of the hand there. So.
There we are. Yes.
The thing is here, you do always have the Ezreal to play. Put the seal down. You can play the Ezreal for that, discard, and then get that next couple of draws. You have the Pack of Wonders as well to bounce the Ezreal if you so desired. Will, of course, cost you the power coming back down, but getting those extra couple of draws is really powerful. Here, looks like we're going to discard the Mind Splitter. So we have more in the deck to go and search for.
Nothing at the moment, just taking it slow. Ezreal's at least in base, so we've got a little bit of kind of a starting go there. Just managing to get off and just kick things off really, but both going quite slow for where their decks kind of usually sit in these first 2 turns.
And both these decks can play from a relatively slow position if they want. They kind of want to control the board in the early game if they can, and then look to create these sort of unassailable board states later on. With the Sivir Mercenary out, we are going to see no veggies, which I think I called no veggies first time, and now I realize it's just no veggies, which is I think a mantra that a lot of us have when we come to events like this. I've been eating predominantly arancino, or arancini, I guess, because I've been eating more than one of them across the course of the event. Ezreal down for no veggies, who is now going to use that gold, get the discard and the draw out of this. It's looking like it might be, I was wondering if it would be the Ezreal going out of the hand, but instead gonna be that Fight or Flight discarded to a draw. I think that's a challenge. Both decks really want to control their opponent's hands to a degree as well. You can see the Sabotage sitting there for no veggies. Challenge discarded.
Recycle and okay, yep.
You have the Zorn Warrens trigger from the Conqueror as well, right? So.
And that deals with the Ezreal nicely. So again, you're kind of just putting Kuba Club.
Oh, the challenge wasn't discarded, it was played. Just went straight into the trash. Yeah, sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second.
No,
challenge playing.
It's been played, and of course that takes out the Ezreal, and then that threat is kind of off the board, and Kuba Club can now kind of, it really does have the pressure on, and with not many units going on in hand, it's kind of why we had to go for the Ezreal earlier. So really we're going to be looking at just trying to draw some cards. So we're going for the Stupefy on the Sivir just to draw a card and hope that we can get some momentum going.
Yeah, this is now, you're going to be looking at the Treasure Trove into bounce. Wages of Pain after the Stupefy to kill off the Sivir. Then you can play the Treasure Trove, get that card draw, use the Ezreal for another card draw because you target it, you've chosen 2 units with spells.
Seal into a seal makes it free.
Seal into seal makes it free. Treasure Trove down, Pack of Wonders bounces the Treasure Trove back.
Oh my goodness.
Get the rune, get the card draw, and then go to No Veggie's turn. Only has that Ezreal up, as you can see, relatively slow in terms of point scoring early game for both of these decks.
But unfortunately, with no units left, Kuba Club is gonna have to really ramp things up late game to be able to bring anything to the table, because No Veggies at this point can finally just start to put things in, grab those points, and just really push forward. We're going with the Sabotage, noticing that Kuba Club is really struggling to kind of get into this game at all. Using the Sabotage at that point to say, right, okay, it's clear that you're really struggling for units, so I know that I'm going to be able to take something, pop it at the bottom of your deck here, and I don't want you to have.
Yeah, get rid of the Cold Shot, take your time, write down all of the cards, make sure you know exactly what's there. I think between the Cold Shot and the Treasure Trove, those were your two options. Cold Shot a little bit cheaper, of course, and having the double seal means you can pay for both the repeat costs without actually having to recycle any of your power. So you get rid of that. Treasure Trove likely to come back on the next turn for Kuba Kulp. As you're going in to Zorn Warrens, we'll have the discard draw trigger alongside the point. It's a Cold Shot drawn, seal for that. And this is 4 cards that we're going to be looking at 2 a time and drawing one of these. Cold Shot
going
into
straight
hand.
back in. Love a Cold Shot into a Cold Shot. More card draw, yes please.
Yes, yes, yes. Oh, Nocturne.
When we see the Nocturne, we can play it just for spending 1 instead when we see it from an effect that isn't just it being in your hand. So this was a perfect Nocturne play.
Yeah, when you're looking at the top cards of your deck, if you do see it, you can play it for that power, which is exactly what happens. Nocturne comes out, isn't going to bolster up the defenses with that Ezreal in the battlefield. That one is just going to sit there by itself. You want to get that extra power for later on. Another Ezreal coming down into the discard draw. It's a challenge being discarded, double draw. But look at how big the hand for No Veggies is now.
Last rites, we've got a punch. We've got a lot of combat tricks going on now. So not only does Kuba need to really get some units on the board, but they're also going to struggle potentially into actually then taking over these battlefields and strongholding them, which is what Ezreal likes to do, is kind of make that like board lock position. Oh my gosh, we've got more seals on the go. Triple seal, but
needs to get
not
the wax out and like one of those signets, the ring to really stamp it down. Pack of Wonders.
Treasure Trove.
Yeah, it's going to bounce that Treasure Trove back.
We want to draw the card.
And channel that rune.
Hopefully we've got something off of that, but it doesn't.
I think it's a Bellows Breath and a, well, the Treasure Trove was already in hand. Yeah. We've got the Gust, acceptable losses as well. Not really going to do too much for us in this game state.
Again, we're just struggling for a unit. We need guys on the board. We need to be able to score points. We can't score points without units.
Treasure Trove back down. We have 2 for another pack that can immediately bounce our Treasure Trove back up. And there we are, another draw, another channel.
Please, with the draw card. It's got to be,
Thousand Tail Watcher. Okay, so the good thing for Kuba Kulp on the right side of the screen here is they're not too far behind in terms of No Veggies is at 2.
Yes.
Right, in terms of board state, obviously double Ezreal Nocturne, really strong position for No Veggies, and they will start to continue to scale up through the game. And acceptable losses coming out. It's going to kill off the gold apiece. Kuba Kulp actually trying to deny as many Mind Runes as possible from No Veggies. Currently sitting on none. Likely going to channel 1. I can't remember the exact rune split, I'll be honest. If it's 6 and 6, the high likelihood is that, sorry, not Mind Runes,
Chaos.
Yeah, Chaos runes.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they have the Chaos runes. It's the body runes I was talking about.
Runes,
Sorry,
yes.
yeah. I was, yeah. But with the gold would have had 2 here, still only has 1, which means punch first actually not an option
not
right now.
But do we need it right now? We're in a really solid position, so I think at the moment you kind of don't mind not having the access to the punch first. We'll go for another seal of Discord there, just to keep everything in check, make sure that we have enough for the late game as well. Going for a Cold Shot. I think that's, again, really advantageous at this point. We've got that happened a minute ago. Is this a repeat? That was like the same Cold Shot from earlier.
This is the repeat, actually, as we see the Rasa in the stack deck on the top. Rasa going to the bottom there. Something you really want to do when you're playing these Sivir decks is have either a very good memory or enough intuition to remember what you put at the bottom of your deck. Some people write it out, you can do it untimed. Obviously, when you're not untimed, it becomes a lot harder to do so. Nocturne going into the Sigil of the Storm, we will see the Recycle coming out. Sivir will generate us a gold off that recycled rune, and another point for No Veggies, halfway to that 8-point mark.
Rocketing into a very commanding position, another stacked deck, just not letting up. You know, you got to keep the heat on. I like the switcheroo at this point. Being able to even implement that now as a hidden card would be great. So honestly, we're in a really strong position here. Cooper Club does have a lot of runes on board, which would be fantastic, but I don't know if it's going to be too little too late. We're going for the last rites. Again, a really great recursion card for us, as well as giving some might to our units. We absolutely love it. No need to equip it yet, though. Yeah. That can come in time.
Holding 2 up for the fight or flight if you want to use it in this sort of position. Can also look towards that switcheroo. And switcheroo great into things like Thousand Tail Watcher. It gives you so much power in terms of, well, so much might in terms of switching it around with the Thousand Tail Watcher coming in.
But here we go. We're probably going to see that Thousand Tail Watcher.
But
first,
Breath
a Bellows
off,
Breath.
aiming for both those Nocturne. No, they have to be at the same location. So repeated, I guess. 1 damage to each. And then Thousand Tail Watcher to reduce all of those down below the threshold.
See if we can do a bit of a board wipe, really.
Yeah.
See if that's going to go down, if we can get the Thousand Tail Watcher to just then take those Ezreal out of the base and the Nocturne from the battlefield. We really start to see how Cooper Club can actually finally start to bring this back into their favor, but they're still going to need a little bit more in regards to units. Just 1 Thousand Tail Watcher might not be enough.
Yeah. 2 treasure troves in hand, though, does mean they have quite a lot of draw pressure. Going to go with the stack deck first. Have a look at the top. Double
it's very
fizz.
fizzy.
Yeah, well, the cold shot is what we are going to choose for now. Those fizzes will go down towards the ball. I wouldn't mind the fizz. I would not mind the fizz. What are we doing? What are we doing?
He's keeping on us on our toes.
Yeah. So I think Cooper Corp there, when you are deciding on the card you want to take, it is better to lay it to the side of your hand, just to make sure it's very obviously separate. No Veggies was like, hey, is that okay? It's like, yes, we know it was the one that he put on the top. So just for ease of your opponent's knowledge sake, just put it to the side, make sure you know exactly where it is. Treasure Trove is going to come out. I believe there's a second pack of wonders that is not being used to activate it, but doesn't really matter for the moment because you are going to channel 2 runes anyway on the next turn, so having an extra rune channeled here would actually mean that you are wasting one of those channels at the start of your next turn.
Ever so true.
Nocturne was the draw. Confront is going to allow us to have our units enter ready and give us that draw for no Veggies. Picks up a stack deck, currently pretty low on those units, needs something to equip the last rites onto.
Oh, speaking of units, that's 2, and we did see the Nocturne, so we can play that just for 1 cost instead, which is very lovely. So that has definitely helped us out a little bit in replenishing the board after Cooper Club managed to absolutely tremendously use that Thousand Tail Watcher with Bellows Breath combination. So this time we're going to be able to get those units back on the board a little bit faster, hopefully. Going for the second called shot, I believe, there before we do any other actions. Yeah,
using the repeat, we're going to put Sabotage into hand. I think there was a small question about technically the card drawn from the first part of the called shot was put into hand before the Nocturne was revealed, and you should reveal it before you draw, but the judge, they're like, it's okay, we know exactly what was going on. It is fine overall. Sabotage going to come out, second one of the game here. Gust, Singularity, Treasure Trove, and a Fizz. Can't hit the Fizz, we'll take the Singularity. No surprises at all. Puts it onto the bottom of the deck with that Recycle. It's the difference between Mind Splitter and Sabotage. Firstly, Sabotage can't hit can only hit non-units, and then also Sabotage recycles rather than discarding the card.
And again, just gaining that hand knowledge, right? Knowing what can come your way allows you to more effectively choose which resources you're going to expel and when. And knowing that we do have another unit now, which is why we kind of went for that Fizz, because it was getting really tricky to keep a board state alive here, because No Veggies was really doing quite well at managing their own units in the beginning. Of course, we're going for the attach there of the last rites, and now just having a look at what's going to go back to the bottom of the deck.
Putting the Nocturne and the stack deck back on the bottom. Expect this when it conquers to get an Ezreal back for us. I don't think I saw a Rasa in the graveyard, although in the trash. There's definitely one in hand. I have the discard draw from the Zorn Warrens. Now we'll have a look. Traveling Merchant.
Lovely. Okay, so just opting for more card draw, more movement.
It's interesting to me because like Traveling Merchant obviously does give you that card draw movement, and I guess you want to keep the 2 up for the switcheroo or the fight or flight.
Yeah.
So Ezreal would have pushed you over that boundary to only having 1 rune available on your opponent's turn. And
but I guess we kind of like the discard draw as well because it gets us closer to the Raza.
That's true. That's true. We're going to discard that switcheroo, so we really are playing around the fight or flight, spending the power. And now we will move on to Kubakulp's turn. Still only the Thousand Tail Watcher available to them.
We've got a Fizz in hand, as we saw taken earlier, and that will allow us to kind of recycle a spell as well.
And we got a Gust, a Fizz, a Bellows Breath, and a Treasure Trove.
Treasure Trove. So we do have a bit of card draw as well.
Yeah, the thing with the Treasure Trove is we don't really want to bounce it without being able to channel that rune. We are just doing this for the card draw to make sure we have as much information as possible at the start of the turn. Can move into the Traveling Merchant, but we're going to get Fofft back. We know that.
We know
Kubakulp can expect that, let's be honest.
Yes.
With the discard of a Switcheroo, only a 1-of in No Veggies main. So
and No Veggies has used a lot of cards that show him cards.
Yeah.
So he's been able to use a lot that actually allows him to cherry pick exactly what he wants off the top of the deck, keep that in hand for later. And I think, you know, that's what's going to be seen here. Obviously giving them a count as well so they know how fearful they need to be of a Raza.
Yeah, also do have to be fearful of a punch first. The fist bump comes out, Kubakulp realizing I cannot stop the advance from 6 to 8. And because of that, we will see No Veggies taking game 1 of this round.
No Veggies just keeping that board state seamless and coming back from every pushback. And then it's a little bit of hand control on top of that. The threat of the Raza was just too much. And knowing that it's probably unlikely to come back from that, it's sideboarding time into the second game.
Yeah, I don't think there's a huge... I mean, maybe there's a couple of changes you want to make. Don't think Cannon Barrage does too much. Hard bargaining I could see you wanting to bring in when you're playing around on these this counter wars. Invert tie lines kind of gives your opponent as much benefit as it gives you, but if your opponent has carefully crafted their hand, then there is the argument. It's like, okay, I know my hand is bad, and I kind of know your hand is likely good at this position to chuck in and invert timelines there. But No Veggies deck did what it expects to do. Gets those Nocturnes out, didn't even need to use the Rasas.
No.
Was able to put themselves in a really good position there in game 1.
Yeah, they kept it all really sleek. I mean, hitting those Nocturnes was absolutely beautiful. That's what we want to see. We want to see them off the top of the deck when you're using a card effect rather than drawing them so that you can play them really cheap. Okay, we've got some interesting decisions here to make. I like the Dr. Mundo. We haven't seen one of those all day. You know, a big chunky unit can be helpful when you're struggling. I think that was our biggest problem. It was just not having enough units. We had spells galore. We were doing well for kind of just keeping our opponent's board state under control for a while, but then we just weren't able to create that lock that Ezreal really loves to do, where you kind of just push your opponent out from being able to do much. And unfortunately, with the lack of singularity because of the sabotage, we just weren't able to keep that pushback going.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing perhaps the, not the pickpocket. Yeah, no, the pickpocket out in this Ezreal lineup. Getting rid of the gold for No Veggies actually helps slow them down quite a lot. They do generate it quite a bit, but the ability to remove an effective power from the Sivir and get yourself an effective power with that pickpocket can be pretty strong. We'll see if Kubakulp decides to go down that route. For the moment, we'll get into game 2. Huge game for both these players.
Okay, we've got Obelisk of Power and Varmor's Lair this time.
And it is Kubakulp who will go first, so 3 runes for them. Can just play the Ezreal out if they so desire. Has I want to say a Wages of Pain in hand is there as well, but it does look like it is just going to be Ezreal. Play with the known information, put out the one you have, discard the Wages of Pain, draw 2, and then pass over to No Veggies, who points at the Obelisk of Power, says, okay, I will take my extra rune as well,
I will have that, please. That'll be quite lovely at the start of the game, and they've got a lot of cards that, you know, will be able to be employed with this as a really big advantage for no veggies as well. We're getting the seal down, which is great. We get to create a gold token early. We get, yep, again, going with the known information on the board by just playing that Sivir out. Really similar turns, but actually, no veggies has a lot more resources going on now than before, and that's just a really nice kick off the mark for them to try and overwhelm the board state like they did last game.
Also, 4 might into 3 is always a nice number to look at as the Sivir into the Ezreal. There is a Stupefy in hand, Singularity off the top.
I like
Not going to be drawn. Instead, the
seal.
Seal, trying to make sure that they have good rune economy through this early game for Kubacorp. Does mean that there's a Singularity all the way at that bottom of the main deck.
That was the only thing that made me sad a little bit, because it would have been useful last game, but I suppose knowing that sabotage can happen as well, going for the seal and just making sure that you're creating consistency for yourself is also important.
Yeah, court shot out. I have another look at the top 2. Pretty snap keep there for Kubacorp on the first set.
It must have been a good one.
I think this might be a treasure trove going to hand. Okay, we'll put them to the side. Have a look through our hands, see exactly what we do have at the moment.
And make that decision, and it's a tricky one by the looks of it. It's an important decision to make. We need a lot of things going on. We don't want to repeat the last game. We're going for the treasure trove. We love that. Get that card draw on board.
Acceptable losses. And we're going to see that gear go to it. And then also the treasure trove does the same. There's the channel and the draw. And Kubacorp then will pass the turn back over to no veggies.
I love that little combination.
Yeah.
It's such a little sly one. You're like, oh, actually, I get rid of your gold, which is really great because you need that. And actually, then I get a card draw and channel. It's lovely.
I think it's one of those, people will often, I mean, with treasure trove, obviously it's relatively obvious that you do want it to die, but people will often overlook how important rune economy is.
Oh yeah.
And especially in a game like Riftbound where you can't play multiple runes on you don't have abilities to put extra stuff on that easily, right? Yeah, you usually channel exhausted. Making sure that you have the right runes on the right turn is so important, and trying to keep your opponents off the right runes at the right times is great as well. Challenge coming out here is going to kill off the Ezreal with the Sivir, and Kubacorp did have a Stupefy in hand, but no runes to be able to play it.
And that's what we were talking about just then, rune economy as well, and just having some standing. No veggies knew that there was no threat. They were like, well, this is safe. I can safely play this and it not be contested. And now I can start to rebuild that hand again and once again cherry pick exactly what I want.
We talked about the invert timelines. Like, often you see you don't really want to get rid of your hand because you've kind of curated your hand a little bit. But when you're in a sticky situation, or if you haven't got the draw that you were looking for, making sure your opponent doesn't get to keep the hand that they have so carefully cultivated can do a world of good. Sivir going to be here, going to get another gold token for no veggies. We'll have a look at the top 2 with this cold shot.
The Ezreal's tempting.
I think the Ezreal is the play. Better than the confront overall.
No,
instead,
for the
confront for the card draw. On the hunt, and Nocturne will need to be revealed.
Can we afford it? We could, yeah, we've got more runes. Yes, okay.
But, I mean, we are down to only 2 and 2 gold on next turn alongside that seal for a power cost.
The gold does help out a lot, but we still need the runes to do the initial cast. Sabotage time. Knowing that we're low ourselves, try and restrict our opponent and also kind of grasp what they've got going on. Right, so gosh, what do you take here?
There's 2 Stupefies, a treasure trove, a Bellows Breath of Fizz, and 1 mystery card.
Oh, it's the
That's the one that was picked. And it gets recycled, so we don't know what it was.
If you guys had a keen eye and know what it was, pop it in chat and make us feel foolish.
I mean, it's happened many times this weekend that I felt foolish, Amy. It's not a one-off.
Oh, don't you worry. Same here. The players are just setting up that next little turn, going on in again, fresh with this board now. Ready to Stupefy, to draw cards. We've got to try and rebuild this board once again.
Stupefy, draw 1 again for the Ezreal trigger, perhaps?
Yeah, should be, I would have thought.
We did draw an Arcane Shift. We have the Fizz as well. Put it down this turn. Shift next. 3 damage with the Stupefy would be enough to kill off that Sivir. There's also a Nocturne that we need to be wary of. So it looks like it is going to be Fizz. We'll bring back the Wages of Pain that we discarded to the Ezreal on the first turn of the game. That kills Sivir, gets us a gold, and that mitigates the fact that, like, the idea of shifting the air, shifting the Fizz to get that damage.
Yeah, and
instead.
we get a gold token as well, which is really advantageous for next turn. Just keeping that going, keeping that economy on board. Get the card draw from the Ezreal.
And we get, as you say, the Ezreal Legend ability. Treasure Trove back down. Can't remember, there wasn't a Pack of Wonders in hand, was there?
I don't think so, no. Not that I saw anyway, but I very well could be wrong.
Hey.
And we're on to NoVeggie's turn in a really good position now for Cooper Club, with a really strong board state, lots of runes, and a great hand going on. And NoVeggie's kind of knows at least some of that information from having spied their hand last turn.
It's another Nocturne coming off the call shot.
The
First
luck
stage of the repeat.
Nocturne! I never see them when I do
Yeah,
this.
but also, you know, NoVeggies has looked about 15 cards deep
that is so
into
true.
their main deck so far. So
And we can keep going. There's still stacked decks there, but we're just going to go in with this Nocturne, take a point there.
into the Vile Moors. I think, like, you now have good threat for Kubakuba to kill off that Nocturne anyway. You've got Bellows Breath, you have the Stupefy, you have the ability just to take enough damage onto that Nocturne. Ezreal and Last Rites.
or Ezreal? I think Last Rites.
The Unyielding Spirit is going to go into hand to try and deal with Singularity.
Makes sense.
It also works, obviously, on things like Wages of Pain, but
It just really hurts when all three cards are excellent. And you're like, oh, I really would like all of these, but I've got to pick one, and you've got to think about what your opponent can do, what the biggest threat to you is, and if it's going to be Singularity, then that kind of makes a lot of sense, especially with the amount of runes right now that we have in play on the other side of the board. You do have to think that that threat is there. Moving on with Fizz into Obelisk of Power to go ahead and grab that first point there. And we're finally on the board.
yeah, Arcane Shift targeting the Nocturne. We have the Stupefy to back it up. But it looks like NoVeggies is just going to deny the ability damage.
Yep, by spending the extra, using some gold, and saying, no, actually, please don't.
We'll still get the Fizz trigger, even though you don't get the 3 damage to the Nocturne at the battlefield. Fizz can allow us to play that spell for free. What are we looking for, Kubakulp?
Maybe it's...
Is it a cold shot or a stack deck?
I was
think
thinking
are the
maybe
options.
a stack deck would be a
Stack
good idea.
makes sense to me too.
Just to, again, see more cards, we need to keep filtering through. That's what Ezreal's good at.
Instead,
Stupefy.
a Stupefy
Still
to
gets to draw a
kick us
card.
off. Recycles the Stupefy as well. We have another in hand. There's the card draw. Ezreal for the choose. Okay, that makes sense if you want more draw out of the sequence.
Ooh, okay, we got Thousand Tail Watcher. We don't have enough runes to play it yet, but that is good for the future.
Repeated Bellows Breath isn't enough.
No.
Instead, we talked about the Pickpocket. Takes out the seal. A nice addition from the board for Kubakulp.
Yeah,
gets you a
Pickpocket's an
gold
interesting
token.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I really like it into these gold-generating decks because you can kill off the seals, sure, and if it's just a seal deck, then you're okay. But also, if you're just getting rid of some of those golds, again, you see no body runes on the side of NoVeggies. Pack of Wonders down, bounces the treasure trove, gives us a rune, more card draw. Kubakulp here investing more in allowing the Nocturnes to survive to a degree, just to get as many cards into hand as possible. The problem is, they do not know that NoVeggies has an invert. That's it's my German coming out there. Invert timelines
in hand. And we didn't see it game one, so we don't know that necessarily the threat exists. We ganked over to take over another battlefield there with our Nocturne, producing another gold token. Up to 4 points, so Veggies is kind of starting to make that very apparent that they're now going down that pipeline to the win.
Yep, there we go.
Here comes the invert timelines.
Timelines have been inverted. Kubakulp just spent a long time building up this hand, and it is all for naught. The Pack of Wonders gone, the treasure trove gone as well. We're going to draw 4, and we will see where we are. A seal, a challenge, a cold shot on the side of NoVeggies. Didn't quite see the 4th. Kubakulp, what you got?
Let's have a look, because we're passing over to his turn. Now, we have a lot of runes, we have gold, we have a seal. So depending on what came about in that hand, we might have something absolutely off the chain, or it could all be falling apart.
Well, a Pack of Wonders off the top.
Okay, we got a stack
another
deck at
Pickpocket,
least.
another Fizz as well, which is nice
That's
in this
good.
sort of situation. A seal for a seal, a very commonly seen play. Now we'll go and look at the
Stack
top
deck.
3.
Again, we need as much information as we can before we commit too many runes to anything.
Yeah, this is kind of the point for Kubakub where he really needs to get in control of the game.
Oh,
Singularity and double Wages of Pain. They'll go to the bottom. Singularity will be able to deal with both of these Nocturnes. We have the runes for it as well. No real response for No Veggies to that.
So it looks like it's just going to be the Singularity coming through. Yep, that's a hard cost to pay. So there goes the 2 Nocturnes, and that hidden card has to go as well. So the Fight or Flight goes away. Very unhelpful in this situation, sadly, but understandable why it was played. And then Fizz can just head on in there. Again, just waltz into a battlefield, into Valmor's lair, because there's no threat coming back immediately.
Yeah, we start to march up the board. Up to 3 here for Kubakub with the Pickpocket and the Fizz going in. Valmor's lair, obviously, a little bit difficult to play around, but when you have a Pack of Wonders, it becomes a lot easier. Bounce the Fizz to hand, replay the Fizz, and use, instead just play the Pack of Wonders. I did think perhaps we would see the Fizz being played, but I guess you want to be able to utilize your trash effectively.
Ooh,
we're going to bounce the Pickpocket
as
too.
well.
Often, this kind of, what are we going to call it? It's a bounce deck, I guess. Boomerang deck, yeah. I mean, Boomerang is much more in keeping for Civet.
Yeah, that's the thing. But that's kind of what Ezreal's doing right now.
Yeah.
The only concern I have is now getting units into play that are going to be ready to kind of make effective movements next turn for Kubakub. But I appreciate that, similarly, No Veggies hasn't got anything going on either at the moment, but can potentially bring some scary units into play, like the Nocturne of the top deck again!
Oh. Those Nocturnes have done so much work for No Veggies. It is his 3rd coming out. Looking at a Fizz and a Sabotage, and it's just going to take the Fizz from that second part of the called shot.
Those called shots have been calling the shots all day. They've been absolutely bringing the fire when it comes to these top decks. Those Nocturnes might as well just be on the top each time, I swear.
It's very true. It's very true. The problem for No Veggies is double Wages of Pain is enough to kill off a Nocturne.
So true.
It doesn't have Deflect, and Kubakub is in a riches of energy right now. Basically got all of his runes out on that battlefield. In fact, does have all 12. 6 cards in hand. We've seen they do have those double wages. Also the Mind Splitter, double Fizz. Oh, they put the wages on the bottom, didn't they?
Yes.
Did they? Yeah, they don't have those double wages.
But
they have the Mind Splitter.
The Mind Splitter.
Yeah, I like the Mind Splitter. So, and that is where we're going to go. Splits the mind of No Veggies. We'll have a look. Fizz, challenge, hard bargain, and a Fizz.
Get to remove anything from that hand.
Yeah, it's just what do we want to take?
Get
rid of the hard bargain for the counter war.
Yep. I think that's wise. You know, the challenge isn't doing loads because your units aren't big enough to challenge the Mind Splitter itself, and then the Fizz are quite little. They can get spells back, but
can't get a hard bargain back. No. Well, you can, but it doesn't do anything.
No, exactly.
You know?
So I think that was the wisest choice.
Yeah. Pickpocket is going to kill off that Seal of Discord, make a gold for Kubakub. Still the Nocturne and the Traveling Merchant available for No Veggies. Needs to get up to 6 if they can.
This turn would be a great turn to do so, and looks like they're uncontested on battlefield, so they could. It's then just about having the backup for next turn to be able to continue, because you need to, you're getting onto that 6 is all well and good, but we need the 8 to win, so we need then the backup. We are going up to the 6, and now it's going to be about whether he's able to hold on to those, or whether they're going to be able to put enough into the base now to have an appropriate response next turn.
It's how you deal with the Mind Splitter, really,
100%.
isn't it? 7 might on it.
Oh,
Rasa. Okay, I think we'll take a Rasa, please.
Oh, do you reckon?
Yeah, I think it might be the best choice. I'm going to sunder some people, put it into hand. Unfortunately, the other 2 Rasas on the bottom here, unable to be discarded or brought back with the last rites.
Yeah, that is a bit of a shame, I suppose. Like, because they are the cheaper, larger units you've got, and they're the kind of appropriate backup you want at this point. It is a shame they're on the bottom of the deck, but equally, at least we have one, and it's going to be cheap as chips at the moment.
Yeah, Fizz using the gold, going to play out. What are we looking at an invert timeline?
I was thinking about stack deck maybe just because we need to draw more cards at this point. Like, we're limited and getting a bit low on resources, and I think that realistically we need to do something to start replenishing the hand. And okay, we got
Unyielding Spirit, a fight or flight, and an Ezreal. It looks like Ezreal's going to be the play. Can't play it this turn though.
No, I think that was the fight or flight.
Was that the fight or flight? I mean,
oh, he's keeping us in suspense.
Not hiding a card implies not the fight or flight for now, at least. But,
I think it was the sabotage then.
But it was Unyielding Spirit, wasn't it?
Unyielding, sabotage, sorry, yes.
Yeah. Totally. That's okay. I mean, like, we've been doing this for as long as the players have been doing this, so also a complicated board state to work your way through. Kubacorp fighting back well, though.
Got so many resources on board.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing at the moment. We are absolutely lush
Superfly
with resources, and now it's just about getting the cards in hand to be able to make the plays to bring it back. We're on 3 points to 6, but that's not that far behind in the grand scheme of things when you think about how many resources are just clearly on the board. And the Mind Splitter really, Novegis doesn't have a way of dealing with that. It's just so big, going in with 7 might to 4.
So we've got an acceptable losses in hand. Doesn't really do too much for us now as Kubacorp. The Mind Splitter going in alongside the pickpocket. Novegis at 4. Nocturne will die. Point for Kubacorp. Pickpocket gets traded. Yeah. I mean, that's why you want to chuck in the pickpocket there as well, to make sure that you are over that punch first threshold. Gonna banish the Mind Splitter, targeting the Traveling Merchant. Unyielding Spirit means the damage won't go through, but the Mind Splitter will come back, and we'll have another look at Novegis' hand.
Getting that effect of being able to bring it back and reactivate that effect on a Mind Splitter is overwhelmingly powerful. Being able to take a card from your opponent's hand and then know what threats are available is just one of the most powerful effects in this game, hands down. Yeah,
smart from Kubacorp as well to play around the punch first, because it was in hand alongside a Rasa and a Fizz. It must have been the Unyielding Spirit that they drew off the stack deck. So where are we going, Kuba? Let's have a think. If it were me, I'd be scouring that trash right now. I'd be like, okay, Novegis, what can you get back with this Fizz? If I put the punch first in there, you can then play it back out. If I put the Rasa in there, there's a risk of you drawing a last rites, conquering a battlefield, and then cracking out the Rasa as well.
I think the Fizz is the scarier point here.
Yeah,
surprisingly, Fizz is the scarier one than Rasa. And the Rasa you can play around, right? You've got ways to play around that. You've got big units, you've got your Mind Splitter down, but the Fizz just being able to bounce spells back is just too troublesome.
Yeah, here comes the Fizz for Kuba. Both the Arcane Shifts have been used for Kubacorp. Bellows Breath will be the target. We're paying to repeat
that so that we've got some extra damage going on. Going for the Fizz. So that's got 2 damage on it now. 1 remaining to have an effect to remove it from the board.
Yeah, and the Traveling Merchant's also been stupefied. So that's sitting at, it was stupefied at the start of the turn. So that's sitting at 1 as well. We have 4 runes left up. And we're having a quick look through our trash.
Seeing what's available, what's been used.
It's acceptable losses, Fizz, and 1 other card that I can't quite remember right now. The Fizz could try and get back. You could get back like a stack deck or something if you're still looking, but Fizz is gonna use so many of our runes.
I think that's the issue at this point. It's like we've got the runes, we've got resources on the board, but we've had to do so much to climb back up this ladder at this point that actually I'm not sure that we've got enough momentum now to just keep going. And that's been kind of the story of this back and forth, is that each player has been quite successfully managing to do what they can to manage each other's board and hands. But it's getting to the point where Kuma just can't see the line out of the sand, and we go into a straight victory for Novegis.
Big from Novegis there. I was trying to work out, there was another Bellows Breath in the trash. The Fizz into Bellows Breath, I think, would have killed off both the units on the battlefield. So
But whether
obviously,
there was
whether there was
a
enough.
continuation,
Yeah,
I think
after
at that
point does make sense. It's very difficult after that point. So obviously, congratulations to No Veggies. Huge win for them. Taking the victory on the Sivir, one of the final 2 Sivirs remaining in the tournament, so still playing for that best of. For Kubba Corp, a little bit disappointing that they weren't able to close it out with Ezreal, but after so long, over 2 days of play, no real surprises that endurance does come into these things.
Absolutely, and we have a lot to hear, I'm sure, from our winner of that feature match, so we'll see you in a second.
Welcome, Riftbounders. I am joined by the winner of the last round of Swiss here in Bologna, No Veggies. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great. Glad I got that out of the way, finally.
I mean, you were already top 8 in Houston with the Annie deck. What made you change decks?
So I felt like Annie got a little bit too slow compared to the other decks, weirdly enough, because she was super fast in set 1. But the other decks were just doing more unfair things, in my opinion. Like, Sivir making a gold is really impactful, and like the orange cards, like just sabotaging your opponent to death is pretty good. Yeah, and I felt like there was no reason to play Annie over Draven, and I didn't really want to play Draven as well, so I kind of went for the option C, technically. But I like Sivir. I like Sivir more.
I mean, when you don't want to play Draven, I mean, when you're playing Draven, you have a little chance of getting that metal card, I want to say. With Sivir, that's a lot better. There's only one other player who can threaten a tiebreak for you. How are you feeling? What would that mean for you to finally win a best-of?
It'd be pretty cool. I'm kind of sad it's Sivir, because I've never played Sivir in the game. I think she's extremely boring, but she's cool here.
Well, I mean, you can have a spell shield, you can run fast.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, you play a pretty interesting Sivir deck, actually. You're playing a Miracle version. We have seen plenty of Aurora recently. Why have you decided to not play Aurora Sivir?
So the reason I didn't play Aurora is because I felt like, first of all, it's not my playstyle. I don't really like slow control decks. I tested it and I hate it. You don't really depend on the Aurora, but like sometimes you kind of depend on the Aurora, and I didn't really like that. I'm a combo player at the end of the day. So the Miracle package just like fit me perfect. Like it's flexible. I can be an aggro deck when I can be an aggro deck, and I can like be a slow control deck that just wears your hand down, and until I know I have a lock on the game, I can play accordingly. You know, the sabotage, again, not to rave on sabotage, but the fact that in this game at least, the hand rip is cool, but the hand information is even better.
Yeah.
It's very important.
There's so many crazy combat tricks. If you know what's coming, it's absolutely massive. But also, you know, most Miracle decks, they are either Mind or they are Fury plus Chaos. So you're running Orange, you're running Body. Why? What are you playing to compensate for not being Mind or Fury?
Obviously the unfair cards. Sabotage, of course. Punch First is a big one. And the MVP, in my opinion, is Challenge.
Okay.
Challenge has been a card that a lot of people have forgotten about this weekend. They play out their Draven, they don't hold for an axe, and you challenge their Draven, and they're like, okay, 4-4. No, it's 6. Like, oh.
How many times did you catch people off guard with a challenge?
A lot of times. I caught more people off guard by the fact that Sivir suddenly was a 6.
Oh, okay, all right.
Because she gains the buff in the middle of the chain.
All right.
So a lot of people don't account for that.
Well, very strong. So that's a reason for success. People at home, play around Challenge a little bit.
I can't play this deck anymore.
As I said earlier, there's only one more player that can also go to an X-Tor record. Still, maybe in contention for the top cut if you have a good tiebreaker. Is there anything else you would like to say to the other Sivir players still in contention for the best of?
I hope you don't draw Aurora.
All right, maybe the luck is with them, maybe it is not with the Miracle version. You're very much less relying on drawing your good cards because you're going to see half your deck anyways. No Veggies, thank you so much for taking the time out of your day for this interview. And we're going live back to the coverage.
Well, welcome back to Regional Qualifier here in Bologna as we are getting ready for the second feature match of our final round of Swiss. I think No Veggies, for someone that has played that deck for so long over the last 2 days, incredibly coherent. If I played that for a single round, I think I would be gobbledygook at best.
I think my brain would just leak out of my ears
a little bit. Just mush.
Yeah. But the power of sabotage and hand knowledge, clearly something very important to know Veggies among other players. We've seen it used to such great effect, and that match more than any had it from both sides. So we really got to see how that knowledge and that clarity guides the players.
Should we move into more Riftbound action?
Oh,
I feel like we must, you know? I think we might as well. Let's get into our next feature match as we see a Draven taking on a Victor.
Oh, what?
Looking for a Victor, my friend. Will they be the Victor is the question, looking for those top 8 spots.
Absolutely. I haven't seen a Victor yet, but I love the gameplay of this deck. It hasn't had a huge shift from set 1 to 2 in regards to mechanics, but let's take a look at the Draven list first.
Yeah, looking like the sort of conventional Miracle Draven, a few Nocturnes in there as well, alongside the Bushwhack for a later game closing out of the matchups. Couple of spinning axes, the last rights, nothing too surprising overall here, only the single switcheroo which we are seeing a few times in these decks as well.
Absolutely, and of course moving on to talk about our Victor deck. So really from set 1 to set 2, there are a lot more removal cards available, and that's where it's really starting to shine. And we have the Xin Shao as well in here, which is really helping the deck to kind of find its place in this meta. And I like the Riptide Rex edition as well.
Yeah, the ability to do a bunch of damage to a unit at a battlefield does a huge amount of work in here. Also, the Glass Mixologist and the Xin Shao, a little bit of recursion coming out from Glass Mixologist, that's the one, does help you out quite a bit in these fights. A lot of removal, as you say, a little bit of gear removal as well with the salvages. We'll be getting on into the action. The fist bump between the two players goes to Driver piloting the Victor, and Dysel?
I think Dysel.
Dysel, 97 here, piloting the Draven.
Draven has been one of the big baddies of the event, showing that its uncontested might, strength, and perseverance can push through practically anything. But can it push through all of Victor's tricks and units and recruits?
And Zorn Warren's on the top, Treasure Hoard on the bottom here in terms of battlefields. It is a Victor to go first. Ghost of Driver is going to kick us off, and we'll see what we decide to do for our turn 1 play. Looks like it's just going to be the Honest Broker. Death Knell effect on that, really nice, and you can use it well with the Cull the Meek effects as well. Allowing, Cull the Weak, Cull the Meek is Renekton Q effects, allowing us to kill it off, get the Death Knell, and then make your enemy sacrifice a unit as well.
Excellent Traveling Merchant play, nice and easy. So we're able to just start to get that draw on the board, which we love to see early on. Back over to Ghost turn, I think, after this. I don't think there's much more we can play. Nope, so we're back on over and looking at already moving a unit forward just to really start the pace of the game and set the scale.
Yeah, deciding to go for the discard draw wants a little bit more of hand manipulation early on here. Could go towards the Treasure Hoard instead, get that gold token for paying 1, but decides that instead of that, we want to make sure we are getting through our cards properly. Uses the Victor's ability to make a recruit, discards the salvage. Factory Manufacture is going to make another recruit there in the base. And Factory Manufacture, something you don't see really outside of Victor decks at all, so don't really blame Dysel. How do we say we were going to say his name?
Dysel?
Wait, it's an A now instead of an I, which I think it was earlier, unless we just both misread it. Dackle. Dackle will
Let's
work.
go for it.
Yeah,
Moving the Traveling Merchant, let's do it. Discard and draw. Want to start cycling through and cherry picking those cards that we desperately need to just get off the mark. We've got the Scrap Heap.
Drew a Nocturne for turn as well, which is not really what you want to happen. Is going to pay the 1 on the Treasure Hoards to make that gold token, then bring out Vanquisher Draven for the 4. And request there from Ghost of Driver, can you just use your gold not next to your runes? I think that's a valid request overall.
Just to make it super clear of what is available to Dackle at this point, and then Ghost Driver able to start their turn with a flurry of units, which is exactly what Victor likes to do, is overwhelm the opponent, make more units than they can handle. The recruits, yes, they have low might, but they are mighty in friendship.
That thing, I think if you're Dackel, you're a little worried about something like a Blood Money into Cull the Weak here. It would wipe away your board. Cull the Weak by itself, obviously not too effective with Dackel having 2 units on the board, but if you are able to get a couple out, it could work. You can also move in with the Factory Manufacturer and the Recruit to make sure this Traveling Merchant dies, then go for the Cull the Weak. Factory Manufacturer is going to trade in there. We'll get the point for Ghost Driver, moves up to 3. And we're paying the 1? We are paying the 1.
Yeah. Get that gold token.
Yeah.
It's important. It's an important resource in this matchup, especially because Ghost Driver needs to make sure that all of their resources are still ready to use, because they want to be able to keep making those recruit tokens again and again and again, and just keep up and keep having as many units as they can. The Pickpocket is back on the board as well. Another gold token joins us, and now we're going to be able to just keep up this pressure, bringing things back, keeping things safe. And honestly, this is a great base, and it's full of guys. That's exactly what we want to see.
We were talking to some of the production staff here, and they were saying, yeah, maybe sometimes when we have a Victor deck, we need a slightly bigger area in the base, because already units are getting stacked on top of each other. It's like Hoth here, just everyone in a very small combined space. Recruit going to get knocked back here by the Draven Vanquisher. We will get the combat trigger from Glorious Executioner for the draw.
That's the only thing I don't love about Victor into Draven is that Draven loves to win a fight, and it's really easy against those recruit tokens. So almost leaving them at a base isn't great. You kind of want to remove them with some of your own removal effects. Take the gold tokens and such from those, and then don't allow them to draw a card by having to, by getting to conquer easily.
Now Dackel moving into that, hey, I drew one of the cards of my let me look at all of my cards combo. It's drawn me another one of my cards of my let me draw all of my cards combo. The Ezreal comes down, and there's the cold shot.
We're still going!
With the scrap heap getting discarded, drawing 3 off that Ezreal instead. We now have the cold shot in hand. Instead, we'll go for the seal first, and can then use that for the cold shot and look at the top 4.
Yeah, we're doing it twice. It's so nice. We're doing it twice.
Hard bargain and a Nocturne. Oh, that is perfection.
Goodness gracious. What is it with these Nocturnes today? They are absolutely coming out on these stack decks and cold shots every time. I'm so impressed.
Piercing Light to hand works really well into these low might units, and like the recruits, can kill them off pretty effectively.
Oh, it's looking a bit scary if you're Ghost Driver at this point. Those card draws were incredible. Just, I think, having a little word about the effect there. Yeah, it's got ganking. I think we were just checking what that effect was on the Nocturne there. Another Traveling Merchant. It's, wow, this is really stacking up to be quite the battle, with 2 armies on both sides of the battlefields ready to close in on one another.
Yeah, Ghost Driver will be needing to work towards a glorious evolution if he is going to be able to take down Dackel's board. We have the readying of these runes coming out. We'll move into channel, and then we'll see what the draw is. Haven't really had a very fine look at Ghost Driver's hand. I think it was a Bellows Breath that they were able to pull out here. But it's becoming harder and harder to find that spot removal.
Yeah, we kind of need something like some Cull the Weak here to kind of force Dackel into a position where they have to get rid of some bigger units, and you're just going to say, well, I'll let a recruit go.
I mean, you have options like Imperial Decree into Bellows Breath, which would do a lot of work as well.
That's true.
Recruit going in here, discard draw. There's the point for Ghost Driver, halfway to the finishing line in this first game of the this featured match. Xin Shao seems like is going to go to the trash. And it will. Do have some ways to recur that. It's like a Spectral Matron, I believe, can bring it back.
The Bellows Breath, that was a good call.
I mean, but without the Imperial Decree, it's not as powerful.
No.
Bellows Breath, are we repeating it?
I think that's a yes, based on the cost that was paid.
Hitting the units in the base. The second Bellows Breath here as well would make sense, but the Thousand Tail Watcher works really well with it. Gonna kill off all of the units in base for Dackel. And did we repeat it and hit the Draven? Or did we
I don't think so. I think it was everything in base. I think they left the Draven. I think it's just everything in base.
Yeah.
I believe it was those 3.
Okay, looks like they are going to die off. You could Spinning Axe out here to save one of them. The question is it worth it? The answer is yes. For Dackel. Puts the Spinix axe down. Where are we putting it? Nocturne or Ezreal?
I like the Ezreal.
Yeah.
I think the Nocturne, like we can bring that back a little bit easier later, and Nocturne's an easy play if you find another one. Keeping an Ezreal around for its secondary effect is kind of a bit more advantageous at this stage. I think saving Ezreal with that spinning axe is just enough to give Dackel the advantage into a combat later on.
Yeah, I agree with that. Having the repeat for the called shots as well is really nice overall. Goes to Driver. And we're going in. Looks like it. No real runes available for Dackel. No fake runes available for them either.
No,
So-
nothing at all. So Ghost Driver does kind of have the advantage, though, of just being able to go in a bit uncontested. You can just go in. You don't even need to take over. You just want to stop the whole point. So you can just go in and stop. I guess you could trade into that, which
Well,
might
the
be quite
problem
nice.
is Draven has Fury runes available. So
That's true. They can
if
recycle.
Dackel decides they could go down to 1 rune here and give the +4, just going to go for the +2 up to 6, knowing that Ghost of Driver doesn't have the energy left, and it's the trade.
Yep, just going for the trade again, just trying to get rid and mitigate the hold point there, not really needing to get one themselves for the conquer because they can just now put this pickpocket in, which was already ready in base. So regardless, was really nice for Ghost Driver because they had that backup.
They did. And now Ghost of Driver goes up to 5.
Might be worth making another recruit here.
They're tapped out, I believe. Gonna recycle for a hidden card.
Yeah, I didn't notice they were tapped
Yep.
out, but yeah,
Oh, yeah.
recycling one to hide, and that's all you can do. It's such a shame because it does kind of slow the assault. We still have the 1,000 Watcher and a gold token, but you know, Draven can really come back at you if you leave them alone too long.
Yeah, we'll see if Dackel is able to get a bit of semblance of control on the board, because you do need to take at least one of these battlefields here. Ghost of Driver would be going up to 7, doesn't need another round before they can win, but
Ooh, okay.
still in a good spot
Stack deck
overall.
or fight or flight? I
Ah,
like the
well,
stack deck, I think. Yeah. Just keep pushing forward. We need to try and find a way to take these battlefields. One is easy, that's the thing.
Yeah.
These units aren't difficult to defeat, but we're gonna go into the one with a hidden card, trying to
think
remove
it's-
that threat.
do you hidden blade the Ezreal, assuming it's a hidden blade, or do you hidden blade the pickpocket to get, it's a Wages of
Ooh,
Pain
Wages.
instead. 3 damage marked on that Ezreal, will trade in. Now we see the hard bargain for the Wages, no ability to pay it, so that will get put into the trash. Ezreal winning the combat, does get a card draw for Dackel.
So Fizz,
Only 2 runes available on this turn though, Amy.
it's not enough, really. It's just not enough. They're gonna struggle to come back from this. It's just not giving, and we don't have enough in the discard pile yet for the Raza. So I think this is where we kind of have to slow our ropes a bit.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you really need to get some of that rune economy back. You could
Stack
look
deck,
for like a
maybe,
stack
just to
deck,
keep
yeah.
making sure that your hand has what it wants in it, just to give you flexibility for the future.
Yeah, but you have a gold as well. You could play the cold shot with the
That's
Ezreal's optional ability, not reusing your runes. Oh, you have the seal as well. Don't even
We're
need
just
to
going
use
to
the
pass.
gold,
We're
but
just
we
going to pass
pass
it over, keep our runes ready, kind of leave a threat on the board, right, to your opponent. You're saying, okay, well, anything you can do, I might have something better. I might have a reaction to that. So leaving that just as a tell to your opponent that you have something that can go down during their turn is an important structural element of this game.
Yeah, another hidden blade drawn to hand as well for Ghost of Driver. Goes to 6, has that 1,000 Watcher that will beat out the Ezreal in pure combat right now, but there, as you can see, there's a rebuke in the hand of Dackel. Riptide Rex targeting Ezreal, played to a battlefield.
Happy to read that one.
I mean,
Like I
can't
said, it's
blame
an unusual inclusion, but I love it. You just get to deal that pure 6 damage.
Ezreal dead. Oh, the spinning axe would be given temporary, so putting
It's
it in
gonna
the
go
trash
away
right now
anyway.
doesn't matter too much, but technically should still be on the battlefield. Rebuke comes out onto the 1,000 Watcher for
Send
the
that
knockback to
back.
hand. Ghost to Driver still in a really strong spot here. 7 might on that Zorn. Warren's on the top side. It's going to make another recruit.
I like it.
Disposable infantry here.
Still can leave a couple of runes up and just kind of pass into Dackel's turn in quite a strong position here. Dackel now doesn't have anything on board currently. Going to bring that recruit token back just to have bodies and leave Riptide Rex into Dackel's turn.
To hand.
Okay.
Do we have like a bushwhack to ready it to get out onto?
I think we do have a bushwhack.
Yeah, I don't know if it's in hand, I guess.
I think it is.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I'm certain I saw a bushwhack.
I believe you.
I think it's there.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it.
So I think we can get a ready unit into play. It's just whether we're spreading ourselves too thin.
Yeah. The other option is try and wipe away the board a little bit. Yes, you're 100% right. Second card back there. Good spot on that, Amy. As also, if we're going to play something like a stack deck, you want to play it early. So we're going to stack deck, see a cold shot on Ezreal and a switcheroo.
Ooh, I do like the switcheroo there.
Yeah, especially when you're dealing into something like a Thousand Tail Watcher.
Yeah, you know what's coming.
Yeah.
You just put it back in their hand.
Where are we going to try and make our stand here?
It's a troublesome call because you've got limited resources. We need to try and recreate that board state. You need to put your stance back on this game, but you know what's coming. You know the Thousand Tail Watcher's right there in the hand. You know that can just jump back out at you. So it's a troublesome situation to be in where you kind of know what is on the horizon, but don't have the methods in hand right now to combat it.
There's the bushwhack that we talked about. Units enter ready this turn. You have the card draw. Oh, sorry, gold gear made from that. Exhausted doesn't really apply too much, doesn't really do anything for us right now. Goes to Driver, sitting pretty at 6. The Raza goes into the treasure hoard.
Just gonna score a point, nice and easy, go up to 4 to Ghost Driver's 6, which is a really scary number to be on because if they're able to then kind of dip in and out, if this Rextide is left alone, then we're able to just take the 8th point.
I mean, we know there's
turn.
a Hidden Blade in hand for Ghost Driver.
Exactly.
Right, so you need a hard bargain or some way to stop the advance, but Ghost Driver has enough tools right now. Ezreal in ready, discard draw 2. No runes up for Dackel. Really hanging his hopes on this defense from Rasa.
Kind of hanging on by a thread here. I think it's important to put the switcheroo in place.
Hides the card. Switcheroo goes in. Hidden Blade is going to cost Dackel this game. No real way for you to react to it.
No, Ghost Driver goes up to 7 now. All they need to do is conquer the treasure hoard. That is it.
And they have 2 recruits to do so.
That is the game.
What are they playing around with? Hidden card could be something like a fight or flight, but even that doesn't really do anything with Hidden Blade.
But we don't currently have enough power to do so. We've only got 2 recruit tokens, so we're going to need some jiggery-pokery and some shenanigans to make it happen.
Yep, Thousand-Tailed Watcher will be the play.
We knew it was coming. We knew it was there. And certainly going to be a very helpful hand. Thousand-Tailed Watcher going to reduce the Nocturne's might by 3.
Yeah, take it down to 1.
And then, do we just like poke with a recruit token? Do we put both in?
I think going at 1 at a time does make sense. Accelerated Thousand Tail, they're all going to go in together.
We're all in this together.
Reveal
and then
the
switcheroo.
We'll put the Thousand Tail Watcher down to 1, so 3 into 7 now.
So that's no good. Switcheroo definitely putting in a lot of work.
And there's the Hidden Blade.
There it is!
And down goes Rasa. Don't blame Ghost Driver for taking the time to make sure, because you don't know what the hidden card is. Make sure it is what you think it is, and then play the Hidden Blade when it is required.
Yep, I like that. It was a very clever play, just kind of poking the bear and going, okay, I know the threat now, and I still have the means to take this win. Ghost Driver in the driving seat for the majority of that game, taking Victor to a 1-0 victory against Draven.
A 1-0 victory.
Hey, very good. We're just having a little look at the side deck there. I don't know if Ghost Driver's going to be wanting to do much different. That all seemed to go quite well.
Yeah, it really did. Have the salvage in for something like the spinning axe, if so required. Did a good job with the early recruits, trying to deal with the board well as well from the side of Dackel. I wonder if Dackel's going to change things up at all going into game 2.
I'm not sure what would be particularly helpful. I don't think Victor is what you're expecting to come up against.
Against the odds. Against the odds, I think, is particularly helpful. And the ability to really buff up a single unit depending on the amount of enemies there. Bring here Thundersong as well to try and stop some of those sneaky hidden blades and such. Could do a little bit of work, but I do like against the odds.
Maybe even a Ferris Forerunner just to kind of start to match how many units your opponent has on board. You want something almost smaller than you're used to. You know, Draven's used to having some big old units on the board, right? But actually, when you've got things like Cull the Weak, you kind of want some mech tokens, right?
Yeah, you want some stuff you can sack.
You might want to be like, actually, yeah, that's fine, don't worry about it.
Or things with Death Knell, even if you have to sack the first Forerunner, as you say, you're still getting 6 might back for it. We will move to game 2 of this final round of Swiss here in Bologna, and we'll see if Ghost of Driver can take it home with a 2-0 and go to 11-1.
What will the battlefield choices here be?
It's a good question. It's a good question.
Candlelit Sanctum and Voidgate.
Okay, Voidgate coming out of our Victor player. A little bit of extra damage on things like Wages of Pain, on the Singularity, on the Bellows Breath. Can do work.
Yeah, I'm surprised at Voidgate, but honestly, kind of impressed.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a good choice.
Especially if you're trying to just like ping off, you know, these Ezreals, these Fizzes, even a Draven Vanquisher, having the extra damage for Wages of Pain, putting it up to 4 is huge. Recruit is the turn 1 play for Ghost of Driver. Dackel didn't put anything out for their own turn 1. Now it's going to be Draven Vanquisher.
Nice, easy, ready. Very typical of the previous turn. I think just asking which one that is.
All right, just clarifying. There's no point not doing it, right?
Yep, exactly. But it is Candlelit Sanctum, so we've seen that one today already.
Yep. Look at the top 2. You can decide to recycle 1 or 2 of them and then put the ones that you haven't recycled back on the top of your main deck in any order on the Conquer. Here's the Recruit. Ghost of Driver will thankfully immediately show us what we were just talking about.
Oh yes, and I like this. So, you know, it's an easy Victor kind of turn 1 typical play of recruit in, recruit out, and absolutely shaking it all about and grab those top 2 cards to have a little cheeky peek. And I think that's important. You're wanting to kind of distill your deck of the things that you don't need right now.
Yeah. Thin it out, find the things you want, put the rest on the bottom. Currently sitting with a 1,000-tail Watch, an Imperial Decree, and a Bellows Breath in hand. A huge combo there. Also a Cull and a Singularity, I believe. The choice is between Hidden Blade and... I didn't see, I think it was Pickpocket on the top.
Maybe.
Yeah, not
this is exactly what Victor kind of gained from set 2, was actually all of this removal became not only great for other decks in dealing with Victor, but actually helps Victor itself to kind of help these recruit tokens. Speaking of, here's our first Cull of the week, forcing Draven Vanquisher to the trash this early and only for a recruit token.
Yeah, it's such a nice trade for Ghost of Driver overall. Only has to kill off 1 of his recruits, decides it is the one in base rather than the one sitting on Candlelit Sanctum. Wants the whole point from there. Let's see the draw coming out with the channel as well. Slightly missed sequence there from Dackel, but it's fine in the end. Did all of the things that you're meant to do in your ABCDs. Seal into Ezreal, into discard, Scrap Heap, into draw 3 cards. A Cold Shot, a Fizz, and a Hard Bargain all go to hand.
Looks like it might be time for another Cold Shot. Might be trying to dig for a Nocturne just to try and get a body on the board at this point.
I mean, I really think getting through the Cold Shot here makes sense. You've got double Fizz and the Spinning Axe as well for forces later on. Seal and Last Rites.
We've got a couple of seals already, so yeah, I like the Last Rites here instead.
Double Ezreal, I think I know what I'm taking.
Well, I think we'll take an Ezreal, which I mean, it's a great choice anyway. We can continue to, again, cherry pick what we need, just make sure that we're developing the board. We get units and card draw from Ezreal as well as a passive effect. Brilliant card, and we've seen it to great success today in many decks.
The Ezreal as well, you can use it to get your Draven back out of the trash if you so desire with that Last Rites. does win out on the combats, but Ghost Driver already at 2 points, can kind of play this one a little bit more slow roll. Doesn't have to try and dominate the board, can just use the recruits for the holds, allow Dackel to conquer himself, and then in return, start looking at some of those kill spells, looking at the Wages of Pain, at the Bellows Breath, the Imperial Decree combination that we already see in hand.
Here we go, Pickpocket down first.
Take a seal.
We love that, get a gold. Pickpocket doing its thing. And then we're going to bring that recruit token back.
Yeah, don't want to give free combats to the Draven.
We didn't like that last time.
No.
We're not going to like it now, but we're going to make some more recruits, because that's what Victor loves to do.
Yeah, just a couple of them stacked up on each other there. Not the easiest for Ghost Driver to maintain a very easily visualized board state, but it's doing the best job that they can.
And we move on to Dackel's turn. Now we've got open battlefields, we've got an Ezreal ready to go. So we do have some point scoring potential here, but it's all about then keeping that pace up. Now maybe, I was thinking about maybe using a Last Rites first to get the Conquer effect, but just going straight in with the Ezreal for the point first, and then looks like we'll go from there.
Yeah, I think the risk is if you do Last Rites in, that costs 3. You then have 3 runes left, so you can't recur the Draven because you don't have enough runes on this turn. Alongside that, if the Ezreal then dies, you've paid 3, you've paid a power, you've recycled 2 from your trash, and you don't even get the effect, right?
That's so true.
With 2 up on the side of Ghoster Buster, I think it would make sense to play a little bit more cautiously for this Draven. Traveling Merchant seems to be the next option that is going to come down on the board. It'll take a second to think about it, and there it goes.
Going for it, going for the seals. So now looking at hiding a card.
Yeah, we know that's a fight or flight, as you say, but Ghost Driver does not. Could be something like a Tide Turner. If Dackel decides that he wants to switch around the Traveling Merchant and the Tide Turner to get the extra discard draw. Double Imperial Decree is a little bit pricey for my blood, but still with the Bellows Breath, it does do a lot of work. And you've got the Wages of Pain as well for later on, just to at least kill off 1 enemy unit. But really, Imperial Decree works most effectively when you have either a slew of recruits that you can constantly throw in.
Oh, okay, we've got a reactionary Spinning Axe coming after a Pickpocket, heading on in to Ezreal. So now that's going to be attached instead. With the quick draw, we can just equip that straight away.
Now, Ghost Driver with the focus. We know there's a FOF there. Does Ghost Driver play effectively around it? Do you want to invest much more into this? Because Dackel plays the Spinning Axe, you might be thinking, well, wouldn't he just have fight or flighted my unit back? Why is he investing more in this?
Why is there more going on than meets the eye?
Yeah. It can be for future turns, right? You can play the Spinning Axe now to keep the fight or flight around, to deal with bigger threats. Pickpocket just allowed to die. Combat 1 for Dackel means that he draws a card. Now Ghost Driver is going to go Singularity.
Ooh, that's probably why we didn't want to invest too much into that, because actually just using the Singularity now takes out the Spinning Axe as well out of play, which is a huge advantage.
Perfect runes available as well. There's a hard bargain in hand for Dackel, but there's 2 runes up for Ghost Driver, so he's played around the fact that this hard bargain can come out. Dackel might just use it to make the runes be paid.
Maybe just to kind of force your opponent to use resources.
Yeah.
And then you kind of know that that's the end of their turn, right?
Exactly.
They can move some recruits, but that's about it.
Instead, they all go to the trash.
Just decided, okay, nope, you absolutely take that. Everything goes to the trash. Dackel once again with a limited board state. Ghost Driver just moving recruits around to gain those early points. And now Dackel is once again having to fight their way through their deck to be able to get units and get them on the board. And I think we didn't hit anything more than some more kind of card draw. We do get to see more, which is great. We're cycling through the deck as quickly as we can. But it's not looking great. We're running out of resources, running out of time, and we're really just not able to get much going to tackle Ghost Driver's onslaught of recruit tokens.
Just recruit after recruit. Victor leading that glorious evolution. Ghost Driver having a think here as we prepare to end their turn. Does have 2 runes still available.
Still can do something. It's whether it's worthwhile.
It's the Candlelit Sanctum trigger, right? So
Yes.
from the recruit coming in, having a think about what they want to put on the top, on the bottom. Second recruit goes into the Void Gate, gets us up to 4.
Taking those easy points.
Yep.
The only bad thing here is you're giving Dackle some card draw potential.
Yes, but also Dackle needs to accelerate something out for that to be effective, right?
Oh, yes.
So,
Oh, I think that
it's a Nocturne.
it was a Nocturne off the top deck, which is not what we want. We want to be seeing that with the effect of a card. So that was a shame, so we're just going to discard that.
Hard Bargain and a Bushwhack going to hand. You can see, not...
Bushwhack at least will help to potentially get something accelerated later into play, or pseudo-accelerated, but right now, really unhelpful.
Yeah, we'll go for the Cold Shot, Battering Ram and Stack Deck off the top. Battering Ram is the one that goes into hand. Then something that was snuck, a very nice jacket being worn here. Unfortunately covering out slightly the cards that did go in. I think it was a Stack Deck, perhaps.
Okay,
Bushwhack
down now.
This means that you draw, and then you can get the Battering Ram in, win a combat, get another draw. Oh, sorry, gold gear from the Bushwhack. Then you can get the Battering Ram down, then you can get a draw from winning the combat.
So at least then we do finally see something coming kind of pseudo-accelerated.
Stack Deck first.
Stack Deck first.
Ferris, Battering Ram, and a Cold Shot. Wouldn't be surprised if it's a second Ram here.
I think it would be.
Could also go for the Cold Shot just for more card draw.
Cycling through the deck once again. I think it's,
Cold
it's
Shot
going
is
to be
put
the
down,
Cold Shot.
Deciding to hold on to that second Battering Ram in the main deck. And here we go. Battering Ram down. Played to base and then readied and immediately gone into the Candlelit Sanctum. We'll have the trigger from the combat. Glorious Executioner drawing us a card.
Lovely.
Then we'll look at the top 2. Could have stacked those differently if they had wanted.
Spinning Axe and Battering Ram, going for the Battering Ram on the top, putting the Spinning Axe to the bottom, so we don't have that option.
Yeah, I think that's one of those moments where you tell the players are a little bit tired, because to me, optimally, look at the top 2, organize how you want them, then draw a card. But maybe drawing first and then setting up a subsequent draw is slightly better. I'm not sure on the statistics. I'll trust Dackle. They're 10-2. And I am 0-2 because I wasn't dropped from the tournament fast enough.
I heard a rumor that they paired us round 1.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But then, so someone beat me round 1.
Oh,
someone
really?
2-0'd me round 1 because I wasn't there.
Yeah, but I
so
wasn't there either.
Well,
We'll
I've been shown Medic 0-2.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Oh. There we go then. But here we go. Moving on to Ghost Driver's turn. Can they start to bring it back now that Dackle has a little bit of momentum?
It's still only a couple of points away for Ghost Driver, right? Sitting at 5 right now.
And they got a lot of removal in their deck, and they got a lot of runes ready to go.
We have Bellows Breath, Imperial Decree in hand.
Exactly.
That's an easy wipe of Dackle's side of the board. Hard Bargain Energy not available for Dackle right now.
No, Dackle doesn't have any standing runes either, so we don't have any energy left to be able to spend. Going in with a 1,000-tail Watcher accelerated.
Yep, straight into that battlefield. I'm gonna cycle the runes. The Battering Ram loses out. Watcher, Candlelit Sanctum trigger now. Go to 6 for Ghost Driver.
Oh, this is such a scary position to be in if you're Dackle.
The Stupefying Cull, the Weak, the 2 off the top. In hand still 2 of those decrees, a Bellows Breath. And something else.
Well, I reckon we're going to be able to take out that Ezreal with ease as well this turn now.
It's also, do we really need to? Put them both on the bottom. Have one left, one rune left. It's a Wages of Pain at the back. Could hide that if we wanted. Could also just make a recruit and play for next turn.
Which,
so close here for Ghost Driver. Yeah, bring the recruit back. Play another one. Leave the 1,000-tail Watcher out. Place a threat. Yeah.
Pass it along. We're 2 points away from the win. You've got to expect they're going to want to take both battlefields next turn. Kind of probably expecting the 1,000-tail Watcher to fall.
So, Ezreal is there. We need to get through the 1,000-tail Watcher. We don't have that Bushwhack, but we have a Fizz that can replay it. Cold Shot first, using the seal.
Nocturne.
Nocturne revealed from the Cold Shot. Gold used to play it.
Was that another one? Another one!
2 Nocturnes, but unfortunately, because we didn't fizz before this and pull back the Bushwhack, they don't enter ready.
No,
Obviously hard to think about that sequence because you also want to look at more cards before you make decisions for your turn.
Exactly, and that's the really difficult part about sequencing in Riftbound is that the obvious, which is normally always look at more cards, may not be quite as advantageous. We still have a few more tricks up our sleeve.
We have the last rights. Pushes Ezreal to 5.
Does mean we'll be
Go
able
in,
to
get a conquer.
Get a conquer up to 3, but it's still lagging very seriously behind Ghost Driver.
I mean, I think the attempt now is to try and make Void Gate big enough in terms of might of your units so that Ghost Driver can't take it back away from you.
But we're going to need to be able to put some units in there, and right now we don't have any way of getting anything else ready to go.
Well, we can play straight to the battlefield, right? Because we control it currently. So a Ferris Forerunner could go in there, perhaps.
That would be a nice one.
Yeah. What are we gonna do, Dackle? Traveling merchant to base. Okay. No longer have the energy for the first one. A battering ram to base as well. Okay.
No, changing their mind. That's actually
acceptable.
Yeah.
We changed the mind there on where we go. Just making sure we played the 5 cards for the turn to let that battering ram get out. So now, Ghost Driver needs to get through 2. Do they have the runes for Imperial Decree and Bellows Breath? You need 6 energy and 2 order and a mind.
We have it.
Hold to 7. We do have it. The problem is, do we have it with a hard bargain repeated, which is available?
That's the problem. And we've left runes available. So both players are very in the know that that is a possibility. They haven't seen the hands, so they don't know it's there for sure. But the threat is there, and that's what it's about.
There we are.
Debating what could happen.
Imperial Decree.
When any unit takes damage this turn, kill it. With a word, I end you.
The other problem is here, you can move 2 recruits in, do damage to the ram, do damage to the Ezreal, and the 3rd recruit comes in as well. So Ghost Driver just looking for this. Dackle thinking about that hard bargain you have to feel. But even if you hard bargain repeated at this point, you only have 1 energy left to do anything else on this turn. Imperial Decree will leave the chain and will have been played. Ghost Driver, do you just go in with 2 to kick us off, or do you try to Bellows Breath first? That's the debate you have to feel.
I think you go in with the recruits. I think
so
at this
too.
point, but
Bellows Breath is the play.
Yep.
I will target the ram and the Ezreal, not repeat it. There's the bargain.
So that didn't quite work.
Was repeated. Ghost Driver can't pay 4. So Bellows Breath will not be played. But now you've got 1 rune up, Dackle. What can you do with a single rune? A Wages of Pain to try and take out 1. The handshake, Ghost Driver taking the 2-0.
With Victor of all decks. We weren't expecting that, but boy, am I glad to see Victor being victorious in our last round of Swiss today.
Huge performance all around by Ghost Driver. Really well done. Such patience as well. I get the line using the Bellows Breath and the Wages of Pain first, because if you go in with the units and they're bounced and they're not ready, then you have to wait another turn. Really nice stuff all around from Ghost Driver. A bit unfortunate for Dackle. I think at times just wasn't able to keep up with the amount of kill, the amount of spells that Ghost Driver was able to bring out.
They were just absolutely on it with making sure that those units and recruits were just seamlessly dancing around the board and just overwhelming Dackle's defenses. But let's talk more about all of their units with the man themselves.
Hey, James here with Matthias in between rounds before we get to the top 8. And I have to say congratulations. Not only have you made top 8, you are the best of Victor here in Bologna. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. It's unbelievable. I went today, stood up. I couldn't sleep much at night, but I was like, I'm going to lose to something. I'm going to face the Dravens today, and I'm going to lose it. So last match Miracle Draven was fine, but mid-range is like the worst. But I only got one and somehow won 2 times with top decks.
So you played Miracle Draven recently. What else have you faced on your road to the top 8? What's been tough for you so far?
So the awesome thing is I nearly faced everything. I've faced 3 Dravens, 2 of them mid-range, and I faced, other than that, totally different legends. I faced Ornn, Ahri, Irelia,
plenty. Lots of different legends.
Everyone played something else, and it was awesome. Maybe due to me tying the first game, I got into the kind of off bracket of Swiss-wise and faced all those matches. And yeah, it's been a blast.
Well, congratulations so far on your performance. I wanted to ask a little of your Victor. Which version of the deck are you playing?
So maybe you know the Houston list that got pretty far. So I think Riptide Rex is a good card still. And Xinsao made the deck better. Xinsao is like the card that makes me want to play Victor still. And there are some improvements with Ages of Pain. So it's kind of similar to the Houston list if you know it. So it's like 20 units, 20 spells. I'm playing Ravenbloom and sometimes spraying. I'm not playing the best deck, so I have to hope sometimes. And it's working quite well.
Well, you've made top 8, and that is the important thing so far. So I'm going to let you get ready for top 8. We'll leave it there, and good luck in your next rounds. Hopefully we'll hear more from you later today.
Thank you very much.
Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in your eyes, shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. I feel the warmth of my love. Shine.
Welcome everyone to the top 8 stage of the regional qualifier here in Bologna for Riftbound. James O'Leary joined by Leonard Koenig to take you to top 8 action. That feels so good to say. For the first time here in Europe, we have 8 players determined as the best of the weekend.
Yep, 4 different legends in fact, so quite the variety. Of course, the most represented one is Draven, is it?
I would assume so.
Yes.
I think that is a very good guess. We will take a look at the bracket in just a couple of seconds' time. As you said, a bunch of different champions represented, legends here. Draven, I believe we got a Misfortune in there. We got some Ezreals in the mix.
Of course, as we have seen in the last feature match, there is also the Victor leader as chosen champion, Unit 4 Herald of the Arcane Victor. So that deck is also very, very interesting. It hasn't had a lot of meta share in the last few tournaments over in China and also in online grassroots tournaments. The deck was not represented that well, and that's a breakthrough performance also for the best of course.
And that means we've said goodbye to quite a few legends. We've said goodbye to the likes of the Irelia and the Kai'Sa and the Ahri and the Jinx and Annie. Those were a little bit of oddball picks.
One Irelia. I was giving you wrong information earlier.
That's okay.
Sorry, I think there's one Irelia that is still in the tournament. But yeah, there's so many legends that didn't make it top 8. I mean, there's way more than 8, so that has to be the case.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the bracket as we get through. Not a surprise to see Draven being quite so popular. I think it does feel, though, like the Ezreal that we saw from Alan has really put a cat amongst the pigeons, proverbially, with a very different play style of games.
I mean, it is the card that you predicted to be so good in this meta. Nobody found a way to utilize it before, but now we are seeing the Vex Ezreal build that was so strong. We've seen a matchup of Alan ZQ versus Marcus Patel, a matchup that might as well still happen in this tournament because both of those Riftbounders made it to top 8 of the regional qualifier, and that was a stomp.
Let's take a look at the bracket. Let us get a real clear picture on where we are in the tournament. So it is Ezreal, Misfortune, Draven, Aurelia, Draven, Victor, Draven, and Ezreal. So
5 different legends.
Yeah, quite a lot of spread here. So no mirror matchups by the looks of things to begin our top 8. Some very familiar names here. Of course, Alan ZQ, one of the players that we've been watching throughout the day. We've obviously got Prismaticism, who people are very familiar with from Riftbound in the past. Sebi and Crows have both played on stream over the last couple of days for the top half of the bracket, so we know everybody up there. And Randy, very familiar people on stream. I'm pretty sure we saw Ghost Driver as well. Marcus, yeah, wow, we've basically seen everything.
But I am sure that this is, I think, just the standing after top 8. So these are the top 8, but this should not be the bracket if I'm not completely mistaken.
Oh, because it's 1 versus 8.
Exactly.
So yeah, okay, we may very well have a slight update to that in our matchups. I believe you are correct. We'll get clarification on that because it's important with seeding going into a bracket stage. Of course, the higher you are, the better your seeding. And a very important clarification happened with the competitive rule set, just to make sure that everyone is on the page coming into this event. If you have a higher seed, you get selection in game 1 of whether you play first or second. So no more dice rolls, no nothing like that. It's like higher seed gets to pick in that match.
And I'm very curious to see what's it gonna be on the side of Alan ZQ, for example, because the Ezreal deck doesn't play too many 2-drops, right? You don't really need it. We've sseen Ezreal's pass all weekend long.
Are you saying
if you're going
maybe
second,
you go second?
But then you could also on your second turn play a Vex.
Yeah, I'm a going second hater. Just it betrays everything in my being to go second, as you know, from games I've played in the past. That is typically not the favorite thing. I understand there are situations where people feel like it is fair. Yeah. We will indeed take a look at that as we get closer. We will be keeping an eye on as much of the top 8 as we can, and there has been a lot this weekend of interesting stuff. We, of course, that means are still determining a bunch of the best of cards, but a lot of them have been given away on the champions we were talking about have not made it to the top 8. So congratulations to any best of winners from the event. We know that there's a best of Victor still in the top 8. 2 players fighting for the Ezreal best of as well.
Definitely, and some players like Crowns, who was playing Irelia earlier on the stream versus Specimen. He got, of course, the best of Irelia. Funnily enough, Specimen got the best of Teemo. So that was a match, we didn't know it back then, of 2 best of Riftbounders.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't know the significance until until it's happened, but that is indeed the case. It's been such an interesting weekend so far. We do have just a couple of moments as the players are getting ready for everything to do with the top 8. Such an interesting weekend in the sense of, I feel like we've seen a lot of matchups in the higher tables with legends we weren't expecting. Like our Rumble game that we saw yesterday, I was not expecting Rumble to really swiftly enter day 2 with a really good set of results.
Yeah, the deck looked like a enhanced version of the mid-range Kaiser we have seen so much of in Origins. You had these big tempo plays with the Darius, but you also had this nice mech engine and this passive legend ability of Rumble that all of your mechs have Defender, and that goes so well together with the Ferris Forerunner, because if that one dies as a Defender with 7, if that one dies you get 2 mechs, those are 4 Defenders, so you get even more value out of that card. That makes Ferris Forerunner, which is already a basically 12 might card, a 15 might card, and that really helps with your tempo and developing your board state.
So it as always is a good indicator that, you know, if you want to be like a local hero, run your favorite deck and just grind it until you've got all of the matchups down in your head. you can go from Nexus Knights into your Summoner Skirmish, maybe get that buy at a regional qualifier and maybe put up some results yourself. We've seen a lot of fun stuff. Saw some Renata Glask yesterday as well, which I got to admit I wasn't necessarily expecting the top tables either, but we've seen some interesting rounds play out with the Renata Glask scoring mechanisms.
You know, I wasn't the biggest fan of the deck before that, but now I'm really intrigued to give it a shot, just because you can generate so much gold and then cheese out some nice time warp turns. There are turns in which if your opponent leaves up, opens some battlefields, you can just jump from 3 to 8 in one turn, and that is just absolutely fabulous.
And then accounting for like time warp, we saw the Echo attempt at a play, so really interesting deck construction on that one. I'm trying to think of, you know, I do feel a little vindicated. I didn't say Vex was going to be played in this tournament, but it just is my play style. So coming into Spirit Forge was like, this card, I love it, but nobody seems to rate it yet, and I will just jam it in decks. So seeing Alan play like multiple copies is music to my ears.
I think the success of Vex is based on multiple factors. First of all, best of cards. There is not everyone on Draven, because Draven, as we have seen earlier, can really struggle with Vex, but has some tools. Some people play the longsword, which is not affected by Vex, but you also have these spinning axes, you know, and they are not affected by Vex. In all other matchups, there are so many combat tricks that are being used, that are spells, that you don't want to use them versus Vex. But also against the Draven, this card is really good because you're just making your own spells cheaper. Your Rebuke all of a sudden is not as painful anymore. And I think that's just multiple factors. Some matchups I think that Ezreal otherwise struggles with, you are destroying with Vex. Irelia has one unit. You push it, you have your 5-6.
You try and play a bunch of spells, you can't. You haven't got the runes available for it. Vex is a card that you really need to know the exact text on the entirety of the card, and there is a lot on it. And now I know they're going to test us with how well do we read the cards. As we still prepare for top 8, we got a moment where they're going to ask us to guess the flavor text. We all have a place among the divine. We have only to accept it. Okay, I will say I normally do stop reading cards after the rules text, so I think I'm going to be particularly bad at this one if it's not a champion quote.
You know, I would say same, but most of the time in my career as a trading card game player, I've realized that I most of the time stop halfway through the card and then
you don't even finish the rules text.
Yeah, reading and
Divine. So obviously Divine is like a key word. It's pushing me in the way of like something to do with Divine Judgment, but probably not on that card.
Yeah, there is a card that is an absolute removal, right? I think it is Mind.
Okay.
7 energy. Okay. You just kill everything.
Okay.
Which one is that though?
It doesn't see a lot of play, that's what I'll tell you.
Yeah, I don't even know the name. Actually, it found its way to some side decks, but I'm just really blanking on the name. So it's a full art card that is very yellow.
Okay, are we going to see a full art card that is very yellow? I'm just going to leave it at that because I have no real guess for this. Oh, it was Karthus. Okay. So this isn't about the flavor text. I understand now the flavor of this text. Karthus, I think, is a card that is like 1 or 2 mechanics in like a new set away from being absolutely broken.
Oh, really?
Like once we see a card that has like a death knell effect that is like unbelievably exploitable, Karthus is gonna like skyrocket. We've seen it pretty much anytime you do a duplicate effect with mechanics, like it feels pretty good.
It can be really strong. We're actually immediately going into the next one. They called my crew scurvy dogs and I took that personally.
Is that
that's something
like
Bilgewater.
Misfortune Buccaneer or something like that, where it's something Bilgewater, I'm like, it's something a captain. Yeah, I'm like, it's not Gangplank, because that's not in the game yet. For League of Legends players, you'll know what we're doing. Yeah, it's a Bilgewater card.
It won't be Riptide Rex, because I feel like Riptide Rex is not too chatty, you know? This is a...
you haven't had a conversation with him?
Yeah, I tried. It didn't go really well.
He just hit you really hard, is what happened. He showed up, punched you.
I just got shot with the cannon barrages. But I think you're onto something with the Misfortune Buccaneer.
Maybe.
Want to lock that in?
I'll lock it in, but I think it's a bad guess. Chat probably have it already. What are we going to see?
I'm quite curious.
Oh, Brazen Buccaneer. I got the Buccaneer, man. I'll take that. You know, close enough. Okay, makes sense. Again, not another card that we see too much, but you can, of course, like that, discard a card.
Yeah.
even then, I'm like 4 for 5 is... It's not bad, but as a vanilla card...
That is true, but I mean, in something like decks that want to be mighty, like for example Volibear, this can be quite good. Poisonous, but I didn't know that at the time, you see. Okay.
My first thought was Teemo, but it's not, I'm guessing. That's more like a Singed type of line, something Chemtech.
So I do not know enough about the lore of Renata Glask.
Oh yeah, me too. I'm sorry to say, League of Legends players, Renata is like a blind spot for me.
She seems...
Could be.
No judgment, like the type of person to accidentally poison someone.
Sweeping statements.
So I'm going to go with Renata Glask.
Cool.
And that is the genius one.
Ooh, okay.
Or
are you going to get it? If you get this, you get the Renata Glask.
Is it genius or a synonym? Oh yeah, I'll take it.
No, you don't. I don't have that power. I do not have that power to give. Okay. What do we got?
Give me Renata Glask. Come on, please. Something.
Oh.
Give me...
Huh? Oh, Lecturing Your... That is a card I've seen so much, I've literally never read. I stop at draw a card and I'm good. I forget this card has tank so many times. I've never read it, like, to the bottom.
Okay, you know what? I want vindication. I want one more. Can we get one more?
I've been... Okay, I was about to say I've been told we can't, but we can get one more. You want to prove yourself by getting at least one more.
I mean, we have nothing to lose. We can go 0-3 and then give up. We can also go 0-4 with a small 2% chance of going 1-3.
We're in the losers bracket at this point.
Absolutely.
Just a reminder, we are getting things ready for the top 8 on stage. So we're not doing this out of choice. I promise you. We're not keeping you here. Okay.
Is it a Master Yi card, you think?
Is this a bait? A true master is an eternal student, Master Yi. Is the word student the key here?
Production, are you messing with us?
It's a quote. They're saying it's correct. They're saying it's correct. So clearly this is on the card.
But I mean, I don't think it would say Master Yi.
It may.
If it was on Master Yi, so maybe on Highlander?
Maybe. I'm stuck on is student still a key. I'm not cheating and bringing up chat, otherwise I'm really tempted. Because I know, chat, I know you know. I know you know it.
You all know, right?
The collective knowledge in chat is always omnipotent. I'm terrible at this, so I'm sorry.
I'm saying it is the Master Yi signature spell, and you're going to see it in 3, 2, maybe a little bit more. I'm putting a lot of pressure on production right now. 4, 3, 2, 1. No!
Zephyr Sage.
It's a bird.
Yeah. Okay. Well, checks out. Checks out.
I figured. I mean, that would have been a second guess, the Zephyr Sage.
The ever-present in the meta Zephyr Sage.
Of course, yeah. And I mean, I have learned my lesson, guys. I will read all of the flavor text on the cards, and I will memorize it.
For like future events, you're going to be like, I know only the flavor text. I haven't studied the meta. I don't know the cards, but the flavor text, nailed it.
If I am ever going to be invited back to those events, I will only read flavor text before that. But of course, we're some meta heads, right? We do like our Riftbound strategies, and we have some favorite cards that we have been looking forward to seeing before this tournament. And there it is. Your Vex.
You know what? I'm going to take the win on this one. I'm going to take the win. Vex and Fizz being present in at least the undefeated Swiss deck. I will appreciate that apparently other people appreciate my style of playing too. I will say, I would not have been able to pilot it to the level that Alan has. I think I'd cast like one spell and be done. And be like, well, that's my benefit.
That's that. But me, on the other hand, I went for a more old school, also Ezreal approach, Pit Crew and Cull. And that has been a combination in the best of Teemo.
Yes,
So I'm taking that W, even though apparently in those Ezreal deck lists, this combo is really falling off. And I think that also has something to do with the good old dropping of Draven because of the best of Chase. On Amy's side, it's Jace.
I love
Vanguard
this combo.
Amory, but
I want it to work.
I talked to our best of Victor. I asked him why he went for the Zoo version, quote-unquote, of Victor, and he said, I'm not a believer of Jace and Vanguard Armory.
I am. Anytime you can cheat out a big part of a mid-game or end-game, I think it's very effective. Somebody's going to make Jace work. I know a couple of decks are trying to jam it. We'll see if that comes to fruition in future events. And then I know that Medic revealed Ornn to the world. Was fortunate to be able to do that. So going on brand. I am a little bit surprised we didn't see more Ornn with the Svelsonger. I do think there's something there, but I think it's one of those ones where we've seen a lot of like either single target removal, like Rebuke, that type of thing, where you can just play through the deflect and it doesn't really matter. Like when you have Rek'Sais that are running like Cull the Weak and a bunch of decks that are running Cull the Weak, Victors, Renata Glasks, that type of thing. I mean, there's a lot of ways to deal with it.
You're playing Calm Runes, so there is some counter spells that you can have to protect your Ornn, but we have seen Ornn multiple times on stream utilized in other strategies. So we have seen a very cool Teemo deck that had a Black Market Broker, almost infinite combo, well, also takes infinite turns, right? To make your Ornn better with infinite gold tokens. Now, as to some meta card predictions as well, I've had the feeling that Ezreal Prodigy was going to be good.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Crazy, right?
What gave it away? The fact that everybody was like, I'm putting Ezreal in my deck.
Definitely. And Guardian Angel, of course, I think the sole reason why Irelia is so high up in the meta is Guardian Angel. Without this card, the deck would not exist like it does right now.
Yeah, and you see Irelia there as one of Amy's picks alongside Draven. I mean, these two have been rampant all in the player area. The tables were full of Dravens and Irelias all weekend. So the fact that Irelia only has one deck represented in the top cut going to top 8, I think is, you know, not quite what I expected. I would have thought maybe 2 or 3, but still having some presence.
It feels surprising, but then again, if you consider how little people 8 out of 1,800 are approximately, and then considering how big of a share 3 decks from 8 would be when Draven really is the most dominant deck, and Irelia was, I think, the 3rd most played deck only. I think it was still Kai'Sa ahead of it.
Then some cards we did see a lot so far this weekend. Ferris Forerunner, I think we talked about Ferris Forerunner pretty much to death, so then it's going to spawn 2 mechs once we're done talking about it. And Treasure Hunter, one that kind of sneaks through the early game. We don't talk about it all that much because it's like, hey, well, I'll just play a Treasure Hunter and I'll move and I'll do things. But that passive, like, I just get more economy for the early turns, really allows you to stay in the game with your runes intact as you go forward.
Especially in these mid-range Draven decks, we have seen that in the matchup of Alan ZQ versus Marcus Patel. Marcus Patel in the matchup with Reaver's Row started with a Treasure Hunter, pushed it in there, gold token, Reaver's Row, push it back, gold token, push it into the other battlefield, triple gold token. Was not enough to beat this incredibly built deck by Alan ZQ, but it still put up a lot of pressure and resources.
That was a previous match for Alan ZQ. Let's take a look at Alan ZQ's bracket. Well, I say Alan ZQ's bracket, that's actually not the case. It's a top 8 bracket, and I was going to say who Alan ZQ will be facing in the bracket, as we do have an updated version of that for you to look at our matchups. I believe this should now show, yes, Alan ZQ facing up against another Ezreal in the Manaland.
We have very rarely seen mirror matches this weekend. Of course, I mean, on the tables, there were plenty of Draven mirror matches, plenty of every mirror match, but it's going to be quite exciting to see this perhaps on stream. Then we, of course, have Kraus on the Irelia Blade Dancer versus Randy. This is also such a stacked match already. It's 3 Draven still competing for that best off card, while Misfortune from Zebik has already gotten it. And then, of course, also the Victor.
Yeah, going up against Marcus is Sebi, and then Prismaticism going up against Ghost Driver, Draven versus Victor. So we heard from Ghost Driver earlier, just that, you know, he's kind of faced everything in yesterday and today. Just I've faced a whole load of different legends, and I kind of felt confident into most of them. So I'm excited to see that matchup potentially, how that turns out between Prismaticism and Ghost Driver later. I believe we may be focusing in on Sebi and Marcus as our first feature matchup. And if that is the case, I think Misfortune is one that people, I think it's fair to say, were not expecting to see at this point in the tournament. I think if there was going to be a Chaos and Body champion, it would be Sivir instead of the Misfortune. Like that, the new fresh take on Aurora, where you get, you know, access to the same good cards, but potentially a better champion from the Chosen Champion zone.
Yeah, and I mean, you get more access to gold easily.
Yeah, the
so
legend ability is a big difference.
Yeah, you have a little bit of better room management. However, you can argue that when you are playing a Aurora deck, your rune management is not that important after you played Aurora.
You just count to 9 and then you're like, good.
Yeah, you're
take my hands off the wheel, we're good.
Exactly. If your opponent does not have the hard answer to the Aurora immediately and you need to get back to the next one, I mean, you're going to be able to play it back to back anyways if you have multiple. But I think you're just chilling from that point on.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I nowhere near the same level that these players are playing. I played a couple games of Aurora over the weekend while we've been here in Bologna. It definitely feels like you're kind of on a knife's edge right up until that point where you hit an Aurora, and now you just cross your fingers, hope there's no gear removal on the other side of the opponent's turn. And if you get more than one turn, you're like, cool, nailed it, got it.
That is a lot of tempo. You're getting basically cheating out 2 units. And the cool thing is that your opponent kind of has to either have multiple copies of gear removal or has to top deck into it, right? Because most of the time, these Aurora decks, they're playing triple copies of Mind Splitter while also having some other units, but very little. So it's either extremely rewarding, like a Dead Bloom Predator, and you can immediately go into a combat with a deflect unit in at the end of your turn, or you get this huge Volibear Furious that can draw you a bunch of cards, or you find your Mind Splitter to make sure that your Dazzling Aurora is going to find another card and live another day.
Yeah, and I feel like coming into Spirit Forge, people looked at the Aurora decks and said, well, they don't really get too many tools, like too many additional things. It was like Kai'Sa and Aurora, maybe there's not that much in Spirit Forge for them, so maybe it'll fall off and there's more gear removal. But I think it's kind of stabilized at the point where you can kind of, depending on which list you're playing, some people have been playing things like Last Rites to be able to bring back units once they're gone, which means you can actually trim the number of units you play in your deck, because Aurora is just to get the first few out, and then you can just play around it. It is still obviously dependent on what is left in the deck and what is left in the trash, but it has been interesting to see how the tools have adapted going into a second set of cards.
Exactly. Even if your opponent removes your cards, you have the Last Rites to get those cards back. Especially also when you're holding and conquering, so there's so many options to get your Mind Splitters back. However, the argument, again, that there is a lot of gear removal right now does not really work out too well, because you have to side a lot of gear removal into the Aurora deck, because, again, Mind Splitter is going to snipe it from hand. So either you have to, or you're top decking into it. Otherwise, you're probably not going to get rid of the Dazzling Aurora.
And Sabotage as well is there, just in a lot of main boards as well. Some people play a sideboard, some people play a main board. So we will dive into the intricacies of Aurora and how that plays out when we get into our featured match, which is very, 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 very close. I do promise it is on the way. But while we've got a moment left, if you have any thoughts to share about your experience, if you were here at the venue in Bologna, or if you've been watching the stream, hello, thank you very much for joining us all weekend. You can get involved on social media, use the hashtag RQBologna, which if you spell it the way I pronounce it, you're probably going to get it wrong, but
no, I think that's correct. Yeah.
You'll be able to find it there on social media. It'll all be good, as we are getting very close. So close, in fact, I can tell you, we can start the top 8 here for Riftbound Regional Qualifier in Bologna. We're going into Game 1 of this best of 3. A reminder, these are now untimed rounds, so we're here until we have a winner.
Indeed, and it is going in. We're going to choose our battlefields. Have revealed the legends already, not that they were questioning who they were playing against, what they were playing against. At this point of the day, everyone knows what everyone else is playing, and you can see this hard ram, triple mobilized, triple catalyst of Aeons to just turbo out this Dazzling Aurora. You have the Sabotage, not 3, you have Challenge, which also of course helps you, and invert timelines.
Yeah, I like an invert timelines. I will say as well, 2 copies of Volibear. Which is, I've seen a lot of lists running 1. Volibear Imposing, great if it comes out from Aurora. Feels bad if you have it in hand at any point. Like the couple of games I played, sometimes it would be like, okay, I check my mulligan hand, I send 2 to the bottom, off the top comes a Volibear, and I'm like, well, that's not getting played ever because of the D-ramp after Dazzling Aurora. Yeah, exactly, imagine 2. Whereas on the other side, we have Marcus. We did see this list earlier today, where we have that good mix of Draven that we've come to expect, the Varus Forerunners, Spinning Axes, you've got the Edge of Night in there.
And now just look at all of those different combat tricks, all of those cards you have to play around versus Draven when 2 runes are up. Tide Turner, Hard Bargain, Edge of Night, Hidden, Switcheroo, and Rebuke, and Fight or Flight. All of those cards are interactions. Don't forget the Spinning Axe, the probably best card for Draven. All of those cards have to be taken into account by your opponent when you have just 2 runes up, which is why Targon's Peak is probably in the deck of Marcus Patel.
I don't know that this is 100% the case, but Sebi, I would say game 1 is probably going to be that easiest moment, and this is something I am sure on. Game 1 will be the easiest one for dodging hand attack, because there's only 1 Mind Splitter in Marcus's list. So that means Aurora basically, unless Marcus, you know, gets to a point where there's no Aurora on 9, and this is where choosing to play first or second is going to be a big factor. Sebi should be able to get the Aurora down with a very short window on what Marcus has availability for that Mind Splitter. So we're off to the races. Going to start things out with some draw. Catalyst is what you want to see, but also I think there was an Aurora in that 3 cards, which would tell me that Sebi probably has one in hand. One to ramp up into it, but putting one to the bottom means you're not going to see it. Yeah, okay, there is one in hand. Good. That is... I'm glad to see that from from Sebi, because otherwise I'm like, you need that.
You don't put this on the bottom of the deck. What are you doing? No, we are set up also with the Catalyst of Aeon, so that's a pretty good start. Of course, in an ideal world, you will also find the Mobilize before you stack deck.
So there's also a little bit of passive pressure on the board here as well. I know we touched on battlefields a little coming into this. Sigil of the Storm does slow down your opponent. Double Catalyst is nice to see if you're the Aurora player, that is. Draven probably not going to be so happy to see that. But Sigil of the Storm stops people from kind of scoring both battlefields very frequently. So it passively stops the attack that Draven wants to do early.
Goes into the Reverse Row with the Overzealous fan just for some easy points. I think the good thing about Sigil of the Storm is usually in a back and forth game, for example with an Ezreal, sometimes Ezreals play at the Sigil of the Storm, they remove your units when you conquer the Sigil of the Storm, so you're locked in on one battlefield for almost the entirety of the game. You can't afford to conquer it, but versus the Aurora deck, you can just place a unit in there and then chill.
Now, with perfect information, we know there's no Mind Splitter for Marcus. Obviously, Sebi does not know that at this point. So it means that as long as the top card of Marcus's deck is not a Mind Splitter, the first Aurora will resolve. But Marcus, if a Mind Splitter comes off the top, this is going to be a pivotal moment early on in our top 8.
First, 3rd turn Aurora, or 4th turn Aurora rather. Marcus is now going up to 7. Is he going to find a Mind Splitter? Is only playing one. That kind of looked like one.
It did look like one.
We are so close to the Aurora turn. Draven is going to the Sigil of the Storm. You have to float one of your runes before, and then you can put it back onto...
I'm waiting with bated breath. I keep getting tiny flicks through the hand.
I mean, if your opponent is at this much... No, we're going to play a Darius here. So we're preparing for a big push as well. The thing is, if your opponent only plays a Dazzling Aurora and doesn't find a Dead Gloom Predator, which I'm not really even sure we saw in that deck list.
No, I didn't see any in the list. It was Mind Splitters and the Volley Bears with the primary.
I will say, keep in mind, just resolving a Dazzling Aurora, getting it onto the battlefield, does not win you the game immediately. There's a bunch of points on the side of Marcus. Good potential to hold next turn, go up to 5. There's no Aspirant's Climb in the game, so you are almost there then.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's been so focused on like this first Aurora, which does take a few turns off in the early game, and then it just allows Draven to do the Draven thing of like, cool, I'll play efficient units on curve, and I'll basically just conquer battlefields, and I'm okay recycling a little bit.
Now we're going to see some big information here. Sabotage, Catalyst of Aeons, Last Rites, Fight or Flight, and I think this is already the point where you start taking some notes, see so many cards until the first unit is revealed. Of course, when you're looking closely at your opponent's deck, you know which cards they can or cannot have in hand. That's something to really keep in mind sometimes. Now, of course, other information is going to be exchanged. SebiQ is going to see this hand that Marcus Patel offers him here. Overzealous Fan, a Treasure Hunter, a Spinning Axe, and I think it is a Hard Bargain. So that is actually not the strongest hand when you're thinking about going into a heavy mid game here. But CBQ this turn also did not get a lot of tempo going for him, right? Because he played 9 energy, 2 power cost just to play a Mind Splitter, basically. I mean, the Mind Splitter was for free and it's gonna accelerate. Theoretically, not the keyword accelerate, but it's going to accelerate in the means of next turns. There's going to be many more big guys coming along.
That's one way of dealing with a spinning axe, is taking it out of hand with the Mind Splitter. And you know, you're so right about now the turn that Draven is going to be able to have does put pressure on it. It now looks to what can Sebi do in response. That is a big card in this matchup. Switcheroo off the top from Marcus. Again, the thing about playing big units is if we just say, yeah, I'll take your might, I'll take that. That sounds great. Ooh, an Overzealous Fan, I'll trade that. I was going to trade it anyway.
I mean, Overzealous Fan is actually also still really strong in that matchup because it just pushes your opponent's unit back and you don't have that many.
Yeah, exactly. You're just like, okay, I'll just keep my timer ticking.
Yeah. Also, there is still the Darius in the back. I think you keep those, you take those easy points when you can. I think is this the moment where you immediately push in the Overzealous Fan? No, what you can do is also push in the Darius, then play 2 cards, ready it again, and then push it back to base just so you can secure your units.
Also on Reavers, so we'll have that Defender trigger if needed on a further one. And this is the combo when it comes to 2 cards from the set that I think is synonymous. And now we've moved it away. It's still fine with Noctis Hopeful. I was going to say, Overzealous Fan on a battlefield with a unit. Normally Draven means you just get so much value of just, I'll push you back from combat. Oh, I want a combat. I'll draw a card. I'll create a gold.
So good.
Sounds good.
Now, we're also hiding another card that could be the possible switcheroo. So Marcus is already at 5 points. Of course, now it is going to be the tough play. Oh, picking up a Volibear, that is not what you want to see as your top deck. I think CBQ is missing some cards like Challenge that are going to really push you forward, help you push through those boards, especially with this Darius. Goes for a call shot here. Now that you have already used the Dazzling Aurora, you have it in play, it's not going anywhere. I think you can just freely ramp away all of your runes. You do not even care. Keep in mind, when your runes are gone, they are kind of really gone because you're not playing Sivir, you're playing Misfortune.
You're not getting them in exchange. So I do have a follow-up that there are no Deadbloom Predators. I have that confirmed in the lineup. Oh, and there's a Volibear in hand. We talked about how awkward that can be as we go potentially towards a Aurora. And there's a card that I saw in the list, the Bullet Time has been taken. That is one way of kind of cutting in front of things, like whether it's an Overzealous Fan, take it out potentially. Although it is action speed, so it's not reaction, so you wouldn't be able to do that before the trigger. It is more just to clear out a battlefield.
Thing is, Bullet Time, it's a, I want to say, last resort card.
Sure, because you're going to spend so much to do it.
I mean, there's some situation when you're playing versus something like Victor and there's 10 recruit tokens, you're absolutely fine just recycling 1 rune.
Challenge.
But, we're going to go for a challenge
on the Darius as well, so there will just end up.
I mean, you know most of the cards in hand of Marcus Patel. There wasn't too much.
Yeah, just a visual thing here. The Spinning Axe is also in the trash, so we currently have 2 trash piles with a Darius at the top and a Spinning Axe at the bottom. Hopefully we can.
I mean, this time around,
it's fine,
but basically live.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say it is fine, but from a visual point, it is a little different. So there is the Bullet Time to deramp
for
to
1.
Kill the Overzealous Fan. There was where the tap was going. Of course, it will do it to all enemy units at a battlefield.
Yeah. But I think, are we going all in?
It's going to be enough. Yeah, 4. So this is the I'm going all in moment.
Yeah, I mean, your opponent is at 5 already. Switcheroo is also getting killed. We take 3. And if we want to take the Sigil of the Storm battlefield, then we would deramp another one, recycle another rune. But I cannot imagine that is going to be the case as Reaver's Row is open.
Yeah, an important note on Switcheroo for people that perhaps haven't played around it a lot. It does have to be at the same location. So could not have same battlefield specifically.
Oh, So I am quite curious if something was a little bit of a misplay here from SebiQ, because he can't play the Mind Splitter currently as there was not enough Chaos Runes. Now he can again if he wants to develop that Mind Splitter. Put away too many Chaos Runes. And now found another one again. There is now exactly 7 energy open, so you could develop another Mind Splitter, but that would leave you with absolutely nothing except for the Dazzling Aurora and perhaps a Volibear Furies that you might pick up in the end there into the reverse row.
So end of turn, we have to do. Oh well, why pay for it when you can get it for free?
Yeah, that's absolutely great. You see Hard Bargain and the Treasure Hunter. I mean, it's now immediately after this Dazzling Aurora got played. It was rapid, so fast that Marcus Petter just got starved out of resources. Only has a 2-drop in hand. Really needs to find more cards. The upside of these Aurora decks is there is not a lot of combating against the Draven deck. The Draven deck is completely starved out. Picks up another card. Now thinks, what can you do with this? You can go into the Sigil of the Storm. You will have to forfeit one of your runes. You have to recycle it. But I mean, at this point, you have 1 card in hand, 2 cards in hand. Treasure Hunter, the other card is still not revealed. What is it going to be? That's a drop.
Nox is hopeful. One thing I think that we talked a little bit about Sivir and Misfortune and the differences. One thing that will be a benefit at some point in this game for Sebi is the legend ability for Misfortune. The ability to exhaust in order to give a unit ganking. Suddenly turns this from 2 Mind Splitters that have to take 2 turns to get around the battlefields to just, okay, well, one of them can go over there. That's fine. Of course, you have to play around things like Overzealous, Fan, Fight or Flight, Rebukes. Gust is going to come through on the Fan. Is this the moment where we go ganking?
I think this might be the moment where you see a handshake soon, but of course, this is untimed.
But
so
from 6 points to 2, have we turned that corner already? Is that the case?
I could see myself.
I can see it too, but we're in top 8, right? So do you play to your outs?
Yeah, exactly. It makes really no sense to just forfeit that game. Quite curious if Sebik has picked up all of the units in his deck in his hand already. That kind of looks like...
Well, there's another Volibear. I think there's 1 in hand, right?
There's 2 Volibear and 1 Mind Splitter, so I think we're going through the entire deck. Oh, wow, that is unfortunate draws.
Now,
and that could turn the game around, actually.
To be pedantic, because you're not shuffling, we are seeing the exact order of cards left in Sebi. Yeah, okay, you were correct. And now Marcus gets up.
Does that happen actually when you play Dazzling Aurora? Maybe there's a ruling for that. I have never seen a player shuffle in Riftbound. that is completely new to me, except for, of course, the first turn. Maybe there is a ruling for that. We're gonna see if this was correct or not. We're gonna...
Yeah, I'm just gonna continue on. We do have the players and the spotters. I'm gonna assume, I'm gonna give them benefit of the doubt at that point. It's not something that I've run into myself specifically.
But
as Fan gets played.
Oh, I really like what Marcus is doing now. There's also a complete change of posture because he realized, okay, my opponent, I know exactly what cards there are on hand. There has to be at least 1 Volibear if you do not know the exact deck list, and there has to be a Mind Splitter.
Oh. Yeah, of course, because you're recycling things. the shuffle comes through. So now we have to just wait till you can play the Volibear out.
So, I mean, playing the Volibear out, that's going to take a few turns because we have bullet timed before.
Yeah, you deramped yourself.
Yeah. And now SebiQ is quite curious. Very unlucky on the draws there. This is really not what you want to have from your Dazzling Aurora, just to hit 2 units and then be gone.
I guess that is also part of it, right, of why you're playing the Last Rites, is because there's a part of the equip cost you can recycle back into the deck, the units that are in the trash already.
That is true, but there's nothing in the trash.
Oh yeah, they're in the they're on the battlefield, and yeah, you are so right. This is such an awkward spot to be in.
Yeah. You're
we'll just pass.
Only playing on 2 Mind Splitters here. You do not have... There's no cards in hand for Marcus, so it doesn't even feel good to play a Mind Splitter from hand because it actually recycles 2 runes just to be a vanilla. It's gonna take at least 20 turns.
So we're not even looking through the deck at this point. Oh, well, no, we're gonna reveal it.
All right, so the cards are going to be shown again. That looks hilarious.
just to make sure, I guess if you're paying attention...
You know the top deck
you know
every
the
single
top
turn. You know, every single turn what your opponent has been drawing, if you have the time to look through this and understand.
We could be here a while.
I think Marcus is now just checking the deck.
Yeah.
Of course, this is information that you're legally allowed to have.
Yeah, every card has been revealed. And then, of course, because there's a recycle mechanism, it will result in it being randomized. As you said, it's very weird to see the shuffle happening. Yeah. I'm so not used to it.
It's crazy. This is absolutely crazy. And I think this is exactly what Marcus is saying right now, too. This is something that I've experienced a lot before. But now, all of those runes are still open. Holding 2 for now is at 5, so theoretically Marcus could have another turn of chillin' a little bit, but I don't think that you want to necessarily let it get there. Yeah, it really comes down to the cards that you're drawing here.
Yeah. I feel like I jinxed Sebi by being like, you know what's bad when you're playing Aurora? Drawing your Volibear. And you were like, drawing both is really bad. And then, unfortunately...
Dead Bloom Predator instead of the second Volibear, that unit would be absolutely...
There's other things as we're actually getting into some action on the game as Overzealous Fan, Kaiser, and Noxus Hopeful, and a Draven are all going in on that one Mind Splitter. Okay, deramping some more. Oh, there's the scoop. Just going to look to clean up everything and does manage to take the game as Sebi in the first game of top 8. So 1-0 at this point in a fun game, but I think, you know, one that you really have to contrast with so much of the other Riftbound that we've seen here this weekend was a very unique game here on stream.
I did not realize how strong bullet time really is again in this meta, because you're able to ramp up so fast. I mean, we've seen ramping us down, Catalyst of Eon us back up again. Then Dazzling Aurora did all the work for Misfortune there. It just got you some units, and that was all that was necessary. You ripped some cards from hand, and then you basically did not play a single card on your turn until you just bullet timed again. It was really, really interesting. But also, this shows how, quote-unquote, weak Draven can be if you starve it out of draws.
That's the headline quote right there. This shows how weak Draven can be.
No, if you do not get into combats, your opponent doesn't offer you anything. You score some points, of course. Marcus was rapidly going through the points.
Yes. I do want to come back to this, for sure. Let's take a look at sideboards as well. We have them on screen. This is the sideboard for Misfortune. So Unyielding Spirit, not so much for this matchup. That's a lot of like Kaisers. Invert Timelines, don't know so much. So where would you think we're going with this? Is it another Gust? Gust did have some effectiveness in that game.
Gust is, I think, a very important tool against the Draven matchup for specifically this deck, because Overzealous Fan is a really strong mechanic against decks that only put big boys onto the board, right? Those big heavy might units, they just get stopped by a 2-drop, and that is really annoying. But with a Gust, you could just, on reaction speed, take this ability away from your opponent. I mean, you would rather do it proactively, because otherwise on defending they just use it.
Yeah, and do we care about Fading Memories? Is that like, do Fading Memories a Draven and let it go? And maybe, you know, because if it dies, and then can you get rid of, you know, subsequent units from that? So we'll see what Sebi actually sideboards in. This was the game 1 list, of course, as our players are pretty much playing as we're bringing you the action. Bullet Time doing a lot of work there. I feel like if you're Sebi, you're like, okay, that was a weird game, but I'm 1-0 up. I've just got to like make sure I get to Aurora, make sure I can contend through this next game and 2-0 my way into the semifinals.
Yeah, I'm just brainstorming here how good Sigil of the Storm really is in Aurora decks, because I understand that you are deramping your opponent for one. Actually, that's fine. You don't want to give your opponent a battlefield where they can play with, and you get 1 power away from your opponent. I think it's fine, but it doesn't do that much because you don't combat all the time.
Meanwhile, no gear destruction in the sideboard of Marcus. Now, of course, when you're playing a Spinning Axe heavy Draven, Thermo Beam is not asymmetrical. It hits everything. So you don't want to get rid of them, but it is surprising to see literally none, because it does mean that, you know, going up against Aurora, you don't have too many options to get rid of it outside of the Mind Splitter. So surely they have to both come in at this point. Surely you have to maximize your chances of having a Mind Splitter on your turn where you get above that threshold of 7 runes to play it.
Yeah, I think that is the game plan here, because also, I mean, if you're, what can you realistically play, right? You can play Angle Shot, which works only on equipments. It's a good card.
Yeah, but
helps
not
some
in this. As you said, exactly, not in this scenario.
The other one would be Factory Recall, right? And that card just bounces a gear to hand on action speed. That means if your opponent plays the Dazzling Aurora and then doesn't go into combat, they're still going to get at least one, probably Mind Splitter or Volibear Furious out of the deck. So I think that card is also not really helping you with this. So triple Mind Splitter after siding, valid strategy. I like it.
Fair. As we're talking about Draven a little bit in between games, I think that has been one thing that players have started to pick up on a little bit more, of like how to play around Draven's effectiveness in combat and winning combats and avoiding bad combats. I think that is where so much of the deck was strong right at the beginning of Spiritforge, where we were seeing people practice doing, you know, some of the skirmish local events and some of the online events as well. I think we've had this curve where that side of why Draven is good has somewhat been figured out to a little bit. But the one thing that I think is really important, and a lot of people won't understand this until you play a weekend-long event, consistency can be key. Of like, can I just draw cards that curve out and let me just play good, efficient units and spells to be able to consistently make my deck work?
Yeah, and I feel like this was the most unlucky Sebeq could have gotten in that game, right?
It felt like it.
So Dazzling Aurora only hit 2 units and he drew into double Volibear. That's a 12 energy double power cost card. I feel like if you are winning a matchup versus the, I want to say, best deck in the format, apparently,
I would say most
so unlucky. I think you shouldn't win.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think consistency, like most consistent deck for sure, in like especially in a grueling Swiss, like 13 rounds. I'm like, yeah, you just want that consistency to be able to, you know, round after round, make sure you nail it. As we are in top 8, so these players are obviously going to have the time they need in order to sideboard, make some decisions, and get ready for the next game. We are untimed on the rounds. So there's a very important distinction between our Swiss rounds and our top 8. I'm very happy to be watching this matchup in a top 8.
Definitely.
2 players that we've been following all weekend.
Also, we do have a other matchup that we are having on camera. So if this one ends rather quickly, we can also watch the other game. I don't know whether we're going to watch it live or whether we're going to watch the full record of some of the games there, but we have the Ezreal matchup prepared for you guys.
It depends on how long Alan's games go with the Ezreal
Ezreal mirror match.
Mirror match could take a while. Could indeed take some time as we head to a second game between Marcus and Sebi.
Now Marcus has the option to go first. I think this is a very important thing that you want to have versus the Aurora. You play a bunch of 2-drops, can't miss it, really. You can't miss that one, because that's 2 points you're missing in the long run. You will have to have the first conquer and then of course a hold again when your opponent is trying to ramp you up. So really cannot miss that one. So playing in Targon's Peak and at the Obelisk of Power. So you can also hit a 3-drop. Does Draven even play those?
So there's a few different things that happen with Obelisk here, right? Yes, if you're the Aurora player, you're like, cool, I get to Aurora closer. Draven gets to play Draven, like, I guess it's when you're on when you're going second, you get to play it pretty much right away. But you get to play Draven plus have some additional you know, utility on that turn with an extra rune available, but that's going to be a quick Noxus Hopeful, gets the Legion cost reduction thanks to the stacked deck.
You know what, this is a incredibly powerful first turn, usually against most decks, but Riftbound is unique in the way that all of your units, doesn't matter how mighty they are, they can only score 1 point. And this pressure on the board really does not do a lot for Marcus.
So there was no Catalyst from Sebi on the opening turn, but it was immobilized to just get 1 rune.
Yeah, but that is still decent.
Yep, yeah, still helps you get to the Aurora. So I think Marcus probably is breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief that it wasn't Catalyst immediately, and then you're really ramping heavily. Stack deck again. This time will reveal him. Immediately the Mind Splitter goes down. No surprises on that either.
So takes the Targon's Peak, decides to go into this early. Find that very interesting. I think that in the next turn there is a decent chance there could be something that is dropped and you want to prolong the Targon's Peak trigger, if you know what I mean, right? So that you do not take it now, because in the next turn, kind of unlikely that something's going to happen. You would rather want to take it in the next one, so you Mind Splitter and then have 2 runes open.
There's one Aurora in hand. Now, if Sebi has the luck to draw a second, 2 Mind Splitters and Cold Shot.
Oh, you want those to go under the deck.
Yeah, you obviously need the Cold Shot. The Cold Shot is what I'm oohing about, because it's going to be able to at least give you the option to dig for some more. You'll deramp to do it, but we've already seen that Sebi is has no worries about deramping when necessary.
After Aurora has been played. Because if you do that before, you're going to take away your pivotal Aurora.
That is very true. That is very true. But yeah, you are totally right. You can't deramp too early on, so it will still be a problem if this Aurora gets Mind Splitted out of hand, which surely it will.
I think the coolest thing you can have in this deck, actually brings in the Misfortune Captain. I think the coolest thing you can do in this deck is stack deck, reveal 2 units and put them on the bottom of the deck, so you can make sure that you're not drawing them and you have enough Aurora cards.
Now, is this Misfortune potentially knowing that Mind Splitter is coming? It's like, I have to have a backup plan because you're going to tap the Aurora immediately here. There's like almost, I would be engaged.
It's already suggesting.
doesn't even wait for his opponent. He's like, you want this? Yeah, you want this.
Yeah, well, you want this, you'll get it. Next turn, there could be a potential super risky turn. Actually, no. We have, with the Misfortune Captain, we've deramped ourselves in a way that we hit 8 runes next turn. So that is not even going to be the Aurora turn, already predicting that there might be a Mind Splitter going first.
And that's what I mean. It's like, if you have now a challenge in hand, you're like, okay, it's going to push me back in order to Aurora. So do I have to fight for essentially developing a board or developing a strategy based on what is still here? Mind Splitter is a bit problematic, I will be honest, just as a unit on its own. Like, you can't really challenge your way past it too well. Draven is something you kind of want to take out, but again, you're not dealing with the biggest threat.
Oh, Draven doesn't even take the Conqueror on the Obelisk of Power, realizing that this Misfortune Captain might as well be able to really challenge him now that he's completely tapped out. Can't get the Targon's Peak trigger. This turn, of course, was only holding it, and now we're going to Call Shot. Now, figured that maybe if you play Call Shot, you want to wait until you have enough runes to play your Dazzling Aurora on that turn, so you can float the runes and then Aurora on the same turn.
Volibear goes to the bottom. It was a bullet time that went to hand. There's 2 catalysts, so no surprises what's going there. Problem is, there's no Aurora in hand, right? So you can be waiting forever. If you never draw into it, doesn't matter if you've got the runes up or not.
Yeah,
you can be sat there with 9 runes up and be like, cool, my Aurora will get cast anytime. Yeah, deramping heavily into this. Gonna deramp all the way down again. It's a Gust, and I didn't see the second card is a hard bargain.
Feels like this game, SebiQ is playing a completely different deck.
Yeah, I mean, this is the downside, right, of Aurora when it gets taken out of hand early. Punch First will help you get past the Mind Splitter.
That is
going to be the priority, but Punch First is a heavy deramping spell. You have to take away 2 orange runes to do it.
If you punch first, you're never Auroraing.
No.
Especially after you went down to 4. Now you are at 4 runes. Of course, you're still floating, and you can play a Catalyst of Eons here.
Yeah, so we'll get 2 more. So you'll be able to at least stabilize.
So next turn, again, if we do not play something like a Mobilize, next turn there is again no chance to play a good old Dazzling Aurora, because you are right now at 6, would go up to 8. Now we're going to play a challenge, so we're going to take another rune and recycle it. Draven is being taken out, and Marcus Patel looks like he's fine with it.
But so much of what Sebi is playing for is just slowing you down, just a little bit. Just like take away 1 unit, be able to play around it, okay, maybe that's enough, and just say, okay, harder for you to take multiple points. Targon's Peak is going to allow the readying of runes at the end. There's a Gust in hand.
That's cool. At this point, Sebi is just playing Misfortune. It's just an actual Misfortune deck, readying everything. Oh, wow.
Big card here. With the Misfortune moving to the battlefield, Bryn here getting played to the battlefield, sorry, to the basin. At this point, there are no real options for Sebi to play out at reaction speed to that. So the Mind Splitter goes in, takes out the Misfortune. That was the backup plan for Sebi after deramping, was, can I contest these battlefields? And we've already seen another Mind Splitter drawn for Marcus. For any potential Aurora that cannot be played before that Mind Splitter resolves.
He keeps the pressure up so much that his opponent has to constantly de-ramp himself. Catalyst of Aeons is now considered, and that is again a huge turn where you do not get any tempo, you do not get anything done. Yes, next turn is a possible Aurora turn, but you're for sure going to be met with another Mind Splitter, and by the way, you don't even have one.
Well, is this where Marcus goes with the Mind Splitter? Is this it where you're like, well, he's either got it, or I take it now?
You're at 6, there is no unit. I think if you Mind Splitter and there was an Aurora, I don't even think you would take it. At this
point, a Mind Splitter. Is this the bullet time that you take?
Yeah.
And just say, I'm going to stop you from clearing out the whole battlefield. You do deramp to do it, but...
I think it should be the bullet time. It's the only card that can really stop you. If there is a Dazzling Aurora top deck, it's doing nothing because you're on game point and you're at 6.
You get the information, punch first, no unit, gust, no target, no Aurora, means likely in game 2, Marcus knows there shouldn't be a hope for Sebi to turn it around. If it's an Aurora off the top, I don't even know whether it turns it around because that is a stacked battlefield, base for Marcus. And I think checking...
we're packing
I was going to say, checking the trash for no real reason at this point. We're going to a game 3 between Sebi and Marcus.
Very, very strong. Also, Marcus playing around a possible bullet time top deck. I know that bullet time wouldn't have saved Sebi because if you take out a Mind Splitter, you're basically taking away all of your runes, and then you still again can't play the game anymore while your opponent is loaded in base with units. So we have seen a first game where Sebi was really unlucky but still won with the double Mind Splitter, and now Marcus' sideboarding pattern against this deck with no gear removal but hand removal has worked out quite well. I can imagine that when you're on the play, I think this time around he's going to have to use Obelisk of Power, right? So when you are going second, that could be a first turn Draven, really cool. But I think you can hit your opponent very hard on a hard bargain.
Yeah, it really depends. When you kind of go through the steps, it really now depends on like the catalysts, like the number of catalysts that come out, the number of ramp spells that come out in those first few turns for Sebi, whether you can beat the Mind Splitter turn, because you have to feel like Marcus is going to mulligan aggressively for it and draw aggressively for it.
Yeah. I mean, you also still need a 2-drop, but I mean, if you're mulliganing aggressively, you either keep it in hand or you're mulliganing for both, right? You keep a Mind Splitter in hand if you draw one, but you're still going to try hard to get a 2-drop. Actually, I don't think you do. It's Obelisk of Power. You're going second.
So you can go
Draven.
Draven, exactly, so you you can just aggressively mulligan for your answer to the Aurora, which again, no gear removal, but hasn't seemed to be a problem in at least the second game. Sideboard once again from Sebi.
I guess an option that you would have is if you are mulliganing for a 2-drop, you drop it and you keep 2 runes open for a possible hard bargain, because if Sebi Q starts, he starts at 3 with the Obelisk of Power and then goes to 5. So immediately on the second turn, I mean, that would work at 2.
If there's a catalyst, you can maybe...
If catalyst, you can bargain it.
Hard bargain it. Yeah, there's options there, certainly. And this is the thing, is like, there are so many lines that you have to be thinking of as a player in this situation. Top 8. Never underestimate, first of all, the power of the Scouts Code, and secondly, never underestimate how complex the game at this level can be. We've seen our players having to make incredibly precise plays. I'm letting the crowd, I hope you can hear that through the microphones, as Sebi has a lot of players in support watching this matchup. Shout out to the crowd here at Bologna, here in Bologna. They've been very, very, enthusiastic. I was going to say rowdy, but I actually don't think it's rowdy. They've just been very enthusiastic.
The Polish community has brought so many talented players to this tournament. I mean, we are seeing multiple in the top 8, and it is just a blast to watch them play. We've had so many on the featured matches, and they are just cheering for Sebi. They want him to win, but also Marcus is a household name in TCG. He has his fans and he has his friends who also want to support him.
And that's one of the coolest things, I think, about Riftbound is the convergence of players from so many different games, so many different communities, and then we even have players who are making a name for themselves for the first time in any game in Riftbound as well. So it is really heartening to see just how much enthusiasm there has been here all weekend long. So thank you everybody in attendance, thank you everybody at home that has been watching. We've got a lot more Riftbound still to play. We're getting ready for our last game of this best of 3, and that animation means we are pretty much ready to go. Players are deciding their mulligans for a knockout stage at this point. Sebi and Marcus, this game advances one of them to the semi-finals.
Now, I want to know what Marcus has in hand, because that
So do
looks
I.
like a mulligan for 1.
So 3 cards are pretty good.
Yeah, we have discussed so many different mulliganing strategies, and they all include combinations of like 3 different cards. So I would say it's very unlikely that you actually get them. But if you have 3 cards in hand that you want to keep, that is going to be really...
Ooh, 2 from Sebi, and one of them off the top is a catalyst. We are aspirants climbing, an obelisk of powering.
This is the absolute late-game battlefield scenario, right? Obelisk of power that gets you there faster for the Dazzling Aurora, and the Aspirants Climb that is prolonging the game. Now, Stack Deck is going to be used. Are we profiting immediately off of the Obelisk of Power? SebiQ is probably trying to find Immobilize to ramp up even faster.
Now, do not be alarmed. We are going to 9. We will go to 9.
Actually, if you find Immobilize here, you are going to go up to 6 next turn, and then if you Catalyst of Aeons, you can't be hard bargained for without the repeat cost.
Ooh, there is Immobilize. As you said, that's 4, so it gives you the non-repeat.
Well, the crowd is going ballistic. Everyone in. There is absolutely wilding Draven.
There's a Draven. That's the benefit of getting Obelisk of Power, which means it tells you the shields are down for this Catalyst, which is going to accelerate the game. There is an Aurora in hand.
Wow, and there's a
Catalyst is going to be played. So 1 Mind Splitter in hand means that's not going to be able to come from the top of the deck. Gets to the point where we're at Dazzling Aurora next turn.
And this can't be a Mind Splitter turn.
And
this is going to be an uphill climb for Marcus.
And we know there is no gear gear destruction in the sideboard of Marcus's deck. So it was all about getting a Mind Splitter out. And it hasn't happened at this point. It's going to be readying for Sebi into Dazzling Aurora, and what is the card that we will see? Because Marcus has taken control of both battlefields, which means Marcus will go to 4.
This is for Marcus now a really, really tough match because he is controlling both battlefields. You're right about that, but the on-curve Dazzling Aurora is looking to close it out rather sooner than later, which is already a tough ask from this deck. Now you also have 1 rune left remaining.
What's it going to be? We know it's not a Dead Bloom. We know it's not going... Oh, Volley Bear off the top is a huge card. And now it's down to what can Marcus have in hand in order to
play through a Volley Bear
imposing.
That is a 12 energy cost, 10 might, unit, shield, +3 tank. And when your opponent tries to move into the battlefield that is not his, you draw a card. So Volibear is imposing a real threat for Marcus.
The Mind Splitter just 1 turn too late after the ramp. Oh wow, it was second Aurora, which with this list, there's not too many units in play anyway. 2 Gusts and a Mind Splitter, so...
I'm calling you, do you take the Mind Splitter?
Well, if you take the Mind Splitter and Last Rites comes out, then you give a target back to Aurora.
Wow, yeah.
So there are not many targets. I mean, Gust is doing nothing. Do you take the Aurora and just, well, this is such a weird situation. It's a time where Mind Splitter has revealed an Aurora and you have to second guess because it wasn't coming down immediately, but it is going to be the Aurora. I don't want to have to face too quick of an onslaught. Marcus is thinking, can I just play through this? I'm going to lose 1 battlefield, and then we'll see how I can recover.
Oh, Marcus now deciding. He has seen the full hand. He has full information, hiding 2 cards. There is only 2 Gusts and a Mind Splitter in hand for Sebiq. So those cards there, they are not pushing the mission for Sebiq. If those are both fight or flights, or if there's a switcheroo, there's very little that Sebiq can actually do against this, but picks up this massive spell from the top. That looks like a challenge that he is just absolutely ripping here.
And if there's something you don't want to challenge, it is a Volibear if you are on Marcus's side. So Volibear will be able to put out a bunch of damage onto the Kai'Sa. That puts a fight or flight away as well that was not
huge
able to be used. Volibear goes to Aspirant's Climb and takes control, and we've still got an Aurora to resolve at the end of this turn.
Yep, the Aurora is going to, oh my goodness.
Just a flat Mind Splitter from hand.
Takes away another option. Overzealous Fan is not going to do much. The other units as well. You at this point need crazy amounts of removal spells, but do you even have those? Of course, Draven does not really play hard removal in the deck, just because of the reason that you want to go into those combats. You want to push your own units to maximum amount of might that you can reach, but that is going to never be enough, honestly, if you're facing Volibear Imposing.
So players are just talking through with our table spotter the exact situation that we're in. Of course, we want to make sure everything is correct at this point in the top 8. So we will bring things down for a moment as they are clearly counting things through.
So
we do not have the player audio, just for clarification. So we're not sure of exactly the point that they're making. We were very excited about the Aurora.
Yeah.
So I have not been counting runes.
Oh no, the Aurora was definitely correct.
That is typically not something that I'm able to juggle in my head while getting, you know, excited about a game.
Well, you are an Aurora player, mate.
I don't need to count that when somebody else is playing it. I only need to count it when I'm playing it.
That's a very good point. Darius is getting taken out because Darius actually is posing a threat for the Volibear together with the Mind Splitter. But then again, keep in mind, this was a hard played unit. There is going to be Dazzling Aurora in the end. We know there is 2 more Mind Splitters on the bottom of the deck of Sebiq, so probably going to fight another Volibear before.
Rolling the dice again. What comes off the top? We know it's a big unit.
It's Volibear, no? It has to be, unless it was sided out.
Okay, so it should be another copy of Volibear Imposing then.
Oh, have we sided out the crowd? They want to see what card is.
They want to see what the card is. We want to see it too.
Oh my goodness, bullet time.
There
Volibear.
it is. Oh my goodness, double Volibear. On to Aspirant's Climb.
And now Marcus realized that this is a tough game in top 8 of the regional qualifier here in Bologna, the first major event in Europe. We have had so many great games, and now we're looking forward to closing this one out, because that is a huge Aspirant's Climb for Marcus.
So, we're very excited about this, and I am excited too. Is there a chance that you rip Rebukes off the top and really mess up the plan of Sebi? Is that within the realm of possibility?
I think you need multiple Rebukes.
Stranger things have happened.
That is indeed true, but
I just always like looking at the outs here.
Yeah.
For the player that we perhaps think has started in some ways to lose control of the game, because Marcus has had full control up until this point.
Yeah.
We are going to Aspirant's Climb. We're going to 9 points. So the game is not over, and we're on a hold. So it's going to take Sebi quite a few turns to get to 9, holding just 1 battlefield, and we know there are no more units there. So it's on drawing last rights.
Yeah, I mean, this is 2 extra draws. Marcus deciding to push the Mind Splitter into this obelisk of power, his own battlefield that he wants to stack good defenses in. But Volibear Imposing, when a unit moves to a battlefield that is not his, you get a draw. So that was a very, very expensive move there. And keep in mind, this is not a Sivir deck. Volibear Imposing is such a huge unit, and Misfortune just gives ganking.
And there's 1 more unit. Ooh, Sabotage comes out, so that'll be able to, eats a Spinning Axe. Another significant card removed, as Marcus will tidy up the bottom of the deck. There is also the Misfortune from the Chosen Champion Zone as well, just as another unit to play. We've got Last Rights potentially accessible from the graveyard. So Marcus is really banking on these top decks to pay off. Either something to draw into more options, or like just a rebuke off the top would help, but is it enough? That is going to be a gust to take back the overzealous fan.
That is the problem with Draven. If your opponent can guarantee that you get no draws in a bad situation, very rarely top decks can help you out. You need a lot of pressure with the deck. There is going to be, for every overzealous fan that is going to be played, a gust will find its way. We know that SebiQ has another one of those. Double Volibear imposing right now. If you give it ganking, could actually be a little tough for you.
Yeah, because you still do have to take the Mind Splitter and the Draven off this battlefield.
Yeah.
You still do have to stop Marcus from going, you know, hold, hold, hold. Okay, great, I'm there.
Yeah.
You have to build back into the game. I mean, there's also a world where I believe there's another bullet time left for Sebi, where Sebi just grabs every single rune that is necessary and says, I'm going through the battlefield, and just bullet times everything away. And then at that point, Volibear moves across and really the screws turn.
Really starts to hold both battlefields there. I don't think it will happen this turn, just because we have seen the gust already. And I feel like the Overzealous Fan is the card that you would have really not targeted with a gust if you were going to deal spread damage anyways.
But there is a finish there, is the point. There is that non-combat version of clearing out a battlefield, and Sebi has not been afraid to say, I'm de-ramping.
Going to see a new organization of our runes.
It's going to be Misfortune from
the captain.
Champion zone. That does now give a good amount of strength in base for Sebi.
It's accelerated as well. You can ready something that's exhausted, so you can give
moving everything?
ganking if you move the Misfortune.
Is it multiple units moving? Okay, it's going to be Volibear goes back, Misfortune goes to the battlefield, Volibear goes in.
Insane.
Oh, and both Volibear are going. Math is for defenders.
Math is for defenders. That's scary, Matt. That is 27 might all of a sudden, while the Aspirant's Climb is just being held by the Misfortune. Clarifying something with the judges, and that is going to be a win for SebiQ.
SebiQ gets the reveal from Marcus, and SebiQ will advance to the semi-finals.
Phenomenal. The curve, the divine curve, almost the Aspirant's Climb into the absolute victory there. There was going to be so many runes. He had the Catalyst of Aeons, he had the Mobilize before, and then he just hit immediately the Dazzling Aurora. Also had a Sabotage to make sure everything's going as planned, and of course immediately at the beginning, the stack deck, putting 2 Mind Splitters under the deck, so guaranteeing that with the Mind Splitter in hand, you're going to hit Volibear after Volibear.
What a sequence. What a best of 3. Everybody get ready to make sweeping statements about Draven. I mean, no discounting Marcus' performance. Top 8 performance. 1 and 2 in the round of 8. Really had a good showing across the weekend. So excited to see what Marcus has in future events that we undoubtedly will see. But this moment is Sebi's going into the semi-final rounds, piloting a deck that everyone thought was dead. Everyone thought was gone. No one was going to play Misfortune Aurora. It was either Sivir Aurora or nothing. But nevertheless, Sivir, Misfortune, see, even I'm doing it. Misfortune Aurora comes out, brings 2 copies of Volibear imposing and to attack. Like, not even just defending with it. He's able to clear out the battlefield and say, okay, the game is mine.
Yeah, and Marcus, of course, he could have dragged this game out for a little bit longer, but he said, hey dude, you're in absolute control of this, and I'm never ever going to take back any of those battlefields realistically. There is a chance that you can get the Misfortune Captain, but then again, he was only at 5 points, and we were in an Aspirant's Climb game that goes to 9, so even if you get it there, another Volibear is just going to get ganking, and it's really going to gank you. Volibear ganks hit hard if they work.
They do, and you know what else hits hard? Top 8 of Riftbound. We've got more for you. Let's go right into Game 2 of our second feature match. If your brain has any power left, get ready to lose it, because we have got an Ezreal mirror match. And it is Alan ZQ, who we saw piloting this deck, to be undefeated in the rounds we saw from Swiss. And we'll see how clean and how composed the play is now in the top 8 situation with these two. This was Alan's deck earlier. The Vex being an inclusion that I think not many people saw coming. I was speaking to Casanova, who you know, Riftbound fans will recognize from a lot of co-streams and also the regional qualifiers from North America. Cass was saying about how they've been training against this, how difficult it was to beat, convincing Alan to play Vex in the deck as a part of that team. So it really has been a surprise to most people.
Yeah, that is true. But now Alan ZQ is a little bit with his back against the wall because he's 1-0 down so far.
Interesting.
We're going to see that quite soon, as I have just heard. There is triple pickpocket in the side deck, I think for both players actually, because this card is gonna get rid of your opponent's seals.
So this is a slightly different version of Ezreal. There is no Vex.
Triple Arcane Shift.
There's a downwell in the main. As you said, triple Arcane Shift here. We've seen how well that combos with Fizz.
Yeah, and only with Fizz, because there is no Mind Splitter and no Thousand-Tailed Watcher in this deck list.
Very, very true. So this is where Legends can kind of play out in very different ways, even though many of the cards are the same.
Yeah.
Even though it is very, very similar. Alan ZQ and the Manland will be taking it to game 2. If Alan can bounce back in this one, he will, of course, then take it to a tied series. But Manland is looking to close this out, looking to go 2-0 over the Swiss leader, which is one heck of a feather in the cap on your way potentially to a semi-final round.
I mean, every TCG player knows the curse, right? If you're undefeated first after Swiss, you have been chilling for multiple rounds already, where you have been like, I can basically intentional draw or chill, but if you lose the first game of the top cut.
Yeah. And one thing, I'm pretty sure we only have the 2 Ezreal players, right? So this is a best of Ezreal eliminator.
Yes. Oh my goodness, as well. This is huge, actually. So we have not only the top 8 match with the first after Swiss versus the player who got in as 8th, a player with an X2 record actually after Swiss, so got in on tiebreak. And both of them, they are telling us, hey, this is how you play Ezreal. You just throw it out in the first turn.
So, Arcane Shift to the bin. We know that it won't stay there for very long. Eventually, a Fizz is going to come back. Arcane Shift will target the Fizz. Fizz will get the Stupefy. Everything goes through. Now, this is a weird one for a mirror matchup, where Arcane Shift is actually pretty good against Ezreal. Yeah. You can pop the opponent's Ezreal with an Arcane Shift pretty handily.
That is true.
As that 3 damage break point is something that I was a little bit worried at with regards to Ezreal's, because there's a lot of spells that will deal 3 damage in the current meta. A few less now than when we saw the presence of Kai'Sa in Origins, but they do still exist. 3 is not an insurmountable amount of damage to get to.
That is true, but if you keep your Ezreal in your unit, in your base, there is a good chance that it will survive for the moment, because Arcane Shift and I think Wages of Pain 2, they only hit units at battlefields.
Ah, thank you. That is a very good clarification to know. However, something that will be able to hit the backline is the Bellows Breath.
Yep, that's...
And a Stupefy will deal with the Ezreal.
Yep, and since you have your own Ezreal, that is also going to be much cheaper. I was going to say the seal doesn't really help you too much if Bellows Breath is going to cost you 2 Mind Runes, but of course Ezreal is going to make the optional cost a lot cheaper.
I was about to say, how important is the seal? Because at one point, Alan ZQ had a seal and Manland didn't, but the seal's there, Ezreal's there. See one, see another at this point, as Ezreal will find his way into the base of Manland.
Which artwork do you prefer from the seals?
Ooh. I gotta say the Spirit Forge one is very pretty. You know what? I have, I think, 2 copies of the regular seal. I'm not unhappy to have that, is the way that I will phrase it. But the tasty Spirit Forge ones, yeah.
It's looking fantastic. Not easy pass. We have just played another Ezreal on the side of the Manland. So we are seeing multiple different versions of how you can play the deck. Double Ezreal on the side of the Manland. We know that there are more ways to get your own Ezreal back on the side of LNZQ. I don't think he plays more than one Ezreal, but he is definitely playing Morbid Return, a card that if your Ezreal gets removed, you can just get it back from your discard, from your trash. Now, since we have 2 Polish players in the feature matches, the crowd is going ballistic here in Bologna.
Yeah.
So many of these Riftbounders have traveled to support their friends, and
I feel like I saw a tweet that there was like 100 Polish players traveling. Like it was a giant number of the players here. A big picture of them all outside the venue. So thank you for the travel to the event.
Gets the pickpocket out, immediately gets rid of the seal before there can be a lot of value generated from the Manland. So now we're going to go for another stack deck, completely exhausted. And this is very interesting because, you know, this matchup has been going on for a few turns already. We have recycled so many runes. There hasn't been a single point that has been scored so far.
Control matchups. It's perhaps one of the, maybe not the first time we've seen it in Riftbound, but definitely the Ezreal mirror is something that on our broadcast we haven't seen this weekend. So get ready. These are untimed rounds.
Yep.
Everyone at home, make a cup of tea or beverage of choice to weather the storm through this.
I mean, the first game took 40 minutes already.
I know that.
So we are here for a treat. Cold shot. I think found a hard bargain. I know that we have added a Seal of Discord. Could be, is there a good way for you to just loop the pickpocket then? If the Seal of Discord is being played, is it worth it to try and loop the pickpocket? Oh, that's also so good. Immediately Seal of Discord and then call shot with the Ezreal in your base. You're just going to draw 2 cards for free, but it's not only drawing, it's just choosing cards.
Oh, what's better than getting 1 card, getting 2 cards, and then from that, getting a way to get another card?
Yeah, you're not even spending any kind of energy for it.
I genuinely feel like if there was a way to track how many times we've cycled through the deck, we're going to need to find that for this game, because we are going to see multiple versions through of every deck. By the way, drawing cards is a great mechanic. It's a very strong thing to do in Riftbound, and when you can do it consistently like this,
wow, the mana is really going through it right now.
You really wish you had a battering ram at this point.
Yeah, I think, I mean, he picked up a Rasa. I don't know if we're at 10 cards in the trash yet, but there's a pickpocket being played on his side too. Gets rid of the seals and then gets a gold token for it in exchange, which just makes it so much better as well.
So I guess that really is going to start to add up, right? The pickpocket plays, as you were talking about, it really hurts the economy. You can see even the rocket barrages come in. Is this going to be a situation where you do take out the seals on the opponent's side?
I think there might be a better way of doing it. You retreat after you push into the Dreaming Tree, so you get a point, you get a draw, you get a rune exhausted, you play that pickpocket again, you get gold, and you get rid of the second seal. And I don't think there's a lot of recursion for those seals.
I'm trying to think, and it's not coming to mind. That is a good line. And again, I do want to commend, first of all, both players, but the 2 games we've seen from Alan on stream today have been very impressive for the cleanliness of lines, knowing what's coming next, what your accurate way of playing is. Clearly, Manland has been, exceptional to get the game won. We unfortunately did not see it on the broadcast as we were watching our first featured matchup of this round. Well, when you get rid of your opponent's seal, I guess it's pretty good to get one of your own.
Yeah, especially when you pick up 2 with a call shot.
You do have to say goodbye to the other one for like 3 turns worth of drawing. We'll see it again pretty soon.
You're gonna cycle through it in no time.
That's how we'll know. Keep that in mind. When we see that Seal of Discord again, we've gone through the entire deck.
All right, okay, that's good. That's good to note.
Mark it down.
This is the timestamp.
Yeah, exactly. Timestamp.
Okay, now a turn pass after finally, excitingly, a point was taken by LNZQ. And after considering that you took like 5 turns to get a point, this is a crazy lead now.
This is the only Ezreal mirror we're going to have in our top 8. So just to put it out there, this is a once in a lifetime, a repeat retreat.
Are we just going to mirror our opponent? But LZQ has, of course, not played out the seal, knowing doesn't have to use it on that turn. Wages of Pain is being used so rather aggressively.
Trying to say no repeat for you, but a Gust, because it does fulfill the under 3 might part of that, so we'll return to hand. It's repeat retreat at home.
Yes, that's true. I mean,
basically does the same thing in this matchup.
You just don't channel Rune exhausted, but you do get the draw. I don't know if we've taken the draw from the Dreaming Tree, but you get one.
That's really interesting. In this matchup, you probably never want to gust your opponent's stuff at all. So it really is just another copy of Retreat.
This is something that you haven't really seen in Origins, right? Control matchups that just play so heavily for value that you're really not taking points. Oh, we're taking away gold tokens. I think that LZQ might be incredibly happy to see this.
Trade the gold for the gold.
Yeah, he just added a Seal of Discord to his hand, and you would rather have a Seal of Discord than a gold token.
But then how many repeats are we going to have? How many ways of bouncing that pickpocket are going to come through? This is quite literally death by 1,000 cuts for both player. Of like, how do you just eat through the economy one single interaction at a time?
I think the great thing about Riftbound in this regard is also that you don't have to necessarily eat through your opponent's economy.
Okay.
You just need to score a few points sometimes.
Sure.
Right? You're
right.
Going to, like, at some point you're forcing out resources from your opponent when you try to take too many points. With your pickpocket, for example. If you throw that pickpocket in,
there is a Dr. Mundo in hand.
Push, push, push to the win, maybe.
That is one way of dealing with a lot of these small might units and small like might carrying spells like Gust. Obviously, we talked about not wanting to bounce your enemy units, but the Dr. Mundo is eventually, you would think, going to get through. There is a Bellows Breath, and with the Fizz, we're going to get that combination that we saw a little bit earlier of like you get the Bellows Breath, Fizz will end up potentially recurring things and dealing damage through to the base. We'll see exactly where that comes through from Alan.
We haven't seen the damage applied yet. We have just seen a draw from Ezreal Prodigy Explorer, the legend ability, so that both players are approximately at 20 cards in hand.
Another Fizz.
Fizz, of course, is going to recycle the spell, so I don't think you can ever run out of cards in this deck.
It's going to be the Frigid Touch. We did see this combination earlier. So Bellows Breath damage was still applied, and the Frigid Touch going to get repeated. We'll take out both units from the base.
I mean, the board state is massively in LNZQ's favor.
Massively. And now is the point where it's like, as you said, you do still have to score points. You still can make a play for either of the battlefields. And I would say that's probably one area that Alan ZQ's deck list having Vex, I wonder whether they're still in for this matchup, but more units will kind of stick around. The more you can play, the more you can kind of punish Manland. And here you go, Ezreal moves to a battlefield. It's rare. We talked about Arcane Shift only targeting in a battlefield. Wages of Pain as well.
LNZQ is really putting up a lot of pressure now, 3-0 in points, saying, I have so many cards in my hand, I don't even really care if you take care of the Ezreal, if you get rid of it. If you have to use your turn now, play something like a Wages of Pain. You have nothing that makes it cheaper right now. And I don't even think there is anything that makes it cheaper, by the way. That's fine for him. You're not developing a board. I maybe get to hold in the Dreaming Tree with the Pickpocket. You're very unlikely to target that Pickpocket with anything, because I might just gust it back to my hand, get a draw. I might just retreat it again, get a draw. I do like the pressure that is now currently all of a sudden applied towards the Manland.
Both of these players deep in the tank of where to go next. And this is round 1 of the top 8 here at the regional qualifiers in Bologna. If either of these players wants to become the champion here in Bologna, it's going to be another 2 rounds after this of mind-bending plays from the Ezreal. So Pickpocket comes back in. There goes the seal.
That is not a lot of value you get out of those seals. Pickpocket is such a strong card.
This game has been I seal, I kill your seal, I play my seal. Here comes the seal. Here comes a Fizz. A lot of recurrence in this game. So we'll see what the target is for this. There are 2 Fizz in the back line, so will it be something like a Bellows Breath? I think that was an Arcane Shift, so we're going to shortcut, I think, to kill one of the Fizz. Alan's going to take a look through the trash here of Manland, and if it was an Arcane Shift again, yeah, the players are shortcutting. Will be able to take out a unit, recur a spell. You get the Fizz again, it gets another spell.
Oh, we took the Stupefy, so perhaps a Frigid Touch also in play there before, so you can reduce the might by 1. Oh no, not a Frigid Touch, but something that deals 2 damage. Or a Bellows Breath.
I will say, if anybody is completely following all of the lines, maybe you should get a ticket to Lille and look at playing Ezreal yourself, because it is an incredibly complex deck, and it is credit to both of these players for being in the top 8 with it, getting through a field of Draven and Kai'Sa and Irelia, and lots of like combat heavy, like really punishing decks if you don't establish a lead early on.
But I mean, look at the advantage that ZQ has, I think.
You think?
Because, I mean, you can just play another Pickpocket, get rid of the gear. I think that is the 3rd gear you just got rid of. You have the double Fizz in base. You can go for another Conquer, go up to 5-0. That is, first of all, something your opponent will have to get through first.
Just like pickpocketing, I feel like this sequence has been illegal, of just like kill a seal, get a seal, kill a seal. There's a singularity, which has not been something we've really seen from Alan all day in the games that we have seen.
Yeah, I think he just wants to aggro this.
Sure, yeah. Just keep the board low and say, okay, I know you have all your answers, but I need to burn them out of your hands so that I can keep control.
But is he singularitying though? It seems like there's only 2 units on the opposing side of the field. But I think he has taken it back. You know, the ruling is that if you have played a card and there was no new information gained, you can still rewind that last action that you did.
Okay, I will just leave it up to Alan and Manland to resolve things in the way. Here comes Vex, so it is still in the deck from the main board.
I think you're really profiting from a few units in your deck. Pickpockets both in base. Fizz is now currently in the Obelisk of Power. And I really like that Alan ZQ, he just almost on the side scored a few points, and now, you know, the Manland, he has to actually play to really remove desperately those units from the battlefields. You need to, first of all, catch up, and second of all, you need to make sure that Alan is not holding, that he's not getting any points back, because you are so far behind, so you have to start making less value plays, right? You have to start throwing your cards at Alan in the hopes of not losing the game, and that is probably going to lead for another bigger card advantage for Alan ZQ in the process.
Well, Manland has enough cards to start playing them. I'm pretty sure he's at the point with having enough cards in hand, probably comparable to the number of cards remaining in the deck. And the trash, I think, is actually a bigger pile than cards remaining in the deck. So we're at that stage where, you know, Manland should have options. There's pretty much everything you can imagine. There's Ezreal, Last Rites. I think it's another Last Rites in hand. Rocket Barrage, Fight or Flight. I think that's 2 hard bargains. So not too many options. You know, I said find the options, but there actually aren't too many for this situation in order to slow Alan down. That's actually quite surprising. We've focused so much on the economy of like attacking the seals that Alan has kind of quietly got to this point. And that's going to be the game. You know, there is something to be said for understanding when you can't turn the aggression back, and Alan will even the series up 1 apiece. That's the other half of this situation, is knowing, I'm toast in this game. Let's go game 3. I don't want to spend brain power on this.
Yeah, and Alan just takes this game swimmingly with the Fizz Trickster that is accompanied by Ezreal. Now you get to actually see the side deck again. Dr. Mundo was sighted in, his opponent has not seen the card.
We didn't see it. Yeah, we did not. Well, we saw it. Opponent did not see it. So we'll see whether it has presence in the final game between these two. This is the main boards once again. Alan ZQ.
That is 1 retreat. Feels like there were more. I think on the side of the Manland there were more
Yeah,
retreats.
they were definitely on the side of Manland, and we had gusts that were working out as retreats.
So the decks they do look kind of similar if you're just looking at them, but actually there is quite a few differences, of course, where there is the Vex, which is a unit that is pressuring your opponent in combats quite heavily. There's so many differences, like value cards like Gust. Gust help you in some matchups. It stops your opponent from taking early easy points, takes away a lot of the tempo sometimes in the early turns, but also it gives you a lot of value in those matchups when you're bouncing your own pickpockets.
Yes, we know the pickpockets were sideboarded in for Manland. And with a list like this, it is quite tricky to see exactly what has come out for it. I'm trying to remember what we saw. The problem is, with this deck, you see so many cards recurred from the graveyard that it's like, I don't know whether it was 1 copy of that spell, 3 copies of that spell, Fizz played 4, like how does that come about? Because you that's the other thing, Fizz gets arcane shifted, and you get multiple Fizz resolutions, and then you have the potential for Last Rites to bring it back. There's a lot of ways to play cards for like 6 times.
Yeah, so basically every card you have in your deck you can use multiple times, and it's on you as the player to decide which card has the highest values in those matchups. The only card that I'm pretty sure we're going to see used is I think Pickpocket is going to play a pivotal role again, and I think players are heavily mulliganing for it.
Void Gate Mirror in the Ezreal Mirror.
That is going to be really tough to score points.
This is going to be the hardest an Arcane Shift has hit. Because no matter which battlefield you're at,
it's always 4.
It's gonna. Although again, in this matchup, most of the units are 3 anyway, so it doesn't truly matter.
But Bellows Breath.
True. Oh, that's actually a significant change for that. Bellows Breath now has the ability to take out units on battlefields in this matchup, more so than before.
Alan ZQ actually finding the seals immediately, plays it out, so the Ezreal actually discards a Morbid Return, which is I think a card that I would have thought had a lot of value in the matchup, but we're going to see actually hasn't seen too many cards removed, adds a Pickpocket, while
That's
2 Arcane Shifts get
2 Arcane Shifts to the bottom, so we now know there's less potency from that in this matchup. And that's what I was going to say, is like, with the Fizz, we probably will see a Morbid Return at some point, like potentially. It's there, at least, to be able to come back.
I think we need to get to the bottom of this.
Well, we never saw the Seal of Discord again, so we didn't get to the bottom of the deck last game, and I don't know that we will this game. Arcane Shift was one of the choices there with the Stupefy.
Yeah, I think that was the card that we were digging heavily for, accepting that you are deramping yourself, recycling 1 rune, paying 1 power for that cold shot to just find this Pickpocket, get rid of the Seal of Discord, getting 1 gold token, and this is a huge momentum swing again. LNZQ, of course, getting the value of the first Seal. Not too much value, actually, it was just trading 1 for 1 with the Pickpocket. But the thing is, if LNZQ had a Pickpocket here to answer that, there is no Seal of Discord being played. Is there a world in which you're just holding the seals?
And we just know that. Remind me if this was this game or the last. I know it just happened, but did we put seals to the... No, it was Arcane Shifts went to the bottom this game. It was the previous game that a seal went to the bottom. Forgive me, there's a lot of things getting recycled in the bottom. I was going to hypothesize whether Alan was going to be a long time without seals, but no, there is still the possibility to draw into them.
James.
Yes, Leo.
Am I crazy?
Well, do you want me to answer that question without the rest of the statement?
No. Let me give some context
Context,
before my
good.
defense.
All right, let's go with that.
Or is there a world in which you do not play your Seals of Discord in the mirror match when you know that there are Pickpockets in that game?
This is crazy.
Until Pickpockets are being played, because on the side of the Manland, if he has Seals of Discord, now 1 Pickpocket has been played, pop the gold token, and then next turn you have a rather protected Seal if you want to have it.
Somebody is going to delve into that. Somebody will figure that out. I don't think I'm the right person to answer that question specifically. Maybe we'll ask Alan or Manland. Whoever wins this match, maybe we'll get that question posed to them. For now, all I'm thinking is about you got to pick a pocket or 2 from Oliver, but that is not relevant to this game at all, as this is a top 8 match between Manland and Alan ZQ. Of course, big names on the Riftbound scene here in Europe and on the world stage, of course.
I mean, if you're not playing your Seals of Discord, I mean, we haven't found any, even though we dug for it, right, with the cold shot. You are on 3 runes. while Alan ZQ, who went second, is on 5, so you effectively lost 1. We start with a Stupefy on the Ezreal, which is also most of this can signalize a Bellows Breath. This can signalize many things. Oh, that was actually the end of the turn for Alan ZQ. So now we're even losing track of which turn it is.
Yeah, it was must have been on the chain before the turn passed. So getting that card draw.
So I think that the Manland is in a very good position. I mean, what I mean with very good is it is slightly advantageous here.
I know, I was going to say,
of play,
this absolutely is a game of inches. So it's like, is it enough of a lead to take some sort of control from here?
There's another thing. We haven't really seen Rases so far. The Manland is going to be able to take the first point, retreats the pickpocket, so he knows that he can just keep pickpocket on the line.
And the players, of course, shortcutting a little bit here, just to, you know, Alan's saying, yeah, sure, you're going to play it again. That's fine. I'll take my gold, you take your gold, take the point.
I think it's looking really decent because you have your own pickpocket that would maybe try to get another point there. Maybe it's coming back to bite Alan ZQ in these matchups, that he is not running multiple copies of Retreat or Gus. And we're going to see the first Seal of Discord now played by the Manland. He can now go for a call shot with the Ezreal in the base.
Wait. I was going to say, shuffling and then putting to hand is...
dangerous.
Yeah. Dangerous. Is either Ezreal
wombo combo
or a signature spell. I was like, if I did that, I would absolutely put the wrong card in my hand.
100%.
That I was looking for. So now, how does Alan kind of tip the scale back if there's a possibility? I mean, surely there's a possibility to do it for either player in this incremental change. Manland, we do feel like has somewhat of a little advantage for now. It's gonna be a cold shot.
Honestly, we are in the mid game, and you are paying for your call shot in Ezreal.
Yeah, that is
not a good sign.
That is unusual.
Yeah,
is one way to put it. That certainly is not something we've come to expect across the weekend.
I mean, the Manland has been getting a little bit more aggressive with the retreat on the pickpocket, immediately replaying it, even though there was no Seals of Discord. That the first pickpocket play took out the Seals of Discord. Great, love it, great to see it. But now, since he doesn't have one of his own,
retreat.
He used it to just get a gold token, which is, I wouldn't call it greedy, but it was a rather aggressive choice. Now, if there is going to be a play of another Seal of Discord from Alan ZQ and he actually gets to keep it around for a little bit, that could be incremental to outgrind his opponent. Now goes into the Void Gate with the pickpocket. Are we going to see a retreat here? Reaction speed gets the pickpocket back, plays it, pops the Seal of Discord.
Gets the valuable trade now, so Manland playing that Seal of Discord out will just say, well, I guess that's fair. Turnabout's fair play from that moment.
But that was the one retreat Alan ZQ had, right? We know that if you still have your Gusts in your deck, you have multiple retreats. But actually,
the one, but you got Fizz.
That is a very good point.
You got Fizz, so it's 1 of 6, basically, because 3 Fizzes, Last Rites, Morbid Return, Arcane Shift. It's actually like 1 of 9.
Gotcha. That's
it genuinely is like with one copy of this card. If you see it once, you'll be able to just play it 9 times.
Yep. Oh my goodness, that is so many iterations of the different cards. It's 1-1 currently. If you're just tuning in, it is the top 8 of the first European regional qualifier for Riftbound in Bologna, and we have the first after Swiss Alan ZQ versus the 8th after Swiss in top 8, the Manland.
One question that I always get at Nexus Nights by players that are not familiar, is there a maximum hand size? No, there is not, which is very important for this matchup.
This is half a binder.
Yeah, this is most of your deck by the end of this matchup. If it's not in the trash, it's in your hand, and if neither of those things is true, you've probably lost the game.
That is completely correct. There is going to be a Seal of Discord. We're going in with another Ezreal. Is this gluttony or is this the correct play? We're having double Ezreal on the board. Seals of Discord is now being tapped as well. So we do have
retreat.
2 seals in play. One is in the trash, one is... exhausted.
And Manland may end up playing towards the Rasa. Again, have not seen a lot of this matchup, so the knowledge of when you're dropping Rasa is something that I'm looking to learn from this game rather than look at predicting. But of course, the trash is not full enough yet for Manland to drop that basically for full value, where you get the cost all the way down and can basically play it free.
So it's Alan ZQ's turn now again. 4 runes open for the Manland. Those can be used for plenty of things. We can see hard bargains in the hand. Has already shuffled up the hard bargains to the top of his hand to possibly repeat that card.
You get the value from the Seal of Discord by using it once. Yeah. It's now a gold token.
Yeah, that is true. Hey. But at least you got it once. I mean, you also had to pay power cost to play it. So, I mean, it's
like a bad gold token. Are you saying Seals are bad? Is that it?
No. If it gets popped, it's just nothing. It has done nothing. It was a blank card if it gets popped immediately.
I am desperate to have the sweeping statements coming from this event to be like, Draven is bad now, Seals are bad now.
I said this is where Draven can be bad. In a situation where you never get draws, okay? Okay, I don't want all the Draven fans to rage on me, but we're going in with double Seals of Discord, and that would mean that your opponent needs multiple pickpockets to just get rid of them. If that is going to be the case, you're all out of Seals.
Yeah, exactly. And Mind Splitter goes to hand. Draven does have a lot of fans, and they're overzealous, typically. As Mind Splitter followed up by is Rocket Barrage and a Singularity. Rocket Barrage goes to hand, more gear destruction.
Rocket Barrage actually
also has damage on it. It's a utility spell, has 2 options.
Takes out 2 Seals if you want.
Ooh, because that's expensive, but you know what? It could be worth it.
Yeah, if you're playing this with Vex, then you might not pay too much to use it. Is it an action?
I believe so.
Yes. No. No,
is it not? No, so it's always the repeat line on that. I gotta admit, the repeat line I always read as action. It's like the it's like us doing the flavor text earlier, but with rules text.
Oh, another pickpocket followed up by Alan ZQ. You don't need to bounce it if you have it in the right moment. Next Seal of Discord is gone for the Manland. Currently has none on the field, and if that stays that way, you're going to lose the grind game. However, there is a hesitation on one of the runes that he has. Does have a retreat in hand, has stacked deck in hand, while the pickpocket,
thinking about it,
is already sitting in the Void Gate.
Retreat came to the front of the hand. It's such a weird control matchup in the sense of it's not control in the countering spells archetype of control. It's controlling economy, it's grinding your opponent down and down and down to get very small advantages. And it's impressive that both of these players have managed to pilot this deck to avoid like a draw bracket in Swiss and get through in the time required.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm glad you agree. Because that genuinely is something you have to consider, right? Is you have to be able to close out games without drawing too much.
We're in 77 minutes, right? So
well, we're untimed now, so I'm sure if either of these players hit an Ezreal mirror in the rest of it, you probably were like, well, I guess we're drawing. Let's just go take a break.
Yeah, good point. But then right now, you know, there is the pickpocket that is being targeted by the Arcane Shift played by the Fizz. It's really cool to see that you can discard Arcane Shift if you play multiple copies of it. Pickpocket is now being replayed, of course, takes care of the Seals of Discord. There is still 1 left on the field. Alan ZQ only has this 1 seal left.
And there was a retreat as well, so Pickpocket would be able to deal with that. If you were to retreat it, play it again. Now, I do wonder, is that enough to like close the game, or is there a point at which this is quite a stacked base where Alan goes, okay, this is the moment with Bellows Breath on like coming back to Alan's turn? Is it too much to play into the base? I have no answer for this specifically. It is just looking at like what are the options of playing in a different playstyle. Where is it that it goes from hurting the economy to removing units to be able to conquer battlefields?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question in
I
this
know.
incredibly mind-boggling
We're
mirror
going to
match.
find out.
Yes, definitely. I think I'm quite excited for the Raza to come down at some point. While Alan ZQ already has a pretty threatening unit, which is a 2-drop, but in this matchup quite threatening, in one of the Void Gates, and that is the Ravenbloom Student. I think that this card actually is super hard to deal with in the mirror match. Because, you know, Ravenbloom,
That's a very different card.
Of course, gets 1 extra might this turn if you play a spell card.
Yep.
So
what we're saying
you
is
can use so much on this deck.
the Ravenbloom Student could be bigger than Rasa quite easily.
Yeah.
And then
Very, very
could
fast.
be like the biggest unit, the biggest brain. They've learned a lot from all the spells being played.
Things we have seen those players go through stack decks and call shots as soon as they have them. Of course, also to make some use out of their Seal of Discords.
So a lot of the cantrips have gone.
Yeah.
Is one way of putting it. So that is a very true point in that you have to have the gas left in the tank in order to do that.
Yeah. But I mean, the question is, when are we going to see the Rasa? The Manland has quite the big board presence already. Of course, Alan ZQ has a lot of cards in hand, but I think that we are slowly but surely getting nearer and nearer to the point where the players are starting to play actually for the battlefields, for those points. Are we going to see a hold of Ravenbloom Student here, or are we just discussing how many cards we have left in the deck?
It looks like Alan is counting cards in the deck. I don't know whether we're going to get there, because it didn't happen in Game 2. But just as a reminder, as we stack deck, big cheer for stack deck. If you get through your deck, and you have to recycle your trash, your opponent does get a point.
And 1 point is extremely valuable in this matchup, let me tell you.
If we do that, like 7 more times.
You think we're gonna win by just going through our decks?
We could be here, we could burn out. Burn out, followed by burnout, followed by burnout.
Oh, that is fantastic. It's gonna take a few more minutes, though,
It's a win con. It's a win
It
con.
definitely is. Oh, there's the 3rd Seal of Discord. Every one of these players is expanded. And Rasa now. I think the Manland is actually going in heavy here with so many units. That's a threatening board state. However, Ravenbloom Student gets to hold 1 more point.
So Manland saying, do or die, I'm going to force you to deal with my units. Otherwise, I'm going aggressive.
Also, I think we can see the trash of Alan ZQ, which is only 6 cards. So his Razas, actually, they are still quite expensive.
And I'm looking at what options. So there's, I can see a Stupefy. There's a Morbid Return. I think a stack deck.
We are floating 2 runes for a Bellows Breath. Oh, this might be potentially a huge push. Bellows Breath.
Is there enough there to repeat Bellows enough times with fizzes in order to like take out most of every... Oh, it's Bellows Watcher. We've seen this tech elsewhere. Is there enough of a follow-up following this? It's Bellows Breath, plus you get the -3 on the back end, so it will deal massive damage to Manland's backline.
That is everything except for the Rasa, if you have not targeted the Rasa, if you're repeating. But now, of course, the Manland is completely exhausted on runes, so no hard bargain. Is there anything you can do? Oh wow, is using the retreat.
What's the target?
Completely exhausted.
What's the target? So I got excited about things and didn't see which units Alan tapped. Did you happen to catch the exact targets? It must have been that Ezreal.
I think they talked about it, but they have never shown. That just gets out everything. Frigid Touches. Well, this is a complete board wipe from Alan ZQ out of nowhere. Gets another point.
Of course, with the repeat on Bellows Breath, then plus the Watcher effect on top, it just needed the 1 tick of damage on everything to wipe, and we said, Manland, put everything into the base in order to turn the game around, and Alan says, no, I already have the answer in my hand.
The trap snapped, and that is the advantage of playing Thousand-Tailed Watcher. We've seen the decklist. The Manland is not running that cut. Possibly has not played around it too much, has not expected it. He is proficient in the Ezreal deck mirror match, but that was something he didn't see coming. The entire base was ripped ripped apart by Thousand-Tailed Watcher, Frigid Touch, and Bellows Breath.
And there's another gear to that play which we haven't seen, is if you can Arcane Shift the Thousand-Tailed Watcher on top of it, you can basically clear everything, but it wasn't necessary in this situation. I know Alan didn't have the runes available for it, but it doesn't matter. It was good enough in that situation to clear everything, including the retreat, and now Manland is in a world of trouble, behind on points, behind on units, and potentially out of the top 8 as Alan is looking to focus in. This is how happy the crowd are on the complete destruction of the backline. We have the time to go and look at the crowd for now in this mirror matchup.
I'm just gonna let you enjoy this for a second. Fantastic. We could have had this audio a little bit more, right?
We have to at least see what happens in the rest of the game, because Manland is really struggling. We saw in the last game, recognizing that the game was done and conceding, but now it's top 8. Your life in the tournament is on the line, so you want to play to your outs. It's understandable to want to try and get there, but there will be a point potentially where Manland says there's not enough left in my deck. What is left in the deck to turn this around? There's a lot of like small spells that are situational. There's a Downwell there, that's not what you're looking for. There's a Rasa in hand, maybe that helps you get out.
Double Ezreal this turn, discarded, a Last Rites, and also a Hard Bargain. So those are kind of high-value cards. Plays a Rasa and passes.
Alan
Just
goes to 6, readies the runes. Now Alan's in a situation where it's a double conquer to be able to take this game, and you know that Manland now has the Rasa, has 2 Ezreals. Things have to be put in very precarious positions. That's 7 runes being tapped. It's a Mind Splitter. You get all the knowledge, you get everything that you want to see.
Those are these huge drops. Wow, that was just clarifying which card it actually was instead of just instantly going.
I thought it was the instant grab on Downwell, so...
You don't care about Pickpocket anymore?
Alan's going to take a moment, and Manland is obviously going to think about how this affects things. Alan, even though it feels like this is the last potential set of turns of the game, Alan is still going to write the cards down, because in the event that things don't go the way, the line that Alan picks, you want to be clear on what the potential next steps in this match are, because top 8 is on the line.
Okay, let's now go one by one through the cards that you're seeing there on the side of Alan ZQ. Rocket Barrage deals some damage, can be repeated, is there to remove gear. You are not playing any gear anytime soon except for gold tokens. If your opponent pops a gold token with Rocket Barrage, be my guest. Pickpocket does the same. Gust is there to bounce the pickpockets to remove gear. So 3 cards doing that, they're not helping anything. And then there is Last Rites, of course, but you take out the Downwell. That is possibly the only card that can threaten a big momentum swing.
And that would have been like to slow Alan, but you know, Downwell doesn't do enough to fully turn the game. You know, all we're doing is saying, okay, let's take a beat. At this point, a double conquer from Alan on the next turn wins the game. You know, Manland can maybe delay for a couple of turns, but to establish a board behind that, there's a Rasa as well. It does feel like if we had like a momentum counter, it would be heavily in Alan ZQ's favor, as Manland is going to awaken.
He just passes. We go through A, B, C,
Channel,
D.
draw from the top. Is it a good enough answer? It's a fizz, so you can look for another answer. But are any of the answers good enough?
You do not have these great pushes with Thousand-Tailed Watcher, as you're not even playing it. Fizz, of course, gives you so many more options. That is a card that can turn games around, but then again, also keep in mind there's only 1 point on the side of the Manland.
And you have to contest the battlefields, otherwise Alan ZQ just goes to both. You don't have enough real spells to be able to stop Alan ZQ going one at a time to open battlefields to win the game. So something has to be present. You know Alan ZQ has options. Is this the first time we might actually see things like Gusts being used on Ezreals, the opponent's Ezreal? Because then it becomes removal. Then it's enough to just get over the last mark to get to 8 points.
I mean, do you at this point just proactively bounce the Ravenbloom student just so that you can avoid it getting big on the next turn? Because you really need to take every last straw, no?
When there's a Rasa, a Watcher, a Mind Splitter, there is a Ravenbloom student, you're right, it could get bigger, but the might on board is already, in my opinion, like strong enough to get through this.
Won't argue with that.
No, at this point, Manland is going to look. There's the hand extended. Manland will concede. Alan ZQ will advance to the top 4 here in Bologna.
The Ezreal mastermind. The crowd is going wild for weeks. Everyone has said that Alan ZQ is going to be an absolute monster, a force to be reckoned with here in Bologna, and he has shown why. Undefeated in Swiss, and then played for the best of card in top 8 in the Ezreal mirror match against so many pickpockets against all odds. Crushed it.
Best of Kaiser in Houston, best of Ezreal in Bologna. What a resume line to add for Alan ZQ. Believe it or not, that was just the top 8. We've got more Riftbound with the top 4 coming up in a few minutes' time.
Welcome back to the regional qualifier here in Bologna as we're getting into our final 4. The top 8 has been culled, 4 players are leaving, and now we get into the semi-finals before we round it out with the grand finals just a few moments away. The action is already underway. We already have our first semi-final being played. So let's get into it as quickly as we can. And a surprise to be sure, as we have Alan, well, not really a surprise for Alan going through on the Ezreal, but Sebek on the Misfortune is going to be matched by Ghost Driver on the Victor, the Herald of the Arcane, taking down Prismaticism to make it through to our semi-finals. Bracket not quite updated for us yet. As you can tell, things are going rapidly now.
Things are heating up, and Draven can't handle the heat, apparently, because they're dropping out of our top 8 as we continue through, as others prove that they can triumph beyond that.
All right, let's get on into the action. Sebek, the crowd favorite alongside Alan ZQ, taking on Ghost Driver, who we saw have a superb performance to lock their spot in the top 8 on a Victor into the Draven matchup. Has now won a couple of them in a row. We'll have a look at Sebek's list. It is Aurora MF. No real surprises in this list overall.
No, not at all, and honestly, I'm not mad about it. Misfortune's got a very simple game plan, but kind of execute that to perfection, and you can overcome most things. You want to get that Dazzling Aurora out, you need to ramp early with those runes, bullet time to deal with any threats on the board, and then just push forward for points. It's simple yet effective, low on units, heavy on damage.
It really is. Ghost Driver on the other side, relatively low on units as well, using those recruits predominantly, has cool combos at the end like the Imperial Decree to manage to get the damage down with the Bella's Breath. You can see how many spells in this deck are targeted at taking out a unit, killing a unit, sacrificing one of your own units to kill another unit. The Hidden Blade, the Cull of the Weak, it is all about control of the board.
Sorry, was there something about killing units in there?
Apparently, you want to kill some units,
Whoa!
you know? And you get all of the best of that from Order alongside the blue, the Mind Runes, giving you things like Singularity, the Stupefy, the Bellows Breath, just to really top up your control. Both the players have been here for a long time today, but fighting for that first place in the finals, fighting for that match as we get into semi-finals. Once again, rounds in semi-finals are untimed. The players, obviously, if they are playing incredibly slowly, will be asked to play at an appropriate pace, but the expectation is that these players will be taking just that little bit more time to really ponder their decisions.
And as they should. This is a really big deal. We're here in the top 4 of the regional qualifier Bologna, the first European qualifier ever. And here we go, in with Misfortune's brightest moment, loving going first. That's always what you want with Misfortune. You need that early ramp, you need it now. And we're going to mobilize first to even push that a little bit further and get 3 runes out on our first turn.
Yeah, getting up towards that Dazzling Aurora is the most important thing you can do. For Ghost Driver, we see the Xinxiao, Vengeance, Hidden Blade, a Stupefy, and a Cold the Week in hand. Just going to be a recruit to kick us off. The Stupefy coming down onto it for the card draw. Can't reduce its might below 1 anyway.
Nope,
it's already the weakest it can be, so just get that extra card draw out.
And okay, on to Sebiq now. Of course, we just need to ramp as many runes as we can, get towards all the Dazzling Aurora's already in hand.
That it is. Going to go for the stack deck, looking for a Catalyst here if we can find it. Top 3, no Catalyst, a Fight or Flight. And I didn't quite see what was going into hand.
Again, just getting that stack deck, digging further into the deck, looking for those catalysts, looking for those mobilize, anything to help us get those runes in fast and furious so that we can get the Dazzling Aurora down, so that we can start seeing our units. What we don't want to see is our units in our hand. We want to be getting those out of the deck with Dazzling Aurora.
Sebiq did do a good job about playing around that in the top 8, though.
Yeah,
had
really
a couple of Mind Splitters in hand for a long time, was still able to manage to navigate the game. Ghost Driver going up to 5 runes, in fact, here. Again, not a huge amount that they can do. Just want to go into the Treasure Hoard, use an energy to make a gold out of this. Make sure you get all of the power that you can onto the board. And then we will see another recruit coming out to base. This is kind of how Ghost Driver has played before. It's relatively slow. You are looking for these points that you can get from things like the Plundering Power and the recruits, but really you're waiting to see what threats develop and then trying to deal with them. The good thing for Ghost Driver is you do have that singular main deck salvage.
Yes.
So if you can get to that, you have a bit of gear removal.
Yeah, however, safety in numbers doesn't work against Misfortune. That bullet time is going to shower down on every unit that Ghost Driver tries to populate the board with once it comes into play. So it might be a bit of a tricky situation. Just generally speaking, Ghost Driver, we've seen, has been populating the board and then flurrying those units out when appropriate, but they might not get the space to do so.
The good thing for Ghost Driver is they do tend to like this patience game. Like they, keep units in base, have 1 recruit on either battlefield. Bullet time does need to target a battlefield to do that damage. So if we see an extension of multiple recruits into one of the battlefields, then perhaps that bullet time will have a great effect. Plundering Power is going to be the play, as Ghost Driver just looking to get up to that 3-point mark. Sebiq still waiting to get towards the Dazzling Aurora. It's going to take a little bit of time for us to get all the way up there.
That's generally how we see this going, though, with Misfortune, is that you don't score the points early. You're late game scoring your points and kind of pushing yourself up there where your opponent can't kind of fight back at you, and you use control mechanics to be able to stop them from rebuilding a board.
We'll see if Sebiq can get back to that sort of position. Currently have the last right out is really nice for recursion of some of those larger units, and when you have so many kill spells, it is nice for Ghost Driver to be in that position. For the moment, just taking their time.
Understandably so. Yeah. The stakes are so high at this point. A lot is riding on every move.
The victor. We are. I didn't see this in their quarter-final match, or in their, their last round of Swiss. And whenever another non-recruit token dies, you make another recruit. So it's kind of this recursion technique, or at least reanimation technique, I guess, for your units, allowing you to get a little bit more might into your base.
Yeah, just pushing that forward, kind of like a, like you say, a reanimation of those units. As long as it's not a recruit itself, then you're kind of golden.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, a lot of our units right now are recruits, but I still like the Victor for the extra push himself. And 4 might isn't that shabby, especially when there's nothing else facing you on the other side of the board. At this point, Ghost Driver probably just wanting to furiously gain as many points as they can before Sebiq does go for this Dazzling Aurora, which is possibly being considered now. See what the top deck was. We got another stack deck, I think.
We do have Aurora in hand. There it goes.
There we
down
go.
Immediately. Don't actually think we have too many units in hand, so this is really nice for Sebiq. Can get towards some of those stronger units, looking towards things like the Mind Splitter, obviously, the Volley Bear.
Here we go with our first. Oh, it was the top deck! The Mind Splitter comes down.
The top. Ghost Driver's going to have to reveal here. Bellows Xinxiao, a Vengeance, a Wages, a Hidden Blade, and the Cold of the Week, so lots of removal tools. The Wage is not as powerful against these Aurora decks.
Cold of the Week's gotta go.
Agreed.
That's too scary. There's a lot of good cards in that hand, but I think, yeah, a great choice of jotting it all down and making sure you know what's coming. But then I think the Call of the Week's got to go. That is the most scary card here. Each player kills one of their units. Of course, Ghost Driver's just going to take out a recruit, but then Sebiq's only got big units. That's the whole point of his deck. He's only got big guys, and they come out slowly. We can recur them with last rites, but right now, that's going to be a struggle. So as we're looking at the board right now, a really bit of a great early hand control from the not Aurora, Misfortune, Aurora
it is
kind
an
of
Aurora
build,
player,
yes.
you know.
From the Aurora play there. But yeah, Mind Split is a fantastic card of this deck, just being able to look at your opponent's hand, know exactly what's coming for the next few turns, know what threats are on board and what is coming your way, so you can appropriately spend your runes in the next few turns.
Ghost Driver there. It says they went to 6. I thought it was 5, but I may have miscounted in terms of points. We'll see if that is exactly correct, because I thought we were at 3 at the end of last turn, with the recruit at the start and then recruit hold into the Plundering Power recruit on that top battlefield. But, for the moment, just really thinking about how they want to try and deal with this Aurora in base. Doesn't have salvage in hand. Has to really wonder exactly how you want to play it, because you also don't really want to give up too much control of these battlefields. Factory Manufacturer will get you another recruit. Sinsao will be able to enter ready because you already have 2 units in your base. And with the tank, it's 4 damage mitigated with a Plundering Power and a recruit, but there's still 7 just from the Mind Splitter without even having that Last Rites equipped onto it.
No, we can expect an effective 9 from the Mind Splitter. So either you need to bulk something out that's going to be better than a 9 in a battlefield, otherwise everything's just feeling a little bit lackluster. Not quite putting in the work we need to put it in. So what have we got there so far? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not quite there to be able to take a Mind Splitter with the Last Rites.
Yeah, I wonder if you're thinking about just culling the weak here, killing off one of your recruits, getting rid of the Mind Splitter anyway.
Yep,
investing
I like
that resource now. You do still need to worry about the Dazzling at the end of Sebiq's turn. But for the moment, you aren't under too much threat on that next turn at least.
No, it's nice here because Sebiq will be hard-pressed to kind of use the Last Rites to take a Conquer this turn now and bring back that Mind Splitter. So at least we're slowing things down a little bit as far as Sebiq is concerned. Ghost Driver's doing a really good job of managing their resources, bringing some of the units back to base just to keep them ready for next turn for some maneuverability.
Yeah, the risk, of course, is Misfortune Captain can come in accelerated, you equip the Last Rites, and then you go in for that Conquer, so not wanting to lose too much to that threat. Still keeping up 2 as well for the Hidden Blade, which can be used when the Misfortune comes in. Ghost Driver trying to play around the fact that on board, Sebiq does have a way to accelerate into that battlefield and start to challenge.
Yeah, that onboard knowledge is so crucial in this moment, especially when Sebiq knows what's in Ghost Driver's hand and not the other way around. Okay, looking at some more cards. We love a bit of that. Let's see what stack deck's gonna give us now. Looking like a Bullet Time and a couple of others, but I didn't see what the other cards were.
Definitely a Bullet Time. I think there was the one at the top, so that seems to have gone back onto the bottom of the deck. What would Sebiq be looking for in this sort of position? There's a bunch of options. I know they do run the Gusts. They could be looking just to bounce back the Manufacturer or a Recruit, which disappears, of course, when it is bounced back to the hand because it is a token.
Yes, maybe sort of a fight or flight challenge kind of angle, Gust, kind of anything to push the last few units back. So maybe an Accelerate can come in and take a point, but because at this point, that's what we need to start looking at, right?
Yeah.
Ghost Driver's in a great position, and Sebiq now needs to start to put the pressure on in regards to actually going towards winning the game. We've done a great job of board presence. We've done a great job of controlling what's in the hand, which Sabotage is going to help even more so with, kind of eyeing up that Bellows Breath there. And that's what this is all about for Sebiq, is kind of this control angle. You might think, okay, Misfortune looks like it's a really seriously kind of aggro deck, and actually it's kind of the opposite. It's this control variant. It's all about what's going on in your opponent's hand and when you need to time things effectively.
And now using the Sabotage to get rid of the Hidden Blade, the Wages of Pain can't kill off the MF in and of itself, so we accelerate the Misfortune out, can look to try and conquer this top battlefield if we so desire. Could also just go down to the treasure hoard.
Yeah.
And it's only a 1 might recruit down there. The risk was something like a hidden blade when you move in. Not gonna equip those last rights. Don't need the extra might for now. Ready's a rune from the first time I move trigger on Misfortune Captain.
Yep. Looks like we're just going on in there. Ghost Driver's deciding whether to respond to this misfortune.
It's the Wages of Pain right now, right? Or even
Bellows Breath.
Going for the Bellows Breath to bring it down. Repeated takes it down by 2. Wages of Pain does give you a little bit more damage, so deciding the Bellows Breath was the better option. Hard bargaining out of it, though.
Not having that.
Those 2 units will get taken out. Another recruit is made from the victor, which is why that one stayed on the battlefield. It wasn't just shortcutting.
No, not at all. But we are going to hide a card there with Misfortune to give her a little bit of backup. And again, just make her a little less squishy to Ghost Driver's kind of pummel of attacks right now.
Dazzling Aurora, the first card revealed from the Dazzling Aurora. Not really what you want. We're going to go through and find our first unit on this end of turn trigger. It is a Volibear imposing a massive unit. 10 might, shield 3, tank. And when an opponent moves to a battlefield other than mine, draw a card.
Unit is certainly the word I would use to describe Volibear in this instance. My word, what a colossal titan to be going up against when you're looking at a deck like Ghost Driver's where you've got lots of little units. You do get a bit afraid when you're staring down at 10 might.
It's so difficult for you. You are looking for those just instant kills.
You've got to.
Unconditional kills is what you need. The hidden blades, the cold, the weaks.
The tricks.
Yeah, Ghost Driver, they're actually taking notes on what's going on to the bottom of the main deck here.
Good.
Smart, you have the time, you might as well know that another Dazzling is down there. Ghost Driver only needing those next 2 points to really tip the scales in their favor. Take down the first game of this best of 3 in the semi-finals.
But the issue
we'll
being,
get the hold.
SebiQ really does have a hold on them at this point. They've done their best to control what's in Ghost Driver's hand. They've only allowed smaller units to survive on the stage. So now Ghost Driver's got this really difficult notion of trying to bring it back and deal with some of these larger units. And all they've got to do so is, well, spells. They can't really dish out enough active might damage to win combats against these Titans.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for Ghost Driver in this situation. Drew the Pickpocket, which doesn't do much into the Dazzling Aurora deck. Great for removing things like seals, but we don't see any seals on the battlefield. This isn't Sea Life or Sea World, or any of those places where you might see seals. The sea, I guess, is also one of those.
And apparently a Riftbound stage, but not in this instance because we haven't got any out yet, and it doesn't really look like we can do a whole lot.
So with Ghost Driver they're holding, I do think that previously when we moved up to 6 points, it was actually at 5, because now it is still sitting at 6.
Yes.
So that was a miscount from 3 to 6 the turn before. Pickpocket comes down. Could kill off a gold if there was a gold around, but there's no gold to be killed.
There's no loot.
Recruit pulled back. Yeah, when you play the Pickpocket, you can kill a gear with energy cost no more than 1. If you do, you make a gold. So, I mean, you could kill your own gold to make a gold, but there's no gold to be killed. Since that will come in ready, Ghost Driver setting up for a future turn with something like an Imperial Decree to send in a few recruits, get the damage down, keeping them back to avoid the bullet time that SebiQ could play out.
And that's the risk. You've got to build up in base with that risk of the bullet time. So you've got to build up in base and then go in when you're ready, but that just allows SebiQ to start gaining points finally. Hold points are going to be where SebiQ just ramps up now. That 1 to 6 gap looks big, but it isn't when you consider the context.
It really is not. It's one of those where, as you were talking about, like SebiQ, you build and you build and build until you have the Dazzling, until you start getting these massive units out, and then it becomes really tricky for your opponents to take control of the board state unless you are, packaged into that purple miracle, things like the Fight or Flight, the Rebuke, that allows you to bounce some of these units. But for Ghost Driver, you're not getting a huge amount of draw.
Nope.
You don't really want to be using Hidden Blades on your own units for the extra draw because you kind of want to kill the Volibear and the MF.
You really do.
So whenever you get those resources, they are being invested into trying to mitigate some of the power that SebiQ has developed. A little bit of a discussion about a rune being around, yes.
So it just looks like we're ironing that out for a moment, and then we're readying for the turn. Here we go, back over to SebiQ as we go ahead and jump straight back in to this heavy control moment that Misfortune is presenting. And we've still got card draw in hand. We've got units in hand, I believe, as well now. So among the depths of the Dazzling Aurora, there might still be a couple in deck, but this is a very low unit deck in general. You're generally wanting them played off the Dazzling Aurora, and then you're kind of using your tips and tricks in hand to kind of dig through. Just like Challenge, okay, going to take out one of the bigger units, taking down that Victor so that recruit tokens can't keep spawning in.
Yeah, killing out anything that can give more units over to Ghost Driver. MF Bounty Hunter being tapped to give the Volibear ganking, making sure that we have the runes appropriately paid for that challenge. Does mean now SebiQ doesn't have the runes for Punch First, but Punch First doesn't really matter too much here.
No.
SebiQ is going to go over to the Treasure Hoard, get their 3rd point of the game.
Dancing right up there to 3 points to 6, but as we've assessed, Ghost Driver's kind of stuck in the mud on that 6, and SebiQ's now coming up behind. It's not about who gets up to that 6 first, it's who gets to 8. We are just coming up from behind, and the early bird didn't quite get the worm in this instance.
It's one of those now where you're looking for what your outs are as Ghost Driver, and I think the most obvious one is Imperial Decree. Right?
Yes.
The ability to play Imperial Decree, go in with some of these recruits, avoid any bounces from SebiQ would make a lot of sense. The Last Rites is going to get equipped to Misfortune here with the Sabotage, and can't see quite what was under it. Back onto the bottom of the main deck. It's Sabotage is going to stay. Mind Splitter is going to go to the bottom. Ghost Driver's here. Yeah, you shuffled them a few times. That's okay. Yeah. No need for any more shuffling of that. And now, I think SebiQ probably just going to move towards the Aurora step. There we go. Gust off the top. Fight or Flight. Mobilize. Where are we going creature-wise?
I don't know what we have left, but another Mind Splitter will do quite nicely. Yeah, there wasn't one in hand, so that suits. And again, continues to chip away at Ghost Driver's hand. We once again get to have a little peek in there and take something away. And that's damning at this point. It's really difficult because Ghost Driver just can't seem to keep anything in their hand. It's gone.
Yeah, Wages of Pain,
devastating.
I think the only non-unit that was in there seemed to get put away pretty sharpish.
I think you've got to target the spells, haven't you? The units aren't a problem. You're used to that. That's your whole jam, is getting these units overpowered and overwhelmed.
Invert Timelines, a Volibear imposing and a Cold Shot in hand. In Invert Timelines, you don't really want to play at this point. No point giving better cards or different cards over to Ghost Driver. You know they are struggling a little bit at the moment. I'll have the rest of those recycled to the bottom of SebiQ's deck as we move into what is a pivotal draw for Ghost Driver here, Amy.
Ghoster really needs to pick up the pace, but I don't know if they're going to be able to. Both battlefields have such colossally huge units.
That is not what you want.
Oh, that is not what we needed. Another small unit just not going to help us out that much. We needed something to bring us back into this game, and that top deck wasn't it. We can make another recruit token, but it's looking like we've run out of steam if you're Ghost Driver at this point. You're just going to have to keep building that base as we assessed. You don't want SebiQ to take any more from your hand. You can't leave anything kind of remaining. You've just got to play it out as much as you can. And back onto SebiQ's turn, who's taking an absolute storm ride up to 8 points at this point.
And Ghost Driver has 2 more draws. 2 more draws to try and find a way out of this situation. And SebiQ is going to continue to try and deny him. Cold Shot most likely to kick us off here, just to have a look at a few more cards. You have the gold as well. You can use one of your Chaos Runes to pay the power, so we can repeat that Cold Shot. Look at the top 2 twice. Draw 1, recycle 1 both times. Another Cold Shot and an Aurora. Don't need the Aurora. That can go to the bottom. We already have one, and we're in a commanding board state. Next up, a challenge and a Punch First.
Ooh, I like the challenge here.
I agree. I think punch first doesn't give you too much. You're already outmighting. Get rid of this Xin Zhao on the board where you can, and those are the 2 cards that have gone into hand.
Yeah, I
we'll
think we're
see
just
the
going to play
challenge
the
out.
challenge.
Yeah.
Again, chip away at the larger units. Xin Zhao feels like the perfect target there.
There we go. Sebeku just doing everything they can to make Ghost of Driver's board as small as possible. Give them as few outs as possible. And there's not a huge amount you can do. You don't have something like a Bellows Breath that can just wipe away 6 of these recruits in one fell swoop. Instead, you just got to pick, and you got to poke, and you got to prod, and you got to slowly wile your way to victory. Dazzling Aurora trigger. We know one of the Volley Bears is in hand, one out on the board, and there's the splitter.
And that's why Ghost of Driver couldn't risk keeping any cards in their hand. They had to play out, because otherwise Mind Splitter was just going to take it away. So if it was advantageous at all to play it, and in this case, putting a unit down isn't exactly a bad thing, then it was worthwhile. So Sebeku doesn't get anything, any hand knowledge, because there's no hand knowledge to be had.
Means Sebeku only has 1 creature left in their deck. It is a Mind Splitter.
Yep.
With both the Volley Bears already in play, so to speak. 1 in hand, 1 on the field, and 2 Mind Splitters out. Now Ghost of Driver, you are looking for an Imperial Decree.
We need it. I think it's the only thing that gets us out of this situation.
And you need to be able to play it through a hard bargain. Repeat it. Because Sebeku has the runes to do so. Thousand Tail Watcher.
Ooh.
Does that change the maths?
It might well do. We at least will be reducing everything by 3, and then you can kind of swarm in on a battlefield. But we definitely can't do 2 battlefields, and I think that's the shame of the situation. But we're still going to have to play this. Like, we can't not, otherwise it surely just gets taken away again by a Mind Splitter. So I think we don't have a choice but to play the Thousand Tail Watcher. The choice is, how are we going to go about it?
Well, let's do some maths here if we can. With the last rights on the MF, that's 7 plus 7 on that top battlefield. 14 in total. On the bottom, you have the Volley Bear Imposing, who does have shield, I believe shield 3 if I remember correctly, with the
so as well.
Mind Splitter as well, so that will be 20.
An effective 20 on defending.
Yes, which is what's going to have to happen here, because you have no way to deal with it otherwise. It is shield 3.
So
Thousand Tail Watcher
takes
6 off the top. That's 8 might remaining for Sebeku. On the bottom, you have 6 off it as well. That's 14. In hand, we have a hard bargain, a cold shot, an invert timelines, and a Volley Bear. Nothing to do about this Thousand Tail Watcher.
You do just have to accept the minuses on that one for this turn.
And Ghost of Driver does not attack. Passes the turn, I believe. We see the holds come out for Sebeku. Ghost of Driver, no cards in hand, a bullet time.
Ghost of Driver has to take both battlefields. I think that's the thing. So what they're trying to do is build up that base, go and take both battlefields. That's the game. That's the win. That's how close they are to winning, is they need to take both of them on the same turn. So they're building up to that moment.
You have to remember as well, we have perfect information. Ghost of Driver doesn't know if there's 2 punch the firsts in hand. Doesn't know
possible to play now.
A fight or flight in hand as well. So it has to play around every possible out. We'll skip to basically the end of the turn. Sebeku, I think, just realizing, well, I can just go for the dazzling. Ghost of Driver truly looking, I believe, for an Imperial Decree. It will be a Mind Splitter off. How deep is it? Near the bottom, it seems. There's the Mind Splitter, nothing in hand. Where is this going?
On the bottom battlefield, I feel like you only need to hold the 1 right now, but splitting up your units forces Ghost of Driver to potentially do the same.
14 on that bottom battlefield. The Volley Bear was ganked across with the Bounty Hunter Misfortune's ability. So you can see Sebeku investing more on the top side, thinking they need a little bit more defense there. What is off the top for Ghost Driver for game 1 of this best of 3 in the semi-finals of the regional qualifier here in Bologna? Can the Herald of the Arcane get some Hextech magic from the top? It is a time warp. You buy a turn. Is that enough?
It might be. Time warp does allow you to take another turn. You could play it just to draw another card.
I think you have
It's not impossible.
If you time warp, you lose a few of your runes. currently sitting at 11 on the field, I think, which means you wouldn't be able to pay for a hard bargain. Ghoster Driver does not know that, but you got one card in hand.
And your opponent has all of their runes standing.
Yep.
So it looks terrifying to try and take over any sort of battlefield. But that's going to have to happen at some point.
The question is as well is, if you are going to Time Warp, do you want to go in, kill a few things, then Time Warp to try and be in a more advantageous spot on the next turn? I think that's what Ghoster Driver is currently thinking about. How much can I take off one of these battlefields? The Volibear imposing with Shield 3 and Tank is 13 might you need to get through.
Is it a possibility to attempt to take one battlefield and then hold?
Yeah, it's very possible, but you've got to play around Double Punch first. The Mind Splitter battlefield is where we are going. Thousand Tail Watcher in with an additional 7 might, in fact, 14v14.
Is there a response from SebiQ? I don't know if they've got anything in hand that can come back at this, but apparently maybe...
It's
oh, we've got a called shot.
We're going to go searching. We're going to go searching. Repeated call shot. Fight or flight catalyst. Fight or flight immediately.
Yeah, straight away. We don't need catalyst right now. That was for early game, and we didn't get it, and we don't want it now.
Catalyst mobilize.
Not great.
Yeah,
we'll take
neither does
now.
much for us. I think we took the mobilize in the end, the cheaper of the two.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
We have a stack deck in hand as well, and a bullet time. We have a lot of tools to try and deal with this.
We have to go on the pushback. We have to try and just stabilize and keep this battlefield under control for SebiQ here.
Use the 2. Fight or flight. Targeting Watcher.
Makes sense. Push
it gets
back.
bounced back. You'll trade a Mind Splitter for the remaining 3.
Okay, we've got a lot of recruit tokens. Guys, how many recruit tokens? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 recruit tokens is enough. You could flurry them all in there, but you leave yourself so volatile because then you've got nothing left other than the Thousand Tail Watcher in base.
I mean, I think the logic is, at this point, if you are looking for the hold, you send in 7.
Time warp! Here we go!
Time Warp out by Ghoster Driver. A hard bargain is met, and the time will stop for Ghoster Driver. No extra turn for you, says SebiQ. And Ghoster Driver with a nod of the head extends the fist. Game 1 to SebiQ.
It's time to set sail with SebiQ as we come into our first win of our semi-finals. Let's see what Game 2 has in store, whether Ghoster Rider can pull the ship back in their direction.
It was so close as well. If you get an Imperial Decree a little bit earlier, would have done a lot of work in the sideboard. Maybe a Gust could come in here for SebiQ. The Unyielding Spirit doesn't do a huge amount because most of the kills are kills rather than damage deals. It does work around a Singularity. Invert timelines as well. Not the best when you're looking to remove so many cards and you don't want to give the cards back to your opposition. But what a play from the Aurora. Widely regarded as one of the decks that was playing for best of
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
MF.
But now, we're here in the semi-finals of Bologna Riftbound Regional Qualifier with a Misfortune and Victor deck. And if you'd have asked me yesterday if I could have predicted that, I would have told you there's no shot. And I'm so glad to be wrong.
So am I. So am I. I think the 2 salvages very likely to come in here for Ghoster Driver, trying to slow down that Aurora plan. Alongside that, you could look for another Imperial Decree, just make it a bit easier for you to find that out, because you are running 2 in the main though, and it is a bit of a brick if you draw it too early. I do think adding the 2 salvages makes a lot of sense. Probably take out the pickpockets. They're not giving you a huge amount, not too much gold being generated by the Dazzling Aurora player. And
I agree.
3 might, it doesn't really give you a lot overall.
No, they're not helping that much. That's the thing. We saw it really not come into play that much. And even when they did come into play, it was kind of like, oh, yeah, well, there it is. It's not doing much, but there it is. So I think, yeah, when you're killing a gear and drawing one instead, salvage is feeling a lot better there. And then, of course, you've got that extra last rights removal. So maybe you'll slow SebiQ down, kind of play them at their own game, be like, oh, you're taking things away from me. I'm going to take things away from you. Let's see what the second battlefields are and whether they're going to turn the tide of this game.
It's always possible.
It's always an interesting pick. I'm really bad at picking battlefields myself. I'm genuinely awful at it.
Yeah.
I think it's it can be such an important mechanic of this game.
It really can. It's Obelisk of Power and the Ravenbloom Conservatory on the bottom side. We will see how effective this Ravenbloom is when you manage to defend there, and it's defend not hold. Importantly, you are revealing the top card of your deck. If it's a spell, you are putting it into your hand. An Honest Broker recruit as the turn 1 for Ghost Driver with that extra rune out of the Obelisk of Power. Sebiq very happy to be at 4, even though they are the second player to take their turn 1 in the game. On turn 2, I guess, but it kind of second turn 1 into a Catalyst. Immediate ramp.
Perfection. Exactly what we want. So many runes at the start of the game. You don't care about units at this point. That is not the point of what Misfortune's going for. We need runes, and runes we're getting aplenty.
It means on turn 3 we will have enough runes for that Dazzling Aurora. Ghost Driver taking their time. Expect this to be, I mean, you can see it's like, do I go Storms? Ravenbloom Conservatory does give me the defend trigger, but I'm not really going to defend for a while. Might as well be there, get the first point and the second point with the Honest Broker going in.
Trying to go heavy on those early points, I think is completely fair. Considering what happened last game, you just want to get there quickly.
Yeah, because in late game, you are likely to get one turn. One chance to really turn it around. You saw if an Imperial Decree had come out, you just needed that 1 or those 2 points to really manage to close out the game. So you got to swarm. You got to be out there fast. You got to be getting these early points because you know there is an inevitability out of Sebiq. The Dazzling Aurora will be played. If you have a salvage, yes, you can answer it to a degree, but then another and another. And if not those, then the creatures on top of them. For Sebiq, it is the oncoming storm of this Misfortune.
Oh, this is a bit of a not great hand, to be honest. We've got some really interesting late and mid-game cards, but really at the moment we're wanting to dig more. We got a Cold Shot there, so thank goodness we managed to stack deck into Cold Shot, and that's kind of what you're wanting to do at this stage of the game as Misfortune, is shred through the deck towards the Dazzling Aurora now. You've got the advantage with those runes. You're going to be able to keep the pace there, but now we're wanting to shred quickly through the deck to get to our Aurora so we can play it as soon as possible.
And we will bring out the MF early. No need to accelerate. Don't want to pay that extra cost for now. In hand, a Cold Shot, a Challenge, a Hard Bargain, and a Fight or Flight. 2 more points over to Ghost Driver, halfway towards equalizing this series. We'll go up to 7 runes in total, getting towards that point where things like the Imperial Decree do start to come online, but you only have an MF on the other side. No need to play those big kills. Another Honest Broker in hand.
Ghost Driver got the 2 hold
There's
points.
a salvage sitting there.
Ooh,
the first card in the hand, I believe, is a salvage here for Ghost Driver. 2 Honest Brokers, a salvage, a Hidden Blade, and one other card that I can't quite identify from this angle. But Ghost Driver is holding on. Obviously, no Dazzling Aurora in Sebiq's hand as of now.
I think it's a Wages of Pain.
It would make sense. It would make sense.
Regardless, looking quite hot here in regards to what we kind of need to push forward and just keep these hold points running for a little while. We need them to run a little bit hotter.
Yeah, we do. For the moment, Ghost Driver holding back in base, going to make a recruit to kick things off, making sure the maths works. This energy is one that can be spent right now, and it can have another recruit to add to the evolving army.
I don't know what the play here is. I don't know what's
it's a Riptide
next.
Rex.
Oh, it was Riptide. That's actually a really interesting inclusion in this deck, which I haven't seen much before, but I like it in this build that we've seen from Ghost Driver already today, because it does give a bit more aggression, and we could use a unit like that to take down this Misfortune. It's not something that you typically see.
Yeah. It gets you at that 6 damage. Does quite a lot of work in matchups like when you're playing towards things like the Draven, when you want that just little bit of extra damage into those units that can really outmatch your recruits early on. Pass of the turn.
We're in Aurora range, but haven't got one in hand yet.
And holding up salvage energy on the other side. Still have that Cold Shot. Can still look to draw more cards.
Ooh. Ooh, peeking over the
Another
shoulder.
cold
I
shot
like our
and a
little kind of shoulder
catalyst.
angle here.
Yeah.
It's like we'll fly on the wall.
I do find it funny that Sebiku like always draws upside down from his deck.
Yeah.
And then when he has to put like the cold shot cards in or the stack deck cards in, he then switches it all around afterwards as well. To have the sabotage as well in hand, would be great to use that to get rid of the salvage that
Here
is
we go
sitting
again.
in.
More,
Another
more.
cold
Ooh,
shot,
a
punch first and
but
another cold shot.
We do need the cold shots, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We're still digging for that Dazzling Aurora. We've got to keep siphoning through this deck. We've got a Gust there, that's not helpful, and a Catalyst of Aeons.
Yeah, Gust definitely more helpful than the Catalyst right now, I'd say.
Definitely, we need to keep pushing things back.
Catalyst does give you the card draw.
That's true.
When you are all stacked up on those runes.
But I think at the moment, we're still looking at just pushing things back and cycling through the deck, and we do have another cold shot, so we can keep going with that card draw, and at least the Gust does give us a bit of maneuverability to push our opponent's units back. But we're just going to go in with the Misfortune, just going to go with a simple, aggressive move and say, look, I want to take my first point, okay?
Defend trigger. The Plundering Power goes to the bottom. Gonna get a death knell here from the Honest Broker, as Ghost Driver will make themselves a gold. Because the Victor's out, you also make a recruit.
So you kind of get a bit of a refund as well on that death knell trigger. Misfortune taking a conquer point there. Which we didn't see early game last game. I like that this is being played so differently. It's nice to see the deck has flexibility as well. Both are being played very differently so far. Just the cards have come out in very different order, and that could really turn the tides.
And because of that, Sebiku has actually had to use a lot of their power. Now using that Mobilize to try and get some of these runes back. You can see those 3 upturned runes with the Sisyphean Voltorb that's sitting at the bottom. Those are going to have to be recycled at the end of the turn, but they're flipped up to show that there is still energy remaining. Challenge likely to go MF to Victor here to stop that recruit engine from continuing.
Yep, the challenge to just keep whittling away at, just considering which one we were going to recycle that, to just keep whittling away at Ghost's units once
base
again.
steps, really. Double fight or flight. Augusta hard bargain in hand. Still that sabotage as well that Sebiku is holding onto for now. Hidden fight or flight towards the bottom battlefield adds a little bit of protection to the Misfortune. Turn is passed. Sebiku a long way away from a Dazzling Aurora, playing very much like they don't have one. Makes it pretty obvious, but having to do so because otherwise you are just going to fall behind in points too rapidly. To Ghost Driver here on the Victor.
And that's the thing, you've got to just keep up, because otherwise Ghost Driver is just going to keep pushing those cheap units, taking those whole points, keeping on to those conquers. So there had to be some sort of advance here. Sebiku had to respond by putting the Misfortune into a battlefield just to slow things down a little bit.
And now a bellows breath drawn for Ghost Driver. We'll look for the first conquer here on the Obelisk of Power.
Just sending one recruit in, like a little spy. He's having a little scout, see if anyone's there. Nope, cool, I'll have a point. Thank you very much. Up to 5 there for Ghost Driver.
I mean, it's really big for Ghost Driver if they can find a way to try and get through this Misfortune, and Riptide Rex is exactly that. The fight or flight will need to be activated for Sebiku to bring that MF back to base. Will keep her safe. You see the 2 recycles coming out there, power cost on the Riptide Rex. Not too commonly seen, but we talked about it as a possibility here. Getting rid of that fight or flight, another conquer gets Ghost Driver to 6, and they are just one good turn away from equalizing this semi-final. I heard myself over the PA there for a second. It's giving the players a moment to think about it. Honest Broker down. Instead
the
of
Riptide
going
Rex is a great addition
I
in
love
this
it.
deck.
I love
really enjoy the fact that you've gone for that slightly more aggressive unit, really being able to fight your way in there, and normally that's not something we know Victor decks for. We know them for these overwhelming smaller units, but actually being able to put a Riptide Rex in just to deal some extra damage, but also then keep a larger unit swimming around for a little bit as well. It's really advantageous. At this point, I think you're just looking to keep with this exact pacing, holding, and chipping away because Sebiq's just on this back foot of not having the Dazzling Aurora yet. We haven't found it. It's just nowhere to be seen.
Past the turn. We're not going to see it yet either. Channel comes out, punch first, Gust, Sabotage.
Looks like it's a called shot, or maybe a Sabotage first.
You could go for it. There's a Hidden Blade, I believe, still sitting in the hand. There's a hard bargain in there as well that does deal with the Hidden Blade, because there's only 2 runes up for Ghost to Driver right now. I think seeing more runes always makes sense. We'll have the MF go in. The reveal on Defend, Wages of Pain to hand now.
Misfortune looking like they are in a fortunate position to win this, but we're coming through with the Hidden Blade, and of course we have the hard bargain to counter back at that.
And that means that you don't get the hold. Sebiq doesn't really have those accelerate units to get out here as well, so really needed to take that battlefield. Well played around it, does it early. Pays for the hard bargain.
Managing to take that conservatory back is big. Ghost Driver's now going to have to work a little harder to get this Misfortune kind of out of the way. With Riptide Rex there, it's a little easier, but Sebiq has a lot of runes still standing, so you can expect some punching action, etc.
Yeah, nothing hidden at the battlefield. Sebiq, I think, does still have a Fight or Flight in hand, if I remember correctly. So we'll be able to bounce something. I think probably not hiding it to not give too much information over to Ghost Driver. I don't want them knowing. You're holding on to the punch first as well, so you can sequence as you like. Wages of Pain, aimed at Misfortune. Yes. Sabotage, punch first, Fight or Flight, a Gust. We'll get a gold here for Ghost Driver. Holds to 7, remember, on that top battlefield. Bellows Breath for 2 more, repeated.
Okay.
Using the gold and that Mind Rune. Looking for the 2 damage. Sebiq. That MF is dead, and now the recruits can make their march towards the second battlefield. And look for that 8. He gets it. The concession comes in. We're going to game 3 as Sebiq falls to Ghosted Driver's swarm of recruits.
Victor just taking the lead there. Not any breath to be given to Misfortune. They absolutely took the battlefields by storm. Just didn't give any wiggle room, and that's exactly what we need to do. We need to go in fresh and fast, and that is what this matchup is all about. Can Misfortune get to that Dazzling Aurora? In this game 2, the answer was no. Are we going to see a repeat of that in game 3, or will Misfortune just overwhelm Victor's resources as we saw in game 1?
And you see some of the inconsistencies of Misfortune, of Aurora generally as a playstyle here, is when you don't get the Aurora, both you need to play incredibly well, but also your opponent needs to not get their game plan online as quickly as happened here for Ghost Driver. So for Sebiq, a little bit of a struggle. There was always that salvage in hand, as remember as well for Ghost Driver, so did have ways to deal with an Aurora if it came down. Sideboards, I don't expect too much to change from game 2. As really, for Sebiq, just didn't quite get online. We'll move into game 3 in a second as we look again at the main. There's nothing really here that you're thinking, I have to take this out. The invert timelines, I guess, is an option if you are using those Mind Splitters effectively, but that's also reliant on you getting to the Dazzling Aurora, and invert timelines can often help you do that.
Exactly. So honestly, I'm not sure many changes would need to be made. I think it was just unlucky that we didn't see the Dazzling Aurora, so the game plan wasn't able to kind of push its way forward. And that's the risk you take when you play a deck like either of these. They both have a very clear game plan, more so with Misfortune. And if you just don't get there, then you kind of run out of steam. You just can't go any further with it. So it can be a bit troublesome.
And we will be going to Aspirant's Climb for Sebiq. Takes us to 9, which obviously is great for him, delays the game just that little bit, and it's a Void Gate for Ghost Driver for those little bits of extra damage. The Bellows Breath ticking up to 4, the Wages of Pain going there as well. And let's see, Sebiq on the plate. We'll mobilize to start us off, get that extra rune out. 3 for Ghost Driver, draws, I believe, a Plundering Poro.
Useful at the beginning of the game, cheap to play. We make one recruit and then maybe play the Poro. Or just pass? Oh, a Stupefy.
Maybe it wasn't a plundering point. Maybe it was the Stupefy. Go for the draw here. And then passes the turn, yep. I think if it was a pro, it would have come down.
Yeah,
so I maybe just misread the card art there. 5 now for Sebiq, building up towards that 9 mark, which is the vital mark for Aurora decks. A stacked deck to look at the top 3, puts one immediately into hand. Wonder if that was a catalyst.
Got to expect that it was certainly something worthwhile if it goes to hand that quickly. Sebiq's been playing this deck for many hours at this point, so I think I did see a catalyst.
Makes sense. Yeah, plays it out,
There
channels
it
2
is.
more.
Perfect.
We are at 7. Next turn, there is an Aurora possibility. Ghost Driver has to play around it. We see Imperial Decree in hand, a Vengeance. I do not see the salvage. It could be waiting there. A Recruit played out alongside it is Xin Xiao.
Xin Xiao coming in ready because there's 2 recruits in base, so that's handy. We can push forward, try and get those early points again. This time we could move a recruit and Xin Xiao into a base each, and then that kind of goes along with the game plan that happened last game, which worked out really well for Ghost Driver. So maybe that's the way we go forward with this now and try and kind of hope the Dazzling Aurora doesn't manifest next turn.
I mean, it's kind of a hope and dream, but the way Sebiq's played is, I have an Aurora. I am getting to this Aurora as quickly as possible, not even stopping to play out the MF. Can't quite see the whole hand for Sebiq, but even if you don't have the Aurora in hand, just ramping towards it. I very much follow along with your presuppositions about this position. Mind Splitter drawn, Aurora down.
Aurora is down. Now, that will use all of our runes for the turn, and we will have to use it as our final action. So at the end of the turn, we reveal from the top of the deck until we hit a creature.
Yeah, we have 2 volleys and a Mind Splitter as units to hit.
There's the Mind Splitter, which is a great unit in this instance, getting the knowledge of Ghost Driver's hand, but also being able to remove a card.
I wish that hand was in the middle of the battlefield instead of off towards the side. Elation and devastation on the faces of the crowd as we see Sebiq taking their time, writing down the cards that are in hand, and then can decide to get rid of any of them. There was a salvage and not the runes to play it. With only one left up, the salvage taken out.
No killing that Dazzling Aurora off quite yet.
Still likely 2 more in the deck. No reason not to have side decked in all of them. A Vengeance, an Imperial Decree is what I see down towards the bottom. We knew about those. The salvage picked as the one to be discarded.
Definitely gotta go.
Yeah, no real surprises there at all.
Not at all. Ghost Driver is gonna get 2 hold points though. We did manage to hang on to those battlefields. It's the only thing Sebiq could do, of course, was use the first instance of Dazzling Aurora. So we do rocket up to 4 points here, and that's kind of what we want that trajectory to look like and to continue as. But now we've got the really horrible uphill struggle. Sebiq's engine is online, and if game 1 was anything to go by, that's a scary time for Ghost Driver.
It really is. Have a Xin Xiao, a Riptide Rex, and an Honest Broker alongside the Vengeance and the Imperial Decree. Haven't really established a board state for Imperial Decree to be as effective as we'd like it to be, mostly used in combination with the Bellows Breath. We see Ghost Driver taking their time, thinking about exactly how they want to play this. I don't blame them. A spot in the finals on the line on this game. We are playing to 9, climbing up alongside the other aspirants, as all our players here aspire to be the champion of the regional qualifier in Bologna, and Sebiq in prime position to take 1 step further up that staircase.
Let's see what the plays are going to look like. We're just going to get some more units on the board. We got to keep building that base. We know how it's all about that base.
It's all about that base. No treble. No trouble, in fact, for Sebiq with the Dazzling Aurora out. Xin Xiao there, a pair of them. What is this? Game 5 blind pick in OGN?
We've just got to.
Sorry, that was a very niche league reference right there.
That was so niche, my guy. Come on, I'm a TCG player.
What is this, 2 Shens? Turn is passed, as you say. Build up the base. Try and find your way out of this, because there are outs. You've got kill spells aplenty. You've got more salvages in your deck. You've got Imperial Decree, Bellows Breath. You have Imperial Decree 6 units in base to go in and trade.
It's far from over. Sebiq still has a long way to go to kind of get Ghost Driver in that lock that we had them in last game. There's a long way to go. With 2 open battlefields, only 1 unit currently in base for Sebiq themselves, so it could only actually take 1 point this turn unless they're able to accelerate something in, and the chances little to none.
I mean, it's only the MF, right? That's the only thing you could bring in. There's no real reason to expend that resource right now. You can just play on your opponent's turn as much as possible, stack your deck, look for every tool in your toolkit to deal with what will be an attack eventually from Ghost Driver. Less than halfway towards his goal of that 9 points though. Sebiq just taking their time. Has 1 more Mind Splitter in the deck and 2 Volley Bears because there's 1 in hand.
Ooh,
and now gets that
lovely.
Mind Splitter out. We'll have a look at what Ghost Driver has drawn since the last turn.
Honestly, a great time to play a Mind Splitter raw from hand as well. Being able to take a look at this hand once more, and there's some delectable treats in there to choose from.
I think it's
the
the
Imperial
Decree.
Assault? Oh,
I think it's the Decree,
the
yeah.
Decree, sorry.
That's the only card there that can kill multiple units. Vengeance is going to kill 1, but you have a last rights to recur that if that happens.
Yeah.
Riptide Veskers as well. Going for... a change of mind? No, perhaps. Just wanted to make sure they knew that that was the Imperial Decree. So it is Vengeance in the trash for Ghost Driver. It makes sense. It directly kills a unit.
It does.
I understand it. But Imperial Decree does do a lot of work. However, you have to attack into it or have a Bellows Breath or a Singularity follow-up.
True.
So I do get the intention from Sebiq.
Very understandable.
Gonna hide what we expect to be a fight or flight up towards that top battlefield.
In with Mind Splitter, and here we go in with the Dazzling Aurora.
And there's another Mind Splitter. Which
we get another
one,
card!
Yeah, which one do you want to take?
Yippee!
Decree or Riptide? Yippee!
Decree, I think, probably.
Yippee, Decree.
The crowd decrees. Fantastic. Oh, the support from the community is absolutely exhilarating.
Yeah, it has been incredible across the course of the weekend. And now, as we get into the later portions of the tournament and the later portions of the night as well, it's 9 p.m. as we watch Sebiq alongside all of you at home and the fans still here in the venue with us. Mind Splitter went to that top battlefield, want to avoid something like a Riptide Rex doing the extra damage at the Void Gate. We know that's the only card left in hand.
And it's not that scary.
Yep.
7 to 6, and then a bit of 6 damage kind of when it's played. That's fine. That's fine. The Mind Splitters are... they tower above that 6 at 7 might, so actually they're kind of okay with it. They're not really the target of those Riptide Rex. We're looking at the misfortune for that, so actually in a really sticky situation here where finally Sebiq seems to have that lock on Ghost Driver's whole game plan.
Has assembled the pieces, and Ghost Driver doesn't have a spanner to undo the spanner that's been thrown into their works for this game. Didn't quite see what the card draw was for this turn. And can't see it from that angle either. Thank you, production, for trying, though. I appreciate it. It is the Riptide Rex. Target the Mind Splitter. You can chuck in a recruit to do the damage here, to kill off one of these. We talked about already the recursion with the last rites. Recycle coming out. Those 2 Mind Runes needing to go back. And it's going to be 2 recruits in because of that hidden expected fight or flight. And there we go, 2 of them in. Just want to kill off one of these Mind Splitters if we can. Fight or flight, we'll target our own Mind Splitter and the 2 recruits will die off.
1 Mind Splitter back, but it's only got 1 health left, but that regenerates at the end of the turn. He's okay, he's gonna put a plaster on and get on with his day, but 2 Xinqiao go ahead and take out the other Mind Splitter, just doing whatever he can. Ghost Driver needs to start regaining points and getting back into the game.
Trying to get up towards that 6 mark as well. With the Aspirant's Climb, though, usually you look at increments of 2, the even numbers. Here, we're a little bit odd. We're looking for 7 if you can. Honest Broker goes in to that Void Gate. And now Sebiq, no Mind Splitters left in the deck. which means only one thing. There's a big bad bear on its way at the end of this turn. Volibear Imposing is going to get cracked out from the Dazzling Aurora, sitting with the last rights and Imposing in hand as well. So only one unit left in the deck here for Sebiq.
We can get that out quite easily. We can use the Dazzling Aurora to employ that, but
we also thankfully have the last rights in hand, and so we can use that for the recursion on the Mind Splitter that is currently sitting in our trash.
The one thing I love about Mind Splitter is just being able to use that on playability every single time, and a deck like this employs it so perfectly.
It does such a good job. Goes to Driver though, sitting without a hand. The Xin Shao will die to the Mind Splitter. Sebiq will go up to 2. Second Mind Splitter is going to trade in with this Honest Broker. We'll have a gold gear come in as the Honest Broker leaves behind a little present for Ghost Driver.
I think Ghost Driver will take all the presents they can get in this scenario. It is a tense top 4 game here between these two decks. Two unexpected rivals.
It really is. Sebiq as well. I was going to say holding on to this misfortune might just be playing it out. There's the risk with something like an Imperial Decree or even a Cold the Weak or a Hidden Blade that you do run out of units. And even if you have a Last Rites, if you don't have a unit to equip that Last Rites onto, you're not in a good spot because you can't recur anything because you don't have a unit to go and hold and conquer with. The Last Rites will come down. Going to be equipped to the Mind Splitter.
Trying for the hold, I imagine, on that one.
Put the Mind Splitter back in the deck to make it so that you don't need to recur it later. That's the other option.
Use the Dazzling Aurora to use it and get that into play that way as well, which is great.
We will hit the Volibear this turn, though, because the Mind Splitter
is at the bottom.
Yeah.
We know
it must be beneath it. So Dazzling Aurora trigger, Volibear Imposing is going to come out. We'll see where it goes. Ghost Driver knows there's only one unit left. Well, doesn't know there's only one unit left. Could think there's 2. There's the Volibear Imposing. What a surprise. It goes down to the Void Gate. On defense, 13. Naturally 10. The shield 3 obviously buffing it up when you do have an attacking unit into it.
An effective 13 against lots of recruit tokens and a Riptide Rex is not a good feeling. And I think that's why this misfortune came down at that point, as we saw the Riptide Rex activation, and then you're not as fearful of it. You're like, oh, okay, well, I already saw one last game. What are the chances of you getting around to another one somehow if there is one? This is fine.
Yeah. Ghost Driver taking their time to make sure they properly note down the cards that are going to the bottom. We'll do a quick shuffle and a think. A relatively quick series, this one so far. 60 minutes for us to be nearing the end of the third game, it feels. Both these decks kind of have a very specific game plan, not just cycling through like a, Miracle Draven, Miracle Ezreal. Those do have specific game plans as well, but it tends to be a lot more about looking at the top of your deck.
These guys kind of have their engines going, but Sebiq's engine is currently much more fearsome.
One of them has 1,000 horsepower and one of them has a few recruits power.
And unfortunately, Sebiq is very much on the way to the top of that climb. Ghost Driver technically ahead in points, but on board state alone, really struggling. Another Riptide Rex does come down, takes damage there on the Mind Splitter.
It's 7 because of the Void Gate. Because it does the extra damage with the abilities.
About the battlefield and that.
Will kill off the Mind Splitter. I mean, it happens. You saw Sebiq did the same oversight, put 6 on it, and then realized, oh, there's a Void Gate here.
You're absolutely right.
I do end up dying. Sebiq will get those 2 whole points. There's no cards left, or no units left in Sebiq's deck. The Dazzling Aurora will trigger. Ghost Driver will be allowed to look through every card in that library when it does. Another Dazzling here, Immobilize, a Catalyst, and that Volibear Imposing. Doesn't really need to use any of them, can just use the Catalyst for that little bit of extra ramp.
We just want that little bit of extra oomph so that we can kind of play things naturally. We can hard cast them, as some might say.
So, we start off with the Catalyst. Channel 2. Can play the Mobilize off the back of it, but also want to kind of represent that we have something. We want to have a hard bargain, a punch first. Something to make it a little bit harder for Ghost Driver, so we keep the rest up. We'll be looking through here, and if my maths is correct, and it's often not, There shouldn't be a unit left for us to find.
We've got another Mind Splitter.
Oh, because of the recycle of the last rights. Yeah, there we are. It was on the bottom all along. I told you it's often not, but I forgot about the last rights recycle. I thought it was still in the trash, but there we are. That's the last unit. Definitely, possibly, maybe.
No, that is definitely the last unit this time, but
should be.
Yes, the other Mind Splitter went back to the bottom because of the last rights, and that was a great way of using last rights to kind of cycle cards that you want back into the deck, which isn't often a thing. Often, if it goes to the bottom, it is stuck there forever. Not in this instance. Dazzling decks do have a great recursion instance in its own right there.
Ghost Driver can actually work out that Sebiq has a Volibear in hand.
That's true.
Because we recycled the Mind Splitter and hit it before hitting another Volibear. Whether that is something that affects how Ghost Driver plays the next turns is something that only they know. They have much more experience with how they want to play the Victor deck than we have on the desk here.
I don't think that it would give away a lot. Volibear doesn't have, I mean, like, it's got power, it's got raw strength, but it doesn't have any abilities that would otherwise kind of affect Ghost Driver's main game plan in any considerable way than is already being achieved.
We'll see what we get off the top here for Ghost Driver. It is top deck central, population 1, and a few recruits and a couple of sharks. Another recruit being formed. We're sitting at 7, I believe, available. Honest Broker coming down, not really what you want to see.
It feels like we're in that same position that we have been in before, where the struggle becomes that Sebiq is now gaining on us in points, and we just don't have the power to fight back.
Also, having that Mind Splitter get rid of the Thousand Tail Watcher that Ghost Driver was sitting on is huge. Makes it so much harder for the Victor to come back. We're looking at something again like an Imperial Decree. The hold trigger comes out for Sebiq, can bring back the Mind Splitter, would have to pay for it, importantly. Last Rights doesn't just give you it for free.
No, you gotta pay for it, but we do have the money. Well, energy.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
So we could well do that. It can come back.
I have been informed the other match has concluded. Alan going through 2-1. We will have a non-Draven champion here. Ezreal versus the winner. It could be Sebiq versus Alan as well. What a finals that would be. Ghost Driver, though, trying to spoil it for a few of the fans here in the arena, trying to upset the apple cart.
Well, I'm a fan of Ghost Driver. I like the Victor deck very much. I think that it's doing a great job thus far, shown some real strength in this event, and honestly, I'm just excited to see who manages to pull forth and just gain those last few points. We're coming up to the end of this top 4 best of 3. We're in game 3 here in Bologna, and we are making these battlefields big.
That we are. Volibear imposing in hand, a fight or flight. We'll see where Sebiq decides to put that. Representing double punch first in terms of runes. As we see the Dazzling Aurora trigger go off. And Sebiq will have to reveal the fact there are no more units in the deck.
This is where we're wrong, and there is another one.
I mean, it would have been sideboarded in. Like, I'll be honest, I'm happy to accept that my maths was wrong once because I forgot about the last rights.
I'm just kidding.
This time, I am entirely correct. That deck will be shuffled. Ghost Driver riding out what could be in the hand, can take their time about this as well, can work it out. We'll see one Aurora sitting there, meaning the other one must be in the hand. Can work out if there's a fight or flight available too.
We have to remember this is open deck list. They have had a chance to look at each other's list. They know what counts are in there. And if they were able to kind of take a good glance and a memorize of that, you could work out what's in hand here. The deduction method can be employed. The trash is visible. We can look at through that at any time. The only thing you don't have access to is their hand. So those 4 cards can be deducted if you're clever enough.
Here we go. Ghost Driver needs something big this turn. A Watcher might be enough. An Imperial Decree will definitely cause some problems. It is the Watcher. Okay, at the bottom we have 20. Watcher goes down. Cheers coming out as we see the maths being done. I wonder, is it done? No. Ghost of Driver still paying for the Watcher. At the bottom, we have 20 minus 6 is 14. At the top, we have 9 plus 7, 16, plus the MF.
They've got a long way to go yet. This is going to be it. We need 3 more points to win because of the extra climb.
We'll put some dice on here just to mark the fact that everything is minus 3.
We need to make sure that we remember and do our mathematics correctly.
Yeah, the important thing is, like SebiQ, if they hold both, they go to 9,
yes.
right? So Ghost Driver wants to make sure they don't do that, and also wants to make sure that the last rights doesn't hold to bring something back. Because then you are still trying to conquer the other battlefield. Where are we going to go?
I think we have to try for the top battlefield to
But when we do that, Volibear draws a card.
Yeah.
Because you're moving to the other battlefield. Do you want to give SebiQ more card draw? Or do you go to this bottom, try and get through this 14?
First? I don't think we can't do both. But then the last rights. What's riskier? 1 card or a guaranteed recursion?
I mean, it's a great question. At the top, it's 21 minus 9 is 12. At the bottom is 14. Because of those minus 3s to all enemy units.
I think we got to go for the climb. I think we got to go Aspirant's climb. I'm wrong.
We're going to the Void Gate. We're taking a journey, taking a ride. The recruits have been recruited. A fight or flight remains in SebiQ's hand. Can bounce this Watcher. Can take the trade. Volibear has to be assigned damage first as well. Has that tank keyword. On defense is 10. Bounce the Watcher, there's only 8 remaining. Fight or flight. That Watcher is returning whence it came.
Back you go.
And now you can't kill the volley. You don't have the damage. Huge here for SebiQ. As Ghost of Driver tried to play around it, but couldn't escape the fight or flight.
The fight or flight, it might be a cheap spell, but it works a treat in scenarios like this. Unfortunately, Ghost of Driver just might not have enough this turn. We've got to try and take over at least one of these 2 battlefields. We still have the Riptide Rex. We have how much power otherwise? We have a Victor. We have enough to go back in for another swing. But whether SebiQ can then pull more tricks up there from up their sleeve, we've still got the potential of punches. We've still got the potential of more throwbacks.
So you're playing around that. We know SebiQ doesn't have that.
Oh, yeah.
We know SebiQ just has the imposing Volibear. The fist bump comes out. SebiQ will be going to the finals. For a match made in heaven against Alan ZQ. A destined arrival for the 2 in the top 2.
Gods do not beg. We take what is ours. Volibear imposing amongst the absolute treasure trove of misfortune has brought victory.
Yes, and so many small things leading to it as well. Getting rid of the salvage early, huge elation. SebiQ as the crowd lofts him high, going to the finals, looking for that Blade of the Ruined King prize, and of course the prize money. We'll be facing off against Alan ZQ. What a performance all round. The finals will be live and will be televised right here. I cannot wait to see who brings home the trophy.
An exhilarating game with twists and turns of many. We went to a game with 3, with 2 really unlikely decks, and I love seeing it. I think it's one of the magical things about Riftbound is that we can actually have a really diverse meta, even when people think it's a bit more closed off. And even though we're in our fledgling event here in Bologna, in the Europe kind of region, it doesn't feel like it. It feels like we've been here for a very long time, and we have physically, but the game is still quite new, so there's still a long way to go, and that is in regards to deck building and accomplishments, but we're making some real history here today.
Incredible performance all around by all of the players. Obviously, commiserations to Ghost of Driver, bringing the victor all the way to the semi-finals. I think a sequence not many people expected to happen. We're going through the Void Gate, we're going into the portals, we're going in and out. There is your bracket for the top 8. Alan ZQ going all the way with the Ezreal. No Dravens in the semi-finals. Crows taken out by Alan ZQ. And I think a lot of people would have been surprised by this. I will say yesterday when we did an interview, I did predict the Ezreal winning the whole thing.
Oh,
so,
you did.
you know, I don't think anyone else predicted Miss Fortune.
No, I've got to say that wasn't on my bingo card, but there are some great best ofs that we can see right here as well.
True.
A really great diverse cast for our